Check that mic, make sure it sound right, boy.
This season, millions of hopeful challengers competed in the FIFA 19 Global Series.
Tekkz lifting the cup for the second time.
MS Tasari dethrones F2 Tekkz.
Judged by the outcome of 33 tournaments all around the globe, from those millions came 64.
And there is a lot of players behind us who want to steal our places.
Everyone is a rival, we're all fighting for the same things.
Today, the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs from Hamburg continues.
Finishing top 16 will just prove to me that I am one of the best players in the world and I can make it, you know.
As the 32 remaining players fight through the knockout rounds to become one of only 16 to advance to the FIFA E World Cup.
Considering last year I was exactly one game away from getting the scarf, you don't really want to go a step backwards this year.
From the heavyweights of the game who have already secured enough points to qualify to the challengers who are still fighting for their spot. All must do battle here in Hamburg in the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs.
Welcome, everyone, to the second biggest city in Germany. That's Hamburg, of course, for the start of the knockout rounds for the biggest competition thus far in the competitive season of FIFA 19, the Global Series playoffs. That's right, we're talking about the playoffs. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Spencer Owen, Mike LaBelle, and Rachel Stringer. Day one was next level. Day two is about to begin. How are you feeling about day one first?
Feeling great about day one. Obviously, we saw a few people miss their chance to get into the FEWC, which is never ideal for them, but we saw some great FIFA as well. We've seen some really good storylines, and we've got a load of good matches to look forward to today. Okay, your favorite storyline from day one?
Oh,
putting you on the spot.
Favorite storyline. I like that a couple guys that I want to see do well are doing well. Kind of as a fan of the narrative this year, you got guys like Nightwatch, you've got #Ryan that's in the game. They're still knocking on the door, potentially getting into that top 16. And we also saw a couple heartbreaks, which is necessary for that to happen. Where you have guys like Ajax Joey, who's was sitting in that 16th spot. He's been overtaken. He's out of the tournament. The same could be said, leaving the door wide open with Zidane.
Rachel, how about you, day one?
I loved that we didn't see the big names, that we actually spoke about the guys like looking to make it, because it means today and tomorrow we get to talk about the big guys that have already qualified and that might go on potentially win. I know anyone can win, but I like that we spoke about the underdogs a bit more.
Okay, and I appreciate that as well, being an underdog myself. More often than not, at least in my own mind. Talk about the competition format, Spencer. I know this is your favorite part of the show.
Yes, indeed. Swiss format, obviously, is what we used. Again, that's finished now. That was yesterday, the Swiss format group stage. So we started off with 64 players here in Hamburg, and they always play someone with the same record as themselves in the Swiss format. So if you win your first game, you play someone else who won their first game, and so on, until you get to the magic number 4, either 4 wins or 4 defeats. 4 wins sees you go through. Some people did that in 4 games, some people took 7 games to get 4 wins, but everyone that's left in it did that, and then today we pick up with the last 32, so half the field remains. And we're going to slowly whittle that down throughout the last 32 and last 16 rounds today. Tomorrow, it gets really juicy as we get closer to the final with the semis and, of course, the big grand final where someone is going to get $75,000 and a load of Global Series ranking points as well. So lots to play for, lots of points up for grabs, lots of cash as well.
Yeah, we said before, pride, prosperity, and points are at stake, the 3 Ps. Here are the points that I was just speaking about. Everybody that got here got 200 automatically. Anybody that qualified for the knockout rounds today got 275. And if they win today, 350 is key, because there's a few players that could make some jumps if they get to the 350 for some of the players, like you mentioned, Ajax, Joey, and Zidane, who didn't make it this far.
He didn't get far enough really
Yeah.
to give himself safety. It's interesting though, because only 75 points difference between going out yesterday and getting through to this round. Only another 75 to go 1 round further.
Yeah.
So sometimes a lot of people are going to need to get 2 more rounds really to get a big points jump, and which is what a load of them need to get into the top 16.
All right, let's take a look at the leaderboard, everybody, so you have an idea who we're talking about and where everybody sits. As you can see, F2 Tekkz on top, as he does. MS Asari is right below him. He's the reigning E-World Cup champion. The big story, though, is Rebel Stokes. Yesterday, by him qualifying for the knockout rounds today, he clinched his spot for the E-World Cup, so congratulations to him. He's playing with house money, I'd say, in some ways. And then
yeah.
the big story on the other side of things, on the disappointment side of things, Ajax Joey was in 16th. He drops to 18th. His season is effectively over. Abinho's holding on to that 16th spot. We'll talk more about him later. Hashtag Ryan, Nightwatch, they're all just knocking on the door.
It's so close as well. If you just look there, FaZe Talent about 100 points. You were just saying how close it is, 75 points. And if obviously at the end you get 375 today, so, you know, get as many points as possible. Just keep winning. That's obviously the key.
Okay, before we get into our key matchups and our key players, we're going to throw it over to the players themselves to hear about what they thought about getting what we consider one of our traditions, the Magic Scarf. Check this out.
So I'm ranked 19th in the world going into playoffs. I believe 57 points off of the top 16 spot. I need to perform, but I also need to do better than the people that are around me that are fighting for the spots as well.
So it's hard to focus on the game and focus on all the opponents, what they do, but I have to win if I want to go to the World Cup, and this is my goal.
My motivation is always just to win. I don't care about the money, even the points. I just want to win.
A top 2 gets me in, a top 4 depends on Joey, a top 8 depends on Joey. I can get in with a top 16, but that means that all the other have to get good. I love the Champions League final. I went to the hotel, did the maths immediately. So.
What's up for grabs for me in the playoffs is a lot, because I'm 26 in the world at the moment. The top 16 qualify for FEWC, so I need a big performance. Top 4 could maybe get me the spot.
Getting the scarf and to qualify for the grand finals would be amazing. I narrowly missed out last year, and I was a grand finalist in FIFA 17. So yeah, hopefully I can get back to the biggest stage.
Right now, I do not have to think about it, but if I can go through and get this scarf, I'll be wonderfully happy.
Considering last year I was exactly 1 game away from getting the scarf, and especially being so close last year, you don't really want to go a step backwards this year.
The top 16 is such a big thing in FIFA. Like it's what everyone's judged on at the end of the year. Like, where did you finish? Did you make the huge tournament? Getting the scarf and finishing top 16 would just prove to me that I am one of the best players in the world, and I can make it.
Well, speaking of scarves, Rachel Stringer has one.
Can I put it on? No.
Well, yeah, it's like kissing a trophy if you haven't earned it, I suppose, but it's pretty sweet.
It is pretty sweet. I'll let you guys pass it around just so you can touch it and experience the scarf.
Oh,
it's so
Mike,
we all want one.
Really wanted one of those.
Really like experiencing this. Yeah,
You're jealous. You want one.
No, it's great. Lovely number.
I really like that this has become a tradition, because I feel like it signifies what you've earned.
At least it's not a half and half scarf. You know, we don't
yeah, those are banned. No half and half scarves, everybody. That is not allowed anytime, anywhere. Well, speaking of scarves, our Kyle Walker spoke with one of the winners of one of these scarves yesterday. And really, I'm a little jealous of Kyle because he feels like Santa Claus. Check this out.
someone that secured his spot at the E-World Cup and a player that has been around the FIFA scene for a long time. Right here, it is Janos. This is for you. This is your scarf. Take it and wear it. Amazing stuff right there. Now, I have just mentioned you have been around the FIFA scene for a while. Is this your time to come and show all the younger players just who is the boss, who is in charge?
Yeah, I've been in the scene for 10 years. This is my 4th FIFA World Cup. And yeah, I think I have the level to be the best in the world.
And you've talked about other people that are there, other players, they are a little bit younger than you, but it is your 4th one. Is that feeling still the same? Are you still happy? Are you still elated? What are you feeling right now?
Yeah, that's why I'm still here. I feel the same passion that I had the first day I started competing. So yeah, I think you need that to be on the top level. All the top 16 players are very competitive. Yeah, we'll try.
You definitely will. Good luck, have fun, enjoy, and thank you for having a chat with us.
Thank you, Kyle. Congratulations to Janos for getting that scarf. Obviously, it's a sign of a very good season for him. Now, let's move on to the matchups, though, for today. Round of 32. There's some tasty ones. I don't know if you guys got to see this online yet or not, but if you haven't, I'm going to go first on the key matchups. And the one that I am dying to watch is Nightwatch taking on F2 Tekkz. That is going to be spicy, I think is the word I'm going to use. Succulent is a word that Spencer used yesterday. This is one that I think there's some juice behind it. Now, Nightwatch, for everybody that's unfamiliar, beats Tekkz in the E-Champions League to get to Madrid. I think that was one of the biggest disappointments for Tekkz so far this season. But Tekkz did get his revenge in the final LQE in Bucharest. He beat him in the knockout rounds there. He beat Nightwatch. So we'll see how this goes. Again, we get a good look at both of those players. I think they're listening to us right now to see how we're breaking down this match. Nightwatch giving us a nice little smile there. Good luck to both of you guys. So I really love this matchup. There's a nice storyline building here, and I think these are two fantastic players, so this should be some really good FIFA.
Oh, definitely, and no one's going to argue with that. You know, we're blessed right now that we've got so many good matchups across the last 32, and it's only going to keep going from there. So many storylines.
So who do you got?
Yeah, for me, again, there's so many to choose from, but I'm looking at a game between FaZe TAS and PSG Dax. This is one for the football purists, if you like, because no doubt that PSG Dax plays some of the nicest looking FIFA out there. You know, he tries to score beautiful goals, and we've also singled out FaZe TAS a couple of times this season for scoring great goals. Lots of passing from back to front. Interesting to see if he continues what he was saying yesterday, Rachel, about changing his formation. Yeah. So it's going to be a great match. I'm looking forward to seeing who wins it.
Yeah, it should be a very good one. How about you, Mike? Who are you going with?
I want to watch the rematch that we saw earlier in the Swiss stage where you have Kurt facing off against Megabit. Both of these guys play very forward and simple football, very fast football in terms of going forward and creating opportunities. And it's just a fun game to watch because you know it's going to be back and forth, and forget about seeing a clean sheet.
So Megabit won the first one 6-4 in the Swiss format. Who do you think then has the advantage going into this? Because does Kurt learn more from it? Does Megabit maybe relax a little bit? I mean, Megabit's already through, so it's really, Kurt can take advantage of that.
But if you talk to Megabit, that's not where his heart's at. That's not his aim to just get through, to just qualify for the FIFA E World Cup.
He's a reigning champ. He won the
playoffs last year.
I was just going to say, he wants to double up from last year. But thank you guys for jumping the gun. And
we're here for you.
And stealing my announcement of him having a chance to repeat. But that's important to him. Yeah. He sees himself as being at the same level as the F2 Tekkz and the MS Desari, and he needs to prove that this year. And he's happy and willing to kind of grab that task, or he's willing to be, I'm capable, I can do this as well, and he needs to prove it, and he's excited to do that.
We know Kurt sees himself at that level as well.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's a good matchup. I think stylistic-wise, in terms of how they play FIFA, it's just going to be back and forth. It's going to be who takes their chances, who has the big moments.
Yep.
All right, so we've had 3 really good matchups. Rachel, you got a good one for us?
I think one for the fans as well. You got Rebel taking on Hashtag.
Ooh.
You got Stokes taking on Harry. I mean, it's the UK matchup as well. The last time they faced each other, I think it was the LQE in April in London. Rebel Stokes there, he did come out on top in quite a big way, but I went down to speak to him earlier, and you know, Harry said that's not going to happen again. He's pretty confident now, and Rebel Stokes, as we know, has already booked his spot in the World Cup, so maybe he's kind of relaxing a bit. It means more for Harry, but it's going to be tasty. I mean, Spencer, I'm sure you got your eye on that one.
Yeah, it's going to be a good game.
Yeah,
a bit of history there.
Shout out to Cal Freezy as well for getting his Rebel team started. It'd be a big rivalry between you two, both on the field in the Wembley Cup and now with this on the virtual field. Now we're going to throw it over to Kyle Walker, who's handling all of our social media responsibilities. Kyle, what do you got for us?
Hey, Jimmy, thank you. Yes, I am handling all of the social media responsibilities for these 3 days, and everyone is going wild because of my interview with Janos. Yes, I am tall, okay? I'm 6'3", so anybody that is up here with me is going to look small. So don't be too mean on social media. But if you do want to share your views and opinions, well, you can use our hashtag, which you can see right up there. It's FIFA E World Cup. Then on Instagram, it's at EA Sports FIFA. On Twitter, EA FIFA Esports. And on YouTube, we want you to be watching and commenting as well. Right down there, it's /EA FIFA Esports. Now, as I said, get in touch with us using that hashtag right there, FIFA E World Cup. Some people who have been doing that are our pros, okay? Now, we had Battle Cat. He was obviously competing yesterday, and he unfortunately lost my last game of the Swiss to go out at 3-4. Was too inconsistent, but overall a content year nevertheless. Big thanks to Linus being my coach for the event as well. Cheers, buddy. Good luck. The rest, everyone still in. As well as Battle Cat, we had hashtag Shori. He put, lost my last game, meaning I go out of the tournament 3-4. Didn't play well enough again, but I guess it's all learning. Massive shout out to everyone at hashtag for the support, and also my teammates, hashtag Ryan and hashtag Harry, for smashing it today as well. And finally, another pro we had, it was Rebel Painter. Today was complete war. Ended up going 4-3 in Swiss. We go again tomorrow for the knockout rounds. GG to everyone I played. Standard at this event is so high. Yes, it is. The standard of the event is high, and I want the social media to be high. So make sure you use that hashtag right there, FIFA E World Cup. But for now, back to you guys at the couch.
Thank you, Kyle. So yes, make sure you guys join in the conversation on social media. We want to hear from you, especially people in the chat too. Go over to those other social media spots and make that happen. Okay, so let's do our players to watch. And I'm gonna go first because I got the mic. And I'm going with Abinho. He is the guy that now slotted into the 16th spot. And we learned yesterday, I asked Joey, that maybe that's a bit of a jinx. There's a lot of pressure. You now have a target on your back. Now he obviously has a lot of experience. You can see his results there from yesterday, but he played in the E-Nations League with Brazil. Okay, he represents Wolves. He knows how to play under pressure, and I've been really impressed by his performances. So I think he's a guy to watch on a certain level of mentality. Can he handle, now that everybody knows he's in 16th, can he handle that pressure?
Yeah, we casted one of his games yesterday, and he was very efficient in front of goal, so looking forward to seeing him again. You'd rather be in the 16 than not in the 16.
Sure, of course.
So I'm sure he's happy.
But yeah, there's a lot of people knocking on the door, so he has to at least get one more round to really, I think, solidify his spot.
Definitely.
How about you? Who's your player to watch?
For me, it's a player I wish I'd tipped yesterday, to be honest, because I've rated him for a while, and it's Diogo. So he represents Sporting, but he also did a great job at the EPL representing Fulham. Now, not just is it impressive that he went 4-0, it's impressive who he beat. He got rid of Joey, who ended up not going through. But the other three players he beat have all also made it out to the last 32. It shows you the calibre of the players he's beating are decent. If he's beating players like that, I expect him to carry on that form and go further into the tournament today if he can continue.
Now, you picked Zidane yesterday, and he got knocked out. You feel like you're jinxing Diogo a little bit here?
Zidane's technically still in the 16.
He is.
Technically. But yeah, no, I gave him the commentator's curse, and hopefully for Diogo that doesn't happen today.
Okay, Mike, how about you?
And as an old school FIFA guy, I'm rolling with Gorilla. I want to see him in the top 16. I just feel like when you're looking at the FIFA E World Cup, Gorilla's name should be there. And I think he's got to be sort of happy with his draw. I mean, going through Resende, tough opponent, no doubt, but he went 4-3. So when you go 4-3, you inch your way out of the group stage, you're just saying, please don't give me MS Desari, please don't give me F2 Tekkz, because those guys just typically don't lose. So he's still got a chance here. And at the end of the day, whether you're playing your best, you're playing your worst, he was able to have that champion's pedigree, so to speak, and get to the next level. It's going to be all about his mental stability.
Oh, he believes he can be there after what Spencer was saying yesterday. He did not a former world champion. He is still a world champion.
That's true. Still a world champion. He is. He's been a world champion, but he's not the current champion.
Either way, he should be in. Well, I shouldn't say he should be, but it feels like a tournament should have Gorilla in it. I want the huge sweat rag Gorilla, the throwback Gorilla.
I think it's coming.
When he's tossing the sweat rag, you know good things are happening.
Rachel, how about you? Who's your player to watch?
Mine's kind of similar, not similar to that, I should say, actually. So cool, someone we didn't really speak about much yesterday. None of us had him as one to watch, but he went 4-0, kind of went through quite quickly under the radar. And again, beat a couple of good players. In particular, I think it was Max, he'll come on in a second, who Max defeated, hashtag Harry 12-3. yesterday in the round of 64, which was obviously a big scoreline there. He's already moved from 25 ranked to 24 ranked, so progressing nicely, eking his way towards that top 16, and he goes up against Vinny, who's 51st. So I know no matchups are easy, but maybe one of the easier matchups. Am I allowed to say that? Probably not.
I know. Well, as the tweet said before that Kyle read, the quality's so high at this. Yeah. But Sakul's only 175 points behind Abinho in 16th, so he just has to maybe 2 rounds past him, I think.
Yeah,
to
75 points for the next stage, 75 points more after that. So if it's 175 points, he's got to go 2 rounds further. That's if he gets knocked out first round.
And it depends what's happening with, of course, the other guys that are competing for that same place.
Yeah, exactly.
You need some help along the way.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, we're done talking up here. We're going to throw it over to Dan Gaskin and Mark Hatcher for the call of the first game of this very exciting round of 32. Guys?
Thank you so much, Jimmy. We're very excited to get into the action today. Of course, we go from 32 all the way through to the quarterfinal draw. And I'm very excited because the first game we've got, Dan, to bring you wonderful people at home is a rematch that maybe didn't go to the form books last time we saw it.
Yeah, F2 Tekkz versus Nightwatch. These guys have played quite recently. They played at Bucharest at the final LQE where Tekkz took down Nightwatch. He got his revenge matchup after the E-Champions League where Nightwatch actually had his best tournament ever, taking down Tekkz and then getting to second place later on when we saw them in Madrid. But this is a little bit of a rivalry. These players aren't rivals, but because of the matchups they've been in, it's almost developed into a rivalry, and I love it.
It's a very interesting game to watch for some of the thinking that's going on. Obviously, Tekkz was outthought back in Manchester at the E-Champions League, but then, as you say, Tekkz is still the best in the world for a reason, and the run that he's been on so far, 4-0 out of the Swiss, no problems whatsoever. He was absolutely storming it yesterday.
It's not just 4-0, it's how he was able to get those victories. It was the amount of goals he was scoring, 7-1, 6-1, 5-3, and then 13-1 versus Dolan Mike in his last game yesterday. Absolutely phenomenal. He really is on form. This is going to be incredibly tough for Dr. Nightwatch.
Well, as you can see, we've kicked off here, and other games will be available on VOD as well. If you're wondering about Megabit versus Kurt, you'll be able to catch up with that game later on VOD. And there's another game, Dan, that you can catch up with as well.
Yes, indeed. If you want to watch Dax versus Tass, that will be available on VOD. So plenty of action to watch, even after you've watched this incredible matchup between these two guys. For Dr. Nightwatch, it's a very tough ask. He knew what he needed coming into this tournament, a top 4 placement for a likely chance at the E-World Cup. And he's got to go up against F2 Tekkz. He's got to beat the best to become the best.
And it's a tall order indeed. But when you leave yourself in this kind of situation where you're back against the wall with just 16 spots available for that E-World Cup final, then sometimes you've got to beat the best to play with the best in that grand final. But it is, of course, Tekkz going to be playing in his familiar Liverpool strip. Shooting from left to right here, and Mbappe now out wide. And I'm very interested to see how Tekkz approaches this game.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of Tekkz. Of course, we saw a few highlights. We saw he featured in the goals of the day. Maybe the goals of the day were a little bit cheeky from Tekkz. We're used to seeing some very skillful ones, but he was pulling out all the stops yesterday. It doesn't matter how he's going to score. He just wants to put that ball in the back of the net.
Well, here comes Tekkz then moving forward. Ronaldo is dispossessed momentarily, and Hullit's going to fire it out wide now to Neymar. Slow build up here from Dr. Nightwatch, and I think he's very aware of Tekkz's ability to hit quickly on the counter-attack. Something he likes to do is just hold that ball and wait for that precise moment to go forward.
The problem with knowing how Tekkz plays is Tekkz changes his game style at every single event because he really is under scrutiny of everyone. Everyone watches Tekkz.
Well, that's a great ball inside here to Neymar, and this is where F2 Tekkz is so dangerous. The ball falls back to Ruud Gullit. The shot is deflected behind for a corner here, but once he gets inside that 18-yard box, that magic wand is about to be waved and you could see a goal coming your way.
Yeah, definitely. And Nightwatch will be well aware of that and will try and close him down as soon as possible, not allow him to start linking up those cricketers and dragbacks, because that's when it gets scary. That's when you have to just suddenly start taking the 50-50 predictions. And if you guess wrong, it's a clean-cut chance, and you don't want to give that to F2 Tekkz.
And Mbappe is actually going to nip in here and steal the ball, and you can see him lunging in to try and beat the defender. To maybe get a second piece of it there, but Nightwatch now looking to release Kylian Mbappe, just over hit down the line though. And interesting to see both Nightwatch and Tekkz here looking to utilize that long ball in behind the fullback.
I think that's important, especially against Tekkz. He does bring those fullbacks up aggressively to try and win the ball. So if you do play that long ball over the top to the right or left-hand side, you generate quite a lot of space, but Tekkz is actually tracking those runs very, very well at the moment.
Well, sort of a half tackle there, Virgil van Dijk. Steps in to make sure that is a full tackle and possession one back here as Danny Da Costa is going to release Kylian Mbappe. A beautiful touch there from the Frenchman, but Virgil van Dijk, he now steps in for Nightwatch to win the ball back.
An important role that maybe we've not spoke about just yet is the coaches that are standing behind these two players, and Lyrics especially, who is coaching Nightwatch. I think he has a big role in this game. Nightwatch was very frustrated in games yesterday. Not what I'm used to seeing from Nightwatch. He's usually quite calm, quite collected, knows exactly how he wants to approach a game. He lost his cool yesterday. That can't happen in this game.
Well, Neymar now might be looking to create the first chance here. Is he the little scoop up and the ball tossed into the box there? But going back to what we were talking about yesterday, Dan, maybe we haven't seen quite as many of those crosses into the box. The likes of Danny Da Costa and Ramos, Varane in those fullback positions seem to be dealing pretty well with it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that as soon as any fullback that has a little bit of height is introduced to the game and has good statistics on a foot item, it's instantly tried by all pros because they want to have some form of counter to Cristiano Ronaldo, etc. at the back post. Of course, it's not going to work 100% of the time. We even saw some goals where Neymar was winning headers over right backs yesterday, which is beyond me, but it still happens. But you want to put yourself in the best chances possible.
Well, there's a fantastic little tackle from Kylian Mbappe. Now Ronaldo's inside the box! And it's always a surprise to me to see the green arrow not light up there from Tekkz. Big chance for him. Secondary phase of play now. Ramos has to get up and get it away, but a huge chance in the 30th minute there for F2 Tekkz, and he didn't take it.
That's an opportunity wasted for sure. I mean, we're not actually used to seeing Tekkz go up in first legs that often throughout the history of FIFA 19. We see him go 2-0 down so much, and often players are like, I don't get why when he goes 2-0 down, he becomes a different player. Even speaking to his mum, she was like, what? She asked me. She said, why does he go 2-0 down? Does he get an advantage? I'm like, no, I just don't know what it is. Well, he just struggles.
Before he goes 2 down, Nightwatch has got to get the first goal on the board. Still 0-0 here, 35 minutes gone in this game, and only that one chance to really talk about, but look at the players flowing forward for F2 Tekkz here. Neymar tries the early ball across the 18-yard box, unfortunately. Just into the area for Edwin van der Sar to come out quite comfortably there and collect the ball. Another chance on the counter-attack there for Tekkz, though.
Yeah, another chance that's gone begging, and you saw the frustration on the face of Tekkz and the sigh of relief from Nightwatch as well. It's whether Nightwatch can do anything on the counter.
Well, here's Ronaldo, lays it back to Mbappe. First real shine of anger there from Nightwatch. And again, no green timing on that one. Maybe just got to get those fingers warmed up a little bit here.
Yeah, nerves I'm sure will come into play because there's so much on the line here for Nightwatch. And if you're wondering and saying, well, what does Tekkz have to play for? He's already qualified for the E-World Cup. He's #1. He's got so many Global Series ranking points. 75,000 if he wins this event. You want that money.
Well, here's Mbappe powering away from Varane for just a moment before the Frenchman managed to get back inside his man there. And, oh, Neymar's almost dispossessed him, and Ronaldo has done. Chance here, Nightwatch might be the creator of his own downfall, but no. Sergio Ramos in the way once more. And it deflects off the Spaniard for a corner, which will be cleared away momentarily. Eusebio gives it away here. Hullet, they're going to pull some strings here. Vieira manages to find a ball round the corner on the stroke of half-time now. Last attack of the game for F2 Tekkz. You can see him smartly now recycling the ball, waiting for that moment to strike. Little deflection there off Patrick Vieira, and all that good work is going to be undone very quickly.
Yeah, I don't think Nightwatch is going to have an opportunity to attack here, but I wanted to comment on how well Nightwatch has been defending, how well he's been jockeying, switching players, keeping Tekkz at bay, not allowing Tekkz to get into the box, get into those danger areas. It's been the quick-paced switching from Nightwatch, which has seemed to frustrate Tekkz a little bit in that final third. But Tekkz has created chances. That's the one thing that he can look at from this first half.
Yeah, I'd say there was one big chance either side, to be honest with you. We saw that one shot on target from Tekkz, which tested the goalkeeper. Again, didn't get the green time, finishing on the finish itself. And at the other end, you could say exactly the same about Nightwatch. Had that one chance of Mbappe from the top of the box, but didn't get the time to finish in to maybe test the goalkeeper as much as we would expect. However, a very tactically astute battle from both players there, Dan, and something we wouldn't be surprised about from their history.
Yeah, I think when you've played a player several times and you've practiced against them, you've analysed them, you've watched them, you are going to know how they like to score. So naturally, you're going to try and defend more in those areas. So you need to be aware of their backup, their plan B. And we know that Tekkz is very good at adjusting to gameplay. We know that he can read his opponents, and then suddenly he brings out something a little bit different. So as we get into this second half, and especially the second leg, I expect Tekkz to try some new things. Maybe a couple of crosses to the back post. Maybe he's going to start bringing out a few more skill moves.
Second half underway then in our first game here in the round of 32 on day number 2 here in Hamburg at the Global Series playoffs. And the one thing that's worrying me a little bit, I've seen a few times from Nightwatch in that first half, is just giving the ball away when he's not really under any particular pressure, but maybe he might have a shot from distance here. But it's those little mistakes we saw yesterday, Dan. A little pass out of the back that you kind of take your eye off the ball a little bit can cost you an opportunity at goal.
It can. You have to really be switched on. We say countless times that FIFA is a mental battle as well as a very skillful one, so you need to make sure that you are on the ball. I like that Tekkz he's not applying too much pressure in the final third on Dr. Nightwatch. He's almost encouraging shots from outside the area.
Ronaldo's going to be impeded in his progress towards goal here. And I tell you what, Virgil van Dijk has some fantastic free kick stats on him as well. However, it's going to be laid off here. Looks like it will be taken short. Ronaldo runs over the ball. Hullet tries to take it first time. It's almost that kind of free kick routine's almost become a little bit predictable, Dan.
It has. It's frustrating to watch sometimes because me, as a football fan, I'm sure everyone watching, you want to see a direct free kick attempted. We've seen some incredible ones scored. One of my favourites from the La Liga finals, the virtual La Liga finals. That was absolutely phenomenal from R9. But at the same time, we know how well it can work. When you get that layoff and a defender doesn't get in front of the ball and you get that shot away, you can slot one into the back of the net. So I understand why they're going for it, and of course I'm not going to argue against the best players in the world, but sometimes, just sometimes, I want to see something a little bit different.
Yeah, the most one that sticks out in my memory was the one that made France fans very happy with Iceland banging it into, Finland, excuse me, banging it into the top corner.
I almost lost my voice on that one, didn't I?
You did indeed. However, still a very cagey affair here, but where's one of those little mistakes? Neymar's going to beat his man to the ball. And deep breath there, a sigh of relief from F2 Tekkz. Deflected away now, corner to Nightwatch.
And Nightwatch shrugs and says, all right, I'll take a corner. I probably shouldn't have shot there anyway.
Eusebio into the box, Van Dijk. One player who certainly can contest Cristiano Ronaldo in those aerial battles. He wins it here, but possession still with Nightwatch.
Yeah, this has been a good spell for him. As I say that, he gives the ball away, but he needs more possession. He needs to get Tekkz off the ball to try and just apply a little bit of pressure and maybe put a seed of doubt into Tekkz's mind of, hey, actually, Nightwatch is doing well here. He's really keeping me at bay. I'm struggling. Nightwatch probably wants to force Tekkz into plan B because Tekkz's plan A is always the best plan.
Well, that's the first time we've really seen Tekkz beat one of the fullbacks here. Mbappe managed to get away from Ramos. And now you've seen him progress up the pitch just a little bit here. Vieira. Hullet striding forward into that space. Neymar, Cricketta, fake shot. Beautiful stuff here from Tekkz. Tries to get the shot across goal, but just can't beat the frame there of the imposing figure of Virgil van Dijk.
Both Tekkz and Nightwatch actually are defending well enough that they're encouraging their opponent to shoot from areas that they're not very likely to score from outside the area, from just inside the area when their body's in the way. So they're both defending very successfully. However, if they get too comfortable in those areas, if they just assume they're going to be able to continue defending this way, their opponent might be able to surprise them with a skill move, and then suddenly it's going to be a clear-cut chance. So they have to be switched on, and they have to make sure they don't just get too reassured with themselves. They don't get too comfortable in this scenario.
Both players, one thing that's sort of fascinating me about this game, especially on the side of F2 Tekkz, is that their build-up play seems very slow, very deliberate, very risk-free. And something with Tekkz, we know he likes to get the ball forward very quickly. We see a substitute coming in here for Dr. Nightwatch. We'll go back to that point after the corner is going to be taken and a potential chance created. Van der Sar will come out and get a punch on that one. Hullet and Ronaldo both fighting for the ball, and Tekkz will come away with the ball now. Beautiful little dummy there. Is going to give Mbappe maybe the chance to work this inside the box. Ronaldo gave it away initially, but Ronaldo, Cristiano won it back. Dragged back here from Tekkz, chance to shoot, and there's the goal. And that's how exploitive Tekkz can be.
And it's very hard to shake someone's hand when they have a pen in that hand as well, we do find out, but that's finally the breakthrough we needed to open up this game. You were talking about how slow, how methodical it is, and the reason being, Nightwatch knows that Tekkz is on his best when he's counter-attacking, when he can play quick FIFA. So if Nightwatch slows it down, Tekkz has to slow it down as well, but eventually we get something. We get the chance for this game to open up, and now I think we're going to start to see some goals rattle in.
And it's another perfect example of how effective the simple drag back can be After that initial backwards movement, you can move pretty much any direction afterwards. It's so difficult to predict where that striker is going to turn and try and get that shot away, create that angle for the shot. And you have to say again, it wasn't perfect, the timing there from Tekkz, but it was good enough to beat the goalkeeper.
It was good enough. It was the position that he got in, so he was rewarded for that. And he's only got 4% more possession as well, so I'd say Nightwatch has done very well to keep in this game, and he is very much still in this game as well. Just 1 goal difference after 72 minutes against Tekkz, the best in the world, who hammered Dolan 13-1 yesterday. He's doing all right.
Oh, and he did get the timing green there. Neymar, though, really didn't get that ball right up into the top right-hand side of the goal there, where he was obviously aiming. Maybe not quite enough power on that shot there from Nightwatch to trouble the goalkeeper, but he did create the chance. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't take it. And just a reminder to everyone who's watching right now, Nightwatch quite simply needs to win this battle here against F2 Tekkz to have a chance of making the E-World Cup final. So much more pressure falling onto his shoulders.
I mean, this is just the first hurdle, and it is quite simply a massive hurdle as well. He has to beat Tekkz, otherwise he's out. His season is over. He won't be able to qualify for the E-World Cup.
Well, Tekkz is looking to add a little bit more misery here to Nightwatch and make that task even more difficult. Neymar, though, steps in, and now the Brazilian can step away, and he does step away from Rafael Varane.
However, if Nightwatch were to win, and if he were to progress into the top 8, he does have a chance of finishing in the top 16. Top 8 would take him above the likes of Zidane. Zidane, who went out yesterday, won't be able to secure any more Global Series ranking points. So he's really looking at that top 8, but to guarantee it, he needs top 2. To make it likely, probably top 4, but I'm sure he'll be thinking about that after this matchup.
Yeah, you don't want to be leaving it in other people's hands. You want to do it all yourself. If you know what you have to do, you've got to have the mentality to just go out and do that.
And whilst Tekkz doesn't need to do anything, he's going to be first seed at the E-World Cup. It's not just about the prize money that I spoke of earlier, it's also about just asserting dominance, carrying on this incredible season and showing that he's the #1 over MS Dasari.
Well, Mbappe here recycles the ball to Danny Da Costa. Kind of seems to have locked down that fullback position. The young German. Neymar now tries to squeeze that ball into Ronaldo, didn't quite find his target, and now with 87 minutes left on the clock, of course, this is the first leg here. Nightwatch has one more chance, maybe, just maybe, to build an attack and level this up before we head into the second leg.
Yeah, he's going to take his time here. He's going to pass this around to make sure it is actually the final attack. So he either goes in 1-0 down into the second leg, or he has a chance and maybe can equalise. Just needs to be very careful not to give the ball away in any dangerous areas. But that's a great ball onto the left-hand side.
Oh, just a little step over there, trying to fool Virgil van Dijk. Nightwatch still with possession here in the final third as well. Mbappe into Bale. Vieira steps away from one challenge, but again, just a little bit of a loose pass here. And there might be just a few moments left here for F2 Tekkz to look to release Neymar. However, the referee brings the game to an end, and the man on your screen, F2 Tekkz, will take a 1-0 lead in towards the second leg.
And it was a very close game, a very closely contested game indeed, as we were expecting from two players who know each other very well. Nightwatch put up a really good battle, but for me, didn't create enough chances in the final third. Nightwatch. Tekkz had chances to go 2, maybe 3-0 up if he had hit a few time green shots a little bit earlier. So Nightwatch needs to be aware of that. He needs to step up his game when he's starting to attack.
Well, let's check out the highlights from that game. There wasn't too many to speak of, obviously, with just the one goal to separate the two players, but you will see some of those chances that maybe were squandered a little bit by both players. We were putting it down to maybe a little bit of nerves, maybe the gravitas of the situation, especially for Nightwatch. But there was the goal. Again, just that simple drag back and the little change of direction into that space. Beautiful stuff again from F2 Tekkz.
And I think that he's going to be a little bit frustrated, Nightwatch, with that goal in particular, considering how well he was defending throughout that game. When Tekkz actually went for that drag back, Nightwatch switched one of the players. That player was actually out of position. If he had stayed maybe with Van Dijk, he might have been able to stretch a leg across. So I think if he looks back at it, he'll say, I could have done a little bit better. But unfortunately, you can't defend perfectly throughout an entire game of FIFA. You know, everyone else watching knows. Nightwatch did pretty well to keep that at just 1-0 after a first leg.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you. But now we've got to see something different coming out from Nightwatch. We've got to see him turn up the pressure a little bit, I believe, in this second leg onto Tekkz, because you just feel the longer this game goes, you always know that Tekkz has got that one chance up his sleeve to create a chance and create a goal. So I just feel next goal's huge. In the complexion of this tie, in the complexion of Nightwatch's season as a whole, over 12 months, this is it for him. He needs to be the player who scores first.
My worry for Nightwatch fans is that when Nightwatch starts to get a little bit faster in his gameplay, it's going to allow Tekkz to get even faster with his gameplay, and that's when he excels, when he can play a little bit faster, when he plays counter-attacks.
Well, listen, speaking of gameplay and stuff, let's talk about game management, because F2 Tekkz is obviously someone who's learned a lot this year, and we can see a little quote coming in from him as last season, I had a reputation as a really good attacker. This year, I know how to manage the game better. If I'm 1-up with 20 minutes left, I'm confident playing out the game defending. As a whole, I feel I've improved. And I think that every single player who has watched this young man become a man this year with some of his performances would completely and 100% agree with that quote.
He's matured, not only in age, but with his gameplay as well. He knows what he needs to do to get a victory. And throughout different iterations of FIFA, it's different whether how easy it is to keep the ball. I'd say in FIFA 19, it can be quite difficult to keep that possession and play it around, and how dangerous it is. So you need to be able to manage it effectively whilst not giving your opponent chances, but maybe creating some chances for yourself. But also on the other side, for Nightwatch, he needs to make sure that he gets back into this game and doesn't allow Tekkz to have too many chances, which is very difficult, because naturally his formation is now going to get a little bit more aggressive towards the end of this second leg, which will leave him somewhat vulnerable at the back.
I completely agree with you. It's kind of that chart. We always talk about, you know, when are you looking to pull the trigger as far as, you know, the change of tactics is concerned, when you go for those more attacking formations, more attacking instructions on your players, because it is a risk. It is, you know, you leave yourself open, as you're saying, for Tekkz to really exploit that space, especially in those fullback areas with the pace of Mbappe, with the pace of Neymar, for example. And, you know, the thing is, even when you've got rid of them now, maybe they're stamina forwards, you've got the likes of Havertz to come on the pitch. It's such a tough task.
You have all the tools now. You can do absolutely anything you want as Tekkz does return to the stage.
Tradition, right?
Signature bathroom break, as he always does at halftime, just to calm himself down and just to get himself mentally prepared. I think it's very smart, to be honest. Some people would argue that if you are winning, you shouldn't take a break. You should carry that momentum into the second leg. But I think we can't really argue for the fact that
it's a mental
worked
reset.
For Tekkz
Yeah, exactly.
Throughout this season.
It's a mental reset. And we talk about, you know, FIFA 19 as an esport, the games themselves aren't that long, but they are so mentally encapsulating for all these players. They drain you so quickly of all of those energy reserves that go into it. It's such a game of focus and not making that mistake that sometimes just taking a few minutes to take yourself away from this situation, get yourself outside of the lights and the, you know, the screen that's in front of you. It's a smart thing to do.
Well, whilst we're waiting for these two to get underway, I can update you from some matchups elsewhere. Ryan is 3-0 up versus Rafsu. Dasari beating Rodrigo 3-2. Levy 5-1 up versus Senna.
Levy's a beast, by the way. He's been playing phenomenal.
Tass is drawing 1-1 with Dax, and Dolan is 2-0 up against Crafty. So those are some results elsewhere after the first leg.
Well, incredible stuff from some of those other games, some of those results. Of course, we'll keep you all up to date as quickly as we possibly can, so make sure you don't mix out on any of the action. As we said earlier, some of those games will be available on VOD later today. But let's talk about the coaches, because you kind of touched upon it a little bit, Dan, during that game. Let's start off with Nightwatch and Lyrics, because that's kind of a relationship that's developed throughout the season. They were sparring partners as far as their practice regimes were concerned. And now, you know, Lyrics is sat behind Nightwatch, giving him that advice, those little words in his ears. What would you think he'd be saying at this point?
Honestly, just keep playing your own game. You're only you're only one goal behind. And it sounds weird, but sometimes for a coach, your job isn't to say something right now. Your job was to say something before the game and just to let them play it. Of course, some players do like to have a little bit of inspiration behind. They like to be hyped up a little bit. Maybe they need to be told to calm down.
Give him the Rocky speech.
Sometimes you just need to listen. And Nightwatch definitely is a talker. He definitely will talk at his coach.
I'd love the Rocky speech in my ear. Get me all fired up for the game ahead. But here we go. I'm fired up already. It's time for the second leg. Nightwatch chasing the game. 1-0 down against the world's #1 F2 Tekkz. Of course, on the Xbox. And overall, as far as points are concerned, across both consoles. But here we are. Dr. Nightwatch's season very much on the line. But he's done it before. The question is, can he do it again? Here's Neymar then for Tekkz. Stepping forward. Vieira coming to assist his teammate. And again, slow, deliberate build-up here from F2 Tekkz. Little fake Rabona. Little Elastico. Ronaldo now with the ball inside. Hullet, great pressure here from F2 Tekkz. This is where it's dangerous. Takes that shot. Nightwatch backed off for just a second there, Dan. Almost allowed Ronaldo. Somehow Mbappe's kept that in. He's almost teasing it. It's on a string here. Vieira across to Ronaldo. And it's like he has Velcro on the end of his boots at times. F2 Tekkz. Magic from the young man.
Not the start you wanted to see if you are a Nightwatch fan, but at the same time, this might just open it up a little bit. This might encourage Nightwatch just to get really aggressive now. And in the history, the players that we have seen beat Tekkz aside from Nightwatch are typically aggressive players that don't give Tekkz the space, players who don't give Tekkz the time to think. And maybe he might struggle. And just to correct myself earlier, I said the game between Rafsu and Ryan, that Ryan was winning. It's actually the other way. Rafsu was winning 3-0. My apologies.
Well, that goal from F2 Tekkz might be well seen in the Adidas plays of the day later on. The way that he built up that play, the way that he used those skills of Kylian Mbappe to silkily slink his way into the box cannot be understated. Now Nightwatch, I mean, it was a tall order before.
Ooh.
And we said how important that first goal could be. Can he answer back quickly here? Gareth Bale attacking into Virgil van Dijk, but I mean, of everything that Nightwatch could have done there, he just showed the ball straight to the centre-back, and that was easy pickings there for Virgil van Dijk.
Just played into the hands of Tekkz. Tekkz had the early read, knew there was going to be a skill move, so he just backed off a little bit too much. And Nightwatch, he just didn't read it, and unfortunately Tekkz is going to take full advantage of that.
And this is where he's been dangerous before, just waiting for those spaces to open up. Ronaldo now into Mbappe. This is where the goal came from before. Instead of attacking that byline, he's gone back inside here. R9, five-star weak foot, so difficult to defend, and he's just been upended there by Virgil van Dijk. And a chance here for Tekkz. Will he go short again? Stepped over by Ronaldo. Hullet lines up to strike it. Defenders in the way again for Nightwatch.
It's not going to work. You saw Nightwatch just remove several players from the wall. He knew that there was going to be the layoff across the Hullet, so he was able to get those players out of the wall and then just rush down and make sure bodies were in the way. Of course, there's always a chance for a deflection, but a good read from Nightwatch, and of course, that research paying off.
Well, there's a bit of space here for Neymar, and he's managed to find the ball back, and Ronaldo has the striker goal. The defender's in the way, and I think that Nightwatch had put that one near post as well. Tekkz had gambled with his goalkeeper movement across goal, so that could have been an opportunity, but for that block. Mbappe now takes the strike, deflected off of two players who are kind of throwing themselves at the ball there in the centre of the box. Difficult for Nightwatch to get past that.
But again, every shot that Nightwatch is taking is being hit. A Liverpool shirt is in the way, and Nightwatch needs to get more clear-cut opportunities if he wants to get back in this game.
However, the pressure from Nightwatch is really starting to be turned up here on F2 Tekkz. That's 3 or 4 opportunities he's had to really go forward there, but that's just a loose pass, and maybe that's just that mental focus after those last couple of chances didn't go his way. Just slipping just for a second there for Nightwatch.
Oh, amazing play by both Tekkz and Nightwatch there, which has just created this chance for Tekkz. I'll talk about it in a minute.
Well, here's Ronaldo, turns back inside. Again, patience here, but Ronaldo steps in. He's stolen the ball here for Nightwatch.
So Tekkz was tracking the, Nightwatch was tracking the one into right back, and Tekkz was like, okay, I'm not going to be able to play this ball. But then as soon as he saw the switch from Nightwatch, then he played the ball to generate that chance on the left-hand side. So it was great first initial reactions from Nightwatch, but even better counter reactions from Tekkz.
There's space here, and Neymar's in there, and he just couldn't squeeze himself between Van der Sar and the ball to try and make some contact to beat the goalkeeper. And I just wonder if maybe the ball outside was the better ball there than the one looking for Neymar. There was space on the other side of the area there for the player who was charging in. However, Nightwatch really is knocking on the door here. The pace of the game has changed here, Dan.
Yeah, I think naturally it is going to speed up a little bit more, but as I mentioned in the first leg, sometimes that does play into the advantage of F2 Tekkz.
Well, here's Mbappe, and he's got away from his man. Inside the 18-yard box, went for the quick, driven ball back across goal there. Defended by Nightwatch. What has Tekkz got up his sleeve here? Tosses it into the box. Ronaldo goes up!
Oh, what a save.
What a save from Van der Sar.
And you need that if you're Nightwatch. If you go 3-0 down here, I think you're going to really struggle to come back into the game. But at 2, I think you still have a chance.
Mbappe wins it back, takes a shot from distance, and Van der Sar, I mean, he deals with it. And Da Costa keeps it in and keeps possession, most importantly, here for Nightwatch.
Yeah, if that had gone out for a corner, I think Nightwatch would have been a little bit frustrated. But now he's got possession, but he throws it away. Just tossing it to Hullet in the middle of the park. You need to do better there, and you can see the visual frustration on Nightwatch's face.
Well, here's Ronaldo then for Tekkz. He's got it on that right foot as well. You can't back off for too long and give him that space. He will make you pay. Second wave of the attack now. R9. Oh, we went for the little roulette after the drag back, and now a chance to counter-attack here for Dr. Nightwatch. He needs to make the most of one of these chances, Dan.
He's got so many men streaming forward as well. Maybe too many options to pick from.
Eusebio tries to find Ronaldo, and again, it's just a matter of inches Those passes just falling into the hands of Van der Sar instead of the on-rushing striker.
Nightwatch just needs one. He needs one of those chances just to be enough to actually get a shot away at a goal. If he can make this 2-1, he's straight back into it.
Ooh, Varane had to get there. And Van der Sar will come off his line to clean up there. But that was a little bit scary there, that moment for Nightwatch.
But Nightwatch has to take more risks, and he knows that. And it's either going to be, I go 3-0 down here and I lose the game, or I take a risk, I'm rewarded for it, and suddenly I'm 2-1 up. So he might make mistakes here, but of course he's making them for a reason.
That's a great ball, though, from Ruud Gullit. Neymar now goes towards that back post, and Gareth Bale has to bring up his old circus training to get that one away. Great acrobatics there from the Welshman, and it had to be.
Cannot confirm or deny if Gareth Bale did actually have circus training, but you never know. As the first half coming to a close, but it's still Tekkz piling on the pressure. Halftime whistle does go, Mark, and I feel like now with this last 45 minutes, Nightwatch has to go to plan E or D or whatever plan is available. There is just throw everything at Tekkz.
I think it's plan no respect to this point. You know, forget about who you're playing against. You just have to.
And I think this needs to stop as well. You can see he's complaining to lyrics. And like I said, sometimes you just talk at your coach and sometimes your coach listens. Yeah, but is that good? Is that a good thing to do when you're 2-0 down in one of the most important games of your season? You don't want to be complaining. You want to be focusing up and you want to be saying what you can do to win this game, not what has happened prior to that.
Yeah, I don't think that, as I say, you can't really complain about the goals that have been conceded. He's been a little bit unfortunate maybe with some of the chances that he's had with the defenders positioning themselves in a way that they've managed to get, themselves in between the ball and the goal. But we'll take a quick look at what Nightwatch has said on some of the quotes that he said in regards to the tournament and everything that's going on at the moment. Let's just sum it up, Dan. I mean, you take it away this time.
Well, what's at stake here in Germany is a spot for the E-World Cup, and that's the most important thing in my eyes, as the same for everyone who's been competing here. I think it was a tweet we saw earlier. The standard of players at this event has been phenomenal. It's so difficult to get out of Swiss, let alone get far enough to even qualify for the E-World Cup. Nightwatch knows what's on this game. He knows how important this is, but he knows that he put himself in this situation by not performing as well as maybe he could have in Swiss. So now he has to beat Tekkz. He has 45 minutes to do so. He can do it. He has the potential. If he focuses up, if he maybe a little bit of luck on his side, we might see him get back.
You just can't think about what could happen negative-wise. You've got to think about how good it will feel if you turn this game around against the best in the world. If you can do that, then that belief is going to stay with you, not just here in Hamburg. That is going to flow through to the finals. And you've got to keep that in mind. Here we go, 45 minutes left. F2 Tekkz, 2 to the good. Nightwatch needs to score 2 goals here to extend his season and give himself a chance, just a chance, of making the finals.
I mean, what a season it has been as well for Nightwatch. He had a really poor start when we go back to Bucharest in November. And then suddenly in the E-Champions League, he just exploded into this new player. It's almost like all the research and all the tactics that he'd been working on throughout the months finally paid off. But now it's all going to come to nothing if he doesn't qualify for the E-World Cup. Yes, of course, he has the memories. Yes, of course, he has the prize money. But we know that a player like Nightwatch, he wants to be the E-World Cup.
I think that's a great point you just made there, because it's never been about the money. It's never been about, X and Y, or the tangible things, I should say. It's been about being a finalist and being a champion. And one man who knows a lot about that this year is, of course, F2 Tekkz. Perfect Swiss from him, 4-0. And now he's 2 to the good against a man who's fighting for his life, for his season right now in FIFA 19. But Danny Da Costa is stretching his legs down that right-hand side. Gullit turns away from Vieira. Eusebio looks for the fake shot. He's going to actually almost get the ball back, but unfortunately for Nightwatch there, it was 2 of the longest limbed players on the game who were in position there to stop that. Virgil van Dijk and Patrick Vieira are always difficult to get around them.
Nightwatch knows he's going to get chances, though. He just needs to take one of those chances and try and keep Tekkz at bay.
Oh, Tekkz has managed to keep that one in, and Ruud Gullit there. Perfect player to have in position to win the header, and Nightwatch comes away now.
We saw the quote from Tekkz earlier. I can manage games. If I'm 1-0 up with 20 minutes to go, I can win that game. Well, he's 2-0 up with 30 minutes to go. Let's see if he can hold on here, or whether he pushes for maybe a 3rd goal.
Mbappe then for Nightwatch. Ooh, tried to use his body to just shield the ball there, and it just allowed enough of a chance for F2 Tekkz to poke a leg in and win the ball back. And now you're looking at the counter-attack, and it's pretty much 4-4 on those counter-attacks, but great tackle there in the midfield for Nightwatch. He can step forward. Eusebio. Oh, Ronaldo's touch has let him down. He keeps focus, but he can't find the finish. Big chance there for Nightwatch, and I think Cristiano Ronaldo's let him down a little bit.
And I think you could see the expression on Nightwatch's face. Kind of says it all. Ronaldo looked like he was clean through, but just couldn't get it.
But he's created the chance, Dan. He's created the chance. That's what he has to keep in mind here.
Well, I mean, I say that to him if he's eliminated from the competition. Well, you created the chances. He's going to be frustrated with that. But still time left. 30 minutes. He has shown in the last 10 minutes in-game that he is getting into the dangerous areas. That will naturally make Tekkz worry a little bit as well. He'll be saying, all right, Nightwatch is starting to create. I need to maybe start playing the ball around, which is going to encourage potentially more mistakes of giving that ball away in those dangerous areas for Nightwatch.
And how much would you pay to have that little red book in your hands as a FIFA player?
It's probably worth about 75 grand, I think.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Well, here we go. Back underway then. The chance missed for Nightwatch. It was a big one. We are seeing changes here. Mbappe starting the attack, and you can see, again, there is going to be space in behind here for F2 Tekkz. Bale trying to get across to deal with the Frenchman. Bale does superbly well there to win the ball back. And not only that, Dan, he's picked a pass as well.
And we need something from here, and there's actually so much space on that. Through ball to R9.
R9's trying to fight here, and Ramos just bullies him off the ball. Shake of the head there from Nightwatch, but he's getting closer and closer. We need to keep an eye on that clock, though, now, Dan. Because time really does become a factor. It's how many chances are you going to be able to create in that time? How many times can you win the ball back?
How many times is Tekkz going to allow you to have chances? If his game management is that good, if it's been improving, then you're not going to have the opportunity that often. As I think that goes for a goal kick. So that's actually a good result for Nightwatch. I think Tekkz was trying to encourage a corner there. And now Nightwatch goes again. And he just has to work on an attack-by-attack basis at this point. Can't even look at the whole game. Just needs to say, I need to score from every attack possible.
Well, here's R9. Little five-star combination after the ball roll. Mbappe turns back inside. Ronaldo, the run from Mbappe continues, and he just couldn't manage to get the ball through the ever-present Ruud Gullit in that central midfield position.
There's too much space in the middle for Tekkz. Nightwatch really needs to up this pressure, switch to constant pressure, make sure you're using that RB button as well as the A button, as well as just directing everyone towards the ball. Yes, okay, there's going to be spaces at the back, but you've got to win the ball back soon.
R9 into Gullit, yellow from Tekkz.
That was a waste.
And now Nightwatch could potentially start another attack. You see, maybe that was a little bit rushed. Yes, time is a factor here. However, possession is so vital at this point, and a big tackle there from Patrick Vieira is going to release Mbappe. Ronaldo into Neymar. Nightwatch with a chance. What a tackle from F2 Tekkz.
He's still got possession.
3-point turn inside. Neymar can't scoop turn away from Vieira.
We look at the previous results between these two players. When Tekkz beat Nightwatch 4-3 at Bucharest. It was so close, only a goal in it. Nightwatch beat Tekkz 6-4 in the E-Champions League, only 2 goals in it. The best in the world of Tekkz going up against Nightwatch, who was in 21st when he started this tournament. I mean, I'd say that Nightwatch can be very proud of his performance throughout the season and here today. But again, we have to go back to the fact that he wants to be qualifying for the World Cup. He is good enough to be at the World Cup. Don't get me wrong. But if he doesn't win here, he's not going to get there. And he's now got, what, like 19 minutes in game? He's created a few chances, but he needs to put one of them away.
I mean, you talk about one of the quotes that we heard earlier, saying it was an absolute war yesterday in the Swiss rounds. And that is the level of competition that we have here. You know, this is the best in the world right now throughout the entire season of FIFA 19, competing. And every single player, every single game, every single leg, Dan, is an absolute war. It has been fascinating to see the best in the world go up against each other.
I mean, one person who will be happy with is Zidane. Zidane, who was eliminated from the competition yesterday, but now Nightwatch is losing. Ryan was losing earlier as well. He could still potentially hold on to that top 16 spot as this tournament develops, but I'm sure it's very unlikely.
Well, there is still time here for Nightwatch, and it was a beautiful turn. Oh, what a tackle from Sergio Ramos. You could see what the thought process was there of Nightwatch. He went one way the first time to manage to beat his man. He almost managed to do it the second time as well, but Tekkz gets right.
Such little time left. We have seen 2 goals scored in this amount of time, of course, but Tekkz is just going to hold on to the ball and he's going to frustrate Nightwatch at this point. Nightwatch's whole season 7 minutes left to try and do something with it. A great tackle there to win the ball back, and that's at least the start, but he can't hold on to it. If he can hold on to the ball, if he can get one attack in the next couple of minutes, maybe there's a chance.
How well did Tekkz just move that ball, though, under pressure? 6 minutes left, and as you say, Dan, it's a case of can you get the ball back? Do you have time to create those chances now? Or is Tekkz going to be the one signing the notice here that Nightwatch's season is over? Ronaldo!
Still time.
Van der Sar gets it forward. Neymar dispossessed, and that could be it. But no, Neymar's going to win the foot race here. Da Costa. Nightwatch has to score from this situation. Gets a little bit of fortune going his way. Mbappe out to Bale, into the box. Van der Sar comes and claims.
And that should be enough for F2 Tekkz. As Nightwatch, I'm sure now will be starting to think about the rude chances, the missed opportunities he's had throughout this game. But ultimately, we have to congratulate him on an incredible season. Second in the E-Champions League, of course, so close to winning it. But it's not going to be enough at the end. He came up against the best in the world here at playoffs.
And here's R9 looking to compel the misery for Nightwatch and F2 Tekkz. 3 up on aggregate now. And the man quite simply doesn't know how to lose.
Another quarter-final for Tekkz here at playoffs. And did we expect anything different? He is on the same side of the bracket as MS Dasari, though. It means that if he carries on winning, we potentially have a semi-final matchup of Tekkz versus Dasari. We won't get the final that maybe everyone dreamed of. But for Nightwatch, his run is over. He won't be at the E-World Cup, but he's had an incredible season.
And again, Dr. Nightwatch, we said it about every single player who won't make it into those top 16. A phenomenal season, but there's only one story here. And that is the continued form of F2 Tekkz taking down Dr. Nightwatch. He'll move on in the tournament.
It means that there's also the chance of those that currently reside outside of that top 16. Nightwatch was on the cusp. He was a chance that could be going into that top 16 if he had a good tournament. But he's out now. Zidane's going to be looking at that saying, okay, that's one player who can't catch me up, but gives the opportunity to other players who are waiting there.
I mean, let's talk about F2 Tekkz, because we haven't spoken too much about him on the first few days. We kind of just went, oh, by the way, F2 Tekkz is 4-0 in the Swiss. We'll play the highlights in the meantime while we talk about this, because, you know, F2 Tekkz, the risk-free gameplay that we just saw from him was absolutely insane, to be honest with you. We're used to seeing that attacking flair in those last moments, but he was so patient, so precise, so measured in the way that he attacked Nightwatch in this game.
I mean, if you're a new viewer and you watch that game and you say, oh, that was the best in the world playing there, you probably wouldn't think it because it wasn't a flashy game. It was very strategic, it was very calm, it was defensively extremely impressive. He kept Nightwatch at bay throughout the entirety of the game. He didn't allow Nightwatch to have those chances, to get those clear-cut opportunities, and that's what won in the game. It's the game management that he was speaking of in that quote. It's the game management we were saying he needed back in FIFA 18.
That chance.
But that chance was probably it for Nightwatch, and he knows then that was his opportunity to get back in the game, and sometimes a picture does say 1,000 words.
Yeah, that was the real chance. Ronaldo just couldn't take it in his stride, and then R9 bursts through, feels it back to CR7. And that was the final goal that really did seal the deal here. But for now, we're going to go over to Spencer, who is with a man who is just in phenomenal form and has been all season long. It is, of course, F2 Tekkz.
Yes, guys, thanks very much. Here I am with the main man, #1 ranked player in the world, F2 Tekkz, who just had a massive 3-0 victory against Dr. Nightwatch. First of all, tell us about how that game went for you, and also how much were you thinking about that E-Champions League qualifier match?
So that game was very close. I knew it was going to be close. Me and Nightwatch have played a lot of times, and you sort of cancelled each other out. But I've been working on my defending, and I've conceded 6 goals throughout the tournament, so that's a plus. I've got my coach in, who's trying to not make me go 2-0 down, and I haven't so far this tournament, so thank you to him.
So talk to me about this defensive change or improvement you've made, because it says Tony conceded 6 goals is great. To have a clean sheet at this stage is fantastic. What have you changed?
I'm not going to say too much because I still have a tournament to play and World Cup to play. So, yeah, I'm mouth closed.
OK, so keeping it... Oh, it's probably a good tactic. But this tournament obviously is still here to win. This tournament last year was the reason you were unable to play in that FEWC despite having a great year. So how much do you know you're playing at the FEWC this year? That's concrete. But how much do you want to win this?
It's one of them, like, I want to win it, but I'd rather win World Cup. But winning's winning, and I love winning, so I want to win.
You've made a habit of it, that's for sure. Last question from me. There's a potential matchup in a semi-final between you and that man, MS Dasari. Have you thought about that? And is there a bit of extra spice if you can get a win against him to get to the final?
Nah, I don't really care, to be honest. Whatever happens in World Cup counts, and hopefully I'll win that one.
Well, you're both going to be there, of course, but Tekkz still very much alive and well in this tournament, doing fantastic so far. We'll see him in the next round. For now, back to our casters, Mark and Dan.
Always great to hear from F2 Tekkz on his thoughts on the game and how he's playing, and, you know, fascinating to see as well. He's not giving away anything, is he? Very tight-lipped, smart stuff.
I think that is because he, like I've said before, he's under so much scrutiny. But now we've got Megabit versus Kurt.
Here we go!
Extra time as well. We've got Megabit, who's had a phenomenal season, is already qualified for the E-World Cup, versus the man everyone wants to be watching. It's Kurt. He's here in the round of 32. Can he progress in extra time?
And one thing I pointed out on my social media yesterday is I said that Kurt was the player that impressed me most. Yes, he kind of scraped through the Swiss format, but the way that he was playing was certainly exciting to watch as far as FIFA is concerned. But 5-5 on aggregate here. Messi is going to step in here for Megabit and win that ball back. And these are both very free-flowing, very attacking-minded players, Dan. So it's no surprise to see it's 5-5 here.
And the positive to look at the likes of #Ryan being eliminated, the likes of Nightwatch being eliminated, is players like Gorilla, like Kurt, who needed that extreme victory to get there to the E-World Cup. Their chances are more likely now those players have fallen out of the tournament.
Well, here is Kurt stepping forward, a cricketer, and there's a chance! And he takes it! 6-5 to Kurt on aggregate. And the man from Malta is re-announcing himself here in Hamburg.
And we're joining this tournament, and well, joining this game in particular, very late, and we can't tell the whole story. But the fact that Megabit has had such an amazing season, and he's now being pipped by Kurt. Of course, they are players who have history together. At the World Cup last year, Kurt beat Megabit in group stages by quite a margin as well. I saw Megabit on social media said, oh, here we go again, as he has to face Kurt. He plays some beautiful FIFA. Both of these players, to be fair, play beautiful FIFA.
However, we have seen Megabit is the king of the comeback and has done it multiple times this season already. But how many times can you go to the well? Kind of fell off the boil a little bit in a few tournaments before the playoffs here, Dan. We must say Megabit. You have to wonder if he can rekindle that form now if Kurt is going to continue his march towards an unlikely victory. Messi inside the box. Megabit with a chance, and Messi's right foot. He's not good enough to beat the goalkeeper.
And that was an opportunity. When it falls for the second time to a player, you expect it to go in the back of the net, but Kurt needs to be careful giving the ball away from these goal kicks.
Ronaldo turns back. Modric now, look at the space for Ruud Gullit. He goes green. Goalkeeper had moved across though, so I think it would have been a save. But a corner here for Megabit, the German. Inside the box now, Ronaldo. Modric takes the shot. De Gea has to get down. He deals with it, but it didn't look comfortable.
Kurt very much under the cosh at the moment, but if he can hold on just for half time of extra time and just have a little breather and focus on the game plan, I'm sure he'll be all right. But it's not easy.
Kai Havertz now. Gullit takes it off of him. Says, give me that ball. I'm going to create something for you. Mbappe now into Messi. Gets it on the left foot this time. Just showed too much of it to Patrick Vieira. Gullit back inside now. Messi on that left foot. Again, the pressure from Megabit here is just stifling, but Kurt holds on. And with 1/2 of extra time left, he's only got to hold on for a few moments more.
15 minutes in game for Kurt. It is very difficult going up against a player like Megabit when he is attacking. He can just pass it around your players, especially when you get into extra time, especially when your foot items start to get a little bit more fatigued. But you can say the same for Kurt. If Kurt gets the ball in some dangerous areas, we know what good football he can play. The pass and move style that he provides is so difficult to defend against for Megabit as well. So Kurt could quite easily put this game to bed if he gets one opportunity, and Megabit knows that.
So you're going to see a few changes here, potential personnel changes as well. Both players with a 4-2-3-1 in effect. I'm sure that's going to change in-game for Megabit pretty quickly, though. The fact that he needs to score one here to tie up the game on aggregate. And oh boy, a penalty shootout could be looming if he finds that goal.
I'm sure neither player would want a penalty shootout, although at the moment, Megabit, I'm sure, would take it as well. As it is going to be Megabit from kickoff getting the first attack here of this second half of extra time.
Well, it finds Ronaldo. Kurt needs to stay alert here. He misses one tackle. Ball into Havertz! That's the goal he needed. 6-6 now.
And Kurt, unfortunately, right from the get-go there, just not able to get some of those players maybe in the place that he wanted them to be to defend it. And Megabit takes full advantage of that from the edge of the area with a nice low driven. Was timed correctly as well with Green. And we go right back to being tied up between these two. Both playing the same formation as well, 4-2-3-1. And now it's Kurt's chance from the restart here, maybe to just start pushing up. Because I feel like when you have a goal lead, you're naturally going to be a little bit more reserved with your gameplay, try and hold on to the ball a little bit. But this is going to open up Kurt's chance to just go at Megabit once again and maybe get a goal towards the end of this second half of extra time.
Yeah, maybe he can repeat the dosage to Megabit here, Kurt. It was just that one little missed tackle there from Patrick Vieira. I think that opened up the space. A great finish from Kai Havertz, but so tough to defend, as we all know.
And it's a game of inches. You can see 2-3 players all lunging for it there. Sometimes you just need to get a stud on the ball and then suddenly it's gone wide. But alas, here we are. We're tied up again. And what a game we have in the round of 32. This is only the first round of the day in knockouts. It's only Saturday. We're not even into Sunday yet. And we've already got a game of this magnitude.
Well, Megabit's managed to win the ball back here from Kurt's possession from the restart. Hullet and Vieira trying to marshal the defence. Messi now. There's a bit of space here for Luka Modric! Ooh. And he fires it wide of the upright. Massive chance there for Megabit to take the lead, having just found an equaliser.
And quite similarly to Nightwatch's situation, it's simple for Kurt. He has to win pretty much every game from this point to have a chance of qualifying for that World Cup. And to face off against Megabit in his first round was always going to be a difficult task, but Kurt is a player who's been there before. He can get to those latter stages. He can win against the big guys.
Havertz has played a great ball, though, to Mbappe, and Dumfries gets in the way. That was vital there for Kurt. That the PSV man managed to get just a leg on that at the last second, because behind him, well, Megabit had about 3 or 4 players waiting, but Kurt's flying forward now, looking to find a goal to take the lead! And it's Neymar for Kurt! And it's 7-6! With just a few moments left in the game.
And Megabit's defence were just absolutely helpless. There was 5-6 shirts available for Kurt. The pass and move, the generation of pressure from encouraging all those players to flow up the pitch, gave him so much options. Eventually got the ball to Neymar, and a cracking finish considering the pressure he was under there as well. And now he just has to hold on, and he'll be through into the next round.
He needs to hold on, and in that moment, Dan, you know, 5-star weak foot or not, to hit that green there with Neymar, it says a lot about the man. He's cool under pressure.
And people will be watching and saying, actually, it's quite easy to hit it timed green. And yes, I would agree. When you're at home, you can time it green, you get it into your muscle memory. But when you're on a stage, when it's for this amount of money, when it's been this whole season building up to this point, when the pressure is on, it can be very difficult sometimes.
It's like, imagine that button is like tiny. It's like the top of a pin. That's what it feels like.
I cannot stress that enough. As a person who used to play competitive games and used to play competitive FIFA, everything gets harder when you're on a stage, when the cameras are on you, when the lights are on you, when every single person is watching you. And you're looking at me like, when did you play competitive FIFA, Dan? Well, I'm quite old now. It was my birthday yesterday.
I know. Happy
it was
birthday.
quite some
Happy
time
45th.
again.
We saw it on the broadcast, but let's talk about the game in front of us, because Kurt is keeping the dream alive here. A checkered season for him, but what a way to answer back here by producing a performance that could see him pull off the miracle run towards the finals. But he's got to defend here. Megabit going forward again. Ronaldo into Hullet. Few moments left on the clock. Messi takes a strike. Ronaldo back to Messi. Ronaldo, oh, and he almost managed to find Messi, and Kurt can breathe.
Kurt's got the game in his hands now. He just needs to hold on to the ball, keep possession, play it around, keep it away from Megabit. He gets the throw in though. He is okay. 2 minutes left. Kurt should have this.
Mbappe. Kurt, moments away from doing something magical. However, Ronaldo wins the ball back, but Patrick Vieira, that's worth 2 goals in this situation, and Kurt manages to do it. He stays alive in the tournament. He keeps his season alive, and he takes down Megabit in the process.
Takes down 4th in the world, Megabit. Kurt has to do something very special at this event if he wants to get to the E-World Cup. Well, that certainly already was special, and now he needs to carry on that fine form. Incredible result from him.
Amazing stuff. A fantastic first couple of games here. We're going to go back to the couch now to break it all down. So, Rachel, it's over to you.
I mean, what a way to kick off the round of 32 there with a giant killing, like the guys just said. 55 in the world, Kurt, taking down 4th in the world, Megabit. I mean, we went to extra time. We had it all there, didn't we, Mike?
I told you it was going to be the game to watch.
It was the game to watch.
They're both back and forth. They like to play fast. They want to get forward. They're going to score goals. Neither of them are possession players. Were you not entertained?
We were entertained. I'm sure it had loads of skills because that is what we are about to talk to you about right now. Some great skills that we actually saw from the F2 Tekkz Nightwatch matchup, which is also one of the ones to watch on stage. And we're talking about drag backs. They're very useful in and around the box like we're seeing there to kind of create space. And we have the main man here, Mr. Mike LaBelle, who is going to pop up the skill screen on the computer for you here so we can have a little watch at exactly how to do those skills. Mike, talk us through why they are so effective.
So first off, the drag back is universal. You're going to hold RB, and you can choose an exit direction with the left analog stick. And anyone on the pitch is capable of doing this move. And then it's very simple. It looks simple. The activation is simple. However, with that being said, it's very reactive as well. So you can react to your opponent and what he's trying to take away on the pitch. You're going to see these used in every single competitive match. And I always talk about how intangibles are what you're looking to master. A lot of the simple skills have to be mastered before making it more complicated and combining it with other moves. And it's just got a lot of versatility.
And I guess what I like about them as well, they kind of dummy out the opposition. They kind of make the opposition make a mistake.
Exactly. And that's what it's all about at the competitive level, is being deceptive and being able to force those errors, force mistakes to create space on the attacking end. And that's exactly what you saw with F2 Tekkz in the opening goal against Nightwatch. And you're going to see more and more of these drag backs. People always ask me, what skill moves should I learn from the beginning? And this has got to be one of the starters.
And you're using Cristiano Ronaldo there to do the moves.
It doesn't need to be Ronaldo, though.
Only player? I was going to ask you that, yeah. What kind of skill moves does he have to have? How many star skiller can use this move?
This is basically universal. Anyone can do it on the pitch.
Defenders, easy. This is the one you should have in your locker then.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. If you're brand new to skill moves, maybe you don't understand how to use the right analog stick yet. This doesn't have the right analog stick as something you're going to do. You're literally holding down.
So we can see you on the screen.
Holding down RB, as you can see right here.
Yeah.
And then you choose an exit direction with the left analog stick. And there are multiple variations. If you don't choose an exit direction, you're going to do a half drag back, which looks like this. See how I don't continue the whole way? Kind of pulls it back. This was made pretty famous. FIFA 17. FaZe Task would be very happy to talk about the half drag back. And it's just another way of controlling the speed of the game and how you attack and how you kind of progress your build-up.
So you can control the speed of the game, you can open up space and then finish it off nicely like we just saw Mike doing right there. And before we kind of move on a little bit, quick word about F2 Tekkz and Nightwatch. We've seen F2 Tekkz kind of dominate his 4 matches yesterday. 7-1, 6-1, 5-3, 13-1. Why does Nightwatch become such a difficult opponent for him?
Well, Nightwatch is somebody that does study the game so well. They have played many times. And when you play against somebody often, you start to have to re-innovate your gameplay. How do you beat that person? Because they know what you're doing or what your first attack plan is or your secondary attack plan or just your game plan in general. So therefore, you're forced to adapt. And that's what makes it more difficult for F2 Tekkz to get past someone like Nightwatch, is because they have that history.
But he's done it. He is passed. He is through to the round of 16. And we have so much going on as well. We have a few competitions running throughout the day. So we're obviously brought to you again by Turtle Beach. The FIFA 19 Global Series Export 1 playoffs are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. There is one of the headsets on screen there. So follow @Turtle Beach on Twitter for your chance to win. So much going on all weekend.
Hi, everybody. I'm here on the couch, too.
I'm still doing drag back.
You are doing drag back.
I'm not done yet.
It's nice.
I've spent a lot of time in the arena.
Yes, I'm a fan because it does allow you to change the point of attack quickly and give you different angles when you hold up the ball. So, yeah, I'm a big fan.
Do you used to use them when you're playing?
I try to use them as much as humanly possible. Yeah, and actually, if you're teaching any young kids, that's one of the first moves you should teach them because it helps them with balance. So if you're a player that wants to get better at the game itself, drag backs is something you need to have in your locker.
Great.
Yeah. All right, now let's take a look, though, at the leaderboard because the round of 32 had a whole bunch of action that we need to catch you up on if you haven't seen any of the results. And now we're getting into the round of 16. You see Phenomeno with a big upset of Diogo, which means that Spencer gave it the old commentator's curse. He picked him, he was a player to watch, and now he's gonna take on Rebel Stokes in the next round.
I gave the commentator curse as well, didn't I, Jim?
You did. We're gonna get there, don't you worry.
Really
and then Painter
harsh.
versus Resende. That's gonna be a good one as well.
So the elimination of Gorilla. Maybe I also am part of it.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
right.
we should
Gorilla's
just
out.
Never put somebody on a pedestal and say they're going to go through because we're not doing them justice, are we?
And Rebel, maybe greater than hashtag. Spen's not over
But
here. But
hashtag Harry was my player to watch yesterday.
That happened.
Yeah.
Harry lost to Stokes.
So speak to me a little bit about Gorilla, because we talked about him a lot in the pre-show. What is it? Why couldn't he really get it going? He never really seemed to establish a rhythm in FIFA 19.
I really think it's been a mix for Gorilla between the gameplay maybe not suiting his natural play style, and then this year he's taken more time off than he has in previous years. We've also seen him on Twitter saying that he's struggling, that he's really happy, and that he's really focused and so forth. So I feel like he's been a bit of a mix of up and down, and he never found, I guess, the correct balance. And as a competitive player, you're looking to put everything together towards the end of the year. So when you get to playoffs, or you get to the FIFA E World Cup, you're peaking. And that's so difficult. You don't get to choose your timing.
Do you think anyone feels good throughout the entire year, though? Maybe just F2 Tekkz, but even he has his ups and downs, doesn't he?
It's a good example, actually, because even MS Desari this year, at the very beginning of the year, he struggled. We saw him at the Continental Cup in Paris. He didn't look like MS Desari. We saw him in Bucharest still, hadn't mastered time finishing, hadn't mastered some of the goalkeeper movement. Just some of the new features in FIFA 19 in particular. But as time went on, he started looking like himself, and that's why he ended up being second in the world.
All right, let's take a look at the leaderboard now and see where things stand. No movement as of yet, but just to remind you guys, Rebel Stokes jumped up into 10th. He was 11th, right of Janos, and then there he is. So that's going to be important for seeding for the FIFA E World Cup. But yeah, a lot of spots to play for. Zidane 10 has been knocked out of the tournament. You see him there in 15th, so he's going to be praying that everybody basically falters today, and some players have. We saw Nightwatch lose. We saw Gorilla lose. Sakel's out as well. Abinho is going to be a guy that's holding on for 16th as well.
There are some, I think, great matchups. Like, we haven't really spoken about Dolan Mike, but he was leading 2-0 against Crafty in the first leg and then went on to take it 4-2. We haven't even spoken about him, which means he's just doing quietly and doing his thing. So it's good for everyone.
Okay, now we are going to throw it over to a scarf moment. We had another winner that was with our Spencer Owen yesterday. Check this out.
Another player that has secured his spot at the FIFA E World Cup. He's got this scarf. He looks like he's so proud of himself. That is for you to wear. This is your moment right now. You've secured that spot. How are you feeling? It must be a great feeling for you.
Yeah, honestly, it's a feeling of relief. Had a really good start to the season, and just to stay consistent and make another World Cup, my second one in my career, just feels amazing.
You talked about that start of the season that you had. It was brilliant. It was amazing to watch. Are you going to try and find that form again? What are you going to have to do to find that form?
Yeah, it's been a while since I hit that, peak in my performance, but I've been working really hard on my gameplay coming into playoffs, and just hope to gain some confidence heading into the World Cup and show that I can still compete with the best.
Well, there we have it. Good luck, have fun, enjoy. Thank you for chatting to us.
That's probably the best looking Spencer Owen I've ever seen. It's Kyle Walker actually doing the business.
Man, Spencer's really growing.
He did. So congratulations to Marcus Gomez for making that happen. And then after this, guys, after this quick break, it's going to be Phenomeno versus Rebel Stokes in the round of 16. You're not going to want to miss it. Come back and join us.
Quiero pedir perdón. I'm sorry to all the players I faced. The left backs.
A los laterales derechos.
A todas las defensas. Sorry you train so hard.
Mal mesmo para a sua reputação.
A vuestros tobillos. The opposition coaches.
Aos goleiros.
Their teams, your fans.
I'm really sorry.
Sorry about your weakness. Son marcas personales. I'm sorry I like to dance and entertain.
Destroy. Mas acima de tudo,
I'm sorry. Perdón. I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry.
No somos. Son ellos.
Arguably the best player in the world.
And Dasari took him down. Strike from Ronaldo! Might concede another one here because Ronaldo's at the back post. And it's 3 now for Dasari. Oh, maybe there's one for Maestro here. There is somewhat of a smile underneath that face.
The reigning world champion and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
I'd like to apologize for being a perfectionist, a warrior, a champion, your nemesis. I'm sorry I love to play, and that my playground is your home ground.
Well, welcome back to Hamburg for the Xbox One playoffs, day number 2 of the competition. And you join us after we've just seen a fantastic round of 32 here, Richard. We had the pleasure of listening, obviously, to Mark and Dan casting, watching all the action. We saw every single game go down. Penalties, extra time, more and more upsets. Players who were supposed to be in the top 16 have gone out the competition now and opened up other opportunities for the likes of Kurt, for Felipe Abdi, to still climb up this leaderboard. We don't know how it's going to end still.
Yeah, the round of 32 definitely hotting up. I'm glad I'm wearing my summer garb, so I can be relaxed and be nice and cool here in Hamburg. But what a round of 32 we had right there. Extra time needed for Kurt and Megabit. A penalty shootout for Rebel Painter, and we're seeing his teammate on the screen right now. Rebel Stokes, he's secured his grand final spot yesterday with his results. Now he's playing for prize money and seeding at the grand final. But what an opponent he's got up against him. Phenomenal.
Yeah, most definitely indeed. What a guy, what a player. Who he wasn't feeling too well, Phenomenal, coming into this competition. He still managed to get through Swiss. The exact same story as Code the Finisher. I saw him on Twitter just a few days ago saying, not feeling too well about coming to this competition, but I'm still going to give it everything that I have got. Phenomenal did exactly that. Got himself out of Swiss. Obviously just got himself through a very, very tight game as well, up against Diogo, who was 4-0 in Swiss yesterday from Sporting de Club Portugal. And it goes to show, you can be fantastic in Swiss. Coming to day number 2, Phenomenal just was unbelievable.
Well, look at the story. Diogo, 4-0, knocked out. Sakul, 4-0, knocked out. It seems like the curse of the unbeaten Swiss is happening right again for a number of these players.
Well, here we go. Another game, another round brought to you live from Hamburg. Still so much more action, and from this point onwards now, every single round of 16 match will be shown on stream. You can see all the fixtures down the right-hand side of your screen. Some huge, huge games. But first and foremost, we got this one. Stokes against Phenomenal. Phenomenal in that white strip with the first attack of the game, maybe the first goal. It's taken a wicked deflection. Just a few minutes in to get the German underway and to keep this momentum rolling that he's been having mentally. He's coming to today, knocked out a player that everyone was talking about. He was the player of the day yesterday in Diogo. He was 4-0. He beat him in the round of 32. And he's 1-0 up against a player that's already guaranteed himself a grand final spot.
The way that Stokes plays sometimes, it does make me laugh a little bit. Just the way that it feels like nothing phases him. Another player concedes that goal 5 minutes in, they're up in arms. Stokes, just a nod of the head. I know what I'm doing. I know what the situation I'm in right now. This is the goal that I've conceded. This is how we're going to move on towards it. He's been a pro for a number of years. He's an experienced, you'd say, veteran of the scene. He was one of the best players in the world a number of years ago, and it seems like FIFA 19 really rejuvenated him. He saw the likes of Tekkz, he saw Gorilla succeed, and he felt as though, you know what, I'm still at this level, I just need to put time into it. That's what he did this year. He grinded the game early doors, qualified for a number of events in November, in December, the West Ham Esports Cup, the first time that we saw him playing at a live stage, and he's made it all the way to the grand finals.
And what a season he's had, you know. You have to give some kudos to Rebel FC. They came into the esports space. They picked up 2 players who are still in the competition now in Painter. It was a crazy penalty shootout for him in the round of 32, but Stokes will be at that grand final. Here's Fenomeno again, looking for a second. Timed it yellow. No wicked deflection this time. Going to be an own goal for Stokes. Flicks it up once again, and Ronaldo will score it. Fenomeno is on fire right now, 10 minutes in. And his hype man next to him is loving it just as much.
El Sornedo on the edge of the box, first time volley. Whipped it past the goalkeeper. And Stokes, there's a bit of a whirlwind right now. First 10 minutes just came off the back of an extra time clash, you've got to say, against #Harry.
What a game it was.
8-6 in the end, and now Fenomeno coming into this game. That is going to be a tongue twister, I can tell you that. Fenomeno coming into this game, 2-0 up inside 11 minutes, taking the fight to Stokes.
We need to talk about the rankings. If you don't know the situation, 64 players arrived yesterday in Hamburg. There's only 16 spots available for the FIFA E-World Cup Grand Finals. At the end of play yesterday, 12 of those spots were taken, including a spot for Rebel Stokes. He already got his scarf. He's still continuing just to push on forward and move up the rankings. He's moved into 10th position, and he's going to get himself a goal back as well. Via Neymar. First attack of the game, really, for Stokes. And it's going to be a clinical finish. Who else for that man? The Brazilian.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It is Neymar. You can either use a Team of the Year, which is the left wing sort of variant of the item, and also that Team of the Season Neymar. If you can get him into the team, he's got much better stats than the Team of the Year, which Stokes is using right now. It's just a chemistry issue. You've got to get him into a central role, so you're taking out either a big icon, an R9, a Eusebio, or you're going to be playing him on worse chemistry. So a lot of players sticking him on the left wing, surrounded by R9, get that green link into him, and you're laughing.
Fenomeno, here he comes again. Surely going to be a finish. What a save off the bar. Hull on the rebound. And unfortunately, could not be saved by the hands of Van der Sar. Went through his hands in the end. I thought for a second there could have even been a shout of offside. There wasn't at all. He saved, got something on it, did Van der Sar.
Yeah,
and Danny Da Costa, he scored an own goal. And probably knew nothing about it for Stokes, but unfortunately couldn't beat Ruud Gullit in the air on the second time of asking there. That lead extends back to 2 goals, Richard. And what a game we're having. What, we're 17 minutes in, we've seen 4 goals.
Who can beat Ruud Gullit in the air, to be honest? Getting up at the back post, but you look at Fenomeno's rank, he's currently 22nd on the Global Series rankings. He's in that hunt for the top 16 still. If he can get past Stokes here, as Stokes does answer back with Mbappe coming off that right side, but if he can get back in to that sort of contention, top 17, top 18, get past Stokes and sort of push into the next bracket of Global Series ranking points, definitely top 16 is on the cards for him.
Well, he's already been moving today. He came in today at 24th position, even before the round of 32. And just by winning that one game, by getting those extra 75 points, if you move into this stage of the competition, it's 350 Global Series ranking points. You jump up again, 540. If you're a quarter-finalist, 540, that's a huge difference. Not 75 points, it's so much more. And, Stokes! Pull it, a hero down one end.
That's what happens when you...
The villain down the other just dives in, and I'm sure right now Fenomeno's going, what is happening in this game? We could be on the verge of a 6th goal just after 20 minutes played. Hullit's going to step up. And Gullit is going to go straight down the middle. Saved by Edwin van der Sar and out for a goal kick.
That's what happens sometimes when you do manually tackle inside the box. That's why a lot of players at the top level will just won't even go near B on Xbox or Circle on PlayStation, because it does create danger when you are manually tackling inside the box. Your players lunge in weird animations, and it just gets a little bit messy sometimes.
Well, here's Stokes now, looking for that cross into the box. He's going to find it, and he's going to find the Dutchman. Or as I like to call him, the Flying Dutchman in the air, to bring this game all square again. Goal number 6. And we're not even in the second half or the second leg.
Wow.
What a round of 16 this is.
25 minutes in, we've had 6 goals so far from number 44. Big Virgil van Dijk, getting up, heading the ball downwards as well. I like that. If you didn't know, you actually can do a downwards header with your player. You're holding L1 and R1 while you do head the ball.
As I said, every round of 16 game will be shown on stream now. And just like that, there'll be another goal again. I'm not going to have any breath left or a voice.
You score, I score. You score, I score. We've had
how many finishes? How many goals?
Corners, you see there. Straight from the kickoff, coming down the other end. Mbappe slotting it in.
How many goals? Goal number 7. Not even half time yet. Need a breather. 28 minutes in. 7 goals have been scored. If you're wondering who the final 16 players are, to be honest, there's been a lot of upsets. The Stokes will come forward and intercepts
28 minutes
in the end.
gone. 7 goals. We've roughly had a goal every 4 minutes.
We've been spoilt so far. Tries to get around him, Kylian Mbappe. But speaking of the lower ranked players in the tournament, obviously we know the FIFA Online guys unfortunately didn't make it through to the knockout stages. So that left the lowest ranked player in the competition coming in today, Felipe Abdi. He was 56th in the Global Series rankings. He's moved up to 48
Chance.
in a round of 16. And there's the gap again. It's been extended back to 2 goals. 5 goals to 3 leads. What a game this is. Little dink up there. Neymar into Mbappe. The 2 PSG players linking up so well. Danny Da Costa can't get near anyone.
What is this game that I'm seeing right now? It's mind-blowing stuff. Literally, end-to-end FIFA to the highest degree.
Everything's been perfect, Richard. Every attack, it's pretty much been a goal.
Every attack's been perfect, and the defensive play has been...
It's questionable, to say the least. Stokes will try and create something and keep us going to our goal-to-time ratio. As you said, it's about 4 minutes in game, every single goal we seem to see. Just 5 minutes away from half-time in the first leg. Fenomeno. Could even go 3 goals up now. Ramos out on the right, played it inside to Luka Modric. Oh, what a chance.
Out of all the goals that we've seen so far, I don't know how that's not gone in. A lovely sprayed ball out to Sergio Ramos. Getting down that right-hand side from right fullback.
What a chance. For the Croatian midfielder. Looks like he tried to finesse it into the top-hand corner, but no luck there for him. Will be a free kick to Stokes. Just 25 yards out. Neymar's over it, takes it direct. And stings the hands of the Dutchman in goal.
I like that, just taking it early, getting the shot away. Forcing the save from Van der Sar in goal. Sometimes when you do take an early free kick like that, it's nice to just hit it as soon as possible. Don't let your opponent set up. Don't let him press A in the wall and charge down the ball. Don't let him put a play on the line or move the goalkeeper.
Don't know what's happened to the defensive line of Fenomeno. Mbappe cuts inside. Croquetta's into Van Dijk, though. And he will win a free kick if he didn't want to play advantage, but he wanted to play advantage. Added time of 4 minutes. Haven't seen 4 minutes of added time for a long time. Look at that run. Mbappe's making it. He's going to play in between Vieira and Modric. For Fenomeno. Ronaldo. Cancelo looked for a little flick on. Not going to get a bounce his way. Just a few more seconds to play. Just under a minute. Mendy with the through ball down the left-hand side. Accelerated fake shot from Cristiano Ronaldo back inside to R9.
And breathe.
And finally, let's have a breather, Richard. Half-time in the first game. Wow. Goals, goals, goals.
5-3 at half-time. We've just seen 8 goals in 6 minutes. IRL time. Quick changes are being made there for Stokes.
And as you can see, changes are being made at the halfway point. As I said, these are some of the round of 16 matches coming up today. Do not go anywhere. Tekkz in the competition still. He's up against Bundled Levy. Kerr, he's still in the competition. He's going to be up against Resende. MS Desau against Felipe Abdi. Dolan Mike, Nicholas Raseck, a virtual Bundesliga rematch. And plenty more matchups throughout the day. Mbappe, ball roll on the finesse.
That's nice.
Didn't need to time that one, nothing fancy about it.
Yeah, very, very nice there. You saw Mbappe just getting down the side. You see the goalkeeper movement constantly left to right, left to right. And that ball roll just switched it up a little bit, switched up the pace of the attack. Slotted past the goalkeeper. Maybe the Team of the Year Mbappe. He's decided to use both the Team of the Year variants of Neymar and Mbappe as Stokes. Simply probably just for chemistry. The Team of the Year Mbappe slightly better than the Tots, you've got to say.
Mbappe back to Hullett. Going to say a correction on my side. Kurt will be either up against Mina or Hencu. That game went all the way to extra time. And it is Painter against Resende. In case I've confused anyone there back at home. What a game that was for Painter as well. Penalty shootout, Richard.
Yeah, we were watching the game. It was the last game to finish on the live stream, and honestly, just such a crazy, crazy game. It was 1-1 after 120 minutes of FIFA.
Oh, what a ball that is. Ronaldo surely not going to be missing from there. He had the patience to see where that goalkeeper was moving from Stokes, and he found the smallest of gaps outside the boot finish from Cristiano Ronaldo, the one man you'd always want in that position.
It's just one of those games of FIFA where you've got to stick with your opponent. Sometimes when you're in a game like this, it can get away from you. You've always got to stick with your opponent, whether that's scoring early, straight away as soon as they've scored, whether it's utilising all the corners and set pieces. When your opponent is scoring everything that they hit, you've just got to answer back as much as possible. And that's why you're seeing such big score lines. Tekkz versus Dolan Mike, that was a game that took place in the Swiss rounds yesterday, and I think it was like 8-1 in the first leg. When Tekkz is scoring 7, 8 goals in a game, you've got to answer back with something, whether that's 3, 4 goals of yourself to keep yourself in the match. That's what we're seeing on the screen right now.
Yeah, it seems like the 2-goal deficit has been the most goals scored, kind of separate the two players.
And the reason it's been such an attacking, free-flowing game, both players playing in 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. 2 strikers up top. It's an attacking formation. It's not like the 4-2-3-1 where you're going to sit players behind the ball, be conserved and just soak up pressure. You're playing an attacking formation. You've only got one CDM. Both your centre mids are going to be getting on, involved in the attack. Your cam's going to be sticking forward. Your fullbacks are going to be overlapping. It's going to be an attacking formation. That's why you've seen 10 goals in an hour.
Yeah, most definitely indeed. Especially, as you said, in that 4-2-3-1. You're up against 2 CDMs, which is so difficult to break down on the edge of the box. That's why so many pros stick by it. Just under 30 minutes left of this first leg. It's Stokes. He's 2 goals behind at the moment. Needs something. Ball falls back from Havertz into Van der Sar, but nothing more than that. Phenomenal. He certainly has been phenomenal so far today.
I knew you were going to get that in at one point.
I had to. It was just been on the tip of my tongue. I'm surprised it didn't come after 5 minutes when he went 2-0 up. 22nd, the German sits at the moment. If he wins here, we'll probably jump up even more. There's it on the bounce back. Eusebio didn't even want to leave it to bounce. Smashed it into the roof of the net.
He also didn't even seem happy scoring that. He knows he's got a big game in front of him still. There's plenty of FIFA left to be played, and the form that both of these two have been in, I can't see being at the last goal in this matchup.
Goal number 11 registered in this game. The deficit only back to 1. Fenomeno still in the lead. And we've still got a second leg to come of this as well, so expect even more goals. Maybe a follow-up of exactly what we're seeing now. Was trying to make the bit of movement there. Modric was making the run off the ball. Neymar will happily pick it up, and he's going to be intercepted. Great feet there from the German. Such an influential player. I'm sure across both of these playoffs. Remember, they do go back to Berlin next week for PlayStation. So much more competitive FIFA action on the road to this FIFA E-World Cup grand final. Neymar into Hullett. Needed that bounce from Maldini. We'll go out for a corner. And it will be a pause once again for Fenomeno. As you said, he's in a 4-1-2-1-2. He's going to make a change here for that cam roll. He's going to be on Havertz, as you said.
Yeah, such a versatile player is Havertz. He's He's really got it all. I've said it once and I'll say it again. He offers you everything going forward. Height, strength, weak foot, power, pace. If you're going to take what the meta is in FIFA and build a player around that, that's who it is.
Just play it short to Eusebio. Havertz is on the pitch now. He's involved. He's fresh. Remember that 5-star weak foot as well will be key. The ball gets around the edge of the box. He's in that cam roll in the 4-1-2-1-2. So he'll be in that pocket of space every single time. Can Stokes bring this game all square heading into the second leg? Could this be the chance for him? Neymar.
Unlucky there. I saw him in the round previous to this when he was against #Harry. A couple of penalties that he won just from that Lacquer inside the box. Really sells it very well. He'll delay using the skill move until he knows there's going to be a manual tackle or contact.
And there's Havertz there off the line. From Sergio Ramos. Certainly been a factor we've seen from the players that are a little bit more aggressive in the defending. If you bring out the cricketer or a little bit of skill move, a heel toe inside the box, there's naturally going to be that tackle. And as you said perfectly, Stokes was able to use that to his advantage in his last match. Great feet once again out on this left-hand side. Accelerated fake shot, or 2 or 3 into a ball roll. Havertz the super sub for him. Eusebio on the finesse. He's timed it green. And he's brought this game all back square again.
Yeah, that even looked like a low-driven finesse right there. Just tucked it in that bottom left corner. Did Eusebio. Something that you rarely see, but it is able to do in the game if you get into the arena and start practicing it. It's a number of buttons that you do have to press to execute, but is inside the box with a player with high finishing. Very, very useful tool to have in your arsenal.
So look at that run that Eusebio was making. He will eventually pick up the goal scorer of the 6th. Sure, this game hasn't got any more goals to it. We've got 5 minutes of time left, plus additional time, probably about 2 minutes or so. Then we will be moving into the second leg. This is round of 16, the first game of the day. Every single round of 16 game will be shown on this stream today, so do not go anywhere.
Yeah, everyone who's made it to this far in the competition deserves to have their game featured, to have us talk about it, to have it on stream.
Havertz into Modric, lovely turn inside, but just scuffed the finish in the end.
And are we going to have a 10-minute spell without a goal? Is that the question? Or will we see one more goal? Will Stokes seal the victory in this first leg?
But he will get the last attack of the game. Danny Da Costa into Vieira, a little triangle action there. With Luka Modric getting involved too. Neymar, been so influential out on the left, out on the right-hand side. Cuts it back inside, Eusebio. Tried to play that, he's facing the wrong way. It was going to be lucky if it somehow got through. And
tell you what,
that's only leg number 1 done, Rich. We've had 12 goals.
6 apiece. That game. 6 apiece. It's just a crazy, crazy first leg. We're going to see the highlights. Don't worry, we're not going to see all the goals because we'll be here for another 10 minutes. But we are going to see a flavour of the goals that we saw in this game.
Yeah, and it took 4 minutes for Fenomeno to really get going. As we said, 12 goals in this matchup. The German Fenomeno, he's been climbing up the rankings in this tournament. He wasn't feeling too well yesterday, but it certainly hasn't affected his FIFA ability at all. Came in today, got past the round of 32. And he's been scoring goals for fun in this matchup, heading into leg number 2 of round of 16.
Yeah, it really has been. You can see this was a goal that started the resurgence back for Stokes. Neymar with that lovely tucked finish into the bottom left corner. Out of the reach of the goalkeeper. Little scoop cross, Mbappe to Van Dijk. That leveled up at 3 apiece. And just look in the top left corner. Do you see the time? 4-3's an 85th minute scoreline. This is 33 minutes into the game. There's people who's just coming back from watching the round of 32 gone, oh, into the round of, what? I'm in the second leg.
Yeah, we're still in the first leg. This is only the first round of 16 game. You just missed a 6-6 thriller, a 12-goal matchup in the first leg, and this was the equaliser in the end. Eusebio did so well just to get around his man. As you said, a low-driven finesse in the end from Eusebio. Yusei is undoubtedly one of the best finishers in the game this year. We've still got a second leg to come, Richard. Are we going to see that again, or maybe they peaked a little bit too early?
Do you think that we've seen the frantic display in the first leg? Are we going to see a more conserved display in the second leg, with both players playing 4-1, 2-on-2? I don't think that's going to be the case. I think we're going to have to get out the calculator, because it's going to be like a 17-14 aggregate scoreline that we're going to see right now.
Yeah, it could be something crazy indeed. I saw a practice game. I think it was the day before yesterday. It was like 18-17, one of the practice games that were going on. So hopefully we might not see that many goals in it. Here we go then. Can this matchup deliver? So what it just showed us in the first leg. 12 goals, the first one coming after 4 minutes for Fenomeno. Fenomeno in the green strip now, from right to left, and Stokes in that same black strip from left to right. Both players had a never-say-no attitude. 2 goals was the maximum deficit that was separated the two. And it was mainly Fenomeno that was in the lead. It was Fenomeno always in the lead. Stokes was always chasing.
Stokes yet to be leading in this series that you're seeing right now. We're in the bracket play, simple, single elimination right now.
Neymar inside to Ronaldo!
Come on!
It's like deja vu. The exact same start from the German, who needs an unbelievable day 2. A win here would send him through to day 3 for the quarterfinals, and he'll jump up again on the rankings.
Yeah, one player fighting for the top 16. One player already secured the top 16 in this matchup right now. Stokes is on his way to the FEWC Grand Finals. That's what Fenomeno is hoping for. If he wins this game, he's going to be jumping up another serious amount of Global Series ranking points in this tournament. Is it going to be enough to snatch a spot? That's the question.
Yeah, that is going to be the question indeed, Richard. As we saw earlier, never write anyone off. You can see the fixtures there. As we said, every game being shown on stream. These are some of the previous results. You can see the 2 Rebel players there. That was Stokes' round of 32, an 8-6 win, and a penalty shootout win for Rebel Painter. He's a lot further down on the rankings, but even that win has moved him up slightly.
Up to 32nd now on the Global Series ranking, so even him, he's still, everyone's got a shout. Who's still in the competition?
Everybody's in the conversation, certainly still for the FIFA World Cup Finals. Timed it yellow on time. Just over the bar.
If that's green, that's flying into the top left corner, no doubt about it. What's the free kick? Long way out, unless he's going to dink it into the box. He's only got 2 players in there, though. He's only got Ronaldo in it. He's got no one in the box. He's now controlling Ronaldo. Look for that movement. It's trying to get away from Van Dijk.
There's a little scoop ball into the box. Van Dijk's happy to still catch Ronaldo. He was touched tight to him in the air as well, won that battle.
Yeah, fascinating right there. You saw one player, which was Stokes, the attacking player, manually switch onto Ronaldo, one of the best attacking headers of the ball, move him into the area he wanted. What did Fenomeno do? Manually with the right stick, take control of Van Dijk, put him on Ronaldo.
If you win this game, Richard, it is literally worth 190 Global Series ranking points, jumping up from 300. Oh, here's a chance once again. Oh.
Really unlucky. A couple of Elasticals back-to-back, chaining them in succession. Lacraqueta, and then that finish just wide of the post. And I think you see a change there with his 2 strikers. I believe right now that Stokes is playing in a 4-2-3-1. By the looks of it, he's changed in the first game. He was starting in 4-2-3-1, then changed to the narrow diamond. It would seem like he's sticking right now with the 4-2-3-1 formation.
Yeah, so as I was saying, basically everyone that got to the tournament out of the 64 players, Richard, they've got 200 Global Series ranking points. Get yourself out of Swiss, 275, then into the round of 16. You're looking at another 75 on top of that, 350. And then this is when we start talking about points. You win this game, 190 extra Global Series ranking points in, which will push you up that ranking even more, especially for a player of Fenomeno.
Don't know if you saw that change. R9 off after 20 minutes and Kai Havertz on.
Here's Havertz now. Ball roll into Neymar. Gets just about enough on it. Just to poke it under the keeper.
Very scrappy goal.
No idea what Rafa Varane is doing there.
Havertz with the direct running though. He made the run down the line. You thread that ball down the line, and as soon as you get into a box, when you're on like sort of the byline, you can lack a Ketter inside. You can use that skill move to your advantage. Your opponent's scared. He don't want to come across. He don't want to press B. He doesn't want to slide tackle. Penalties will be given. So you've just got to sort of back off and expect the cutback.
Once again, Richard, not for the first time or the second time, the 7th time, they're level again. 7-7 the scoreline. Just after 23 minutes played, and as you said, a real early change, which actually worked out very well for him. See the passing accuracy between the two. Phenomenal, only 75% so far. It's only early though.
Well, when you're playing a narrow 4-on-2-on-2 as well, you are going to be more frantic in your passing. You're going to want to get it up to that striker, get it up to your centre attacking mid. How often in a 4-2-3-1 do you see players CDM to left back to right back, into CDMs, taking your time? Different formations suit different play styles better.
Just speaking of his teammate Rebel Painter, he's in the studio now. I'm sure he'll be watching on and supporting his teammate.
I think he could be the next game up potentially as well. Versus
what game that's going to be?
M10 Resende.
Who again is already at the FIFA World Cup final. Another goal.
Big hype man. Big hype man in behind Phenomenal.
Phenomenal will extend his lead once again. And that's exactly what he needs behind him. Someone cheering him on all along this journey, which could be a fairy tale journey for him.
Question for you, Brandon. If you were a player, would you prefer to have the analytical coach behind you, like Enzo, or the hype man, like Mikel Derian?
Well, I've seen Enzo's notepad. You know, there are some formation and some stats to go down on that for Tekkz, which is clearly working well for him. To be honest, I think I would take the hype man.
I can imagine. I've got a team for you. You, the player. Alex Mansouri, the coach. Getting hyped behind you.
I'll tell you what, there's a penalty shout there for Havertz. What about yourself? Tactical or hype man behind you? I know you do like a moan.
I think I'd prefer the analytical coach.
Of course, coach is so important now at these major tournaments. Phenomenal. Just rushed that one, in my opinion. Tried to just squeeze it into Cristiano Ronaldo. And it will come out to Danny Da Costa in the end, who's had a slightly better game in this second leg. He was all over the place in the first one. Phenomenal in front again. 15 goals scored as we approach the 40th minute. The chance to be the first quarter-finalist heading into day 3. To jump up another 190 Global Series ranking points.
Which could be massive for your tournament and your season.
Especially if you're in at 22nd, like Phenomenal is. And again, we've been speaking about the German pros all day long. What a goal that is! From Rebel Stokes. He could have easily taken the shot just a few seconds earlier with Hullet. Just waited, swivel turned on the ball, played that one more pass, and ensured they had the best percentage possible of getting that ball into the back of the net.
Yeah, I don't know if you agree, Brandon, but that could be one of the Adidas plays of the day right there. Nice interlinking passing into Hullet's feet, having the composure to swivel on the ball.
If that's me, if that's you, that's getting hit by Hullet.
Yep. He's in again.
Look at that run Neymar's making. You can just see how he's controlling Rafa Varane there. Over on the volley for Neymar. Oh, no, he just delayed it. Casello has enough time just to get back in front and clear it out for a corner. Last attack of the half now. He scored like this in the first one. Trying to get it into the box. Hullet was in there as far as Van Dijk. Out to Vieira. Wrist Ronaldo. Tried to go Ketter his way through. My words are everywhere. And so is the ball. It's pinballing around the box. Just about pulled himself onside. Phenomenal referee. Thank God we're going into half-time.
45 minutes left. He's had 2 shots on target, 2 goals has Phenomenal. He's been so clinical And as I said earlier, he is in that 4-2-3-1, is Stokes right now. We're getting straight back into the game. No rest for the wicked. 45 minutes left. Will Stokes finally get in front in this series? Or will it be phenomenal to extend his lead yet again, as we've seen 8 times already, and move in front?
I was going to say, it's worth talking about. It always seems to be the German players that qualify in numbers for these tournaments. We've got 3 of them already in the E-World Cup final. Megabit's there, and Raseck, Dolan, Mike. Fenomeno can get there as well if he can continue this fairy tale. Yeah, he's still drawing at the moment. Stokes is already there. Let's not forget that. Stokes is already in that final. He's just playing for extra points to go up on the seeding for the prize money as well. $75,000 up for grabs tomorrow. Here's a chance for him off the woodwork on the rebound.
Wow.
Van der Sar too slow to get up and to try and latch onto that.
It's the first time that he's been in front in this entire series, has Stokes. And you talk about the first goal that was scored in this entire game. Massive slice of luck with it. It was a deflection that went against Stokes and completely wrong-footed the goalkeeper. Right there, you see the rebound off the post. Van der Sar's on the floor, into Neymar. He shoots, he scores. And Stokes might have had 8 shots in this game. That's the all-important goal he was looking for.
And the great thing is as well, Stokes, he's never given up. Every time he's been behind, 1 goal, 2 goals, he's always replied. He's always had an answer for Fenomeno when he's came knocking at the door. And for the first time, he's got himself in front, Stokes. Can he extend this lead now? Can he hold on to it? Still so much time left, just over 30 minutes or so.
Fenomeno's already set up to come back into a game, playing the formation and the tactics and the...
There's the overlap. Ronaldo's in there as well.
The current way that he's already playing. He's not got to switch from a 4-2-3-1 into a more attacking formation.
Neymar, Mbappe, watch out on the edge of the box. Hullitz will be there. Probably wasn't the best shooting choice. Just a simple finish attempted there by Hullet, pushed away by Van der Sar. Scoop up cross, Modric. Van Dijk's there, it's going to be a goal. 2 or 3 times that's happened across the 2 legs for both of these 2. Such a simple thing to do. Play it short, scoop it up into the box. When you've got the likes of Van Dijk forward, Hullet, Ronaldo.
I don't know if you saw, but as soon as he isolated Van Dijk at the back post, even against someone like Maldini, one of the best centre-backs of all time, physically, in the air, you can't really compete with Van Dijk unless you're defending with a Virgil van Dijk in your own right. He's always going to win that at the back post, at the front post, on the edge of the box, wherever it may be. He's always going to win the aerial battle.
What a goal it was. Player of the year, Virgil van Dijk. Stepping up when he needed to. Oh, there's that croqueta, nearly into a foul from Rafael Varane. Stood his ground on that time, though. The ball's going to fall back to Stokes once again. 9-9 this scoreline is. Into the last 30 minutes. Can we see a winner? Will we need to go to extra time? Here's Stokes now with Mbappe. Lovely turn, lovely drag back, and an unbelievable finish as well.
What a leery game of FIFA we're watching right now. This is just unbelievable. You score, I score. You score, I score. No one's interested in defending.
It's like they want to get the vocal cords warmed up for today. They're certainly doing that. Goal number 19. And we are into double figures for one of these 2. Rebel Stokes, he's in front again.
He scored 8 last round. He scored 10 this round.
It's definitely a goal to talk about as well. Adidas, goals of the day. Lovely drag back into the finish. Goal number 10 for Stokes as well, and what's been an end-to-end game of FIFA. That's what I want to say.
An emotional roller coaster.
It really is. There's Ronaldo. Into Havertz. Accelerated fake shot or 2. Nearly 3, in fact. Does fall to the ground in the end. No contact on him. On the team of this season. Varian. Oh, they nearly got on the end of that finish as well, the Bayer Leverkusen man.
And he greened it as well. We're going to see changes coming out here. I'm looking. Is it going to be a free at the back end? Mbappe in at right back. I imagine he's probably got always overlap on his full-backs. Cancelo at left back as well can do a job in the attacking sense. Havertz come back down to a centre mid.
Sabio will come on. Ronaldinho as well. Interesting, he wants to play Ronaldinho in that cam role.
The prime moments, Ronaldinho just, he offers you the El Tornado. In all honesty, he offers you the Balassi flick. He offers you that extra way of getting that cross into the box, which can be so impactful in these games.
Played short into a fake shot for Hazard. Eden Hazard, he's fresh on the field, cuts back inside to Ronaldo! And for the first time in these 2 legs, he's been able to extend his lead by 2 goals on aggregate, and you can see the reaction from both of those two. Fenomeno knows that's a gap that's been extended that has never happened so far in these 2 legs.
Stokes getting vocal for the first time in this entire series. Short corner played in, little ball roll, fake shot, and then just like that stubbed pass almost.
You said it so many times, Richard, getting down that byline, it's so dangerous. Do you commit to make a tackle? Do you just hold off?
Not only that, in the defensive aspect, but in the attacking aspect, you can either scoop it up and cross it to the back post, which completely takes your attack in a different way, or you can skill move, you can ball roll, you can Lacroqueta into another dangerous area.
Heel to heel into you, man. You can win a penalty. We've seen it happen time and time again. And was that one of the nails in the coffin for Fenomeno and this final dream, this playoff fairy tale that he was having? 22nd he sits at the moment. He won't be going any further than that. If anything, he'll be moving slightly further down if other results start to change up that top 16 area.
Well, at the minute, Stokes is furthering his way up that leaderboard. He's getting a better seed.
Here he comes again. Could it be a 3-goal advantage? Once again, he does the ball roll in Croqueta as well. For Ruud Gullit. It doesn't matter who it is, just get anyone out on that byline that can do the skill moves you need. He might be offside or not. Yeah, he's offside. Otherwise, that would have been a very interesting time to score. 10 minutes left. It would have been all to play for. And this is what...
This game's not over yet. This game's not over. We've seen 20 goals.
This has been a tournament that's been brewing for Stokes, though. We spoke about earlier, he's a player that has played in competitive FIFA for a long time. Took a break a little while back. Saw competitive FIFA really getting bigger and bigger, more tournaments. Varie Sports was like, you know what? I fancy my chances. I'm going to get back involved. We saw him, as you said, at the first competitive tournament of the year, which wasn't anything to do with the EA Global Series. It was just a West Ham Esports Cup. It was a football club hosting a tournament. It was just prize money, nothing than that. And he was there. He qualified for it. He's been committed to the cause ever since this Global Series got underway. And there's a reason why he's already in the final. And he doesn't want to stop at that. He doesn't just want to stop at making the top 16. He's playing for that prize money, playing for that seeding. There's the ball through. Great save there by Van der Sar with the feet. Doesn't matter how you save it, as long as you save it.
And the defending has not been great. We have to admit that. The attacking player has been dynamite from both of these two.
Oh, really good Ronaldo. Oh, he's going to win a free kick as well.
In the end, it will be Stokes coming out on top. I just think I heard a controller go down to the desk. 3 additional minutes. That's all she wrote, and Stokes moves on to the quarter-final. First round of 16 match wrapped up. That'll be him done for today. He can go into tomorrow, get some rest, watch his teammate play in Painter, and analyse whoever is going to be playing tomorrow in the bracket.
And what a game this has been. Huge credit to Fenomeno. He's made this an end-to-end game of FIFA. 20 goals between the two. As I said, a never-say-no attitude from Stokes. He always came back, 1 goal behind, 2 goals behind. For the first time, he led by more than 1 goal, and it was enough to see him through this game. He scored at the perfect time. Great save from Van der Sar. After this corner, it will be full-time, and Rebel Stokes will be the first quarter-finalist through. Congratulations.
There you go. Stokes sees himself into Championship Sunday. 2 wins for him today. 19 goals scored for him in 4 legs of FIFA. What a result.
He can relax. Yep. You know, he's into day 3 now. We're just playing round of 16 games today. Every single round of 16 game of course, will be shown throughout the day. As we said, we believe the next game will be Painter against Resende, so do not go anywhere. That's just a taster of what can come in this round. 20 goals, Richard. Need a break.
It's been mental. What a game. Honestly, what a game that was right there. Both players, end-to-end FIFA, you score, I score. Stokes finally took the lead in that second leg. But let's have a look at some of the second leg highlights from this matchup to see where Stokes got into the driver's seat.
Yeah, let's have a look indeed. As we said, it was end-to-end FIFA. I'm surprised Van der Sar just couldn't go up slightly quicker to try and make that double save against Neymar. Ball ricocheted off the post. This was another equaliser. 9-9, just a scoop cross for Modric into Virgil van Dijk to put the game all square. And then this is when it changed. Just when Stokes really started to take hold of this game.
Yeah, 65 minutes on the clock. Timed green with Mbappe to make it 10-9. He did extend his lead to 2 goals shortly afterwards. Short corner, lovely first time fake shot. Another fake shot inside the box. Dinked into Ronaldo. Game, set, and match right there.
It's that dangerous area. As you said, get yourself down the byline from a corner. We're seeing corners being taken in so many different ways now. Just, play it short, scoop it into the box. And in the end, a deserved winner, Tom Stokes, the first quarter-finalist going tomorrow. 190 more Global Series ranking points for him, and he pushes up the prize pot as well. But that is, of course, the first round of 16 game done here for myself and Richard Buckley. We're going to throw it over now to Kyle, who's joined by a special guest.
Thank you, Richard and Brandon. I am indeed hot off the press of an amazing game right there, and I have his scarf to give him. He has secured his place in the grand finals. This is for you, Rebel Stokes. Wear it with pride right there. How does it feel to have that round your neck and to have secured that spot?
Oh, it's amazing. It's all of us FIFA players are aiming for this at the end of the year, and to actually have achieved it now, it's brilliant. Yeah.
And Stokes, as a fellow pro player, that game was absolutely stressful. All the fans, everyone was on their toes. Yeah. So many goals in that game. Obviously you were down twice in that game. What was your game plan heading into the second leg where you obviously won the game?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on, to be honest. It's like my players I forgot how to defend, and he's so good going forward. So I had to switch up a little bit. I went to a more defensive version of my formation, and obviously that led to less goals, but still a lot of goals. But I just tried to sort of counter what he was doing, and I guess it worked in the end.
Gotcha. And what does it mean that you have qualified? What are you going to learn from that game heading into the World Cup?
I've definitely learned that there's a lot of new formations and tactics that people are maybe starting to use or have in their locker, and I need to adapt to that and be able to find a way to beat that, because that's very difficult to adapt in-game. Now I know in advance, it will definitely help me.
Yeah.
And moving forward, obviously moving into tomorrow, into day 3, coming off the back of that, what are your plans? How are you going to stop people from scoring that many goals against you?
So my attack's good, but I need to do a lot of work on my defence tonight or something. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it, definitely.
There we are. Unbelievable stuff. Well done for securing that spot right there. Back to you guys at the couch.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Alan. And congratulations to Rebel Stokes for a big win and securing that scarf. But before we go anywhere and talk about this interview, we want to remind you guys of a Twitch drop. It's happening, so make sure you link your EA and Twitch accounts so that you can be eligible to win a Jadon Sancho Team of the Season card, gold packs, rare cards, and much, much more. So make sure you guys do that to get that Twitch drop.
He needs you in his squad. You need to go and help him with his defense.
There's a lot of goals. A lot of goals given up on that.
If you like attacking play, then that was the game for you. If you like defending, then do not watch that game, because there was a lot of goals. As Stokes said himself, defensively, he felt like he let himself down a little bit. But he made those adjustments in game, which is so important to do and vital to do, sort of on the fly. And, I mean, it worked to an extent, and the fact that he slowed down Fenomeno. But, yeah, defensively, probably not the best performance.
Yeah, I think what's probably the most heartbreaking is that Fenomeno had a chance to maybe break into the top 16 if he had won that match. And now his dream is over, and it doesn't look like he's going to realize it.
That's what I was going to say. It's an example of the people that have already got there to the World Championships. They're not letting off at all. They still want these points. They still want the money. There's a lot up for grabs.
Okay, well, we saw Rebel Stokes get a scarf. Now it's time to see Raseck get his from Spencer yesterday.
So I am here with the German Raseck of Team Rogue, of course, and he's got himself one of these lovely scarves. Put that on, my friend, because you are going to the FEWC Grand Final. Not for the first time. You got to the quarterfinal last time out. You looking to go a little bit further this time?
Hopefully, I will try my best. I mean, last year it was my first grand final, so hopefully I can get a bit further this year.
You've got a fantastic team behind you in Rogue, obviously teammates including Goal Machine and MS Dasari. Do you feel like that's helped you this year, having the ability to work alongside these guys?
Yeah, of course. I can practice with them at the tournament. It's really good, and they helped me a lot when I played Tekkz in Bucharest. They gave me a lot of tips, and it really helped there. And it's good to have a team to back you up.
Definitely, and you're coming out of a very, very strong German region, obviously consistently qualifying for all the events, a lot of them here as well. Do you think this is the year a German wins the FEWC, and is it going to be you?
I mean, it's time. We never won a World Cup, so maybe it's time this year, but we will see. There are already 3 Germans qualified, and yeah, we will see what happens, so hopefully.
Okay, and Raseck coming for the cup along with his German counterparts. Will he do it? We'll find out at the FEWC final.
Nice piece and interview there with Spencer and Raseck. I've always been a big Raseck fan, so I wish him the best of luck as he moves through and obviously gets to the E-World Cup. Now let's take a tour of the bracket thus far, okay? Because it's been a lot of excitement. I mean, we were so eager to get to the round of 16. I think we kind of went past a few things, but this is a big deal, some big matchups.
Yeah, I mean, we've of course got some huge matchups. Rebel Stokes just made his way through, taking down Phenomeno. You know, there's so many games to come which are just so exciting. I don't really think it's a point where you can pick anyone out in particular.
But I mean, the next one, it could be an all-Rebel matchup, of course. We've got Rebel Painter next up going against M10 Resende. 37th in the world Painter there, taking on 6th. Already booked his place at the World Cup. It would be quite good to see an all-Rebel matchup. Would you like that, or is it a bit harsh?
It's tough, isn't it? When, especially if you're the owner of Rebel and you're having a look and you're going, at least one of my players is getting through. But obviously, you want to see them both going through. It's a tough one to watch. But as I say, I genuinely at this point cannot pick one particular matchup that I'm looking forward to. I do want to see some Dax though.
The Rafsu one, because Rafsu absolutely decimated #Ryan.
That was a surprise to me.
It wasn't. Well, is it though? Because Rafsu did well in the playoffs. Last year, I mean, he only lost to Megabit in the finals. This isn't unheard of, but I guess the scoreline, because #Ryan was on the cusp.
Win, I think.
That's
yeah,
true, and he was on the
right.
cusp, right?
Yeah.
Rafsu was pretty much in, and Ryan needed to get in there.
And Rafsu's been having a great season, I think, as well. So, you know, we saw him obviously in the E-Champions League, but yeah, we can see now F2 Tekkz. No one wants to go up against him.
That's huge, by the way.
That is huge.
F2 Tekkz is one of those players that doesn't want to play against Levy. It's one of the players he fears. Levy, F2 Tekkz, that's crazy.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but Tekkz versus Kurt could be next level in the next round.
You just got ahead of yourself, Jimmy.
I did. That's what I do at times. And then here, Emma Sassari, who we haven't talked about too much, taking on a very good Brazilian in Felipe. And then Dolan Mike versus Raseck, who we saw just get his scarf.
We haven't spoken about Dolan Mike either, have we?
No, not too much.
Quite quiet, just big crafty, I think, in the last round there. 4-2, I think, in the end. So again, he's someone that's scoring goals and is progressing very quietly, very nicely, isn't he?
As you say, speaking about quietly, though, we literally haven't mentioned Dasari. And he's just doing his business. 4-0 in Swiss. Working his way through the bracket, working his way towards another final. We're not surprised anymore, are we? We're like, oh, Dasari.
But I bet he wants us to talk about him. He usually likes us, stoking the fire with
I
him.
think he just waits for us to talk about him when he gets to the final.
Yeah.
That's essentially
now I will allow
it
it, so
happens.
you can talk about me now.
Well, that's a good thing, because we're actually not talking about him this time around. We're going to talk about Painter versus Resende. And what I think is interesting was Megabit had something interesting to say about Resende, and he said this back in December at the FUT Champions Cup in London. Check it out.
Mesut Özil's Resende, and he's one of the players. I think I have my biggest loss of the whole competitive year against him. It was in December in the FUT Champions Cup in London. I think he demolished me 5-1 in the first leg. Don't know the score of the second leg. He plays 4-2-3-1 wide or 3 at the back formation, so he does things you're not expecting, and he's really creative. He knows all the skill moves, so he's really, really difficult to defend, and one of the players I don't want to face.
This is high praise from one of the top players in the world, Megabit. How do you think Resende hears that? Do you feel like he's giving away too much of his information?
Resende, this event's kind of gone under the radar a little bit, but he was one of those players who had a perfect Swiss run, and he's looked really, really impressive. And as you say, for one of the best in the world, especially at that point as well, we should say at that point, Megabit was one of the guys. I have to say, he seems to have fallen off the boil a little bit in the last few tournaments, but at that point, to get that praise, Resende, I mean, if you're getting it from your fellow competitors, you know there's respect there. You know that they really rate what you're saying, because nobody really wants to hype each other up too much, because everyone's fighting for first.
Well, Rachel, I was going to ask you, getting respect from your peers almost means more than getting it from anybody else.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Obviously, Megabit, he won here last year. But Resende, you can see how much that means to him, because he has that as his pinned tweet as well on Twitter. So you're obviously super proud of that. But then obviously he's going against Painter 4-3 yesterday. He had to go all the way and do all those 7 games, which some people are saying that's a good thing, having to play more. But some people are saying, actually, it's nice to just sail through.
Okay, well, we're going to see what happens when he takes on Rebel Painter right after this break. So do not go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it.
Quiero pedir perdón por ver el fútbol de forma distinta, por no creer en las limitaciones, por ser inalcanzable. Su némesis, a todos los jugadores que me he enfrentado. No sos vos, son ellos.
Arguably the best player in the world.
And Dasari took him down. Strike from Ronaldo! Might concede another one here because Ronaldo's at the back post. And it's 3 now for Dasari. Or maybe there's one for Maestro here. There is somewhat of a smile underneath that face.
The reigning world champion and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
I'd like to apologize for being a perfectionist, a warrior, a champion, your nemesis. I'm sorry I love to play, and that my playground is your home ground.
As a reminder, these FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs are brought to you by Adidas. Dare to create.
Welcome back to Hamburg. Once again for the Xbox One Global Series playoffs. You have just seen a 20-goal thriller in our first round of 16 game. We've got 8 of them, obviously, to come. We've had 1. We've got our second of 8 coming up next, which is going to be another cracker. We've got Stokes' teammate, another Rebel FC player. We've got Painter, who got himself into the round of 16 via a penalty shootout. A fantastic game that was. And he's up against a man that's guaranteed himself an E-World Cup spot as well in Resende.
I mean, if we go a little bit further back than that, his final round of Swiss, it was a last-minute winner versus Sudan. You look then at his round of 32 match, penalty shootout versus Maxi VIP. On the other side, it was Resende beating Gorilla 3-2. Here we go. Can Painter join his teammate in the last 16 and set up an all-Rebel clash?
What a game This really could be. It was only yesterday, literally behind our commentary booth, it was in the round 7 of Swiss. Painter was up against Zidane. 119th minute winner was enough to send Painter into the round of 32. Then he's just won on a penalty shootout in this round. He's leaving games right to the last minute, or
he's getting over the
way
line
to the wire. All of his games at the moment, he needs to start a little bit better. And he did say that. I spoke to him after that round of 32 game. I was like, nothing was going in for me. I had, what, 2 or 3 chances there. I timed 2 shots yellow. That was key for me. I missed that. And lucky enough, in the end, I just had that one chance that I simply could not miss. And that was enough to send him up against Resende. Resende has just taken out a huge, huge name in the competition. I think the last time we saw him was actually back in Singapore, where he had a good tournament there. He did really well.
Semi-finals, yep.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah, that was back in, what, March? Probably like 10th of March, I think it was, roughly. It's quite a long time ago. Resende is back representing M10, and you can see that. I don't know if you saw it on the monitor, 3-5-2 from Resende. That's what I like to see. He sort of debuted it in Singapore. He made a console semi-final, getting knocked out to Tekkz on that occasion, but here he is in Hamburg with the 3-5-2. He knocked out Gorilla last round. Can he knock out another English player here in Rebel Painter and set up a quarterfinal tie with Tom Stokes?
Yeah, well, we did talk about it in Singapore, didn't we, when he was rocking that 3-5-2. He said he's kind of creating his own meta. Everyone seems to love the 4-2-3-1 this year. And you even heard Stokes talk about it in the interview of Carl and Avi, obviously when he picked up his scarf. People are playing different formations that I didn't expect, and that's something that I'm going to have to look towards when I go to the grand final. We know that Stokes is there. Stokes is through to tomorrow. If you win this game, you jump up with more points. If Painter wins this, Richard, he'll go up to 29th. He's 32nd at the moment. He'll be below just about 3 and a bit thousand points. And then that's when he can start looking forward into tomorrow when there's more points up for grabs. And then can he maybe push on even further than that and really start to try and push towards that top 16? It's going to be a big ask for him. Resende, he's already in the E-World Cup final. One of the standout Brazilians this year. You go back a year or two, we're talking about the likes of Rafifa, Lucas Rep.
I mean,
Spider-Kong.
In my opinion, he is the standout Brazilian. He is the best Brazilian FIFA player right now. Resende, I don't think there's much debate about that as well. I'm sure for Filzer, I'll have a couple of things to say on the PlayStation, but on the Xbox, there's no debate about that. Grand finalist last year. Can he? Well, he's going to do it again this year. Can he go further than he did last year and bring an FEWC title back to Brazil?
Yeah, maybe he could indeed. Back to goal now. This is Rebel Painter in that Liverpool strip from left to right. Does just give away the ball, nothing more than a corner. It'll be a goal kick for Resende, and his real first chance to get on the ball as well. The Brazilian signed for M10, Mesut Ozil's esports organisation. Let's not forget, we've got his teammate in action next weekend in Berlin. FIFA Houston, the Great Dane, amongst a number of other huge competitors. Lovely ball down this left-hand side for Neymar. Looking for that scoop cross into the box where, at the back post, Cristiano Ronaldo is waiting. We know he's got a leap on him.
Yeah, you see that formation, it almost goes into sort of like a back five sometimes, that 3-5-2. Unless he has switched it into a 4-2-3-1, but it's doubtful.
Just looking there, it looks like Alexandro maybe a left back if he has changed up last minute. Maybe it's one of his game plans to drop into that 3-5-2 later on in the game. From what we can see at the moment, looks like Varane all the way out right back. Centre-back pairing of Virgil van Dijk and Ramos. And Alexandro just tucking in left back, the fellow Brazilian. Brazilian starting 11. Here's R9 now. Into Mbappe. Keeping the ball. Just between his two CDMs. R9. Lovely little
that
Elastico away from his man.
It's not really to go anywhere, it's just to create space. That move right there. Eddie Militao in at full-back as well, I like that move. He's quick enough to play full-back. He's got unbelievable agility. He can turn on a sixpence and get in behind as well. And he's good in the air, 6'1". He's physical, he's strong. Nightwatch were using him at left back at the ECL, and I personally think he could definitely do a job at left back. If you want him more of a defensive back four, if you want him someone who can go forward, you'd be looking towards maybe Alex Telles, 5'11", to do a job for you, João Cancelo, or even Ruud Gullit, if you really want to just paper over the cracks of the back post cross.
That was a simple mistake there from Painter, just giving the ball straight back to Resende. It's clear to see both players happy to build into their attacks early on here. Not really a smash and grab as we saw in that last game. By this point, we already saw 7 goals.
Yeah,
we cast our mind back to the first leg of our first round of 16 matchup. Phenomenal against Stokes. That's the only round of 16 game that has been played. Still got the likes of Kerr, F2 Tekkz, MS Dasari, all these big names in the competition still. Just flicked into the box. Van Dijk will win that one in the air. And a chance to break away again.
Cristiano Ronaldo in at right cam. Something that I'm not too surprised in seeing.
Varnine is that one out striker.
And it's Neymar just in behind. Most people might be thinking, why are you using Ronaldo out wide as a cam? Just simply offers you so much more than R9 ever will as a back post asset. Cristiano.
Once again, really good possession play here from Resende. Every pass has been perfect. Can there be an end product on it? Look at that ongoing run. I think it was R9 just trying to peel off his man. It's Vieira, actually, in fact. Back to Patrick Vieira. Played the one more into Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo. Huge save from Edwin van der Sar.
Yeah, great reactions from Edwin right there.
Little scoop into the box, maybe. Nope, just tried to flick it over his head. Did the Brazilian. Always had that flair side to his game in Neymar.
He's been very good defensively, has Painter. I've been watching the game that we saw go to penalties in the round of 32. Also saw one of his games yesterday versus Zidane. He has been good defensively. Just in the attacking third, you've got to say. He's not been free-flowing. He's not been scoring the goals 4, 5, 6 a game.
40 minutes in here, nearly the first half played. We are still goalless. Painter now with a chance. Into Ronaldo, he might be in a right cam, but tried to turn that away from his man, turned into danger. Here comes Resende once again. Watch out on that far hand side. Ronaldo's making the run. He's got Kylian Mbappe on the left, just juggling round him. He's Gullit. Played into Neymar. He's been making these darting runs all game long. And he will once again win a corner. That one's just played straight into the box and played straight into the hands of the Dutchman.
And you see him just taking the time there as well over the distribution of the goal kick. Doesn't need to rush anything, doesn't need to rush into a mistake. Take your time, find Cristiano Ronaldo, and then play from there. You see so often players getting the ball with the goalkeeper, rushing to throw it out, rushing to kick it out, and it just coming straight back at him.
There will be a minimum of 2 minutes.
Something we saw a lot of yesterday against Zidane. Painter more happy to keep possession than to go and risk it. We saw it, as I said, against Zidane when it was that 1-1 in the first leg. Second leg was 1-1 until extra time when he did grab a winner. I feel like it's just a reset for Painter sometimes. He likes to get the ball back, have a few minutes on it, and then try and work forward again. Half-time between the two, and we are at 0-0 still at the moment. This is where the coaches can come in and say what they need to.
Yeah, Coach Jan Fowler there coming in next to Resende. On the other side of it, same coach who just coached Stokes to victory. Now in there with Painter also.
Imagine he was went through a bit of a crazy game.
Change. Yeah, both players are in a 4-2-3-1. Resende, we know, is accepting to change formation into a 3-5-2. However, it is the 4-2-3-1 standard bearer that we're seeing right now in this round of 16 matchup. Every single game will be streamed from the round of 16. Tomorrow we're going to see quarterfinals, semi-finals, and the grand final here in Hamburg.
Interesting to mention as well, Resende did come over to the Netherlands a week ago alongside a number of other players. M10 players were there, bundle players were there in a boot camp all week long with the likes of Danny, Joey. Tor's been there as well for Fields-up. Ebinio. And that shot does come in. From Mbappe, stings the hands of the goalkeeper out for a corner. Pressure on from the word go in this second half for Resende. Moves to try and scoop up into the box. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Mbappe nearly into R9. Ronaldo had to get back and defend that one. And a basic reset once again, as we've seen time and time again from both of these two. Every single player in Painter's own half. Just sitting tight in that 4-2-3-1. But it's on the edge of the box. Neymar's even dropping back as well.
You see, he's not willing to rush anything. He doesn't need to rush anything. He's just waiting for the gaps to open up. Then he'll play through there.
Can he find the perfect gap? Croqueta around his man. That won't be a free kick, waved away by the referee. He did fall down. Cristiano Ronaldo. Nothing really to cheer about so far in this match regarding chances created. It's been a little bit of a battle in the midfield. And you often do see this. Both players in a 4-2-3-1. You're matching each other up, same formation. You've both got the same two CDMs in there as well.
Yeah, it couldn't be any more different from the last game that we saw on stream. The last game.
Attacking 4-1-2-1-2.
Goals galore in the first leg. But it's 6-6 after one game had been played here. Not sure if we'll even see a goal. 60 minutes gone. Painter very, very happy to keep hold of the ball.
If you notice as well how he kind of speeds the tempo up as well when he does it. He'll happily keep it, but he'll try and speed up the tempo. And then build into an attack that way. Maybe it is one thing that has let him down a little bit, the chances created or the goals he's been able to score. Today, he only netted one in extra time, or in the whole game, sorry. It was a 1-1 draw against Maxi VIP, the American, who had a fantastic run actually at this playoffs. They made it out Swiss once or twice.
Formerly of Excel as well. Played in the G-Fin Elite Series, Season 3 and Season 4.
Which does feel like a long, long time ago. He was kind of the captain for that XL team.
Yep.
He's departed ways from the organisation, and it was next up. Rebel FC were the first to sign him. And shortly after, his teammate Tom Stokes did join him. 65 minutes in, there is a pause cued, and we're looking at Painter's team here, how he's lining up. 4-2-3-1, still, of course, in action. Edemil Towers, you said, at left back. Dumfries in at right back. On the other side of that, we can't see exactly what Resende is choosing to do.
And you saw the addition of Havertz there for Painter. Both players in a 4-2-3-1. The only thing Resende is doing right now, constantly L2R2, L2R2, changing the game sort of match facts, so you can see what the other player is playing, see the subs that he's bringing on, etc.
We've nearly played 70 minutes, and we're yet to see a goal, if not a good chance in this match. Both players, once again, just matching each other up. Rafa Varane in a very attacking position and get rid of the ball, get it to an attacking player. R9, look at the space out for Mbappe. This is for Resende now, going to cut back inside. Croqueta, nearly enough finesse, but once again, just slowed it down too much.
I just feel like there's urgency lacking when that ball goes into that area. It seems still quite slow in the attacking plays.
When you're in a position like that, when you've got men running back, you've got the gap down the right-hand side, you've got to be quicker. R9 was peeling off and making that run. I did see why, he maybe went out to the left-hand side. There was a bit of space, but that space wasn't going to last for long. Havertz is fresh. Let's not forget that. Wicked deflection. Out for a corner. This is better from Painter. Off the knee of the French defender. Looking for that cross. Once again, flicked into the box, punched away by Van der Sar.
It's 50-50.
Problem is, there's no one forward. No one forward at all for Resende. Mbappe will make that run on the left-hand side. He's just peeled offside to get himself back on. See him all the way across on the far-hand side there. Will it be a late winner in the first leg. Still a second leg to come, let's not forget that. Round of 16 action live from Hamburg. Day number 2 of 3 of the Global Series playoffs.
You're just seeing this constant possession from, that's a mistake, from Painter, just how I was saying it. Both players are willing to keep hold of the ball.
It's just not really doing much with it though, are they?
There's no attacking motion in the plays, really. I think a goal spices this game up completely because it forces the opposite player to come out.
I think you're most right. If the goal is scored, there will be a sense of urgency heading into the second leg. You don't normally see a 0-0 in competitive FIFA, especially after we've just seen a 20-goal thriller in the last round of 16. To go from that to a 0-0 across 90 minutes, it's a little bit strange to see. Pause again by Resende. He feels like he could make a change, or someone could make an impact with the last few minutes left.
Yeah, certainly. I'm not sure that he's going to get the pause, to be honest. I'm not sure if this ball's going to go out of play.
I think Painter will let him.
Very, very similar story to what happened in the game versus Zidane. Drawing for long, long periods against Maxi VIP after the first leg, and we're losing 1-0. He got a goal in the second leg, turned it around, took it to a penalty shootout in the end. Defensively, very, very solid. In the attacking third, not scoring the goals. Maybe Stokes needs to learn defensively a little bit from Painter, and Painter needs to take the attacking prowess.
Last chance of the game. It's going to fall to Painter. Havertz.
Too many bodies.
And there you go, Richard. A 0-0 from this round of 16 matchup. Resende against Rebel FC. Painter. You can see there, Resende probably going for a quick drink just to refresh himself before going to this second leg, which for him, it was probably quite a frustrating game. He had a lot of the ball. Both players had a lot of the ball, but we said it time and time again. Both players keeping the ball, but it's what you do with the ball. It's sort of in possession, but no one really created a clear-cut chance in that game.
You're fine going left to right, a little bit into the midfield, back to your defence, again, switch the play. But if you're not making any attacking strides, a 0-0 scoreline doesn't do favours for either player, in all honesty, because if you're the one keeping the ball, then you concede early doors. Gone against you straight away. If you're the attacking player and you score that goal, your opponent's got a chance to come straight back at you, from kickoff, or if you're holding possession, it's much, much easier this year in FIFA to press and to go constant pressure, team press, and attack the ball and attack the game rather than defend. You rarely see defensive players and possession players hold games out.
Well, you saw it perfectly there at the end. Resende made a pause in the 85th minute, and still, Painter didn't want to let him have that pause, because then he might have gone out and attacked for the last few minutes. Could have got one big chance, and that could have been enough for him. But you can see both players have got coaches here. We said it perfectly. Rebel FC's coach just been through that 20-goal thriller for Tom Stokes. Obviously, both players just have to get a drink quickly. Speak about the other coach on the other side, M10's coach. I think it's Jennifer. Am I anywhere near that?
I'd go Coach Jan Thaler. We'll get clarification.
We'll get clarification.
But also, his multiple teams that he has coached as well. I saw him at the Club World Cup. I saw him at the E-Nations Cup as well with Brazil. He's very, very popular in that region because he is one of the best coaches from that region.
It's one of them. It's, we see this in competitive FIFA all the time. People saying, oh, I'm a coach. Sometimes they might just be a friend. They might just be another player. If you put yourself out as an actual FIFA coach, I said it perfectly. Go back a week ago. They were in boot camp a week ago, a long, long time. And they were doing pro games against each other. He was one of the key coaches there that was ensuring that, we've got players up against each other that could maybe face each other. Abinio was there. You've obviously got the man behind you that we've been talking about, Resende, who just literally walked past us now. He's going back to his seat ready for this second leg.
Yeah,
Coach, how do you view coaches now? Because since competitive FIFA's got bigger and bigger, coaches have become more of an apparent thing. At first it was like, why do you have a coach? Well, what's your thoughts on it still now?
It all depends really what type of player you are. Some players, like Boras, for example, don't like that coach. They feel like don't really offer you that much. But if you're somebody who likes being hyped up it's very good. If you like another eye on the game, if you look at the most successful player, you'd have to say, this year in Tekkz, is that a coach behind him pretty much every single round. Resende literally just walked past us right now, probably 30, 45 seconds away from this game getting back underway. But these are his stats for the tournament thus far. He's scored 24 goals. That's a average goals of 4 per match, conceding 14. So you see, he's only conceded 14 goals.
Yeah, I was going to say the goals for average, I'm sure that will take a hit if it stays as a
0-0
0-0 again, or there won't be many goals at all for him. As you said, he's used to scoring goals. 24 goals, it's not loads and loads across a two-legged game, but he shipped a few goals as well. 14 he's conceded. I'm sure that'll be an area we'll look towards going into the grand finals. He's already at the FIFA World Cup grand finals. There's pain to his opponent, who's had one hell of a tournament. It was said yesterday. It was only yesterday he knocked out Zidane in Swiss. 7th round it was. 119th minute winner. That was incredible. Round of 32 today. Had to go to a penalty shootout against Maxi VIP. He's got nerves of steel.
Yeah, he really has. I'm sure he'll not want to go to another extra time or another penalty shootout right now, but as we are set, currently 0-0, nothing to separate the two sides, not a lot of clear-cut chances in that first leg either. Who's going to come out? Who's going to be the more aggressive player? Who's going to take it to their opponent and potentially seal their spot in the quarter-final stages?
There you go. You can see the matches coming up. You can see how the matches finished as well. Painter, M10 Resende, the one at the moment. Then we've got Vinny. He's in action. Dubsy, Dax. What a game that is. F2 Tekkz, Bundled, Levy, Kurt in the competition still.
Tell you what, Dolan, Mike.
Sorry in the competition still.
Dolan, Mike, Nicholas, Raseck. That's a big German game.
Both would have played in the virtual Bundesliga as well. We're back to this one now. Hencu, you can see him on the right-hand side of your screen. He's still in the competition. He beat Mino in the round of 32 to be facing up against Kurt in the next game. He's on your screen. He's still in the competition. He might have came into this tournament at 55th in the Global Series rankings, but he's slowly moving up, and he's showing why and how he can compete against some of the very best in the world. Back to this one now, though. 0-0 in the first 90 minutes. Let's see what both these players can do in the second leg. Has to be a winner. Extra time if needed to find out who will be our second quarter finalist of the day.
I'm intrigued to see, does Resende go back to the 3-5-2? We talked about him, his versatility, he can play it. He went 4-2, 3-1 last game. I think he started right now, potentially with a 3-5-2 formation. We'll have to wait and see to see if that does transition throughout this game.
And obviously, whoever wins this will go through and play Stokes. So if Painter wins, he'll be up against his teammate in a quarter-final taking place tomorrow. That's going to be a tougher game to watch for Calfreezy if his player can get there. 8 minutes in, 24 yards out. This is Resende over it. Simple dummy. Played short, Neymar into Mbappe. Fake shot away, heel to heel. Will Fulcani back to him again. Neda Militao will say no thank you and just do enough to make a block.
Thought for a second right there that we were going to bundle his way through with the heel to heel flick.
You can see that, the round of 32 matchups. There's Painter's game. 4-3 winner on penalties after what was an incredible game. Did actually miss the penalty, Painter, to kick things off. Then made 2 huge saves to ensure that he would be in this round of 16. You have to assure us this is the Xbox One playoffs live from Hamburg. Trying to find out who will be taking those extra 4 spots to the FIFA World Cup Grand Final. Mbappe dragged back into the scoop. No one's in the box. He's going to lay it back to Neymar. And it's not going to matter anyway because Neymar's going to be offside.
It's so tight, this game. It's very hard to call right now.
"20 minutes nearly played. Still 0-0. Haven't seen any kind of attacking prowess yet from both of these two. Who will finally break the deadlock? Over 100 minutes played on FIFA time. Still no goal. Registered between the two. I'm Not even many shots either. Very patient in the way he's playing Resende. He's going to get a kind bounce there. Nope, it's not going to fall too kindly.
Really, really edgy stuff right now. And the further that this game transitions at 0-0, just the more tense, the more anxious both players are going to be.
Nearly left that pass a little bit short. For the Brazilian fullback by trade. He's out of left back for this one. It's a common theme in competitive FIFA. Just to stop the kind of that back post cross. Centre-back's being chosen to fill in at fullback. Possession changes hands once again. Resende to bring us forward. Watch out for the run. R9's trying to make it every single time. We've got Neymar peeling off him. It's like he doesn't know what to do. Is he looking for that cross into the box, or is he trying to look to play direct? Because you can't seem to break the walls down from attack to defence. There's Vieira. Where's he going to go? There's space in the middle. He's trying to tease it. He will find Neymar back to goal. He's going to swivel and turn on it. Patient play. Flicks up on the volley.
Oh.
Wicked deflection.
Oh,
and
wow.
finally, there is a breakthrough for the Brazilian. Resende will finally get himself a goal. And you could just see all that pressure, the nerves.
It does the El Tornado just on the edge of the box. And he got a big deflection.
I think it was Vieira's chest.
To send it. I don't think that's going in.
Shoulder.
I don't think that's going in. I think the keeper's got that under control. And it just squirms away off Vieira into the bottom corner. I was just about to say before that goal went in, this sort of game is probably the worst game to play in, because you've got to concentrate so much. When you're in sort of like a 5-5 and you're just going back and forth and you're both scoring freely, I feel like there's less pressure on you. But when it's 0-0 and you know that you've got to be so switched on mentally to be able to even be in the game still, that's when the pressure is just unbelievably high.
Well, speaking of pressure, it's going to be on Painter now. And he's dealt with a lot of pressure in these last few games he's played. Yesterday, 119th minute winner. Not in round 4 or round 5, round 7. So if he didn't win it,
he's out.
He'd be going 119th minute winner there in extra time, sorry. Then today, a penalty shootout win. Can Resende double his lead? Big tackle there from Dumfries, all the way over from right back. Painter must attack now.
Mbappe just looks a little bit isolated up top. I like the way he's pinging these passes from the free cams and the striker, trying to bring more players into possession. But I just feel when Mbappe gets it up top, just a little bit stuck.
A little bit isolated. No one really supporting him. I definitely agree with that sentence. M10 Resende, already at the FIFA E-World Cup finals. Where's he going to go? 5 minutes left before we get into half-time in the second leg. Another goal would probably kill off Painter, you'd think, from what we've seen so far. Haven't really seen him attack too much. But it was like, why not? I'll let rip from there. It's a rocket from his right boot. Timed it green, but I believe hit Vieira.
Yeah, there were a lot of bodies in the way.
To say this time, lucky enough, it didn't deflect into his own goal. The only goal scored across these two legs was off the shoulder of Vieira, an own goal it went down as. Added time of 2 minutes.
We've seen Painter in this exact position, trailing by a goal in the second leg of a game.
Tell you what.
Speculative. I like it. R9.
About a 40-yard scoop up the field. R9 was in the area. He was trying to pull something acrobatic off, but half-time.
Cirque du Soleil with that.
Look at that. No shots on target. No shots at all from Painter there. You're not going to be scoring goals. You don't need me to tell you that. He's not going to create a chance, but maybe he's just looking for that perfect opportunity that needs to be found in the next 45 minutes or so of FIFA.
You only need one chance. You only need to create one good chance. Take it. Take the goal when it comes to you.
You can see it there. You can see Resende staring at the stats there. He knows that he's basically isolated his opponent's attack. He's stopped his opponent from creating any chances at all in the first 45 minutes. Could say it was a very fortunate goal, but he still took the shot. Something the painter hasn't done. Take a shot, take a risk. You can get slightly fortunate. He's hit him off the shoulder.
3, 2, 1. We're back into it. 45 minutes to go. Has Painter got what it takes to come back from another goal deficit?
Simply
Havertz entered the pitch.
Just can't concede again, Richard. Just simply can't concede again. Has to score. Havertz into the pitch, as you mentioned. Can the Bayer Leverkusen man be the hero to get Painter going again? There's the volley. Oh, wow. The fact that he's changed where that ball was going, all the time it will go across the goalkeeper. He bent into the near post, and you can just see from that small bit of goalkeeper movement, he was gone the other way.
Yeah, really, really smart from Painter. He read that Resende were going to move him across the goalkeeper. He went near post. It succeeded for him. Very similar to what Jazz did in the EPL, I seem to remember. The ball came into him, and all the game he was looking for that volley across the goalkeeper, and the one chance that he whipped it into the other post, he'd already moved his goalkeeper, his opponent.
And to be honest, it might not have been time, but that's a very classy finish.
It's Ronaldo for you.
That's exactly what Ronaldo can do. The way that he just read the goalkeeper movement of Resende. Painter, we've been waiting for that. For over, what, 130 in-game minutes of FIFA time. For that one chance to get him in that position for that volley. Will we start seeing goals now? Resende back to goal. Deflection, Dumfries wins it in the air.
The good thing about that goal as well, it's come so early in the second half. Sort of just scrubs away all that first half. You're just into this game right now.
Not even worrying about it now. You're back to 0-0.
Go back to plan A. Keep hold of the ball.
Nearly into the last third of this matchup. If we need to, we'll go to extra time. And Painter's pretty used to going to extra time on penalties if he needs to. I'm sure neither two will want to get that far, though. You hope that that goal from Painter would spark this game alive. In an attacking sense, both players may be happy enough to take risks going forward. Pull it back to Vieira, into Ronaldo now. Looking for that finesse on the edge of the box. Or not, Hullet, second time, third time of asking will win it. Such a difficult player to get past.
Just a unit in that midfield. Him and Vieira. It's like two statues. Just big, bold in that midfield. Commanding.
And a corner given away. Deflection of Havertz, I believe. Played short every single time. People are looking for these flick-ups. Haven't yet seen one actually be successful in this game. Maybe in the last one we saw them fly in, but this game, everything's been pretty much readable.
It's got such a good success rate. That El Tornado, that Balassi flick, that scoop cross, though, from a corner. You've got to try it. If you're just whipping it into the box, the successful corners that you see directly taken are so low compared to the successful short corners. You have to play the percentage game, and you have to go for that short corner back post cross.
Resende. The last 10 minutes has been all him. Can he snatch a winner to send him into the quarterfinals? Great feat from the Brazilian. Links back up to R9. That was very naughty from Van Dijk, nearly. But he just maybe put his leg in there for a second and pulled it out from giving away a penalty.
Certainly looked like that could have been a little bit of contact in the box.
Seen it though, it's so easy to switch off and to be aggressive in a tackle. That's nearly fell kindly back to Neymar.
Tell you what, from there, Painter done very, very well. He's auto switched, manually switched on to Varane himself. Varane's closer towards Hullet in the defensive aspect. Switch onto him, then play the header from there. Looks like Messi will be introduced also as a central cam.
He's a perfect player to get round the edge of the box on that left foot. We know how deadly that can be. Just got a bit of pace as well that can just thread a through ball.
Messi and Havertz both coming on for him. All right, he's adjusting all the other formations that he can switch to, so that if he has to go attacking, he's automatically got it set up. He doesn't have to queue another pause. He can just go straight into it.
Doesn't want to bring on Eusebio, though. He's pretty fresh as well. As you said, game plans are set for balanced attacking, ultra attacking, defensive. Ultra defensive, he needs to change up completely and see the game out, which he tried to do yesterday. It was a goal up against the down. I remember he went ultra defensive, but naturally just divided so much pressure. And Sadat was able to reply. I'm sure he's been sitting around the arena today praying that someone can slip up so he can still get in the top 16. After such a promising season, just at the playoffs, just fell in Swiss. Heavy touch from Ronaldo. Can we see Painter now? His introduction of Messi.
Is he going to grab a winner?
Can the Argentinian hero clutch up for this man? We've seen him do it so many times. Today, yesterday. Last gasp winners. Or will we need 30 more minutes of extra time to find out who will be up against Stokes in the first confirmed quarterfinal taking place tomorrow? There's the finesse! And just like that, Painter will take the lead.
Rebel Painter with 10 minutes left in this game.
Even caught me off guard. Messi played it into Mbappe.
First time finesse, didn't need to be timed. Just hit it early. Don't let the goalkeeper movement come into effect. And is that a winning goal?
And finally,
for Painter.
Painter will be thinking, the ball's actually getting in the back of the net for me. I've had so many chances in previous matchups. You know, we saw him not even that long ago. The finesses he was hitting, that were hitting the post yesterday. He was creating chances, but he never seems to time much from what we've seen today. That didn't even need to be timed, to be honest. Finesse straight past the goalkeeper and the defender, Rafael Varane. Now are we going to see a 3-5-2 from Resende if needed into the last 15 minutes now. Painter, though, I'm not too sure if he should drop into ultra defensive just yet.
Well, his ultra
10 minutes
defensive.
left, sorry. 10 minutes left.
His ultra defensive might not actually be his ultra defensive that he wants to use. I think he's got a 4-4-2, which is good defensively, but 4-2-3-1. If you want to hold on to a game, that's the formation that you switch into.
You could even bring back Messi if you need to, just to sit in front of Hullet and Vieira. Let them control that just edge of the box.
What I'd probably do, I'd probably bring Havertz into Cam. He's more of a unit. He's more of a sort of a physical player. Stick Messi out wide. Let him, if it comes to him, first time finesse shot on that right Cam position. But there's a lot of time left. We see games swing in 3 or 4 minutes. There's 10 minutes left in this.
Resende now. Pele. Timed it green. Eder Militao got something on that now. 8 minutes left. Will there be an equaliser? Will we go to extra time? And our second of 8 round of 16 matchups. Every round of 16 game will be on stream today. Pele played short into Modric. Once again, looking for that scoop, just hooked into the box. And lucky enough, the tall frame of Van der Sar doesn't even need to jump, just can put his hands up and collect that one. Take the ball out of the air. There's the through ball to Havertz. 2 players in here as well. Watch out for Messi. He's fresh as well. And that's exactly what you'd expect to see from Painter. He could be in that area. He's more interested in keeping hold of the ball than giving it away and crossing it into the box. Not taking any risks at all. Will he look for another goal or will he just keep possession now? There we go. He's giving away possession.
It's the sort of area where you don't mind giving a foul away. If you can go to ground, take the slide tackle.
This is it. He may be in the FIFA World Cup final already for Resende, but still wants to stay in this competition. Eusebio back to Pele. What a save. Maybe a match-winning save from Van der Sar. Now he has a corner. Are we going to see this played short and flicked up as we've seen?
Van der Sar already on his 6-yard box, that manual movement.
Oh no, that's nearly a stitch-up pass as well. Eusebio on the edge of the box. Ramos. Back to Modric. Get it all the way across. Just done enough. Rafael Varane.
2 additional minutes.
And people have been saying we haven't seen too much of Painter. A UK pro that we haven't seen too much of in tournaments. He's only seconds away from getting a win here. Pele, back to Eusebio. Mbappe now, great feet on the turn, and again.
Penalty. That's a penalty.
No. Virgil van Dijk from behind. If that's a red card as well. No, it's. Oh, yes, it is. Straight from behind. Going into extra time.
The coach can't watch.
Can't even look. So close to getting himself into the quarterfinals. He was brave to make that tackle. Who's going to step up now for Resende? 30 more minutes will be needed if he can score. Hullet steps up. So saved by Rebel Painter.
He's done it.
He will be in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Wow. Wow-wee.
What drama.
He never does it. He never leaves it easy for himself. Nerves of steel from Rebel Painter. 119th minute winner yesterday in round 7 of Swiss. A penalty shootout in the round of 32.
Van Dijk sent off. Last kick of the game. He has the bottle.
92nd minute.
Oh my. What
unbelievable scenes. Painter is in a round of 16.
He's not. He's in a quarter-final.
He's in the quarterfinals. He's up against his teammate.
540 Global Series ranking points confirmed. Is the Painter miracle still alive for him? He's in the top 8. He's facing Stokes in the next game. A player that he knows. He knows how he plays against him. He knows how to play. Let's have a look at the highlights from that game. There's only one big highlight, and it's that penalty save. This is how the game broke down.
The first game, it was a 0-0. There was nothing, honestly, to talk about at all. We moved into the second leg, and this is when the game really started to come alive. It was a wicked deflection. It was a harsh goal to concede off the shoulder of Patrick Vieira. And we were calling for something from Painter. Make something happen. Let's show us something in the attacking third. And that's exactly what he did here. And we credited him for how he read the goalkeeper movement with this goal.
Yeah, he came flying out of the box early doors. Vieira dinked passing to Ronaldo, read the movement from Resende, whipped it into the near post. And we thought that's how it potentially could end. And are we going to see extra time needed? But 79th minute, 80th minute ticking over. First time finesse shot from Mbappe into the top left corner.
And
but that wasn't the end of the story.
The last 10 minutes was just incredible. The last 10 minutes, 92nd minute. It's 92nd minute
got a bit of the ball.
Winner.
He's just gone through the back of him.
He's
he might have got
through
the
back
ball,
of the man. He might
yeah.
have got someone on the ball there. Referee deemed it unfair. You can see Painter's reaction. 92nd minute winner. It could have been a draw, sorry, to send this to extra time. I mean, the save was a winner. The save was a huge winner for him. And look at the reaction from Painter there. He will be into the quarterfinals. And Resende, what a chance. You can't get a better opportunity than that. 92nd minute. You score the penalty, you're going into extra time against 10 men.
Yeah, Resende allows himself to blame, but he is already in the grand final. He did that a little while ago. Painter moves on to set up the Rebel Derby versus Tom Stokes. What a game in the round of 16. Rachel, what do you make of that?
Well, we absolutely love last-minute drama, don't we? It was quite a slow starting game. It obviously finished there with a last-minute, 92nd minute penalty save, which is absolutely excellent. Something else is excellent. And we have our Telestrator boys. It is obviously Mike LaBelle and Alan Avi. What you doing, boys?
Thanks, Rachel. Of course, I'm joined by Alan. And we're talking about what's really made Kurt this threat. He's kind of building in his momentum. We've seen a Megabit eliminated, last year's Global Series Playoffs champion. And we want to talk about some of Kurt's quick decision-making.
Yeah, I was there to witness Megabit's, championship reign over there in Amsterdam. Right here, we're going to see a very important play. Eusebio's going to get the ball right here. He does see Mbappe making the overlapping run. And right here, Eusebio could either go on the ground or he can provide, Mbappe a pass with the lofted through ball. Mike, what do you think is the best option in this case?
So this is where we talk about Kurt's creative or even just quick decision-making. Is Megabit's in a position where it's got a bit of a 2-for-1. Everybody knows that he wants to either make that overlapping run or you're going to attack that space with Eusebio. And because of that, Kurt's going to go with a lofted pass. And because of that lofted pass, it cuts out Mendy. It cuts out the defender. He's out of the picture. And it's just going to be a beautiful finish.
Yeah, and it was the perfect decision. Mbappe just headed into the back of the net. There you have it. Nice goal.
And that propelled Kurt's comeback, and it also eliminated Megabit. Back to you guys at the couch.
Thanks, guys. That was awesome. And the FIFA 19 Global Series Xbox One playoffs are brought to you by something else awesome, which is in part by Turtle Beach. So if you follow @Turtle Beach on Twitter and tweet using today's hashtag, which is Built to Win, for your chance to win an Elite 2 Pro headset, which you can see right there on screen.
Wow. That's what I want to say. Wow. What a finish to that one. Unbelievable.
I love that it's Abu Dhabi.
It needed it. It needed the finish because the game had been pretty dry before that. It was like a tactical chess match, but it's worth it if you get that finale. It's what everyone wants, isn't
Sure.
it? Very American, actually, to have that on the buzzer moment. I don't mean that's a bad
fine.
thing.
No, that's fine.
You say American sports are designed to kind of climax at the end, aren't they? We're having that. We had that there.
But I saw as well, I think it was Painter who tweeted that he couldn't have his coach because Stokes and him have both the same coach. So I guess
When they
couldn't
play each other.
Yeah, so I guess
Do you
they
think he's just
couldn't.
going to flip back and forth? Like
Well,
one
I don't
half
know
with
what
one player
happens
and
now.
one half with
I
another?
think he should just stay out of it and let them just play each other.
Oh, it's going to be tasty.
You can't coach one, not the other, can
That's
you?
true. That's true.
No.
All right, let's take a look at the leaderboard now. And we've done a thing for you here. Cross out everybody that's not involved in the tournament anymore. So you guys have a real good idea of what everything looks like. Top three are the top three for a reason. We see Rafsu hanging out in 14th, and Raseck, Dolan, Mike, Rebel Stokes, who we've just been talking about. Rafsu's probably the one that I think he just needs one more win, and he's definitely guaranteed. He might be guaranteed now. Just have to see how other results play out. Bundled Levy's hanging out, and Rebel Painter. That was a big win for him. Hencu. There's a lot going on.
He's climbing, yeah. And the thing is, we're talking a lot about the guys on the peripheral trying to get in the top 16. But if you also look at likes of Danny and then Raseck there, their spots, because then they could drop slightly. You know, Danny particularly. There's room for the lads in the 6th, 7th, 8th to climb to maybe 4th, 5th, 6th, which would mean change of their seeding going to FEWC. And you know
Which
the
is
way
quite crucial, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it just
crucial.
changes who's in your group. And it's maybe people can make a bigger deal out of it than is necessary.
Well, we might. That's our job, right?
Yeah, because the way the groups work, there's only 2 groups and everyone's unbelievable. So, but it's just if you have one particular player you don't want to be up against,
Sure.
it's kind of in your control.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best, is the
Exactly
phrase.
right, yeah.
All right, so let's take a look at the next, or let's take a look at the bracket, which is going to show us the next matchup. And we're going to push into the one that we're going to watch. It's Vinny versus Rafsu, and the winner of that is going to take on Dubsy versus Dax. That's both very, very good matchups. But Vinny and Rafsu in particular, now Vinny has to win this tournament to pop into the 16. He really has to do it.
That was my one to
That was
watch,
the last
wasn't it?
match between these two. Yeah, you picked Sackle to go through. Sackle kind of had that kiss of death where he won all 4 of his games on the Swiss format. Maybe he was a little cold, maybe putting too much pressure on himself. And Vinny had nothing to lose. He was 4-3 through the Swiss format. He was 1-3 at one point. His back was against the wall pretty much that whole day, and he just maybe had that hunger that's a little bit different that comes from having your back against the wall.
Well, it happens a lot. We see this 4-0 or whatever perfect record in the Swiss format not always mean anything. I was more surprised with Diogo's exit only because I thought Diogo played harder opponents in the group stage and he looked like he was on form, beating really good guys.
Right.
Not many of which are still in the tournament. And Sakul, I was a bit more surprised because we haven't seen him have that much of a consistent year this year, and he's come through. I think ultimately there's lots of twists and turns, but generally the form book is kind of consistent. We've still got Tekkz, we've still got Dubsy, we've still got Dax. The top 3 are all there. Megabit is out, yes, but he went out to Kurt, who's a very good player.
Do you think Rafsu maybe he's feeling quite confident though? He just knocked out one of your boys, #Ryan 8-1 in the last round. A scoreline like that must kind of bolster him up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Rafsu's a really interesting player for me because I feel like when he plays his best, he actually plays much higher than his ranking suggests. He can be, I was talking to Mike about it off camera just then, a top 5 player. Like when he's on his best performances, he's up there with the best players. But we don't always see it. I don't know why. I'd love to get inside his head and find out what's the reason. We see sometimes he's unbelievable Rafsu and sometimes not the same guy show up. He looks like he's the unbelievable version at the moment.
He's listening to us as well. He's literally behind us there.
Well,
they're setting up.
Good luck to him. But yeah, it's a big game for him, obviously. He is hanging in there. I think he might be okay.
I think he's okay,
Yeah.
but one win would solidify it for sure. He's going to get one of those scarves. That would be, I think, pretty exciting for him. He's put a lot of work and time and energy and sacrifice, like everybody has, into this season.
He was a finalist this event last year.
That's
as well.
true. So he knows what it takes to be successful at this tournament. Now, let's throw it over to Kyle Walker, who's got some social media stuff for us. Kyle, what do you got?
Cheers, Jimmy. I have been monitoring the Twitch chat, and let me tell you, it is going wild. The amount of GGs that I have been seeing, it is absolutely crazy. As well as that, there are a lot of Kurt and F2 Tekkz fans. Yes, so many of them are commenting, saying that they want, obviously, one of their players to win this whole tournament. Now, one other thing that I did spot, iShark_525 said, I like how they show us how to do stuff. So that's a massive shout out to the Telestrator Telestrator, to Alan Avi, and of course to Mike LaBelle, who shows us how to do things on the game. As well as that, we had another one. Now, this is quite funny, actually. It said, it's from Messi Ending, and it says, anyone in this chat would be just as good as these guys with these squads. Well, Messi Ending, let me tell you this right now. I've played this game with these squads. I am not as good as all of these pros, and I don't think many people will be. Another really, really funny one, it comes from DW Need. These commentators have no clue about FIFA, probably never played in their life. Well, let me tell you right now, Spencer, Mike, Dan, and Mark, and Richard are all at elite level. Brandon hasn't got there just yet. He's stuck on Elite 2. But the others, they are very, very good, and they definitely can play this game, all right? Now, after this, after the Twitch chat, we have some other stuff for you as well. We have the YouTube video on demand where you can watch videos from previous matches, and I'll give you a shout out right now. F2 Tekkz versus Nightwatch from earlier today is already available, so make sure you head right there. You can see it below me, youtube.com/EA FIFA Esports, and you can see previous matches from today. Back to you guys at the couch.
GG to you, Kyle, and GG to the chat, because those are some dynamite comments. I'm glad I just wasn't in the conversation. Just leaving me out of it completely. I appreciate that, Kyle. But how about that shot of Brandon?
Yeah, I mean, is it a shot? I think it's pretty factual. Sorry, Brandon. To be fair to
Doubling down.
To be fair to Brandon, he still insisted on using Andy Carroll up front, and even West Ham have figured out that's not the right tactic. Yeah. So I think Brandon needs to move on tactically.
Brandon is crying over there. I think you can hear the boys laughing. I think Kyle did so good to just call those guys out and say, you know what? Everyone knows what they're talking about. Everyone plays this game. If you watch any of them on Twitter and on Instagram, they talk about it all the time. They spend their weekends streaming and playing. So I love that Kyle just, put them in their place there, didn't he?
Well, hopefully Brandon's watching the Champions channel. I think he's going to learn a lot from that, as well as you guys could. Now, coming up right after this break, we got Vinny versus Rafsu, round of 16. It is all going down. You're not going to want to miss it. Come back and join us.
Quiero pedir perdón por ver el fútbol de forma distinta, por no creer en las limitaciones, por ser inalcanzable. Su némesis, a todos los jugadores que me he enfrentado. No sos vos, son ellos. Quiero pedir perdón.
I'm sorry to all the players I faced.
The left backs.
A los laterales derechos. A todas las defensas.
Sorry you trained so hard.
Mal mesmo para a sua reputação.
A vuestros tobillos.
The opposition coaches.
Aos goleiros.
Their teams, your fans.
I'm really sorry.
Sorry about your weakness.
Son marcas personales.
I'm sorry I like to dance and entertain.
Destroy. Mas acima de tudo,
I'm sorry.
Perdón.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry.
No sos vos, son ellos.
Welcome back to Hamburg, Germany. We're working our way through these last 32 games here, last 16 games, sorry, I should say. And we've got a big one coming up now. It is NSC Vinny going up against Rafsu. Mike LaBelle joins me here. What are you looking forward to from this game, Mike?
Well, it's just getting to that point, the nitty-gritty. People didn't expect Vinny to be here, but he's here. Probably needs to win the entire event, to be fair to him. And Rafsu, he's almost certified. He's almost got himself a spot. If he wins this round, you could say that he's done enough to be good to go. Top 16. Welcome to, well, you can start thinking about, I guess, the E-World Cup.
Yeah, but also the prize money, let's not forget. Every game from this point on is worth £10,000 minimum. If you get through this stage, or the quarterfinal stage, I should say, then it's 20,000. Then, of course, the finalist, runner-up, will get 35,000. The winner, $75,000.
And Rafsu is known as a playoff performer.
Well, exactly.
Last year.
Exactly. He was unlucky to lose only to Megabit in the final last year in Amsterdam. Megabit's gone. Megabit's out. Thanks
Just
to
talked
Kurt.
about that. Eliminated from by Kurt. Highest ranked player eliminated at this point. We still got Dax in the tournament, MS Desari's in the tournament, F2 Tekkz is in the tournament, but no Megabit. We're not going to see a repeat. Not this year. Not at playoffs.
What's fascinating as well is if we work our way ahead down the bracket, a Tekkz can't meet Desari in the final. They can only meet in the semi-final if they win their respective games. So we're going to see someone in the final that's not in the top two currently. Could that be Dax trying to push into second place on points? It's possible. But right now we're concentrating on this game, NSC Vinny versus Rafsu. Can I ask you for a prediction, Mike? Would you be so bold?
Not a problem. Not in this case. Even though Vinny is building in momentum. In fact, in the Swiss stage, he was 1-3. And this is why we always say don't quit, don't give up. And also the Swiss stage is easily the best format for the competitive FIFA scene. But I expect Rafsu to come here and get a win.
Is it a
He's
massive
gonna use his
victory
experience
in the last round, obviously, against #Ryan. 8-1 over 2 legs. And it is NSC Vinny on the ball right now, going from left to right in the red strip. Rafsu in the white. And Vinny trying to kick things off with an early goal here.
Are you not joining the predictions? Just throwing that.
I think Rafsu. I think Rafsu as well. But I'm sure, I mean, at any point, anyone can win these games now if they can pull it out of the bag. They haven't got this far by accident. But I think if the best Rafsu turns up, he's close to unbeatable, to be honest.
I know we were talking about this, and you mentioned it on the couch. But Rafsu, when he's at his best, feels like one of the best players in the world. He could be in that top 4, top 5 conversation without a doubt.
Here he is on the ball with Varane getting very far forward here. Playing left back, I think. He's gone on the overlap with Mbappe and Hullet now sharing the ball, but it's a throw-in. Hullet's going to throw it back to Varane, who's doing a job at left back. We've seen a lot of variation with the fullbacks throughout this tournament, but one thing we don't see a lot of variation on is the presence of Vieira and Hullet in the middle. Some people go with Modric.
We did start to see a shift away from Vieira, even when Team of the Year Conte dropped much earlier this year, around January or so. But once we ended up with the prime icon combination, people went with the double gladiator approach, Hullet, Vieira. They just cover so much space in the midfield, and we had upgraded attackers as the years gone deeper and deeper. We're almost towards the end of the game now. I don't know if we're seeing any new foot items that could potentially be introduced.
What about Lozano yesterday? Would he make a squad?
Who's he going to replace? You going to take out Mbappe?
Maybe on the bench. Yeah, I know it's hard. It's very tough. It's very tough.
I mean, we're looking at 99 Messi being a super sub for some people.
Sabio trying to create something here for Vinny. Good turn from Neymar. Gets the shot off. Beats the keeper. It was green and it was good.
You got to say, Vinny's kind of playing with open book, so to speak, at this point. Like, he didn't expect maybe to get this far. A lot of people rooted against him. He saw himself in an unlucky position or a poor position in the Swiss stage. He got out of that. So at that point, you feel relieved.
Of course, but he also has to win the tournament if he's going to qualify FEWC. But that's the thing. I'm talking about Painter, who got through in the last game. I overheard him saying that he's not thinking about trying to qualify for FEWC right now. Not that it's not possible for him. He just knows he has to go so deep into the tournament. He's just play it like a tournament normally, trying to win the whole thing or go as far as he can to get the cash prize and whatever. And if it works out for him, great. He'll get into FEWC.
Well, an expectation can be such a killer for your mental...
Well, strike that is from Rafsu, denied by the woodwork.
I was going to say your mental momentum. When you know you have to do this or that you're expected to do this, sometimes you create additional pressure for yourself. And you got to think Vinny doesn't feel that way about coming to the tournament with that pressure, coming in with like not the highest of rankings, so to speak, on the global series. Definitely under the radar. but he's battled himself into a position.
Chance here to go 2-0 up. And NSC Vinny is going against the predictions of both Mike and myself here. He's got a 2-goal lead against Rafsu. Perhaps a shock victory here. Like I say, any victories at this point shouldn't be that much of a shock.
He heard us, he disagrees with us, and he's leading 2-0. We're gonna see if Rafsu can battle back here, or Vinny can add to that lead.
It could have been very different, of course, if Rafsu had hit scored the shot that hit the woodwork. He's going to try and go again here with a long-distance strike. Perhaps that one a little bit impatient. It was a percentage chances were low that was going to go in.
Maybe a little too ambitious.
Rafsu needs to do better than that if he's going to get back in this game. 2 legs, of course, so plenty of time for Rafsu to get some goals. But Vinny on the attack again here. Advantage has been used against him there.
And I was going to say Vinny's playing with house money.
Yeah.
I think I started with free, but I mean, house money, at this point, you start saying to yourself, okay, I kind of believe in the dream a little bit. He's always going to be the underdog in every single matchup at this point going forward.
Yeah, now he's 2-0 up, though. People are going to start taking him seriously as Varane comes through on the left side for Rafsu. Can he get back in this game? Mbappe, oh, just rolling it out of play there for the Frenchman.
Just ran out of real estate. Rafsu's also known to be able to create a lot of chances through the wings and find those outlets through those wings on his attacking, counterattacks, and just looking for that space. It's usually his initial pass is going to go out wide.
Rafsu comes from a family of top quality FIFA players. Of course, we saw his brother go very close to qualifying for the E-Champions League final in Madrid, just falling short in Manchester. Rafsu still the superior of the two brothers, but his younger brother's breathing down his neck. It's like the Gary and Phil Neville of FIFA. Varane. Also playing left back for Vinny. A like-for-like matchup. Goal kick goes long to eventually fall to Neymar. Ronaldo's through to make it 3-0. He's hit it. It's green again, and it's in the back of the net. And this is in danger of getting away from Rafsu right now. He's 3 goals behind, Mike.
I'd love to know what Vitality Ryan was saying to him.
Brian.
What did I say, Ryan?
Yeah, different person. Also good. No, Vitality Brian's been around the scene a long time, of course. He's had some very successful coaching moments, including helping lead the French squad to E-Nations victory with Dax and Maestro. But right now, his lad is struggling, and he needs to get something from this, I would suggest, because it has a mental effect when you don't use these opportunities from kickoff to get back in the game. And he's got a free kick here. Going to run over it. He's not going to shoot. He's going to wait to look for the pass into the box. Vinny trying to read it. Can he get the shot off from the tight angle? Varane is not the man you want it to fall to there. And he's missed out.
And if you're Rafsu, you're just telling yourself you got time and there's 2 legs. Not to start to play out of character. Not to start rushing your gameplay defensively or offensively.
The problem is, Vinny looks dangerous every time he counterattacks. And he's very deadly in the box. Can he get it across here? Has Rafsu underestimated Vinny a little bit? I think he might have, as Neymar tries to get a shot off. Every time it's green. That one was blocked, but it's always green. Vinny is relentless in attack. Eusebio. That's not the best ball, looking for Neymar. Passing percentage of a couple of the players here. Vieira finds Hullet for Rafsu. Ferdinand on the ball. Into Ramos. Ferdinand and Ramos is a centre-back partnership made in the early noughties, that one. Mbappe, good turn. Still going, but I think he's going to run that out of play for the second time this game. His close control letting him down. Vieira turns for NSC Vinny. Fast passing here. Switch of play.
And what we're seeing from Vinny is a very confident attack. And just the speed of his release, the speed of his build-up. Once he gets forward, he gets close to that final third. Curse of the commentator, of course. Once he gets close to that final third, he looks so confident in terms of having those quick passes, quick turns, being very decisive. And on the other end, we've got Rafsu, who's looking for that additional build-up, a little more possession play. But he might be second-guessing himself just a tad bit.
Be a good time to score if he can get one on the stroke of half-time, but he can't. He loses the ball. And that's the half-time break in the first leg. It's 3-0 to NSC Vinny against Vitality Rafsu. A very commanding position to be in. Do you see this continuing? What would you be telling Rafsu if you were in Vitality Brian's shoes?
Vitality, Brian should be telling Rafsu, number one, you've got time. Just remind him.
Yep.
Stay calm. You've got time. You've been in positions where you're not leading.
Yep.
You've had to face adversity in the past. You've been able to do that. Number two, it's time for you to change the pace a little bit. Whether that's you slowing down the game, not necessarily what you're aiming to do when you're losing. You want to make additional chances, or speeding the game up. Because right now what's happening is the game is being played at Vinny's comfortable speed. And that's why Vinny's got a 3-0 lead. He's taking his opportunities. He's feeling confident. Everything's been green, just like the money, the check that he's trying to cut.
Yep. I mean, but Rafsu can't really afford to go too slow, can he? Because he needs goals.
It's just about making an adjustment where you make your opponent a little more uncomfortable.
What would you say would be a good, realistic aim for Rafsu to come out of this first leg with? A 3-1 defeat, a 3-2 defeat?
He needs to get the next goal. That's that number one goal. It should be that you're scoring a goal before Vinny gets another. I think 3-2 would be a dream for him. To go into the second leg, only down a goal. We all know that in FIFA, one goal, it does not mean much.
No, but the way Vinny's shooting, you find it hard to believe he's going to stop him scoring anymore. And he's not really used his early possession from kickoffs particularly well at Rafsu. And that's a great ball down the line. Vinny playing much more direct, just trying to get in every single time. Rafsu nullifies that attack, and he's tried it the same way with Vieira, but his ball's not as accurate. And Vinny gets it back with Vieira. Eusebio hugging the left touchline. Good ball in behind for Neymar to chase. He turns back. Finds Ronaldo. Looks for Mbappe. He's onside. It's green. It's a goal. It's 4. This is very impressive from NSC Vinny. He's not just winning. He's winning in style.
And he's been so efficient. Offensively and defensively. And we're not giving him a lot of credit for shutting down Rafsu. He's only had that one opportunity. We did hit the post, but other than that, everything's been at best maybe a half chance. And when you're seeing a turnover of possession, Vinny is capitalizing. And that's something that FIFA's all about, is minimizing your mistakes and then capitalizing when you have those transitions.
And we just said, you know, we couldn't really see Rafsu shutting out Vinny and stopping him scoring. Needs to score this one. He does. It's a swift reply from Rafsu, making it 4-1, but how big a scoreline is too big a scoreline for Rafsu in this game? What does he need to keep it to going into the second leg?
2-goal spread is the key to success here, in my opinion, because you don't have to change what you're doing defensively or offensively. You just might have to be better.
Okay.
But you don't have to make anything drastic.
3 goals.
Yeah, 3 goals. You have to start saying, okay, formation swap, player swap, gameplay style, gotta adjust. We're going to go into tactics. We're going to push our back line, our depth a little bit further up the pitch. We're going to take more risk.
Okay, Rafsu is the man who has to take the risk in this situation. 4-1 down currently, but he's got the ball back again here, trying to gain some momentum now against NSC Vinny. Varane getting quite far forward from left back. And there's another shot. It's a good save from Van der Sar. And I can see why people would want to play Varane defensively at left back because of his aerial ability, his strength. But going forward, you lose something with him. You haven't got the, well, 1, the left foot ability, but 2, he's not got the same attacking prowess as some other fullback options. Decent header there from Mbappe, but it's offside.
He's not quite as innovative. He's not going to give you those side steps. He's not going to give you the skill moves.
Yeah.
But he is a wonderful passer. He can deliver the goods.
On
We've
his
seen
right
him
foot?
on his right foot preferred, but even if he's on the left side of the pitch, you can still do that. It's not an issue. We've already seen a beautiful Travella pass early on to send Eusebio into space. And a fullback or even a center back, such as maybe a Rio Ferdinand, his icon card, which you see used from time to time, doesn't have that in his locker. It's one of his downfalls.
Rafsu's using Rio Ferdinand at centre-back here with Ramos. Ronaldo plays it to Mbappe. And Vinny's got players forward here, finds Hullet. He's hit it from distance, that was yellow. And if you're not familiar with the colours we're talking about here, it's all about the timing of the shot. If you time it perfectly, which requires you to press the shoot button a second time at the exact time that the striker's foot hits the ball, it will be green, increasing your chance of scoring. Obviously, yellow's not quite as good as green. Red means you've messed it up and your shot's going to actually be worse than it would have been if you hadn't bothered timing it at all. Ronaldo now finding space for Rafsu. A goal for Rafsu here could be very important, but he's in an offside position. And Vinny will be happy with the way things have gone so far. As Van Dijk switches it over to Da Costa. And that ball over the top down the line is something we're seeing a lot of right now. Varane more than equal to this one, though. Sending it up to Mbappe. Hullet on the ball for Rafsu. Great challenge from Da Costa to get the ball back. Neymar tries to slip in Ronaldo here. Always strong defending from Rio Ferdinand, but the ref is not happy with it. He's seen something, Mike, and I think he might have given a penalty here.
That's a debatable call. 50-50, shoulder to shoulder.
I thought it was just a bit of physicality from Rio. I sent him to the gym. Is it in the box? It is in the box, definitely in the box. It's going to be a penalty and a chance for Vinny to go 4 goals up, making it 5-1. Ruud Gullit is going to take it. Van der Sar is going to try and stop it, and he's going to fail as Ruud Gullit slips it in. 5-1 to Vinny.
And at this point, I don't want to tell Vinny what to do. My advice might not be the best advice, but with all that being said, all the disclaimers made, I might look to start slowing down this game. You have a 4-goal spread. You've got another leg. You got about 20 minutes left in this one. Rafsu now has to chase the game. You don't need to make any adjustments, but you can make him sweat a little bit. More side-to-side passing. Start to hold the ball. You've already shown that you've got the vision, you've got the eye for the deep ball, that deep release. Why not make that your complete attack for releases? You're going to have that space. It's going to be accessible to you as Rafsu pressures more.
Would you say Vinny's a tad fortunate to be 4 goals up, considering penalty was fairly light and Rafsu hit the post earlier?
We're not seeing a good Rafsu here. So you could say 4's maybe more than what's deserved, but at least 2 or 3. Definitely deserves to be ahead, no debating.
He's been deadly in front of goal. Very, very clinical. Rafsu with a free kick here. 20 minutes left of this first leg. Needs a goal. I mean, according to Mike, it needs to be within that 2-goal margin. If he's got a chance, good header. Great header, in fact, as Havertz puts it into that top corner. One of Mike's favourite players. Rafsu in with a sniff.
He might be my favorite player. I don't know if there's anyone I like more than Kai Havertz. That Team of the Season foot item is perfection for me. Does everything, as you can see there. Climbs like the best of them.
Keeper's got no chance there.
All you had to do is watch it. It's perfect floating header. And it gives him another lifeline.
That it does indeed. 5-2 now the score. NSC Vinny in the lead.
And you've got to think in the second leg that Rafsu can't be worse defensively than he's been in this leg. Because credit to Vinny with the finishing and his offensive approach, but Rafsu's made major defensive errors. They haven't been minor errors. They haven't been 50-50s. These are 1v1s that are going to be finished. They're going to be converted at the pro level time and time again.
You've got to question yourself whether there's I mean, it's another one. It's another one. Vinny is so deadly when he attacks, and I was just about to say that you've got to question Rafsu's defensive positioning, because every time Vinny attacks, it looks like he's got options. It looks like he's got space, and he's picked out that cross there. Mbappe's put it straight into the corner. 6 goals versus Rafsu, a man who won his last leg, or his last game, 8-1. What a huge result this will be.
Yeah, it's either been picture-perfect sequences.
There it is. Is it onside? No, I don't think it is.
I think he's slightly off.
I think he's off. Yep, no goal. Great ball, great ball roll past the keeper, good composure, but it won't count.
Yeah, it's either been picture-perfect sequences on the offensive end for Vinny, or exactly what you ask for, what you request, what you try to draw up in terms of matchups, where you have Mbappe on the back post, or Cristiano Ronaldo going up for a header, or even challenging in some of those offensive 50-50s.
Rafsu trying to get back in this now, trying to turn in space for Ronaldo! It wasn't the most powerful of shots, but it was good enough to beat the keeper. It was in the corner. R9 Ronaldo with the goal. What a game we've got on our hands here. Last match was a little bit of a dry one in terms of goals. The game before that was unbelievable, 11-9. We could be even surpassing that 20-goal thriller in this game. It's still in the first leg.
And every time we start to maybe write off Rafsu and say, I don't know if he can make a recovery, or 4 goals is way too many, then he starts to tell you, hey, there's still hope. There's still a dream. If he could somehow get this to 2. I've been saying the same thing since this game got underway, and it maybe even got a little bit out of hand. If he can pull this to a 2-goal spread going into the second leg, it's anyone's game.
The thing is, I believe Rafsu's got it in him to score the amount of goals required to overtake Vinny. I don't know if he can defensively stop him scoring. I can see Vinny scoring 10 goals over 2 legs here, the way it's going at least. That's a good through ball though for Rafsu to get onto. Van der Sar ready to react and squash the danger. 7 minutes left of normal time. Vinny, can he get a 7th and make it a 10-goal first leg?
It's wild saying that out loud. Can he get a 7th in the
Rafsu.
first leg against Rafsu, someone characteristically, if you measure his performance, especially when he's playing well, defense first. He does a lot of possession play. He kills off games well. He finds those outlets down the wings, and he knows how to build up slow and then speed it up in the right areas of the pitch. We just haven't seen that whatsoever. He's had a defensive fall apart.
Yeah, and Rafsu's a player as well, let's not forget, who's almost certainly, even if he does lose this match, going to make the final 16. He's in good position right now. He's a player that's made it to Madrid for the E-Champions League final. He's won the Liga last year. He was in the final of this very event last year. He's a man that's got decent credentials. And NSC Vinny's been around a little while now, but he's not quite got to that level on the scene. Could this be the time that he does that? You said he was going to be the underdog, whatever happens to him now in this tournament, every single match going into it, but maybe that's working for him.
I think the big deciding factor here with Vinny getting results as he progresses potentially in this tournament is going to be, does he have plan A, B, C, and D? Or at least a couple different gameplay styles, because you have to be able to mix it up at the highest level. And you're going to face adversity at some point. Doesn't matter who you are. Even Tekkz is losing. And in fact, actually, Tekkz starts out many of his two-legged affairs with a poor first leg. It just seems to be classic Tekkz, so to speak. But he's able to battle back, get himself into games.
Chance here. Pele, ball rolling past the keeper. Surely a foul by Van der Sar. They're not being given. And the winner of this game will play the winner of Dubsy versus Dax. And if you take Dasari and Tekkz out of it, because they're kind of in a class of their own, those two, Dax is the highest rated other player at this event. So, and if he gets past Dubsy, which is no guarantee, but if he does, Vinny or Rafs will have to play Dax to make it into the semis. Remember, Vinny, if he's going to try and qualify for the FEWC, he really needs to win this tournament, really. I think he has to, actually. Back to the goalkeeper here for Vinny, maybe taking some of Mike's advice, just slowing things down a little bit, not rushing in possession.
He went more defensive as well. He has 5 in the midfield now.
He'll be happy with this going into the second leg, 3-goal margin against a player of Rafsu's caliber. Can Rafsu get one more back? He needs to go pretty soon. 1 minute of injury time left. Dumfries attacking down this right side, playing in Havertz on his weaker foot, but it's a 5-star weak foot. But Virgil van Dijk is not just got a strong foot, he's got a strong body. Oh, it's good passing though. Can he turn? Hits it! Keeper predicted it. Good goalkeeper movement. Corner. Got to be now for Rafsu. I don't know if he can afford to go short. Got to whip it in. Keeper's looking to get there. The back post does just that. The massive frame of Edwin van der Sar able to catch it. And we're more than 2.5 minutes over the allotted injury time now. Whistle will go. So 6-3 to NSC Vinny in the first leg. Very, very good from him, Mike.
And smart game plan management towards the end, where he had a corner kick, Rafsu had a corner kick late, but Vinny understood and knew that he couldn't go short, so he didn't even try to defend that, because once he goes short, we're already well into extra time. It's not going to work out for you. The whistle's going to get blown, and he defends that back post lob, that back post cross.
Yep. Yeah, it was a fascinating first encounter there. Every time Rafsu looked to get back in the game, Vinny had some kind of answer to him, scoring some great goals, maybe a little bit of fortune on the penalty, which looked like it was one of those ones where sometimes it's given, sometimes it's not. It can depend on the ref sometimes. But obviously Rafsu won't be happy to be 3 goals down going into the second leg, but you believe he can turn it around. We both kind of tipped him to win this.
Yeah.
We could end up with egg on our face, Mike.
I mean, 3 goals is a big spread, and Vinny's got to feel very confident. If you guys are just tuning in, let's review the highlights from the first match, or first leg of the match.
Here we go then. So, this is how it started. Vinny going 1 up, and we saw a lot of those green time finishes, didn't we, Mike?
Indeed, and he really set the tone. He let Rafsu know, I'm not scared, I'm not concerned, I'm not putting you on a pedestal. I know who you are, but I'm here to play as well. Let me introduce myself. My name is Vinny.
NSC Vinny. So that was 2-0 to the man in red, and he made it 3 shortly after, and that's a great goal. You consider that's on the left foot, outside the box, perfectly timed once again. Not quite in the corner, but the power beat the keeper. Rafsu hitting himself in frustration, and Vinny actually was able to make it 4, and his finishing was exemplary. Every single time he got a chance, he didn't waste it. And we actually didn't see Rafsu's post hit, which came earlier in the game when he was denied a long ranger, but he scored this time here to make it 4-1. And then this was the penalty. Rio Ferdinand getting a little bit too friendly. And the ref said, penalty, Hullet, obliged, scored it, made it 5-1. Set piece here, straight onto the head of Kai Havertz there, heads it straight into the top left corner, 5-2. Rafsu starting to get back into the game, but then seconds later, Mbappe says, anything Havertz can do, I can do better. Heads it into the top corner, 6-2. And there was one more shot here, which kind of dribbled past the keeper for Rafsu, making it 6-3, and that's where we stand now, Mike.
A bit of a bowling ball slow roller into the corner. I'm sure Rafsu would take it.
Doesn't have to be powerful if it's in the corner, you know, if you get the right placement on it. So these are the lads here about to kick off the second leg. Rafsu's the lad nearest the camera here in the Vitality strip. And then we've got NSC Vinny here, ready to go. That's Vitality Brian with his hands, with his hand on his chin. Shout out to coaches, not just here, coaches everywhere. When's National Coach Day?
I have no idea when National Coach Day is. Is that a real thing? Sounds like it should be a thing.
Should be. Appreciate your coaches, people. Okay, so we've got Rafsu wearing the kit he's actually wearing in real life here, the Vitality kit, in the black Vitality kit going from left to right. He's just unfortunately played that straight into Van der Sar. Vinny's still in his red strip going right to left, and he's in command, he's in control. And will he be in the quarterfinal?
And what's scary here for Rafsu is that he's going to have to be a little more aggressive. And Vinny did such a good job finding those deep outlets, finding space to create counterattacks. And he's going to have to kind of play into that. He's going to have to challenge Vinny. And if Vinny's up for the challenge, very likely to extend his lead.
Like I said earlier, I really can't see, based on the way the first leg went, Rafsu stopping Vinny scoring again. If he was to shut him out here, it would be an amazing turnaround.
He almost has to. You got to think, how many goals does Rafsu have in him for the second leg? Maybe 3 or 4 again. Maybe. He doesn't have much room there for error.
It just shows you how much individual matchups can change the way games go in FIFA 19 and in competitive FIFA, because Rafsu scored 8 in the last round. He looked unbelievable against #Ryan. And here he's struggling to score.
Well, we're basing this off our previous matchup. Scoring 3 in a leg would be wonderful.
Well, that's actually an uncharacteristically poor shot from NSC Vinny. Off time, off target.
I think he second-guessed himself. He looked up. I think he saw the goalkeeper scooting. He had already started to fill up the power bar to get the time finished, and he mistimed everything.
Still 0-0 in this second leg, but remember, Vinny is in control. As Rafsu tries to get a 4th goal. Good tackle there from Varane. Go full screen for you guys here.
And ideally here, if you're Rafsu, you want to score by the 30th minute, just to set the tone.
Hullet gets the ball back for Rafsu. Can he go forward and get a goal? Sorry, NSC Vinny.
We really haven't seen Vinny under pressure in this match yet, or in this matchup up to this point. So that's another reason that I'm really stressing. If Rafsu's able to get an early goal, we might see Vinny start to sweat a little bit.
Vinny's definitely doing what you mentioned, though, switching the ball left to right, slowing things down in no rush. And he's earned that right. You know, some people can get frustrated when they see that sort of play, but you don't get there by accident. You earn your right, and then you can change strategy. And we see people, you know, teams do it in traditional football all the time. Winding the clock down because they've earned the right to do so. You've got to take that right away from them by scoring. To Costa.
And Rafsu offensively is looking a little more rushed. And his defensive steps, I don't want to say they're bold. I'd say they're a little wild.
Great ball from Eusebio. Good recovery there from Rafael Varane just to work it back to his keeper.
Rafsu has to be super careful with stepping with these fullbacks. There's just so much space that he's opening up for Vinny.
Saw the pass completion percentage there, and I always say pros should be aiming for 90% and above, and Vinny's on 93, Rafsu 85, which explains maybe where it's going wrong for Rafsu, not completing enough passes. Trying to go around someone here with Ronaldo. Good shot, good goal. Mbappe scores. Rafsu has something to chase now. It's 6-4. That 2-goal margin is reinstated. That was very similar to some of the goals we saw Vinny score in the first leg. Not overthinking it, timing it well, hitting it on that right foot from Mbappe. Keeper could do nothing. And he has kept that clean sheet so far, Mike.
And it's important for Rafsu to do well in this event, not just to solidify his position for the FIFA E World Cup, but also if he wants to make an argument to get on the national team. Very competitive to join the E Nations or to join the national team for France, but he's got to be in the running, in the talks.
Vinny turning well, finding space for Ronaldo. Hit green once again, but the shot was not going to trouble Van der Sar, not enough power on it. Yeah, I mean, how do you join a national team that's just won the E Nations Cup? You know, without an injury to one of the two guys, you're going to struggle.
Well, it's all about form at the end of the day. Everything done on the national side, where I think everything's finished for FIFA 19 in this season. However, FIFA 20, different year.
Yep.
Maybe you're more adapted.
He's hit it! He's backed himself there. Wasn't quite green on the timing.
That had to be green to give him a chance.
Yeah.
If you're going to go for a tough angle like that where everybody knows what's happening, it's got to be green, got to be top corner, no room for error.
So half an hour gone in this second leg. 6-4 to NSC Vinny, who trails 1-0 in this game. But he's making mistakes. Bad pass, giving it away. And you know what, Mike? As much as we've been saying Vinny needs to slow things down and play the patient game, maybe it just doesn't suit him. Maybe he hasn't got it in him. Maybe he's not practiced it enough, because that's cost him there.
And that's what we said, or I was saying, we haven't seen him adjust. We haven't seen him sweat. We haven't seen anything, but everything's being wonderful.
Has he got that plan B? Can he shut games out? Is his best form of defense attack? Maybe it is.
It's hard to shut down or to set up shop for a complete second leg. As you've seen a lot more swinging side to side, and Rafsu is taking notes. He's seeing what he's doing, and he got a good read there, forced a mistake, took the gift.
Yeah, because you were
said thank you very much.
You were talking about him shutting it out at the latter stages of the first leg, but that's a different game mentally. Once that game finishes, you lock that score in, you go again in the second leg. You don't really necessarily want to line up defensively from minute one.
And a big issue here is mentality, and I'm guilty of doing this in the past, where you have a lead, you look to set up shop too early, so you're basically looking not to lose as opposed to playing to win. And that's a dangerous mentality, because what happens is when you start to see a comeback, like we're seeing with Rafsu here, now Vinny has to mentally check back in. I need to score goals. I need to have that offensive flow. And FIFA is a title, especially at the competitive level, where it's very much so about rhythm.
Yeah, and the thing is, Vinny could afford to play his normal game and lose. He could afford to lose by 2 goals and play his normal style. And if he were doing that right now, yeah, Rafsu might have scored, but he might have scored. He hasn't really created those chances going the other way. Rafsu puts another ball in, and it missed Varane, and it missed Ronaldo at the back post. I think Varane's jump just, blocked the vision of Cristiano, but he might have got a touch on it because it's a corner here. He's going to be whipped in by Neymar very heavily towards the back post. Ronaldo rescues it and uses his strength to hold on to it here. Oh, but it's good pressure from Da Costa. Now, can we see a counter from NSC Vinny? Heavy touch from Mbappe is read by his French compatriot, and that's a frustration shown in the tackle there from Mbappe. I think he'll pick up a yellow. Probably be someone he could maybe sub off towards the end of the game. Vinny in danger of letting this one slip away from him. Now, wasn't the exact same position, but Rafsu put a great ball in from a free kick around this sort of area to actually score in the first leg with Kai Havertz. He's going to try it again here, not again. He's done the exact same thing. This time Cristiano Ronaldo is the man that connects with it. But that is a speciality. And look at the face of Rafsu. It has changed a great deal since that first leg. The frown is gone, the smile is back.
Rafsu's adapted. He saw what Vinny was trying to do. Oh, you're going to swing the ball side to side against me? I don't think so, not so much. Caught him slipping on one mistake, capitalized. We've seen 2 very similar free kicks, almost identical, actually.
Well, we know that Vinny can't afford to bring him down in that area. Can't give him those free kicks because Rafsu will punish you. He's brought it back. It's 6-6. What a game we have.
And most players go short in those types of free kick locations on the pitch. So it kind of tells you that Rafsu has practiced a lot at home. He knows that he can convert from being just a little bit off-center. Maybe not a place that you can go direct, but you can lob it in there, let somebody be a hero for you, let somebody go get it.
You've got the height of Havertz and Ronaldo in there. You know you can win those headers, amongst other people as well. We've seen a header scored by Mbappe in the first leg for Vinny, who needs a goal in this game. And I said I couldn't see Vinny being shut out, but right now that's exactly what Rafsu's doing. Hullit tries to change that. Deflection could have gone anywhere from Sergio Ramos. Luckily for Rafsu, he's gone off for a corner. As the ball comes in, keeper stays put and makes the save. And I wonder, on the goal, maybe both the goals from Rafsu's free kicks, did Vinny bring the keeper out? Because I saw him, he does step off his line, the keeper, and he is lobbed with the header. Now, the header was practically inch perfect. There's an argument to say that it wouldn't make a difference what you do with your keeper. But I wonder whether he thought about bringing Van der Sar out to try and punch it away.
In those set pieces that he's conceded, especially in the second one, nobody challenged Cristiano. It was wide open. Nobody was even next to him. That's the bigger issue. You've got players that have 99 finishing, and they have that aerial presence, that aerial pursuit when you're looking at a Havertz and a Cristiano Ronaldo. How do you not bump them? had he not challenged him.
That's
Yet
what I'm
alone
thinking.
moving the goalkeeper.
Maybe Vinny was expecting a ball to come in a little bit deeper in the box, and he just, you know, in his peripheral, brought the keeper off his line just to maybe contend with that if the ball was like that. It wasn't, and it meant the keeper was in no man's land. He might not have done that, but it looked like Van der Sar stepped up a little bit. Anyway, he's 6-6 right now, perfectly poised for a massive second half to this second leg. But Rafsu has all the momentum after losing the first leg 6-3. He's 3-0 up in this one, looking to book himself a spot in the quarterfinal and guarantee himself a spot at the FEWC, which he's almost certainly going to get anyway, but it's not mathematically guaranteed just yet. Varane on the ball here for Rafsu's. Despite only being level in this match, feels like he's leading. Ramos. Two Real Madrid players linking up there. Mbappe links up with his PSG partner, Neymar. Ferdinand switches over to Varane. Now it's Rafsu killing a bit of time here. Really going to frustrate Vinny, who's mentally going to be questioning his choice of tactics in that first half. And he's obviously not as adept at keeping the ball. He's much better at doing things like this, trying to play these long balls in behind.
The issue for Vinny, though, now, looking for some of these deep balls, is that Rafsu can sit back.
Yeah.
He no longer has to pressure. I think Vinny did a wonderful job of catching Rafsu a little bit off guard to start the first leg. He got off to a big lead, and he was able to carry that big lead into the second leg where he's obviously down 3-0. But at this point, Rafsu has made some adjustments, and he knows not to be too aggressive, or at least he should know not to be too aggressive on some of the wing play.
Oh, ball here, though. Sees Neymar in the box. Cuts back. 1-2 with Hullet. Plays it back to Vieira just to keep hold of possession here for Vinny. All turns into trouble, though. Patrick Vieira does very well for Rafsu. And now Ferdinand can just make sure the Vitality team keep the ball. Da Costa's sending it along, though. Eusebio hooks that one back inside. And is he going to make it here? I think Neymar might against Varane. He's onside. Can he finish? The touch was heavy, and Van der Sar was ready to pounce on it. Taking a bit of a chance there, though. Oh, Da Costa's read that, maybe a little bit luckily. Mbappe panicking a little bit. Vinny rushing things. We're seeing errors that we weren't seeing in the first leg.
And when you're at this level, you're at playoffs, you're dealing with the top 64 players in the world. Everybody has the talent.
Chance here, Mbappe turning straight into Rio Ferdinand.
So what separates the talent is going to be your mental preparation, understanding scenarios, and taking your chances. You always have to be clinical.
Virgil van Dijk was very far forward there for Vinny. He's got involved, though. He's helped the attack. Eusebio with the keeper off his line. He's very far off his line, but he closed the angle down sufficiently. Van der Sar has maybe helped Vitality now go up the other end. Ronaldo into Eusebio, hits it first time. He connected with it beautifully. Couldn't find the target, though. If he did, could have caused a problem.
And Rafsu went for an early shot attempt there from distance because he was anticipating that Vinny was looking for the overlapping pass and that Vinny might start to scoot his goalkeeper just a tad bit.
And Vinny really showing some chinks in the armour here, giving the ball away again. Mbappe comes in. Rafsu's shots just haven't been punishing enough. If he gets them past the keeper, it could be game over. Vinny doesn't look like scoring in this game. But is that the commentator's curse? Is he going to go up now and prove me wrong? Chance here, very good chance. Neymar once again. Van der Sar very quick off his line. That's been crucial for Rafsu this game. Have a pause here with 18 minutes of normal time left. We're completely level, 6-6 apiece. But Vinny has not looked like the same animal he looked like in the first game. He started with a slightly tactical, slower approach. Wasn't able to stop Rafsu scoring. Rafsu's turned the tables on him now. And you have to say Rafsu's in command.
It feels that way. But at the same time, if I'm Vinny's coach, I'm reminding him, hey, 6-6, 0-0, anybody's game here. Don't think that you're losing. Don't think that you threw something away. Be in the moment. And that's easier said than done. How many times have we lost a game in FIFA and then that translated into poor performances for the next 2 or 3 games? You're still thinking about that loss. And you got to remember in this matchup, it kind of feels that way for Vinny because he was up 3 goals. Even though he hasn't lost this game, to blow a 3-goal lead.
Chance here, though. Vinny is on the attack with Ronaldo. Got to get past a lot of players, though. Well, he might. He's gone down, looking for something. No, says the ref, no penalty. And Rafsu, who gave away a penalty, of course, in that first leg, survives that one. Dumfries from right back, sending it into the feet of Havertz. Dumfries now, can he deliver? Goes inside to Eusebio. It's good from Rafsu under pressure. As the clock winds down, Hazard is on the pitch. We haven't seen a lot of him in this tournament. And now Havertz can go up the other way for Vinny. Good pace from the big German. Finds Pele. Throw in.
And I'd like to reiterate, outside of Global Series points, outside of qualifying for the next event, the prestige, everything, you also have a big prize pool for playoffs.
Pele flicks it up, heads it in. I'm not sure if that would have been deliberate. Another chance, though, for Vinny. If he can get this shot off, Pele! Massive save from Van der Sar, who has been unbelievable for Rafsu in this match. Another chance, though. Vinny doesn't miss that one. That's the Vinny we saw in the first leg. That's sufficient in front of goal. Finally, he takes his chance.
I'd love to have a translation of what he just yelled. Nobody's stopping that, though. The power behind that shot. Yeah, Cristiano Ronaldo, forget about it, Van der Sar.
Lifted the frame of the goal out the ground, and you have to say, yeah, Van der Sar's had a fantastic game, been very alert for Rafsu. But that one goal that we said Rafsu had to try and stop. You couldn't afford to let Vinny score while it's happened.
The winner of this round guarantees himself 3,500. Quickly goes up to 10,000.
They've actually both already got 3,500. The winner of this gets 10K.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Corrected. I stand corrected.
There's $6.5 grand on the line in this game.
And then third and fourth place, 20K each.
Yep.
35,000 for second. In first place, a whopping $75,000.
Ball in for Vinny to seal the deal! And it has been sealed, signed, and delivered. That was a wonderful goal.
I got that one. Vamos!
I think it's over. I think it's over.
Valiant effort from Rafsu. But like you said, I can't see another clean sheet. You couldn't see it.
It took a while.
It did take a while for him to knock it down, but his mentality had to shift.
Yeah.
He was in, I'm going to kill off this game, going to clear the ball deep. I've got a 3-goal spread. Rafsu made the comeback, and now he switched back on.
And that was a fantastic header from R9 Ronaldo. Straight in the top corner past Van der Sar. And Rafsu needs a miracle if he's going to get back in this. He needs to score this attack, I'd suggest. Hazard has come off the bench, getting involved. Eusebio finds him! It was a good shot. It could have been goal-bound. It was green, but it was blocked. Corner now for Rafsu. Got to get something from this. Doesn't go short. Whips it in with Hullet. Good header from Havertz, but it was quite far out. He had a lot of people between him and the goal. Do you not want Hullet in the box as another option aerially and have someone shorter like a Nazar taking the corner?
Ruud Hullet is not taking my corner kicks.
Exactly. So he's running out of time, of course, but something to think about, although he's got the ball back here. Hazard with a little cheeky pass into Eusebio, gets it back. Looks at it first time. Good shot. Van der Sar equal to it. Into injury time now. I don't think there's going to be time for Rafsu. Even if he scores on this attack, it's going to be very, very tough for him, and he knows that. He's gone for a pot shot there, and that will be all she wrote for Rafsu in this tournament, I think. Can he get a consolation goal here, the Frenchman? No. Van der Sar's caught it, and it's going to be lights out for Rafsu. There it is, final whistle. So, NSC Vinny, despite our pre-match predictions, despite his potential underdog status, has managed to knock out last year's finalists, which means we're going to have 2 people in the final, whatever happens now, that weren't in the final last year. And it means NSC Vinny is going to play the winner of Dubsy versus Tekkz, which we'll see up next. So I would say it was almost a story of 2 games there. You had a fantastic dominant performance from NSC Vinny in the first leg, winning 6-3. Majority of the second leg was Rafsu's. 85 minutes of it, pretty much, or 80 minutes. And then we saw Vinny come out of shell.
And you wonder if Rafsu maybe ran out of gas a little bit towards the end.
These are the highlights from that second leg. So it started so good for Rafsu, who needed goals, and he got them pretty fast, starting off with Mbappe on the edge of the box there, curling that one past the keeper. Lovely strike. That made it 6-4 on aggregate to Vinny, and then Vinny made a mistake here. He switched it across, Mbappe pounced. Eusebio, what a finish that was.
Yeah, Vinny blessed him with a double here, and you felt the comeback was on.
And we saw another goal shortly after. Talk us through this one.
It's just weird defending. Everybody backs off, and it makes you wonder, what's he doing?
See the keeper just step off his line there.
He is off his line, but he's not controlling him. I
No.
think he's naturally just coming into that space with Van der Sar, but none of his defenders, none of the midfielders, they weren't active for the play. They weren't ready for it.
That was the all-important Vinny goal in the 82nd minute, though. It gave him some leverage. It meant Rafsu had to come out again, and Rafsu had not a lot of time left, which opened some gaps for Vinny, and he was able to finish him off with this goal here. Ball into the box from Ronaldo, to the other Ronaldo, the original Ronaldo, you could say, and that was all she wrote. That was 8-6 in the end. I mean, it's an amazing header.
Stellar finish.
So
and that's kind of been the story with Vinny. When he had chances, he converted them.
It has been a finishing masterclass from him. Very good stuff. And so NSC Vinny goes through. Rafsu out. He gets $3,500. Sorry, he gets $3,500. $10,000 for NSC Vinny. The question is, has Rafsu done enough? I don't think it's fine. It's mathematically guaranteed that Rafsu's in the last 16, but I think
the odds say that he's there.
Yeah, it's very unlikely that he won't make it. But we're going to go over to the guys now on the couch who are going to talk us through some more action.
Thank you, Spencer and Mike. That was a next level game. But as a friendly reminder, I need you guys to link your EA and Twitch accounts because we have a Twitch drop. Yes, it is going down. A Marcel Desailly Prime Icon moment item is happening. Gold packs and rare items are happening as well, much more. So make sure you guys link your EA and Twitch accounts to make that happen so you're eligible to win. Now, look who we have here on the couch. Mr. Dan Gaskin. Hey, happy birthday again.
Thanks.
45 is looking good.
I look great. I look great for 45. Also, why have I been given so much room now? You just get these.
It's like a birthday present. It's a birthday present
all
for
the
you.
pictures we're going to throw up. You're going to be like, oh no, I don't. There's more
See on either
pictures.
side.
We haven't got any.
Okay, so let's talk about that game. Vinny has had his back against the wall. He was 1-3 in the Swiss format. He's won 3 straight games to get to the knockout rounds. Now he does the unthinkable, wins 2 knockout rounds. He needs to win this tournament to be eligible to get in the top 16 to qualify for the E-World Cup. Maybe he's got that vibe about him. Do you think he has it in him to go all the way?
I mean, if you can beat Rafsu, you can beat anyone. Rafsu is one of these players. He's a tournament player. We saw how well he did throughout FIFA 18 and throughout FIFA 19. He's developed even further. I'm surprised that Rafsu didn't take that. The way he fell like 4 goals short, I was like, oh my goodness, this is incredible from Vinny. Rafsu made the comeback, but honestly, I think Vinny is showing the characteristics of a champion. He can beat the big players. It's going to be tough, but it's definitely possible.
Do you think Rafsu maybe just got a bit complacent there when he went 6-all and just switched off a bit? He thought it was in his hands. He thought it was coming back and momentum was in his court, and he just kind of switched off a bit?
I think that is possible. I mean, mentally, sometimes when you've worked so hard to get back into a game, you think, all right, finally, I can just breathe a little bit. I'm back into this, and then suddenly, just like that, the game's lost once again. And I think that is entirely possible with what we saw in his gameplay. Like, defensively, he looked lackluster. He didn't look like the player we saw yesterday.
Yeah, it's interesting how things change from day to day. Now let's move on to our next matchup. It's a big one, like all these round of 16 games are. It's Tekkz versus Dubsy. And this one will have a bit of a familiar feel because these two played against each other in somewhat of a knockout round game yesterday in the Swiss format. It was 5-0 to Dubsy. Both were trying to get that win, to get their 4th win to qualify for the knockout rounds. And Dubsy did it in a meaningful game. It wasn't, I guess every game is meaningful in the Swiss format, but you could throw away 1 or 2 at the beginning. But when you're trying to get that 4th win, it matters. And Dubsy did the business and shut out a very good attacking player in Tekkz.
And usually you'd think he'd have an advantage now because he has beaten Tekkz. But the way traditionally it works with FIFA is if you win in Swiss and you play that person again in knockouts, quite often you lose. And I don't know whether that's because the player learns about your ability or whether it's just not getting the luck on your side. But either way, it's going to be an interesting matchup.
But surely you'd go home and you'd go and assess that game last night. You'd go and sit down and figure out what went wrong. And he won't make that happen, make that same mistake again today, will he?
Well, Tekkz is number 3 in the world for a reason, right? Well, actually, let's hear from Nightwatch, who had a few words about him.
PSG Tekkz. Well, Tekkz, he's one person I want to avoid this tournament. Of course, I've done my homework on him, but it's someone you really want to avoid because you know you're not getting destroyed, but if he goes 1 goal up, it's most probably over.
Well, sadly, Nightwatch's wish came true. He's not going to face Tekkz in this one because he got knocked out by F2 Tekkz in the round of 32. Unlucky for you, Nightwatch. But so obviously Tekkz is a big-time player. But do you feel like, very similar to Rafsu, since he's already in the E-World Cup and Dubsy's not, he's currently 42nd place, and he needs a big tournament to get through, that there's more hunger on the Dubsy side of things?
I mean, Dubsy needs to win the event, so he just needs to approach every game with, yes, I have to win, I have to dominate, but the trouble is with Dax, he has a winning mentality. He's going to want the prize money, he's going to want the Global Series ranking points as well, just to set himself up for the E-World Cup. And like you heard from Nightwatch in that video, when he goes 1-0 up, he's so good at controlling the game and dominating possession that it's so difficult to get back into things.
Just going to reiterate that winning mentality. I was talking to Alan Avi and he said he'd spoken to Dax and Dax wants this more than ever. So he's not going to go down without a fight.
Okay, we'll see about that. Well, that matchup is coming up next. Dubsy versus Dax with everything to play for right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Quiero pedir perdón.
I'm sorry to all the players I faced.
The left backs.
A los laterales derechos. A todas las defensas.
Sorry you trained so hard.
Mal mesmo para a sua reputação.
A vuestros tobillos.
The opposition coaches.
Aos goleiros.
Their teams, your fans.
I'm really sorry.
Sorry about your weakness.
Son marcas personales.
I'm sorry I like to dance and entertain.
Destrói. Mas acima de tudo,
I'm sorry.
Perdón.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry.
No sos vos, son ellos.
I'd like to apologize for being a perfectionist, a warrior, a champion, your nemesis. I'm sorry I love to play, and that my playground is your home ground.
Back to Hamburg, ladies and gentlemen, and it is time for one more match. We've got so much action still to bring you today, but the game that we've got coming up next is a special one, and the first time for me to see one of my favorite players in action on the stream is, of course, Dax, and he's going to be taking on Dubsy.
He is going to be taking on Dubsy, and quite like a lot of players still in this tournament, they have to pretty much win the entire thing to get into the E-World Cup. It is their last chance to get into that big 16. And for Dubsy, he's got to go through an absolute force that is Dax. But as we mentioned earlier on the couch, he has done it before. He did it during the Swiss stage. He was able to take down Dax, not just comfortably, but he beat him 5-0. It was a very, very good result for him, and that's not something that's easy to do against a man like Dax.
Well, that is the definition of a convincing win, and certainly one that he can keep in the memory banks and help himself out when it comes into the matchups. I'm sure when the draw came out and he saw that name Dax, it's probably having a result behind you like that intimidation factor kind of just disappears very quickly for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think that going into it, if you are the player who has already beaten the opposition, you are going to be feeling comfortable, you're going to be feeling good about yourself, and you say, look, I know I can beat that player. However, the downside is that player has had the chance to go and review the tapes. They've had a look to what went wrong. They might have been able to think about what they could be doing better. And if they implement that into their game style, then suddenly you might be the one who's struggling. And also, you don't want to go into it too comfortable, thinking, oh, well, I beat him once, I'll be able to beat him again.
Also, we have that little curse, which is if you beat someone in Swiss, they normally knock you out of the tournament. So Dubsy's certainly got to keep that in mind as we see the players getting ready here. Dax just putting his headset on, getting all of the audio things set up. You can see the players loading into the game. So we're just moments away now from kicking off. And I mean, today has been full of surprises. What's been the biggest surprise for you so far?
Honestly, seeing Megabit eliminated from the competition by Kurt has to be the biggest surprise personally, because he was 3rd in the Global Series, or 4th. I mean, he's up there with Dax. And for Kurt to beat him when Kurt needs such a huge tournament, I'd say that's a big shock result.
And Kurt obviously continuing his roll towards those grand finals, needs to pretty much win the tournament to do so, but he's given himself an incredible shot at doing just that. But enough about those two players, because the game is underway. It's time for our next matchup of the day, is of course Dubsy taking on Dax. The artist taking on the man who basically needs to win the tournament.
Yeah, so Dax wasn't able to score a single goal against Dubsy in the Swiss stage, and we saw in the interview with Nightwatch, if you go 1-0 down against Dax, that's when you start to struggle. However, if you can take the lead, if you can start putting a couple of goals past him, is he going to be able to use his slow, methodical style to get himself back into the game? Of course, he is able to. He does have the ability to, but he's certainly going to be harder than his typical game style of going 1-0 up and then just holding on to that ball.
I always feel like when you play against Dax, you have to, your concentration levels have to be 100%. The moment that you switch off is when he bursts to life. He just waits. He's happy to wait all day, to be honest with you, to create a chance, as long as that chance is a clear-cut one that he can score from. But Dubsy just managed to pinch the ball away from him there, and he will win the free kick as the referee pulls the play back.
It's the way that Dax utilises the radar, and he really watches where he can ping that ball to from left to right and passes it around the back four, and will just be very patient until he just pops that ball up to a through ball to someone running through. But of course, pretty much a lot of players in FIFA 19 have the ability to do that, but Dax just does it a little bit better than the majority at the moment.
There's Dubsy, who's prodding his way forward here. And prodding his way at Dax's defence. Havertz is dropping a little bit deep here. Good to see him in the starting lineup. There's a cricketer, there's two. A little bit of space here. Vieira can't get there. But the finish wasn't perfect, and just at the last second, Dax managed to get a player in the way, but the second wave of attack is coming forward now. Hullet gets the ball out to Ronaldo. Great pass inside, but again, it's Van Dijk. But Hullet again wins the ball. And finally, Dax gets possession.
Some heavy challenges coming in from Dubsy there to try and win the ball back in those dangerous areas. And it's a good idea as well. If you can get that ball so far up the pitch, Dax is going to be a little bit... he's going to struggle to deal with that instant ability you have to attack. So you can have several players being able to pounce on that ball and going for a pass. But Dubsy almost had a shot on goal there. He went through a small period where he was just dribbling with the ball and going nowhere. No skill moves or anything. It was almost like he was trying to think in his head, which skill move should I do? How am I going to get past him? But then he went for a cricketer. And I feel like at this point, cricketers are becoming a little bit predictable when they're used in so many different areas. Yes, okay, they're strong. Are players overusing it a little bit too much now? I'd say arguably yes.
I'd have to agree with you at certain points. Obviously, it's incredibly powerful skill moves, as we all well know at this stage in FIFA 19. However, I do agree with you. I think sometimes players, there are other options in certain areas, and they just go to the cricketer because they know how effective it can be, when it's maybe not the best choice, but sometimes it's just a direct little ball over the top to find the head of Ronaldo that could create chances. Unfortunately, there for Dubsy, the header wasn't on target. But you have to say, if we look at the scores from this match in the Swiss rounds, that 5-0 win to Dubsy, you can see why at the moment, Dan. He's controlling this game.
And it's whether he's going to try and take advantage of the fact that De Gea is in goal for Dax and maybe go for some of those looping headers and try and use the fact that De Gea doesn't have the reach of Van der Sar, and you sometimes can just slot a header into one of those top corners. So we'll see whether that is something he applies to the rest of this game.
Well, here's Cancelo then in that fullback position. Ronaldo out wide. Interesting to have a look at Dax's starting lineup as well, because we know he has sometimes used, for example, Luka Modric out wide in those wide cam areas in the 4-2-3-1, but it looks like a fairly standard setup so far for him. Hullet now for the first time really getting forward here for Dax. But the first time that
Danger is presented in front of Dubsy. He makes a fantastic tackle, and now we can stream forward once again.
And I don't know if this is intentional from Dubsy or whether it's just a happy mistake, but it's just the way he's allowing Dakkz to have a little bit more time on the ball. So Dakkz is being encouraged to run into areas, therefore not playing his normal passing game.
Here's Neymar. Now he's found Ronaldo. Just a second for him to maybe think about that shot, but the space disappeared quicker than it appeared, to be honest with you. Van Dijk came across and dealt with it. Well, I think you're right. I think Dubsy's really posing some questions to Dakkz, and Dakkz is usually the kind of player that asks questions of his opponent.
Sometimes when you encourage your opponent to just run at you and you give them that little bit of space, their mind suddenly goes, oh, actually, I could attack goal here. And then as soon as you see that little switch of movement, you can then just pressure with several defenders, and it's very hard to react quickly to it.
Well, that was a lovely little ball over the top there from Dakkz, but he's happy to recycle, as we know. Moving his way up the pitch, inch by inch sometimes it feels, but it's all very deliberate, all very orchestrated. Cancelo now just waiting for that player to get close enough for that pass to be effective. Take him out of the game for those few moments, and now you're seeing Dakkz. Here comes the pace into the attack. Neymar into Vieira. Dakkz now still waiting. Almost goading Dubsy into making a tackle at this point. Hullet. And if there's a pass counter, someone at home is counting those passes, make sure to tweet us and let us know how many passes have been in this attack, Dan, because it's still going here from Dakkz.
I was going to say, if this results in a goal, this certainly will be up there for maybe Adidas Player of the Day, because the fact that he is just keeping Dubsy at bay, keeping Dubsy away from the ball, but also luring some of Dubsy's players out of position where eventually he's going to slot in.
Well, here's CR7, still has the ball here, Dakkz. He's had it for around 10 in-game minutes. Finally finds Neymar, turns back, Hullet into Mbappe, chance for a shot, and just as we saw the green thing light up there, the defender managed to get a block, and a second block from Virgil van Dijk means that finally the ball goes out of play, but it's still going to be Dakkz on the attack here with Cancelo.
And you can see why people do not enjoy playing against this man.
Van Dijk almost found a player there, but now maybe a chance on the counter-attack here, Dan.
This is where Dakkz has to be dangerous, has to be concerned, because when he does have the ball, when he's playing around with so much possession, Dubsy is naturally going to build up a little bit of frustration of wanting to get that ball back, and he should just try and hit straight away on the counter-attack. But if Dubsy's smart, he's actually going to say, look, I don't need to hit him on the counter-attack. I've beaten this player before. I can outplay him. Maybe I can keep the ball. Maybe I can play a little bit of Dakkz's own game.
And I think that attack from Dakkz there was almost a perfect demonstration, and as we hear the half-time whistle go, of what I was talking about before the game even started. Concentration levels against a player like Dakkz are so vital. If you dive in once in that passage of play, all of a sudden, for Dakkz, the entire pitch opens up. And you know, if there is one player free, he will find him at some point.
That's exactly what he's wanting to do. He's almost trying to encourage those players to dive in or to switch to a different player so he can get a little bit of room to make that final pass, to see that final ball. But in fairness to Dubsy, he wasn't playing ball. He saw that what Dakkz was doing. He said, okay, I'm not going to make a mistake here. I'm not going to switch onto the wrong man. I'm not going to overly press you here. You can have the ball in your half of the pitch. I really don't care. Yes, okay, Dakkz got into a dangerous area very briefly, but Dubsy was there. He applied pressure at the right time, and he managed to make the tackle.
Dakkz on the attack from the start here. Ronaldo into Neymar. Little movement out of his feet there with a drag back, and went for that left-footed finesse into the far corner. Again, defender in the way, though, for Dubsy. Corner now for the Leverkusen man. Ronaldo doing some defensive work, but still can't win that ball back, and Dakkz trying to bait a defender out with a croqueta. Cancelo now into Ronaldo, almost got the shot away, keeps possession, space here for Ronaldo. Just trying to get that body towards goal, finally strikes it at goal. And after all the pressure, a save from Van der Sar keeps the deadlock intact.
And now it's whether Dubsy can try and do anything with his bit of possession, because Dakkz is making his possession count in that he is eating away the clock, and he's also frustrating his opponent, but Dubsy's attacks have kind of just died very early. He hasn't been able to get into the areas maybe he would like to. He hasn't been able to play the through balls that he's been looking for, and you can also accredit that to how well Dakkz has been defending as well, dragging his central defensive midfielders into pretty annoying situations for Dubsy.
Yeah, again, it's something we talked about a little bit in previous tournaments as well. When you have to work so hard to get the ball back, and you finally get it back. Sometimes you can give it away almost immediately, but Dubsy burst into life there himself. And now he has a chance from the set piece.
He's just going to play this one short, which is a good idea, and the dink to the back post could work out, but it's going to be offside. That must have been so close.
Very, very fortunate there, because you saw Cristiano Ronaldo waiting, pleading with the linesman to keep his flag down there, because he was completely free in the middle. That was the simplest of finishes you could have asked for, but Tekkz survives there. The assistant referee making that decision. And now the Frenchman finds Ronaldo. Hullet looking for that run outside of Mbappe, just waiting for the moment to find that pass. Goes down. Oh, and that is going to be a free kick here. Referee pulls it back for the infringement. Tekkz. Runners off the ball. Neymar off to Mbappe. Can't find the scoop turnaround. Militao.
We haven't seen one of those work today, on stream anyway. Of course, we have seen it work a variety of times throughout the season of FIFA 19, but it just seems like that player is getting closed down too quickly, especially from that area. I wonder whether people haven't experimented enough with free kicks throughout FIFA 19, certainly at tournaments anyway, but I guess you are going to go for the safer option naturally.
I think possession's a big part of it as well. Sometimes I feel like if I go for a direct free kick and the goalkeeper makes a save, I'm very vulnerable on the counter-attack.
Absolutely true.
So that's playing into the short free kick routines we're seeing a lot from players at the moment. But Tekkz now still controlling the pace of the game, as he does so much. Mbappe now inside the box. Ruketa, Van Dijk has to get across and does so.
Paul's being cued by Tekkz, and potentially just a few fresh legs here to try and initiate something.
A little bit heavy for Van Dijk.
Yeah, similarly to the game we saw earlier, where it was very tight for the first leg. When it comes down to playoffs, when it comes down to the final tournament of the season before the E-World Cup, there's always going to be nerves involved. There's always going to be that I don't want to lose mentality of I'm going to keep the ball, because if my opponent doesn't have the ball, they're not going to score against me. But you're also reluctant to make one of those big plays to try and score a goal, because you know how it can go against you.
Well, Dubsy then with possession for the first time in a while, to be honest with you, in this final third. And now's his chance to try and work a position there. Gets a little bit fortunate. Mbappe completely unmarked. And Tekkz rolled the dice. And it came up right for him there, Eusebio. Mbappe goes to the second drag back there, change of direction, and wins the free kick. Now can Dubsy do something that Tekkz could not? Can he find a way to goal? Eusebio goes for the far corner and finds the back of the net.
And there you go, there is something a little bit different. Yes, okay, it was a layoff, but it wasn't the double run over. Instead, it was just right to the man of Eusebio. And it's just a simple touch to the right to beat that man. That's the difference. When you've got that fourth man running onto the ball, you're at a sprint speed, so you're much more vulnerable to players who are closing you down. Brilliant free kick, and that's finally the deadlock broken.
So for all the possession, and I'm going to say for all the dominance of 73 minutes of FIFA 19, Tekkz is chasing the game. And it comes from that set piece, well thought out by Dubsy. And a stern look still on his face, on both of these players' faces.
And whilst this wouldn't impact Tekkz's season at all, really, if he were to lose this game, aside from the prize money and the pride, you got to look at the other players around him. Dubsy, Tekkz, Megabit, they're all going to be looking at him saying, all right, well, if he's losing to players like this, what can I learn? Can I implement this into my game plan? And maybe then I could beat Tekkz. Because as it stands, and the way the seeding process works for the E-World Cup, Tekkz would be with Dubsy in Group B.
And that makes things always more difficult. If Dubsy is anywhere near you in a bracket in a group, you know you're going to be in for a tough game. And then the build up there, Dubsy, again, testing Tekkz's defense there, looking for that chip into the first time volley. We've seen a lot of them at this tournament, and I'm sure we will moving forward as well towards those grand finals. Sandro now, and there is a runner in behind here. Tekkz was looking for that run. And Militao will spread the play now to Da Costa, and switching the play is such a good way of taking a few seconds out of the game down.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether Tekkz is just going to have to try and change his game style going into leg number 2 here, because even though he's had the dominance and he's had the possession, he's got nothing to show for it, and that might affect him mentally going into leg number 2, unless he's able to achieve a goal in these final 5 minutes, and then he'll be more than happy to play the same. But I feel like this is kind of what happened in the Swiss stage. Dubsy took a goal lead, and then Dubsy was able to build on that without Dakkz able to reply.
I feel Dakkz is just one, extra pass maybe, extra skill move, extra turn in the right direction when he's around goal, away from finding an equaliser though. Hazard now onto that right foot. You can see he's kind of knocking at the door, as we like to say. But he's just not able to break in at this point.
Yeah, Dubsy not letting him in indeed. Dubsy just putting that one man in the right place and ensuring that there's always a body to block the ball from Dakkz. And Dakkz reluctant to play that extra ball because he doesn't see it as a high percentage chance of getting the goal. Instead, he's taking these shots that also really aren't a high percentage either. With 2 minutes left now of added on time, it looks like the final attack might actually go to Dakkz here, as he has won the ball back quite high at the pitch.
Eden Hazard's the player who wins it as well. And oh, what a ball that is. Where's the goalkeeper? Who's going to win this foot race? Van der Sar gets a piece of it. Mbappe will collect those pieces, however. Dakkz trying to turn away from the attention of the defender. Sandro into Ronaldo. Hazard on his right foot. Dakkz with a chance. And he fluffs his lines. Corner. Hazard in towards Virgil van Dijk. Van der Sar turns it behind, another corner, the 95th minute now.
How much added time do you want, referee? Blow your blooming whistle. He's going to play it one more time, though, but it's not going to be enough for Mbappe to get the shot away. And it's going to be a 1-0 victory for Dubsy after the first leg. But there were chances there for Dakkz. There were a couple of yellow timings there as well. In that final moment with Hazard, he was timed yellow. If that was green, could have been 1-1.
Yeah, completely agree with you there. If that is timed green, then that's fine in the back of the net, in my opinion. We'll take a look at the highlights now from that game. It was an incredibly tightly contested affair there, Dan. And you have to say, it was just this one free kick was the only real chance of the game, to be honest, for Dubsy. But it doesn't matter about how many chances. As we know so many times, the story is who can take that chance.
And I don't think it was expected by Dakkz as well. He was running with Vieira he had selected, and he was going right towards that fourth man, expecting that sprint on. Instead, just a little layoff to Eusebio, and a decent finish as well. A nice finesse shot just off the post.
And normally we talk about, what's Dakkz going to change here? Or, what's going to be different here? I genuinely think, he didn't play a bad half of FIFA there, to be honest with you. I thought that he was knocking on that door. As I said, towards the end of that game, as we saw that final chance as well, it's just that tiny little moment in that final third, the decisive moment that he just seemed to be missing. And I need to give credit as well to Dubsy in the way he was defending that.
When we get to this stage of the season throughout any iteration of FIFA, you are always going to have very closely contested games from players who know how to play the game. They know how to defend, they know how to hold the ball, and they know how to get the ball in the back of the net. And it can come down to these tiny, minuscule moments of, am I going to play this pass to the right or the left? Am I going to croqueta left or right? Am I going to shoot or am I going to chip? All of these little tiny things.
And do you know what I think the one thing that always catches people off guard? Right in those last moments, the little half drag back. Not a full drag, the little half drag back. Because someone will always try and position their defender when they are the defending player to look for that shift to the left or the right. And it gives you that little bit of space. And Dakkz used that to create that chance for Eden Hazard towards the end of the game. But it will be Dakkz now into the second leg who has kickoff. And Mbappe now inside the box straight away. Big chance here, Van der Sar. Another big save.
Yep, a reverse in kits now. So Dubsy is going to be in the white from right to left, just to make sure there's no confusion. Not just for you watching, but for myself. I just thought I'd say it out loud. But a nice attack from Dakkz early on, but he did get the green finish. That's what we need to see more of. When I've looked at players' tweets throughout this tournament of why they've been eliminated, a lot of them have said, either I didn't get my timings down or I didn't defend well enough. Well, get your timings down and you should be fine because he's defending pretty successfully.
Dubsy knows what job he has to do now in this second half, and sometimes that can cloud the judgment ever so slightly. I'd like to see him play the same kind of game that he did in that first half. Dakkz wins the ball back now. And for Dakkz, he loves to play this patient game. But when you are chasing the game down, you have to be a bit more direct, quite simply because you have to create as many chances in the time left in the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, when it's so early in leg number 2, I don't think it's very easy to hold on to a 1-0 lead. Sometimes it's even better to just think that actually you're 0-0 at the moment and you have to go for a goal because then you're more likely to go 2-0 up rather than trying to concede one of those goals. But players work differently. Mentality, of course, is something we discuss very often. And we're learning more and more about these players and how they react to each iteration of FIFA.
And this is a beautiful little passing play here from Dubsy as he slides his way towards goal with a croqueta. Almost like a speed skater moving towards the edge of the box. And now there is space out wide here for Cristiano Ronaldo. Goes early looking for R9. Good positioning though from Van Dijk. And I want to talk a little bit about Edwin van der Sar, because he has been phenomenal for everyone who's used him so far here in Hamburg.
Yeah, goalkeepers were very much a talking point throughout the season. Who are you going to use? We saw Neuer being used early on. We saw De Gea then coming in. We've seen people try Jens Lehmann. But now we're seeing mid-icon Van der Sar. We're not even seeing prime Van der Sar. And the main reason being, which I have touched on a few times in broadcast, is that he just has better reaction. So he is going to be able to just get that last-minute save. And, of course, he's 6'6", which helps as well. He can reach pretty much every area in the goal.
We'll have to see if he can reach one of these potential shots that's going to be coming in from Dax now. Mbappe, again, waiting and baiting those defenders. But Dubsy is reading it like a book. He will not take that bait. He's not hungry right now.
Yeah, Dubsy's doing so well. He has Dax very firmly in his palms right now, and it's just whether he's going to be able to squeeze him out and secure a victory here. And what a victory it would be as well, eliminating one of the biggest players in the scene on the Xbox at the moment, but also getting himself closer to a chance at the E-World Cup. I've done the mathematics, and realistically, he has to make the final if he is to have any chance of qualifying for the E-World Cup. And I tell you what, taking down someone who's third in the leaderboard is going to give you fantastic confidence.
Well, here's Neymar then. Cricketer cancels it halfway through just to shift his weight. Ferdinand steps in there. Another one of those, shall we say, Tournament 1 players that we've seen pretty much used for the entirety of FIFA 19. Rio Ferdinand still holding it down in that central defensive area of the pitch. Dax wins the ball back well now. Pull it into Neymar, a little bit of a poor touch, just shows too much to Van Dijk, and now Havertz can come away for Dubsy. But again, a game of very few chances so far.
And it's a weird one to watch for all the other players in the scene as well. I mean, I heard the reactions for players watching the previous game and the game we saw that went to that final penalty with the red card. And everyone is going to be wanting to see kind of how people are adapting, how people are playing going into the E-World Cup. But then you've also got players like Zidane, like Abinio, who are currently sat in 15th and 16th.
Well, here's Havertz then. Good tackle there for Dax. He can't win the ball back, though. It just falls back into the possession of Dubsy. R9 into Neymar. Vieira, great move here from Dubsy. The finish lets him down, though.
For players like Zidane and Abinio, they're going to be saying, well, I want Dubsy to lose this game. I want Dax to go through, because that is not a player that can then pit me and take my position. And there is entirely possibly a chance that Abinio and Zidane do survive. They do keep their positions. The same for Rafsu. Rafsu should pretty much have already guaranteed himself. Tass is up there as well. We might already know the top 16. Who knows what's going to happen, though, tomorrow? There is still a chance that maybe the likes of Painter or Dubsy could still creep their way in. And, of course, we still have Kurt to play as well.
So many different permutations still on the table here for that final 16 on the Xbox. It's been a crazy tournament so far. We've seen upsets, we've seen heartbreak, and you just get the feeling that we're not quite done yet as far as storylines are concerned. But here comes Dax. Again, surgically working his way towards goal. Mbappe trying to wrestle with Da Costa. And in that particular circumstance, it's Da Costa who gets the 1-2-3.
Da Costa really has impressed me with how he's performed in this tournament, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if he just becomes a staple right back for everyone at the E-World Cup. Again, it does come down to preference,
Tackle.
and we've seen a lot of Dumfries too. But I really like Da Costa, and I like the natural link-up with Havertz as well.
Well, here's Sandro moving forward, that flashback Alex Sandro. Mbappe now. You can see how many men that Dubsy has behind the ball, and it's a case of Dax having to unlock the puzzle that's been put in front of him at the moment, and he is struggling. He just can't move that ball quickly around the 18-yard box to create that space, and that's what he's known for. But Janos Cancelo says, it's time to go forward, boys, but then he just gives the ball away, having worked so hard to win it back.
That's very uncharacteristic for Dax as well. He's usually very good at playing the ball around in the middle of the field. He's not going to be able to get the final opportunity of this first half of leg number 2. It's going to be Dubsy, maybe, to get a shot away.
Yeah, and it's Neymar who finds Vieira as well. Havertz, we know he can go either side. The heel-to-heel, the drag back, and
everything
almost a finish.
Oh, my.
There is the half-time whistle. We thought that one was in, to be honest. We saw the green timing light up. And I was fully expecting that to just be nestling in that far corner.
I mean, keeper was beaten. The position positioning seemed all good. Maybe the player slightly off balance, which is why we saw the ball just go wayward there. But that is a warning for PSG's Dakkz, and you can see in his eyes, he knows he needs to focus now because he only has 45 minutes to get back into this game. It's not quite the 5-0 drubbing that we saw in the Swiss rounds between these two players, so Dakkz definitely knows he has a chance to get back into this game. He just needs that one pass, that one little bit of movement, but Dubsy has not switched off at all throughout this game so far. Every single movement that we've seen from Dakkz has been counteracted by Dubsy perfectly.
45 minutes left then for Dakkz to find a goal to elongate this match. Send it towards extra time, or will it be Dubsy? Who, as we keep saying, keeps the dream alive, keeps the flame burning. R9, Cricketter, step over inside the box as well, and the heel to heel. I tell you what, he baited the tackle there from Dakkz. And Van Dijk had to get that one right, and luckily for the Frenchman, he did indeed.
And of course, money comes into the equation as well. When you get each round, when you get further and further, that money gets better and better. 10,000 available for the winner in this one.
Vieira now inside to R9. You just feel that something has to come from one of these attacks, but again, Danny Da Costa just steps in. And he's been winning that battle in the fullback areas. We know how much Dakkz loves to use the likes of Mbappe, Havertz, Neymar, to find those quick passes in and around the defenders, but when you've got 6'2" fullback in Danny Da Costa, it makes it so much more difficult.
I mean, it's very difficult getting through half of these defenders that we see now with the statistics that have been provided for them across updates throughout the season. And we've almost got a role reversal in this game now because Dubsy has this 1-0 lead and he's been holding on to the ball and playing the possession game and maybe just hoping that he can restrict the amount of chances for Dakkz, but Dakkz has regained possession. And he's still being patient. He is not being affected by the time yet. He's more than happy to play his own game, his natural game.
10 men behind the ball at the moment for Dubsy. It's only Cristiano Ronaldo who's the man ahead of the ball at this point. Ronaldo, there is a little run there from Hullet. Might have just dragged a player away for a second here for Dakkz. Neymar. Here comes Ruud Hullet back in that more familiar position. Neymar again, Danny Da Costa. I'll tell you what, this is a man-of-the-match performance from him.
Is it him or is it Dubsy? I think it might be Dubsy controlling him, is who we should really give credit to. Absolutely incredible at the back. One thing that Tekkz has done very well, being the #1 player in the world, is focusing on areas not just on offense, but also about defending and closing out games, and that's exactly what Dubsy needs to do here.
Quick question for you, Dan. Sorry to cut you off. Has Dakkz had a shot in this game? Because I can't remember one off the top of my head. And when you're chasing a game, that quite simply isn't good enough.
Right in the opening stage, his first attack, he had at least a shot in the early stages, but since then has really struggled to get into those dangerous areas, mainly because of the pressure that Dubsy's been applying.
Needs to find something here. You can see the pause has been queued up by PSG. Dakkz here. Change of tactics required. And that's not going to help the situation in any way, shape or form. Ronaldo now back inside for Dubsy. Neymar takes the shot early. We'll win the corner.
I think you're more than happy to take corners in that situation as well. Yes, okay, you didn't get the shot that you wanted away, but corners can be very threatening, although we've not seen as many scored this tournament, and perhaps that is because of the inclusion of Da Costa and Dumfries as well in that fullback position, and the likes of Varane shifting over to left back. We've got Militao there as well. Some changes for Dakkz then. He's playing the 4-2-3-1 at the moment, and he might have some pre-planned tactics to switch over to, but it's Messi who's going to be introduced on the pitch, and maybe that left foot bending one in from the edge of the area might just be his key getting back into this game.
So as we could see there, Dubsy sticking with the 4-2-3-1. Defensively, it's worked for him at the moment. We'll have to see what Dakkz has got up his sleeve. We know he's got that 4-2-2 if he needs it. It's just a case of if it's going to be effective enough to find just one goal. And that's the thing, Dan, we have to kind of keep in mind is the fact that there is a lot of time still left in this game, and it is just a single goal separating these two players.
Maybe it's going to come from the corner for Dubsy to make it a 2-goal lead. As Messi, newly introduced.
Well, Dubsy then keeping possession smartly here from that set piece. It's going to be up to Dakkz to up that pressure, get some more bodies flying towards that ball, win that ball back and start attacking your own. But Dubsy's moving it quicker than Dax can react at the moment. Eusebio! Save from De Gea. Corner here. Messi. Mbappe wins it back. Dax can go forward now. What a ball that is. Eusebio just waiting just too long there to get that pass across, and Militao comes in and picks his pocket.
Yeah, I think Dax was hoping that there was going to be a quicker pace on his right side of midfield and a bit more urgency, so he could have played that ball over the top and gone through on goal. But unfortunately, just dilly-dallying on the ball ever so slightly gave the advantage to Dubsy here, who is now going to play the ball all the way back to the goalkeeper. 15 minutes left. 15 minutes, and then suddenly he's through to the top
big
eight.
mistake though. Hazard comes in, picks the pocket here. Vieira to Hazard. Oh, and again, Dax just can't find that final pass. Massive chance though for the Frenchman there.
Yeah, a bit of a squeaky bum time there for Dubsy. You've got to be very careful if you're going to be trying to play the ball around against a player like Dax.
Cancelo then. Pushing forward now for Dax. You can see the player switching's frantic, it's quick, and again, just that final pass from Dax doesn't find the player who is in that position to find a strike at goal. Dubsy now on the counter-attack.
And what a moment this could be for Dubsy as well. 10 minutes left, and the season's hopes of getting to the E-World Cup would still be alive by beating third in the world on the Xbox. Dax, what has he got left? 10 minutes to go. Can he get an equaliser here? Or is he going to fall short and go into the E-World Cup with not so great form?
And you can see, I think, oh no, massive mistake. Cristiano Ronaldo for Dax.
Oh,
Virgil van Dijk for Dubsy.
Well, that's mistake number 2, though, for Dubsy. And maybe the nerves are starting to get to him a little bit as mistakes are coming left, right, and centre. But now he has a chance to maybe put this game to bed. Or will he play it smart and keep the ball? Very intelligent recycling of the play here.
Mbappe then, a chance for Dubsy to maybe finish this game off. Mbappe goes back inside to Ronaldo, quick pass in, a quick shot! And that has to be the goal that keeps the dream alive for Dubsy. 2-0 now. And it looks like Dax could be out the tournament.
42nd in the world he came into this tournament, did Dubsy. And he's 2-0 up, and it would be his second victory over Dax this tournament. 5 minutes left for Dax to get back into it. You have to think now this is definitely Dubsy's game.
He hasn't created enough chances, Dan. It's just quite simple, to be honest with you. He has created, what, 2, 3, 4 chances in nearly 2 legs of FIFA. He's not going to make, I hate to say it, but if this comeback happens, I'll eat my imaginary hat.
We'll find a hat for you to eat and make sure that happens. But sometimes you get players that just counteract others. And I feel like that is the case for Dubsy against Dax here. Dax likes to play slow, methodical football and pass it around and look for space and wait for mistakes. But Dubsy's not been making those mistakes when Dax has the ball. Dubsy's only made the mistakes when he was passing the ball around in defense himself. And unfortunately for Dax, Dubsy was quick to react to make sure he didn't concede from those mistakes.
Yeah, his focus has been absolutely incredible in this game, Dubsy. As you say, defensive errors have pretty much not existed until the last couple of minutes of the game where he's so close to picking up this win now. But this is the last roll of the dice now for Dax. He needs to change something. He needs to find some magic from somewhere.
He needs to change something, or he needs to change everything. Just throw everything forward at this point and get aggressive and see what you can do. Can he get back into this game? I mean, I have seen it happen. We've all seen it happen in these late stages of the games. If he gets something from the get-go here, then you never know.
86 minutes on the clock, make that 87. And you can see Kante on the pitch here as well, and Vieira just steps in. As you said, Dan, it had to happen then. It had to happen now. And for Dubsy, this might just be a victory lap now. Mbappe into Ronaldo. Eusebio, they're queuing up here. Lionel Messi. Smart play from Dubsy.
Yeah, don't even take the risk. You saw him celebrate, or sorry, you didn't see him celebrate. I saw him celebrate, and you heard the scream as soon as he made that interception with Vieira, because he knew it was game, set, and match, and he knew he had taken down one of the giants of this FIFA community.
Now there might be a chance here. There's barely any time on the clock. De Gea will pick the ball up. I think Dax knows it's done. There's a scream of let's go coming in from Dubsy, because he knows that's another step closer to completing his task here in Hamburg. He's still a long way to go, but taking down the #3 seed is a huge step towards it.
It's certainly not the form that Dax would have wanted going into the E-World Cup, but for Dubsy, that's the first hurdle completed. If he can get all the way to a final, there is a chance we could see him in the E-World Cup, and that would be absolutely incredible.
Let's take a look at those highlights, of course, from that game. It was a very tightly fought affair. It was a game of very few chances, Dan. And to be honest with you, towards the end of this game, this was the big one here for Dax. Took the shot early, but Virgil van Dijk showing his worth. We've heard so many pros talk about his value, and you can see exactly why there.
And did Dax maybe not take advantage of those mistakes from Dubsy well enough? That shot from Ronaldo, was it the right thing to do? Should he have maybe gone for a drag back and tried to play it across? It didn't really work for Dax. Whatever his strategy was going into that game, it didn't work against Dubsy. Dubsy won that battle, and now he gets to move on.
Yeah, one thing that I absolutely love was the mental focus as well from Dubsy, and I'm sure it's something that he's going to have to keep up if he wants to keep progressing this tournament, move towards one of those 16 places. But for now, that's going to do it from us. We're going to head back to the couch now to break it all down.
Thank you, guys. Great call of the game, and I want to give a hat tip to Dubsy because he got a clean sheet against Dax in the Swiss format 5-0, and he does it again here. That is 8 consecutive halves of not giving up a goal to one of the world's best players. It's unbelievable.
Amazing stuff, and for Dubsy, this is him kind of showing what he's all about, because we haven't really seen this kind of performance from him this season. Last season, he won an ESWC tournament, which is part of the Global Series, got his move to Bayer Leverkusen, and just like Havertz is doing well in the game, you know, for the club as well. Dubsy's just been so good.
And he's kind of been relatively quiet this year, I think, for his own expectations. So this is the best time to have your breakout. And clearly he has Dax's number. I've never seen Dax struggle to score goals like this at any point during the season.
Well, I was saying earlier as well, wasn't I? Dax really wanted to win this. I was talking to the guys off camera, and they said, no, he's going guns blazing for it. So I don't really know why he couldn't really show up today.
Yeah. These are questions that we can get asked or answered and asked later. Because I want to move to our players to watch. The ones that we predicted. Well, you didn't get a chance. You're going to fill in for Spencer here. I went with Abinho. He was my player to watch in this one. He lost in the round of 32. So that was unfortunate. And then Spencer, he went with Diogo. Guess what? He also lost in the round of 32. And then Mike, he went with Gorilla, who also lost in the round of 32.
Did I win?
And then Rachel went with Sakul, and he is also out in the round of 32. So we cursed every single one of the players that we picked in our player to watch.
We should not talk about anyone.
We shouldn't.
If we talk about you, you've been warned. Something
did it
could be
yesterday
against
as well.
you. The FIFA gods won't like you. I don't know.
I said Nightwatch yesterday. He went out.
I said hashtag Harry yesterday.
Ouch. Which is
Yeah, I'm probably going to stop talking.
I'm just going to sit on the fence. Just watch all this happen.
It's a good place to be. All right, let's take a look now at the brackets and get you guys updated on everything that is going on. Lots of big games we saw there. This is the first part of it in the round of 32. Rebel Stokes and Phenomeno won to go on to it, and then Stokes took care of him. And then Rebel Painter took down Resende after Painter took down Max, and Resende beat Gorilla.
And completely different games there as well. Tons of goals in the first matchup with Stokes, and then absolutely nothing happening in the Painter game.
Right. And then we go into the bottom half of this side of the bracket. We saw Vinny beat Sakul, and then he took down Rafsu. He needs to win this tournament to get into the top 16 for the E-World Cup. And then Dubsy did the business here on the bottom half of it. He took down Dragon, then took down Dax, and they're cruising. That's going to be a great matchup because both Vinny and Dubsy, I think, both need to win to get into the top 16. And then here on the other side, F2 Tekkz taking on Bundled Levy. That's going to be our featured match coming up. Then Kurt versus Hencu is going to be after that. Pretty exciting. Pretty exciting stuff.
Amazing games indeed. We finally get to see Tekkz, and a lot of people have been saying this side of the bracket is very, very stacked. You've got Kurt in there, MS Dasari, Tekkz in there. We can maybe, I believe, see a Tekkz Dasari semi-final if they
it's
are
possible.
able to meet
it's
there.
Possible.
We're a long way away from that.
Well, before we get into talking about Tekkz ourselves, let's hear what the other players said about him.
F2 Tekkz. F2 Tekkz. F2 Tekkz. The man at the top of leaderboards, over 10,000 points. He's been the best competitor this year. He's fantastic with his player switching, his defending, his attacking, his all-round game is just amazing.
I mean, where to start? Fast, energetic, most of all, powerful.
Smart, decisive.
Is very good FIFA.
Skillful, explosive.
Very fast play. He timed all the shots green. His finishing is very good.
The most consistent player this year, in my opinion.
We've seen him perform time and time again. I know a lot of players are scared to play against him, so hopefully he can bring that form going forward.
What can I say? He's good all round.
I think there was one adjective that they didn't use to describe him, and I thought, like, adaptable. Like any situation that he's in, he adapts. He figures out how to find your weakness and then take advantage of it and then end up winning games. This is what he does.
Yeah, he's just so good, Tekkz. You know, I think that's the key thing about him. Obviously, you can just see a little quote about him there. The one thing that Tekkz can always do, he can adapt. You said, even if he's having a bad day, if he's not hitting, you know, green time finishes, he's got you with the skills, the elasticos. I know you're a big fan of breaking down his gameplay as well, Mike.
Well, also, I'm going to say this before Mike jumps in. With this quote, it's more about the mental side of the game. How much more do you think he's improved from this year to from last year?
Well, last year, it kind of reminds me of Dolan Mike this year, actually. They have a similar path, at least. We don't know what Dolan Mike's going to do in the future, but won a big event. Now there was expectations. Wasn't able to relive that until FIFA 19, where he's been the most dominant force we've ever seen. And I give a lot of credit to his maturity. When he wins a tournament, he never gets full of himself. In fact, he usually says, I need to work on some things. I need to adapt. I need to add more into my gameplay because I know everyone's watching me right now. And I got to give a lot of credit to Tekkz and everything that he's been able to accomplish. He basically creates and builds the meta, especially early on this year. We were seeing the first timed finishes with some of the crazy shooting angles and the way that he defends that we don't give enough credit to. He's able to get those clean sheets when he's not necessarily playing at his A game.
Well, I think the mental strength probably comes as well. The fact that he's been 30 weeks consecutively at the top of the table, obviously, #1 on the Xbox side of things. And I think in this tournament so far, only 6 goals have gone against him, which isn't much to concede, considering we've seen quite a lot of people. I think it was Rebel Stokes has gone quite a lot against him, 20+ goals. So obviously he's doing something right on the defensive side of things, which is obviously what you need to stay in the game here.
Now, how important is it then, this is for all of you guys to answer, for him to have a good tournament here so that parlays into some, like a nice rhythm headed into the E-World Cup?
Yeah, for sure it is. You know, he wasn't involved in the E-Champions League final, which for him was, you know, a disappointment. He qualified still for it. He's been so dominant, as you said, 30 weeks at the top of the table. He is going to be seed #1 on Xbox. No one can change that. He's got over 12,000 global series ranking points. But if you win a tournament, going into a big tournament, he wasn't at the E-World Cup final last year, it's going to feel good, Jimmy. So for me, if he can win this, $75,000 as well, he's going to be full of confidence going to that final.
And whether he says it or he doesn't say it, if you interview Tekkz, he's going to say, oh, I'm focused for the next event. You know, I'm just trying to play my best FIFA. A lot of times he'll say the politically correct answer, but it would mean a lot to him. You win playoffs, you get to claim that, you add it to your achievement list for the year. I don't know why my achievement list is apparently up here.
Well, it's because the light's shining.
The lights are definitely shining, but he can also say, well, you didn't win playoffs, I did, and then he can carry, of course, that momentum. And momentum in FIFA is so important in terms of your confidence and just your mental preparation, and how you feel about yourself.
Let's be honest, in any sport, momentum and confidence goes a long way.
You need an ego.
You do.
But I love the fact that actually he's not really giving anything away. One of the players that hasn't gone on social media and talked about anything, he's just keeping it all under wraps at the moment, which I like about him.
Okay, now let's take a look at his highlights against Nightwatch, which happened in his first knockout round game of today, the round of 32. Some good playing as always. Mike, why don't you walk us through some of the stuff that you can speak so eloquently about?
Well, we had a classic drag back, and we talked about the drag back here on the couch a little bit more. It's just play that doesn't have many mistakes, and we talked about this a little bit, Jimmy, off camera, but Tekkz, you have to beat him. He's not going to make a lot of errors on the offensive end,
he makes you earn it.
But even on the defensive end. He's great at closing out games. Really doesn't have any weak points. You're going to have to bring your A game and almost hope that Tekkz brings maybe his B or a C game to really give you a chance, and that's possible. Maybe you get a little luck to go your way. Anytime you win a tournament, there's always going to be a little bit of luck on your side at some point.
No, I thought it was a very good performance, all things. I mean, he got a clean sheet. Again, just to re-emphasize how good he is defensively.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think the great thing is with this playoffs, we've been able to shine the light on so many players that aren't in the top 10. So we didn't really see Tekkz yesterday. We didn't really see MS Desari. Today is the day we're going to see those players. And, you know, I can't wait to see is Tekkz, you know, how is he going to get on in this knockout game? Can he get into day 3? He's never not got out of Swiss. And it seems in knockouts, he's just so good.
Now, I really want what he has. I want a little somebody taking notes for me here on the side. I wonder if EA will let me do that. Just a little life coach.
I don't think you'll be here on the couch with us and taking notes for F2 Tekkz. I mean, I'm not saying.
No, I want my own note taker is what I want. All right, now let's talk about Bundled Levy. He had a big performance in his knockout round game. He won 8-2 over Senna, and Senna had a lot to play for as well, but this was one-way traffic.
Yeah, I think the great thing about Levy is we saw him in Singapore. When it was in Foot Champions Cup, one of the Foot Champions Cups this year. The thing about Levy, he plays total football. He's like a Dax. He plays, you know, total football. TAS, total football. These guys play total football. You won't really see him using a flick-up cross or trying to, you know, get it into the back post that some players, you know, tend to do or tend to maybe sway towards those things.
that's something that can maybe let him down because he's not able to adapt to all of his opponents in the nicest way
but
possible.
how worried is he about who he's up against? They're behind us there. Is he worried? Mike's shaking his head.
I don't think he's worried at all. They've matched up before. Tekkz came out on social media. He tweeted about it, saying that Levy deserved a better result than what he got. And I think that's in his head a little bit, that Levy can play his game and that he knows that Levy has the ability to beat him. And I mean, maybe that'll just make it where he prepped even better. But I'm just saying, out of matchups, I feel like this is a good matchup in terms of like percentage-wise. Is somebody that could force an upset.
So the mind game matchup. I love that.
Well, speaking of tweets and Levy, Levy did put out a tweet saying that top 16 to the playoffs. GG, of course, that's always a familiar thing when you beat somebody. I'm so happy I performed well in this tournament. Hopefully it doesn't end here. But he's got a lot to overcome because he's playing the best player in the world.
Yeah, he is indeed. And I think the great thing is he's slowly going up those rankings. He's in 22nd at the moment. A win here really gets you more points, 190 points for getting into day 3. Then you're looking forward to quarterfinals, more points, more prize money. But for him, if he can somehow do a fairy tale kind of story here at this playoffs and make a grand final, it would be amazing.
Okay, you guys heard it. Can Levy do the impossible? That's what we're going to find out right after this.
I'd like to apologize for being a perfectionist, a warrior, a champion, your nemesis. I'm sorry I love to play, and that my playground is your home ground.
Quiero pedir perdón por ver el fútbol de forma distinta, por no creer en las limitaciones, por ser inalcanzable. Su némesis, a todos los jugadores que me he enfrentado. No sos vos, son ellos.
Arguably the best player in the world.
And Dasari took him down. Strike from Ronaldo! Might concede another one here because Ronaldo's at the back post. And it's 3 now for Dasari. Oh, maybe there's one for Maestro here. There is somewhat of a smile underneath that face.
The reigning world champion and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
Welcome back to Hamburg once again for the Xbox One Global Series playoffs, in which we're still getting through these round of 16 matchups. And I'm sure you've been asking, where's Tekkz? Where's he been? We didn't get to see him really much yesterday. Of course, he had that round of 32 game when all the round of 32 matches were playing. Now you get to watch him. And who's he going to be going up against, Richard? That's the question. It's Levy, 22nd at the moment in those Global Series rankings. Still pushing on to try and make the top 16. If you don't know him, a Dutch FIFA pro. We saw him involved in the Eredivisie this year, the Dutch Football Virtual League. And we also saw him in Singapore. He's a very, very good, talented player.
Yeah, really, really top level player. And you're wondering, Tekkz, we've not seen him on stream yet, really. That's because he's just been going about his business. Finished 4-0 in Swiss, walked through his round of 32 and his round of potential round of 16 match. We've got half of the quarterfinalists already confirmed. Those being Dubsy, Painter, Stokes, and Vinny. This is the 5th round of 16 match right now.
Vinny's had as well. We've got to talk about Vinny, the Brazilian player. He's taken out Rafsu. He's taken out Sakul. Big name European players. A huge, scores 2 wins on the bounce there for the South American. And we're not going to be jumping into this 2-legged game. Round of 16. We are onto the other side of the bracket now, where the likes of Kurt is involved as well. MS Dasari too. Big games here. People could be matched up against each other into day 3. That's going to be huge matchups.
Yeah, 100%. And recently with the other results going almost Levy's way, he's actually moved from 22nd up to 18th right now.
Wow.
He's 2 spots away from that 16th position. So this is a massive game for him. He's already faced F2 Tekkz in a previous event, in a console final in Singapore. He lost 6-0. Tekkz even came out and said afterwards, that wasn't how the game should have gone. I rode my luck big time. Levy is a top player.
As he said, took him a few months to really get himself to a big event.
He made an impact when he did, though.
He did. He travelled all the way to Singapore and put on a really impressive 3 days of FIFA action. Made his way as well to Championship Sunday. As you said, lost to the hands of Tekkz. But he loves playing pretty football as well. I mentioned it just there on the couch. He loves playing proper football. He'll come forward now in the Brazilian kits. From right to left. Tekkz, of course, in his beloved Liverpool colours. All red. Back to goal. Deflection through.
Wow. That is... Just because he scored early, that doesn't mean much. But the way that that goal has gone in, massive slice of luck. You've got to think, someone of Tekkz's experience, that's not going to let him affect him. But to another player conceding that sort of goal, that throws you off straight away. That's game plan out of the window. I think it's taken 2 deflections on its way through. It's bounced off Van der Sar's boot.
I'm not too sure why he did not lock onto the save there. Originally, I was looking at the deflection on the way through, but still, it was just to the right of the keeper, and it even flicked off his boot on the way through. But you said it perfectly. When they played last time, Tekkz did ride his luck, and maybe Singapore's calling again. It's just a little bit of luck going the other way. 7 minutes in, 1-0 to bundled Levy. He played for Excelsior in the Eredivisie. But as we said, just wanted to get himself on the international scale. And as you said, he's only 18th now in the Global Series records. I thought he was 22nd, but other results have moved that around. It's changed even more. Rafsu has gone out the competition as well right now. That changes things up even more so. Taz, he's out, but he was so close to picking up that first team spot. He's still just waiting for confirmation of results to go a certain way for him. So he went out to Dax. We just saw Dax go out. Dubsy, what a tournament he's having.
Yeah, last year's ESWC winner in Paris. Last April, that was the tournament that let him move on to the playoffs last year. He's got into the playoffs this year through a number of tournaments that he's participated in alongside his weekend league points. And you know what? He's come in. He's proving why he is a champion in his own right. If he can make a final and be an absolute miracle for him.
Here's Levy again, off the post. Early signs of just what this man can do. I think it was on the couch. Mike LaBelle was saying as well, when you play against Tekkz, you just can't show him any respect.
You've got to take it to him. If you look at Tekkz's losses that he's suffered this year, 2 spring out, both by rogue players. In Raseck, in Bucharest, in January, he took the fight to him. He were 3-4 goals up pretty much throughout the game. He took it to him. Goal machine at an LQE in London. How did he beat him? He was just 3-4 goals up. He hit him hard, he hit him quick, and he got that lead and then just sat on it. Because Tekkz will score. That's the inevitable.
That's one thing we've learned this year, Richard. You never write off F2 Tekkz. It could be 3-0 down, 4-0 down. He'll still find a way to bring it back over the 2 legs. He's done it all season long. Multiple FUT Champions Cups to his name. He's on that name a few times alongside MS Dasari. Bit of an arch enemy.
It's just a rivalry, isn't it? It's
First and
winning.
second.
It's a winning rivalry right there. It's because both the players want to be considered the best, want to be considered the best player of the year, the best player of all time potentially. So there is going to be that competition between both players.
It's been a running joke all year. The amount of points that Tekkz has got, it could literally be a world record for the first ever time we've seen the rankings brought into competitive FIFA. Over 12,000 to his name. Alongside so much prize money as well. EPL, he's ticked that one off the list with Liverpool. Fortunately, the only one he really couldn't do well in was the Champions League.
They say couldn't do well. They were playing on the PlayStation.
I mean, well in his eyes. I mean, like a final.
He's very much an Xbox player, is Tekkz. And then you also look, he made it to the last stage before going to Madrid, losing to Nightwatch by a couple of goals.
Which, of course, he still did go out to that final. Huge Liverpool fan, I'm sure he really enjoyed the game. But it just wouldn't have been that extra bit special to be there as an Champions League finalist. Which he did actually play Nightwatch in the round of 32. Here he comes now, timed it yellow.
Tight.
Just put it wide.
I'll tell you what, this game started as I thought it would. Both players played each other before, so those nerves aren't there. They play each other in a big match as well, in a console final.
Hullett into Messi. Watch Hullett make that overlapping run. It's Levy in possession now, the Dutchman. 1-0 up in this game. Could he be 2-0 up back to goal? Cristiano Ronaldo tried to play the one more into Neymar.
Yeah, I like the idea of that little back heel as well. He's very, very unpredictable in the attacking sense, is Levy. Don't see a lot. You don't see really a lot of flick-ups. You don't see a lot of La Croquetas. It's very
That's one thing
simple,
I said. Yeah,
perfect.
He plays simple FIFA.
Yeah.
He plays simple FIFA, and that's one thing that can maybe let him down. I think he had a game against Dolan Mike.
Yeah.
And the issue was, Dolan was a lot of the time. Of course, Dolan is already at the FIFA E-World Cup Grand Final. But what was he doing to kind of get past him? He was using the crossing to work to his kind of strengths. He was crossing out, flicking out, playing to the back post. And Levy couldn't deal with it.
Yeah, because if you look at Levy's team, Alex Tellers over at left back, he will be an exploit that people are going to hit. If you're not playing 4 centre-backs across your back 4, you will be susceptible to Ronaldo at the back post, R9 at the back post, Mbappe, team of the season, team of the year, coming in, leaping up and scoring at you.
Nearly at half-time in the first leg, which Levy has nearly survived. Tekkz will get one more chance unless Rio Ferdinand could just wrestle around him. That's exactly what he can do.
Very calm as well, playing out from the back. No rush with Van der Sar, just backing himself. When you've been a player for this long as well, that you've competed across a number of different titles in FIFA, almost like the situation doesn't really faze you. I feel like when we saw him playing against each other in Singapore, he didn't look at the opponent. He didn't really read it. He just played his own game. It were 2 legs of FIFA.
As you can see, half-time in the matchup between the two. Words of wisdom from Coach Enzo.
Yeah, and one of the main reasons that Enzo has been almost brought on by Tekkz, when they were in Singapore, he was in the semi-final against Resende. Tekkz was playing against him, and Enzo was just in the crowd. He was just a spectator. And Tekkz said to him, what do I need to do? It was after the first leg had played, what do I need to do at half-time? How can I get back into this game? Because they were losing 1-0. Enzo said, I've been watching it. You need to set more first-time shots. He's not moving his goalkeeper quick enough. What happened in the first 30 minutes of the second leg? Tekkz were 3-0 up, 3 first-time finesse shots.
That's exactly what happened indeed, and we keep giving it a shout-out. That notepad that Enzo's got, we want to see what's written down inside it. Obviously, part of Roman Fanatic, being a coach for those guys for quite some time. The likes of Dami, Zimmer. See both on that roster, both in action. Obviously all over the global series. But it's great to see. You might have just seen there was a little mic attached to Enzo. We're going to try and hear into some of those words of wisdom and conversations that in between games, in between legs, what's being said to this fantastic play. Here's Tekkz now, off the woodwork. Timed it green. This attack certainly isn't over yet. Ball rolls inside. Ronaldo on the flick up. It's off the post, and it's an own goal in the end.
What have I just seen?
Tekkz doesn't know what's happened. We didn't know what happened either. Ramos
has had an absolute mare on the line.
He's always involved in some way, Ramos, isn't he?
It was a shot from Patrick Vieira on the edge of the box. First time hit with Vieira, something very rare you see. Timed it green. That's not a rare occurrence from Tekkz. Everything's green. And it just pinballed around the box. Lacroqueta inside, got a deflection.
I don't know what that finish was from Ronaldo for a second as well. It's like there was no conviction on it at all. I'm sure we'll see it on the replay. It's like Ramos sprinted as fast as he could. It's like his body was moving too quick for him, and then end up it goes down pretty much as an own goal.
Well then, both players had big slices of misfortune in this game so far.
Tekkz is probably thinking, you've had your little bit of luck. There's my little bit of luck back as well. As we go into the second half. Maybe that was something that Enzo said, take shots from distance. Maybe not with Vieira, but he had a go at Vieira and he hit the post. You have just joined. This is the first leg of this matchup. Round of 16 this is. If you win this, you jump up to 540 Global Series ranking points. 190 more points.
Which isn't that big of an impact for Tekkz.
Yeah, Tekkz doesn't need points.
Miles above everybody else on the leaderboard, but for Levy, that could be huge in his quest to get in a grand final spot.
Here's Tekkz again now, cuts back. Vieira into Mbappe, back to R9, all the time in the world with a finish, and for the first time, it wasn't timed. Now from this corner, Van der Sar's on his 6-yard box, it goes past him. He gets headed out for another corner, this time via Rio Ferdinand.
Yeah, just making sure, playing safe. Rio.
Into R9, does so well to flick that up towards the back post. Van Dijk was there on the rebound.
It is as well. Tekkz just is almost 2 steps ahead of everybody else. Other people there, they don't modify the way that they do the El Tornado or the Balassi flick or whatever it is they're doing, the scoop up. Tekkz, he's seen that he's read the El Tornado inside, so what's he do? It just reverses the analog stick, does it the other way into the space.
And that could easily go off the pitch.
Yeah, 100%.
He's done that. He's timed it so well, so perfectly. He's just about kept it in play. And it's nearly worked out for a goal for him. If it wasn't for some fantastic defending in the air from Ramos.
And it's just those small details that he's doing that other pros aren't.
As you say, all those tools that he's got to his game. From corners, the skills he can do. Remember the 4 elasticos he did into a finish back in Atlanta.
It looks like as well that he's playing 4-4-2 right now as well. The second variation.
It's not a nice touch at all from Neymar. Quite risky to play that back for Levy. Rafael Varane will deal with that. Well, it's happy to make an overlapping run on the right-hand side. Can he outpace Vieira? Yes, he can. Normally them two together in CDM, not in a running race down the wing. Mbappe. Back to Alex Telles, back to goal. This is Levy. Chance squandered again. Van Dijk. Into R9 now. Tekkz already with an E-World Cup final spot. Lovely ball over again. Ronaldo was trying to burst forward. Still square, still another 90 minutes to come. Ronaldo to Mbappe. This is Levy now. As we said, he's slowly climbing up the rankings himself. Go back a game, he was 22nd, now he's 18th.
That just shows the progression that players are having here at the playoffs. They're building through the leaderboard, building up the standings.
Here's Tekkz now, off the post on the rebound, though. R9 was nearly there. Literally out of nothing. Tekkz creating chances.
You say Levy riding his luck right now.
You have to give him credit.
How
How
aggressive
calm
he
he
is
looks,
again.
though, as well. Levy so calm.
It's a very, very competitive match right now.
Got to think as well, Tekkz has been waiting for a challenge like this for some time. Or to compete again when it comes to competitive FIFA. It's been over a month. He's been used to tournaments every single weekend, qualifiers too. Ronaldo, accelerated fake, not 1 or 2, but 3. Inside now to Mbappe, back to Ronaldo. Timed it green. Timed it to perfection once again. And there's a rare smile on his face as he does go 2-up in this match.
Just so clinical. Right there, the 3 accelerated fake shots from the left wing, infield, little 1-2. Just a simple 1-2 pass and then instinctive. No thought process, nothing really overcomplicating it. As soon as it comes back into feet, I'm hitting it and I'm tying it green. The impressive thing about that goal is the short space in between the pass back and the pressing of the B button to be able to time it. Not let people think about this. That pass is very short, right there. He's not got a long time to hold the shoot button down and time it green.
It's
one thing that he just does do it. People overlook how hard that is to do, though.
I think what was impressive as well, the way he was able to get Ronaldo out on that left-hand side of that kind of left cam area. I know he's not starting there. I know Neymar's out there, but
it's a
use that accelerated fake shot.
Yeah, with the 2 strikers up top, Mbappe and Neymar out wide, Ronaldo, the 2 Ronaldos up top.
Oh, Ronaldo's off again. Could it be 3-1? He's 1-on-1 against the keeper. Ball roll away from his man, so composed, and in the end, just snatched the shot. Just 3 minutes away from getting into the half-time interval. In between the 2 legs, Tekkz able to be in front, just about 2-1, unless Levy's got another idea. Ronaldo, back to Hullet now. He wants to try and get it to Eusebio.
Yeah, looking to play that infield pass. Very unfortunate.
The 4th official has indicated there will be a minimum
as we come into
2 minutes.
Added time right now. I can see Tekkz just holding on this ball until the second leg, until the first leg finishes.
Nice long ball down the left-hand side. That's going to just outside the box as well. Keeper came for it, but didn't fancy it. Varane will just about clear it away first time. Referee, that will do us there. And the score will sit 2-1. And as Tekkz normally does, he normally goes away for a drink in between matches. Is he going to stay there on this occasion? He's on the main stage.
Yeah, the lasers coming down. It's a really nice setup, that, to be honest, with the lights in the back, the lasers coming down. It makes it look grand.
Yeah.
Having that stage and then there's 2 players on it in the centre, like an island. They're stuck on a desert island, but it's a fancy desert island.
Well, you've got the shirt for it.
I'll join them.
You might as well join them very soon. That's our main stage, of course, where the big final will be taking place tomorrow, with all the monies, all the Global Series ranking points, which could be literally season-changing for some players. Have a look at some of those highlights from the game. It was Levy that did go 1-0 up, and as we said, it was a stroke of luck. That's how the goal went. It was a deflection from Rafael Varane, and somehow the bounce just didn't seem to lock on with the goalkeeper there. We weren't really sure what happened.
The deflection and then the goalkeeper bounce just seemed to complicate Van der Sar a little bit. He had another chance there, just striking the post. Who knows what sort of different game we might have had in this first leg if that would have snuck in off the upright. But Tekkz answered back 5 minutes after the break. Little Lacquerqueta inside, got quite fortunate.
What happened there?
Ronaldo just, I think that's a touch. I don't know if that's a shot or not. Ramos ran into his own goal. Levy's reaction, which I think all of us reactions, was a facepalm right there.
Tekkz is going, what happened there? Everybody was rushing around, running around, and this was the goal that really impressed you, as you said, to get that ball back and to still time up that time finish, time it green, smash into the back of the net with Cristiano Ronaldo was something that people don't really look into, how difficult that is.
Yeah, 100%. You can see a quote here from Tekkz. Last season, I had a reputation as a really good attacker. However, this year, I know how to manage the game better. If I'm 1-up with 20 minutes left, I'm confident playing out the game defensively as a whole. I can play better. And I think that's something that we've seen throughout this season. He is very, very happy to play possession, to almost just kill off a game, keep it fullback to fullback. We saw that probably best, in my opinion, at the E-Lions qualifiers, where he was playing against Crafty in the semi-final and just didn't give him any chance whatsoever to get into the game at all. He got a couple of goals up early, then just kept the ball, kept it ticking, kept it moving, saw out the win and became one of England's official players.
He hasn't a bad season, has he? From what, last year he came out of nowhere and won Barcelona. Obviously, the FUT Champions Cup, the first one of FIFA 18. There was only 2 last year. There's been 6 this year. And I feel like for me this year, he's matured a lot more. He's only 18 years of age. He's matured so much. He wants to be at every single tournament. He wants to be the best. He wants to... What did he say to you when you had a conversation at this tournament? He was like, is there a trophy?
He said, is there a trophy? He said, I'm not really bothered about the money. It's for the legacy. I want to go down as the playoff champion, to go into the grand final with another win under my belt. That's what he said.
Well, he's already ranked #1. He's already going to be seed #1 going into that grand final because he's on 12,000 points. The side would not be able to catch him even if he did win the playoffs here. But there he is, as we said, only 18 years of age. He's represented his country this year. He's won the Premier League with Liverpool, and he's won so many major tournaments all around the world. And still, this late on in the year, even after a month's break, he's still so good.
He's still as eager as ever to compete at the highest level as well and to prove himself as the best player. And that's something that you have to have deep within you as a competitor to be able to say, I might have won X amount of money. I might have won 7 majors so far, but I want to win again. Some players don't have that mentality. Some players win large amounts of money, win big trophies. That's enough for them. They've done what they set out to do. They've took what they need from, you'd say, the esport.
Yeah.
For Tekkz, it's about winning, and that's the #1 motive for him.
Yeah, most definitely indeed. He said there in that quote, though, he has improved in defending. That's something that we all noticed on the talent team as well, from casters to hosts to Mike Lebel, obviously breaking down the play. He has got better defensively, so much better. He was always good attacking. And in his mind, he will be thinking back to playoffs last year when he got so close. It was Rafsu that stopped him from getting to the grand final in London last year. And that was one thing that he could not let happen again this year. He had to make sure he got to the playoffs. He had to make sure he got to the grand final. He's already done that, obviously, by the point system of this year, the Global Series ranking points. He ensured he got the job done months and months
Did that in,
ago.
like, what, December?
We said he could just go on holiday, you know, come back for the playoffs whenever it is, go on a holiday for a few months. He didn't want that. He wanted to just continue to dominate. And then he said that's the attitude he's got. He's got an attitude of a champion. He said he wants to leave a legacy on this esport. Certainly, he's going the right way about it. Into this second leg now.
Levy's not out of it, though. Levy's far from out of this game.
F2 Tekkz up by a goal, and the Liverpool kits once again from right to left. Levy in that Brazil strip from left to right for this first half. He went 1-0 up, did Levy. Looked really confident in the first 30 minutes. Needs to bring that confidence back again. There's only 1 goal behind. He's not 2 or 3. Match is still so open. Ronaldo out on this left-hand side where he caused so many problems just 15 minutes ago. Shoulder to shoulder there, Rio Ferdinand and R9. He just fell over.
Yeah, just blocked him off, didn't he? Rio Ferdinand saw the run going through and just stepped across him.
Another poor pass there from Neymar. Give it away to Vieira. And he tried to play into R9, who's still trying to make that run off him.
How many goals on the right-hand side there? Just caught my eye. Stokes scored 57 goals.
Conceded 38. It was definitely an area where he said he wanted to improve. Going into tomorrow, he's up against his teammate in Painter. Obviously, remember, we are live again tomorrow. Quarterfinals onwards. All the action on Championship Sunday here in Hamburg.
Tekkz has conceded 6 goals in his game so far. Make that 7 now. Ridiculous stat.
He scored so many as well. Love the way as well yesterday. Dasari, him, they just went about their business, didn't they? Went 4-0 in Swiss. It's routine stuff for them. Came into today up against Nightwatch, which, you know, is a very tough game. Both players have been kind of reading into each other's matchups over the last few months.
Somebody who's got a lot to play for as well in Nightwatch. He's got a grand final spot that were up for grabs, potentially, if he would have won the games that he needed to win to allocate the points.
Most definitely indeed. Unfortunately for Nightwatch, this FIFA 19 season does come to an end. As that battle for the last few spots to the FIFA E-World Cup is still up for grabs. We don't know where it's going to go. Upsets keep on happening in the tournament. Back to goal from Mbappe, asking quite a lot of him.
And with this game only at 2-1, Levy is very, very much in this tie. He might not be creating clear-cut chances, but he can.
Could this be his chance now? Watch out for Neymar. He's making that run every single time. Messi into Neymar.
That's
There's
so
the
nice.
chance. And there's the goal for him. He could have easily went on the right foot of Neymar, just stopped for a second, composed himself, and timed it green into the left bottom corner. Neymar getting Levy straight back into the goal. That one, for me, certainly could be an Adidas goals of the day. So good from him, so composed, and you said it, Richard, a chance could come for him.
And it has, and he created it all himself. Worked the ball out wide, worked it infield. Timothy and Neymar there, and then just having the composure and the confidence to say, I don't think my opponent's going to read this. Cut it back inside. Simple finish past the goalkeeper, and like I said, there's a reason that Tekkz rates Levy so highly.
And to have that respect as well for your opponent, it must fill you with a little bit of confidence. Going for a free kick there, Tekkz, you can just see in the right-hand corner of your screen. I wonder what Enzo will be thinking to tell him at half-time. He's got that notepad, I'm sure notes will be written down in it. Here's Levy again. That goal has certainly given him some confidence. Neymar, drag back, not once but twice. Messi has been a starter for him as well, normally a super sub for a number of players. Neymar, the goal scorer, just dispossessed there. Wasn't a strong enough pass back to Hullet. Possessions change hands once again. Lofted ball, he's been doing this a few times now.
That's what that 4-4-2 offers him. That ball down the line, Neymar, Mbappe, there is out balls every single time. Then he can work it inside, get Ronaldo involved.
Ronaldo to Hullet. R9's on the edge of the box. He'll be waiting patiently to get spread though. Out to Mbappe. Just tries to ball roll it away from his man. Such a tight area. Goes down to the ground. Referee says no, thank you. Still in possession though. It's not going to matter too much to Tekkz. And that one certainly will be a free kick.
Now, I'll be intrigued. Does this go straight into the box for Cristiano Ronaldo?
Look at Ronaldo. That looping run he's made. And he locked onto it as well. Tekkz again. Can Levy match this pressure of Tekkz? Down the byline again. Such a dangerous area to get down. Rio Ferdinand had to be the hero. Corner played short again. Few step overs. Played short into Ronaldo. Back to goal again. It's just pinball around the box at the moment.
Just rushed out. Just rushed clearance there. He had time to bring it down.
5 minutes away from half-time. Lovely use of the hill to hill there. Can't get past Varane though. Look at the amount of red shirts back now for Tekkz. Ronaldo's trying to make that run, but he's been caught offside once or twice. Ramos will pull himself out. Hullet will try and intercept as well. Advantage for a free kick. Messi's happy to play on. Chance for Levy before we get into the half-time interval. Mbappe. Danny Da Costa trying to add a little bit of pressure onto him. So calm and composed Levy here. And in the end, Tekkz does read it well. There's a chance to counter-attack.
Both of these two players on the attack look like scoring anytime they get it.
Just a few seconds left, plus added time to come. If Tekkz can go up with an extra goal into the second half, it will give him confidence.
Rio Ferdinand's been fantastic.
There's a reason people still use him.
Yeah, 100%. 83 pace. 91 defending, 86 physical for Rio.
Referee's happy to play, and we've played our additional allocation of time. This could be a huge chance. Oh, he's offside, Ramos. I was going to say, otherwise he could have crossed it into the box, in which Ronaldo was waiting for it.
He's on.
Referee, we've played our 2 minutes.
Oh, that's rushed.
Just get rid of it.
Tekkz
Get us
knows
into half-time.
It's a really good chance, that, because the referee let that attack actually play out. With 45 minutes left, Bundled Levy is in a really good position, better than 97% of the people that Tekkz has played throughout this year at this stage. If you go second leg, second half, usually it's 3 goals advantage for Tekkz.
It's normally, if anyone's got hope, they win the first leg, don't they? When players play against Tekkz, win the first leg, second leg, it's a completely different story, because we've seen it before. People play Tekkz, they win 1-0 in the first leg. 1 minute into the second leg, Tekkz just equalised, and then he runs away with a game.
Yep.
Levy is still in this game with 45 minutes left. He has replied to Tekkz once again. 2-2 the score so far. Will we need extra time? We're a long, long way away from it. Who will be the first name in the quarterfinals on this side of the bracket? We know the 4 names already there. On the other side, Dubsy will be playing against Vinny from NSC, and it will be Painter Stokes tomorrow. 2 of 4 of the quarterfinals. Early corner won by Tekkz. Whipped straight into the box. 2 players went up for it.
Yeah, did enough between them, didn't they, to get that away?
Neymar just out-muscled there by Hullet. Hullet's on the edge of the box. Watch out for him. There he is. Is he going to hit it? Yes, he is.
Again, though, do you usually see that timed from Tekkz?
We saw it with Vieira, didn't we? Maybe these are the little signs. A bit of frustration from F2 Tekkz. Ronaldo again out on his far-hand side. Just the skills, the combination. It's so routine for him. Vieira, where's that space come from?
He's onside as well.
Someone's moved out of position there. Might be able to see it on the replay. The shape was just a little bit dysfunctional.
So what it is, you see, he's pulled Ramos. He thought he was going to pass it into Mbappe and first time finesse it. And he said, because Tekkz has read the defensive movement, Neymar's in acres of space. A lot of players see a defender move and they'll still pass it there because that's just instinctive. Pass it to Mbappe, first time finesse. He saw that the defender moved from Levy and instead just slotted it into his feet for Neymar.
Well then, Tekkz back in front again. For a second time across these 2 legs. Can he build upon it though? Or will Levy reply once again? Hullet now. Needs support. You can just see Hullet there just trying to man-mark Cristiano Ronaldo out of the game.
It's a good tackle from Ramos, that.
Too aggressive though, says the referee. Pulled it back for a free kick. Now Tekkz will come forward once more. R9, look at the space at the back post. He's tried to play it, he's seen it as well.
Oh,
Played
no.
short, keeper's off his line, Van der Sar just about clears that one.
Messi's going to make that run down the right-hand side.
He might be offside though if he delays it any later than he is. Ronaldo tried to offer an option inside.
Didn't really have enough attacking players there going forward. He had Messi down the right-hand side.
Now this could be dangerous for Tekkz. Players in the box, Hullet's on the edge as well. Into a pause at the perfect time, really.
It is Levy who has used that pause.
You can just see, as you said, how Tekkz is set out with those 2 CDMs in that 4-4-2. Sitting a little bit deeper, Vieira and Hullet.
Interesting as well that he's playing CR7 on the right mid as well, offering the back post cross header if it does come to that.
You can see our main stage here, which will play host to all of the round 16 matches. And everyone will be on stream. 3 more quarterfinals still to come up after this one. The likes of Kurt in action, MS Desari will be as well. Some of the biggest names on Xbox. Even Felipe Abdi. He's quite low on the rankings, but he's put up one hell of a fight these last 2 days.
This half of the bracket is stacked, to say the least. With a potential, if they do win their games, Tekkz Desari semi-final on the cards.
We even forgot Dolan and Raseck. What a game that is going to be.
Yeah, that's a really, really top game, that.
2 grand finalists up against each other. 2 Germans. See, both made it to the grand final. They are both in the top 10. Retrospectively, they're up against each other in the round of 16 as well. I think that's the last game of the day. Both would have played in the virtual Bundesliga against each other at some point. So much more action still to come here from Hamburg.
Long old pause here from Levy.
Tekkz is ready.
Looking over, still making changes in the formation and the custom tactics is Levy. Some of you may know him as Sterren Status.
He's been around for a while.
Yep.
A lot of people have been over the moon to see him play so well this weekend and in Singapore. It's been quite refreshing for another Dutch player to come out. Show exactly what they can do.
Pele introduced. Kante introduced also for Levy. A lot of pace being brought onto this pitch right now. And Eusebio also. And it looks like Mbappe might be doing a job over at right back for him.
Wow, he's happy enough to make that sacrifice of a fullback and put the winger there. Still needs just one goal. N'Golo Kante, feels like we're back in December nearly, or January, when we saw those Team of the Year variants get involved in some of the teams. Some players like Kante as well. This year, nothing really more than a sub. I mean, at this stage in the competitive season, more than a sub. Teles. This is Levy now, down that byline where he could be so dangerous. Ronaldo, back inside, Pele now, get a shot away,
Penalty.
goes down to ground, referee waves it away.
Thought that would look like a definite penalty there. A tangle of legs inside the box. I don't know why he didn't open up his body and hit that.
He's looking for something. I think he wanted someone to move away because it was such a... Everyone bunched up. Yeah, everyone got so bunched up in that box. There was no space really to move around in at all. It was Eusebio on the ball. Was waiting for Ronaldo probably to peel off him. Kante's fresh. Can he produce a bit more energy into that midfield? Pele, superb feet, Criqueta inside. Ronaldo, scoop turn, did he need it? Goes down again, too soft. Just 13 minutes left now. Kante, that's the energy that he needs.
He's creating chances though right now. He's Levy.
Tekkz just needs to be able to see out this game. The last 10 minutes or so. Ronaldo now for Levy. Once again, back to goal. Non-stop pressure from the Dutchman. Can he find an answer? Once again, superb defending, Danny Da Costa.
Resilient. Tekkz at the back, holding strong. This onslaught from Levy.
If anything, if he can find another goal, it certainly will be GG. And Tekkz will be in the quarterfinals. Scooped up into the box. Ronaldo's there.
Teles did very, very well then, though, to win that header. That's an unbelievable tackle from Vieira.
It's a ruthless tackle as well. Tried to ball roll away from his man. Accelerated fake shot from Vieira. He takes the shot. Why not? Chance to break again for Levy. 5 minutes left. Just 5 minutes. Eusebio trying to make that run. He's just offside. He's back onside now. Varane was following him. Everything has to be perfect. There's the overlapping run of Pele. Get down the byline. Criqueta, or two. Oh, you saw what he wanted to do.
He's played it into that space. And you see a big sigh from Levy. He knows he's had chances in this second half. He knows that he's had chances.
If he gets the ball back once more, if he's lucky, I'm sure Tekkz will hold on to this now and not let go of it. That was it for Kante. Oh. We'll try and force him to play a ball. Added time of 2 minutes. Tekkz looks home and dry. He's dealt with the pressure that Levy's tried to put on him in these last 15 minutes. And he's 30 seconds away from ensuring he will be in the quarterfinals. And he is indeed. Congratulations, F2 Tekkz.
Water is wet and Tekkz is through to Championship Sunday yet again. Let's just see what happens. Commiserations to Levy. He moved up to 18th, but another
and a lot of respect
seed
as well.
Going for that top 16 does fall out of the competition, and now you're looking down the list of people who are already in there through points that they've already allocated. Have they potentially done enough?
This is the likes of Zidane.
Yeah.
He's put out a bit of a bad day yesterday as he went out in Swiss. He's thinking, is it possible now for me to go through those players that are currently sitting in the top 16? If people are dropping out there trying to go for them, they're going to remain in there still. Because Tekkz doesn't need any more points.
Then you got the Miracles still alive. Painter, Dubsy, they're still in this. So could they potentially snatch one of those last 3 spots? 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th available. It's going to be so tense.
Well, it is indeed. Let's have a look at some of those highlights from that match. The two-legged match, which was so thrilling to see. As we said, some of those were in our Adidas plays of the day. So good, some of the goals. I think that was one of our favourite ones. The way he stopped inside and just finessed it. Ensured he timed it green as well, so there was no chance he'd be missing it.
Yeah, great finish there from Levy and into the second half. This is where the game was won for F2 Tekkz. Lovely skills down the right-hand side. Ruud Gullit Played onto the edge for Patrick Vieira. You just see Rude Hullet there with Levitt. He ran away. He ran to mark the man. It gave the attacking player of Tekkz room to walk into unchallenged. Play it into Neymar, slot it past the goalkeeper. That's your winning goal. That's Tekkz in the top 8.
Yeah, it is indeed. It was Resende. You just saw him just keep everybody on the side as well. It seemed like the shape was just all over the place defensively there for him. But Tekkz is through. He's the first person through on that side of the bracket. Remember, we've still got some of the biggest names on Xbox to come up. But before we do so, I'm going to throw it to Kyle now in the social media area.
Thank you, Brandon and Richard. Brandon, I have to apologise on stream. I know it hurt a nerve before when I said about goal 2. I am sorry about that, all right. I hope you will forgive me at some point. But I have been looking through the Twitch chat as normal. Yes, I've been going through that. Lots of GGs. Yes, everyone is supporting. And, of course, F2 Tekkz has so many supporters in that Twitch chat. Everyone was going absolutely wild. However, there was someone, it's Quiet Quesio. They wanted to know, what are those notes that the guy in the glasses takes? I'm guessing he's talking about Enzo. I'm not too sure, because what notes can you make about the best player in the world? Also, we had Aziz97 Shatar. He said, what a nice knockout stage games. Yes, the games have been absolutely thrilling. I've enjoyed them all, and it seems like the Twitch chat is enjoying them. Also, Sean Nolan 7, a massive shout out to you. He says, I'm having a solid weekend league so far. Good luck and get those games through. All right, keep grinding. Now, one that stuck out to me, X Infinity V. Tekkz is just better, to be honest. Shame he ain't better than me, though. Really? You think you are better than the best player in the world? Surely not. Now, it's not only you guys who have been getting in touch on the Twitch or using all of the hashtags, as you can see right here. Get in touch using that FIFA E World Cup. Our pros have been talking to, yes, they have. And Kurt, he has a tweet for us, all right? Now, that tweet, as we can see, is right here. It says, crazy game. Could have gone either way. Thought I got hard done by, but we're still through to the next round. Obviously, that is in talking about his game with Megabit. And Megabit, he had some quotes for us as well. Megabit came out and said, I told Kurt after our game, now go and get your spot. It's nice to see all of these pros. They are showing that support for each other. And maybe it is time for Kurt to go and do that, because after this break, we have got Kurt versus Hencu.
Quiero pedir perdón por ver el fútbol de forma distinta, por no creer en las limitaciones, por ser inalcanzable. Su némesis, a todos los jugadores que me he enfrentado. No sos vos, son ellos.
Arguably the best player in the world.
And Dasari took him down. Strike from Ronaldo! Might concede another one here because Ronaldo's at the back post. And it's 3 now for Dasari. Oh, maybe there's one for Maestro here. There is somewhat of a smile underneath that face.
The reigning world champion and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
like to apologize for being a perfectionist, a warrior, a champion, your nemesis. I'm sorry I love to play, and that my playground is your home ground.
The FIFA 19 Global Series Xbox One playoffs are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
And welcome back, everybody. It's time to get things back underway. We're full of energy, as we always are, because we're getting into the nitty-gritty of the tournament now. And there's a player that I'm so looking forward to watching at the moment. Here's, of course, Kurt, making his way towards the summit of the mountain to try and get into one of those final 16 places. But he's going to be taking on somewhat of a surprise package here in Hencu, finding his way deep into the tournament, currently 31st in the Global Series rankings.
Yeah, but Hencu is one of the players who is closest to actually getting into that top 16 mark. Now we've seen Levy eliminated. Now we've seen Phenomenal eliminated. Hencu is actually the closest competitor to Abinio for that top 16. So if he goes on, he has a chance of getting into that E-World Cup spot, but of course he has to go up against Kurt. For Kurt, it's a slightly different story. He needs to win the entire event if he is to qualify. Can't come second, has to win, but he has taken down some giants. He beat Megabit earlier on today.
Get out of the way, Megabit.
Got around of him. A 4th seed Megabit was, so now, in theory, Kurt kind of holds that 4th seed.
Here we go then. Kurt straight away in on goal here. Neymar! Big chance early on in Hencu. I mean, welcome to the party, buddy. Kurt's coming out with all sorts of fire at the start of this game. Beautiful second touch as well. And I tell you what, Kurt, he's certainly awake.
I mean, you said we had energy, but I think Kurt's got some energy as well. A little bit of fire in his belly. And I'm sure there are many fans that the Kurt fans are going to be watching on, hoping that he can progress, hoping he can get close to the final stages of this tournament so he can have that shot of the E-World Cup. Of course, he was there last year, and he only lost out to MS Dasari.
Well, there is the ball into the box here, and Kurt's Virgil van Dijk deals with it well there. And now he can go forward. Cristiano Ronaldo, beautiful first touch movement of the football here on the pitch from Kurt, and that's something that's kind of become a staple of what he's almost expected to see from him now, Dan.
I think we've all appreciated how Kurt has played in this tournament. He looks so good going forward, defensively knows how to play the game as well, and he's been resilient in situations where he has been down, where he has been out. I mean, in the game against Megabit, he was several goals down, a couple of goals down, but he kept coming back into it.
Well, maybe he's looking to take the lead here. A heavy touch out of his feet from Cristiano Ronaldo to use his pace to get away from the man. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't good enough, but Ronaldo gets back in here and actually wins a cheeky little throw-in on this left-hand side of the pitch.
One of the things Kurt did struggle with when he was playing against Megabit was holding possession, but he's had plenty of it so far.
And here's a cricketer as well to try and buy space, but just not finding that final little skill move or pass to unlock the defense so far from Hencu.
And I wonder whether maybe Hencu, after seeing those players around him eliminated from the competition and realizing that he is the next name on that possibility of getting into that 16th spot, whether that pressure is going to be a little bit too much. I'm sure Abinio and Zidane are going to be rubbing their hands together at the chance of Kurt knocking out Hencu here. Because, of course, there is a lot more to do for Kurt if he were to take one of their spots.
Kurt moving forward here into that attacking area just outside the top of the 18-yard box. This is where his passing becomes so dangerous. There is that pass! But the goalkeeper movement was equal there from Hencu, and he keeps Kurt at bay. Corner now. Neymar dancing his way inside the box. Have to be so careful inside that 18-yard box with that standing tackles, but Hencu defends well. And R9's going to attack this space, but it only has possession momentarily.
Yeah, kind of ran into no man's land there, did Hencu. Didn't really know where he was going. I was hoping he was going to maybe turn back on himself and be a little bit more patient, but he almost tried that attack a little bit early, but that does happen when you don't have much possession.
Neymar on the edge of the box here for Kurt. Takes a cheeky little pot shot from distance. Going to fall back to Neymar now. Vieira comes in and makes the tackle just about. Got enough of the ball there for the referees liking. And now Hencu's going straight up the other end and releasing Cristiano Ronaldo. Couple of accelerated fake shot, gets the ball up into the air. Neymar's arriving, it was green, but he couldn't beat Varane to the ball.
The back post headers have been Kurt's kryptonite through this event, and Neymar especially has rose above players. We've all seen him tweeting about it, but Hencu not able to achieve that this time. As Kurt, though, will need to be aware of that. He needs to try and stop those crosses from coming in. Otherwise, he will be punished if he allows too many to come. But he has plenty of possession so far in this game. And it does feel like he really wants this one. You can just tell by his gameplay and by the focus that we're seeing on his player cam.
Hencu looking to release Kai Havertz down that flank there. Well defended by Kurt. Varane manages to pinch the ball back as well. And now Hullet can step forward into midfield. Ronaldo, of all players, throwing his weight around there to dispossess Ruud Hullet. Almost felt like that tackle was from the wrong side of the player, but he somehow managed to wrap a leg around Ruud Hullet to pinch possession back.
This is better, though, from Hencu, just floating the ball around the back four and being a little bit more patient with his build-up. Unfortunately, the patience doesn't pay off in this situation, but I feel like if he approaches the rest of the game in that manner, he will find chances.
And Hencu's done so well to even kind of negate the storm that was the start of this game from Kurt. He had 3 or 4 shots in the first 3 or 4 minutes, to be honest with you, that he had to defend, and he's kind of grown into this game having weathered that storm. And that, again, that's something that can't be underrated, Dan. When you are under pressure, the ability to come through that period and keep the game close. Even if you do concede, keep the game close, give yourself that fighting chance.
Yeah, you have to. Otherwise, if the game gets out of hand and you find yourself 3-4 down, you just make it so much of an ask to get back into things, and it's very easy to let your head drop as well when you can go that far behind. So Hencu's done very well, and of course he has plenty of experience. There is a reason why he is here, and of course he is the highest seed if we talk about the actual position where these players started before this tournament.
Well, the passing lane was just dissipated there by Kurt, and now Mbappe's inside the box. Beautiful pass, beautiful finish! And Kurt takes the lead, 1-0 to the man from Malta.
Yeah, vintage Kurt there. That's the stuff we expect from him. Just good vision, good reading of the play, and a nice fist bump towards his coach, Shells, who will, of course, be competing next weekend in the PlayStation playoffs. He is definitely a man to have behind you, giving you a little bit of advice over the shoulder, because I've been hearing that he's been performing very well as of late. So combining that with Kurt and Kurt's vision seems to be working very well.
One thing I love about the way that Kurt moves the ball is there's no second guessing. When he sees a man that's open, he hits that pass straight away from the restart, though. And so he's looking to catch Kurt off guard, and he managed to keep his focus there. But what I mean is every pass is deliberate from Kurt. There is a thought behind it. And even there, the way that he moved the ball out wide and then immediately moved the ball into the middle towards Ronaldo. He's direct, he's effective. At the end of this first half, it's looking like he might take the lead. R9, Cricketta, inside the box. Again, you can see the idea behind it, a little give and go at the last second.
I mean, it sounds strange, but you can tell that Kurt watches football, and you can tell he appreciates football and how he tries to implicate that into his FIFA 19 game.
Might be a big chance here. Ronaldo scoop turn. Cricketta can't get past the man, and to be honest with you, Da Costa and Van Dijk kind of got in each other's way there, and it might cost Hencu. Defender got in the way, though, at the last second. And I think that will be the half-time whistle at the end of the first half, and Kurt will take a lead in towards the second half.
And he's looked so comfortable as well. There's been very little chances on the other side for Hencu, and Kurt now with a 1-goal lead. If he has the chance to build on that, if Hencu starts to push up a little bit more, there's naturally going to be more opportunities for Kurt to play his way of FIFA, to get those kind of pass and move opportunities, and he could find himself 2 or 3 up. And now he's just having a little bit of word of advice from Shells there.
Yeah, always good to listen to a player who can just give you maybe a little insight that you haven't seen yourself, which is always fascinating. I don't actually listen in too much here because I don't want to hear what's being said, but even sometimes you're so focused in the game you can't take in the bigger picture, and to have those extra pair of eyes behind you, a professional player like Shells, it's invaluable, to be honest with you. We are really seeing the value of coaches being you know, their stock is increasing every single event that we see.
It's just having someone else with a different perspective sometimes, whether you agree with their perspective or not, just to make yourself ask the question of, am I playing this game right? Am I approaching this correctly? It's important to have that conversation, because if you don't have a coach, sometimes you don't have that bit of self-absorbance when you start talking to yourself. I mean, we did have the situation where Tekkz for quite some time didn't have a coach and he was still winning events, but even now, the fact he's got that coach, we've seen the drastic improvements in certain areas of his game.
So then, second 45 is underway, as you can see here. And Kurt, again, is the man with control of the ball, and therefore control of the game. There's an easy ball out wide here, unfortunately for Kurt, though. The pass wasn't good enough to find the man. A slightly worrying sign there for Hencu, how easy that was for Kurt to just break him down.
Great vision again, though, from Kurt. It almost seems like he's playing a game of chess sometimes, and he's always one step ahead of his opponent. Nice cricketer to beat the man with Neymar, which opens up a lot of space in the middle, but it's so difficult to get away from the likes of Vieira and Hullet in the middle of the park.
The good news for Hencu here, the German, is the fact that it's just one goal, and he only needs one chance. And we've seen games with a similar pattern to them before, Dan, where, you know, for all of the possession, for all of the chances, and possession in good areas of the pitch for Kurt. If you don't take that chance when it comes, extend that lead, it can come in to hurt you. Unfortunately, couldn't find Mbappe there on the overlapping run, and Hencu can come away.
And sometimes that is the downside of having that vision and trying to predict the play, is you expect players to make certain runs or to stay in certain positions, but of course, as in any game, there is going to be an element of AI involved, and if they don't make the run you expect them to make, that vision and that pass you've tried to make isn't going to play off. So a little bit unfortunate there for Kurt, but you saw what he was trying to do.
Great player switch from him there, using Van Dijk and reading that pass to make that interception. Pull it now into R9, wide here to Cristiano Ronaldo. Massive chance, and you just feel he could have gone right, he could have gone left, and he picked the wrong option, and oh, it could hurt him now. Neymar, Sergio Ramos is desperately trying to get back, and he can't. I said how fragile a one-goal lead is. It could have been 2-0 at one end, but now it's 1-1.
And now we're going to have to see how Kurt can deal with that mentally, because he knows he had the opportunity to score there. He did guess the wrong way with right and left. He saw, as soon as he pressed that pass button, you saw his face drop. He knew he could have played it left. We've all made that mistake. And then just for the ball to go up the other end and go into the back of the net is just rubbing salt in the wounds. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow for him, but at least it's still only a draw. As Kurt now will take a little bit of time just to think about how he's going to approach these final stages of this game.
I think two ways of looking at it. One is disappointed to concede that. However, I think in his mind he knows he should be 2-0 up at this point. I think you've got to look at it from that way. But for Hencu, we've talked about staying in the game, how important it is, staying within striking distance. And that's exactly why you have to do it. You have to keep the games tight. You can't afford to let the momentum of Kurt run away in this game. Neymar, the scorer of that goal. And I mean, it's all good getting that one chance, but we have to give huge credit. He put it away as well, Dan.
He did put it away, and he's managed to regain possession here right from kickoff too. And that now is going to allow him to just start to control the possession a little bit and maybe start to make Kurt sweat ever so slightly. But the one positive Kurt can take from that whole situation was he created a pretty clear-cut opportunity. If he can carry on to do that, he is going to find more goals in this game without a shadow of a doubt.
Of course, this is just the first leg. Eusebio across to Hullet now. Maybe this is the chance, waiting for that run, and Hullet has to use every single sinew to get there. But fortune falls on the side of Kurt here. 2-1, he puts his hand up. He knows it was a little bit of luck going his way.
I mean, it was a shake of the head from him, and he does apologise, but it does happen sometimes as the ball just collides with a defender there. And Kurt gifted back into the lead. Some might say it was justice because he had that opportunity, but you could argue it was a mistake playing it right rather than left when he had that chance and that opportunity. But either way, He finds himself 1 goal ahead now, and Hencu is going to have to go again to try and get back into this tie. Of course, it is still only the first leg. First leg of 2 in the round of 16. $10,000 on the line. The winner of this game will march on and secure themselves minimum 10,000.
That's big money. There's no other way to put it. There's more on the line for both of these players, and that's a shot from distance! And Hencu tees one up. Smashes it out of the park. We've seen it a lot. Not much you can do about those unless you see it early. You move your keeper across. But it's 2-2 now. Game on.
A little scratch of the cheek from Hencu. Knows it was a little bit cheeky, that one. Definitely a meta goal. But he ties it up. And Kurt's going to have to go again, and that's the power of Cristiano Ronaldo. That's the power of some of these foot items now that we have in the game. Ever since Team of the Year, when you get 99 rated players, they're going to have the ability to do things like that. Scary things they can do on this virtual pitch.
15 minutes left then, 2-2 in this game. And it's amazing, it's just kind of burst to life, to be honest with you, as far as goal scoring is concerned. You can see laser focus on the faces of both of these players. Kurt, though, found his way into the box here with Eusebio. Couple of step overs, turns back inside. Big chance here!
Oh.
And he is just clinical in front of goal.
And Kurt just saying, there you go. There's a proper goal for you. Worked his way into the box. Beautiful on the ball, pass and move. Hull it nowhere, back of the net. And this game seems to have a little bit of everything. As he takes the lead again, how now will Hencu respond? You can only go behind so many times before your head drops.
Kurt wins the ball back. Havertz has to do some defending here for Hencu, and he's just being bullied by a couple of players. Kurt wins the ball back now, and you just feel that he could quite happily find another one here. 80 minutes on the clock. Mbappe picks up the pieces. Finds Hullet. Quick one-touch stuff, and Neymar takes a strike from distance, but it wasn't good enough to beat the goalkeeper.
10 shots for Kurt, only 3 on the other side for his opposition, and you have to feel if Kurt can get 2-goal advantage here, he might start to run away with things.
Look at the space here, though, for Havertz. And can he pick a player out in the box? There's a runner ahead of him, Vieira. That is special. I don't care what anyone says. Sometimes tackles and interceptions like that, they're as important as finding the back of the net.
That's why it surprises me we've seen Vieira not included in some people's teams at this event. We've seen the likes of Luka Modric come in. We even saw Cancelo at CDM as well. I think it was #Harry playing in there. But Vieira does so much on the pitch for me that he has to be included in every team, because he is just perfect when it comes to running back, tracking, and getting involved.
Oh, a little bit of a wayward touch there from Ruud Gullit towards the pinnacle of that particular attack, and Mbappe now is looking to release. Messi in behind. Pressure here from Hencu. Trying to force the hand of Kurt, but I just feel like a high press game might actually fall into the hands of Kurt here with his quick passing.
Yeah, I think Kurt would actually like that, because it will open up more gaps for him to just go for that pass and move style, but there's only 1 minute left in this first leg, and it is going to be a final attack for Hencu here.
Dumfries will get back in behind there, and he has been an absolute rock in that right-back position, as well as Danny Da Costa for a lot of players. But after the first leg, it is Kurt who will take a lead towards the second leg.
A deserved lead as well, I would say. He could have been 2-3 up as it started, but Hencu did very well to get back into the game and make it a real tie. And it's the tie we deserve, to be honest, in the round of 16. We're expecting to see the cream of the crop when we get to these stages of playoffs. And I've got to say, Kurt's putting on a show. It's whether, though, he can just weather this storm of Hencu just constantly counter-attacking and manage to find these little slots behind.
Well, speaking of the show, let's take a look at some of the highlights from that first game, of course, because there were some special moments, and there certainly were some back-and-forth moments in this game. The early onslaught, though, from Kurt was something to behold, to be honest with you. The first goal went in around the 41st minute, but if you were watching from the start of that game, there was about 3 or 4 shots that happened before, I think, about the 5th minute.
And then we just got these flurries from Kurt where He had that opportunity. He had such a good chance. And I'd argue
It's a counter-attack, by the way, this was.
Maybe he brought Van Dijk out a little bit too far there out of frustration at not finishing that chance. And that gave Hencu the chance back into this game. But then we saw Kurt again respond. And I've got to say, both of these players mentally have looked good. Yes, okay, that's a gift back into the game. And Kurt did rightfully apologize. But both of them have been responding excellently throughout.
A little bit of disappointment on Hencu's face there. You could see it. However, he managed to find the space to set up the first-time volley there with Cristiano Ronaldo. A little dig pass, we'll see it a lot. We've seen it a lot, and we will continue to see it. But the green timing was perfect from Hencu to find himself back into it. But this, I mean, this could be one of our Adidas plays of the day. That is how you decimate your opponent's defense.
And you saw as well the reaction.
He loved that, didn't he?
Perfect.
He absolutely loved it.
As a reminder, if you want your Twitch drops, make sure you link your Twitch and EA accounts to win a premium gold players pack, rare players pack, and of course, much more is available. I know you're all in there in the chat, spamming GG so you can get your packs. Hopefully, I pray for you that you get some drops.
Yeah, obviously some incredible players at the moment currently available on FIFA 19 as we move towards the end of the season. And now we are back towards the end of today's action as well. We've got a few more games to come, but this could be potentially the last game of one of these players that we have on our main stage at the moment. Their tournament. Kurt is the player who currently has the advantage as we move into our second leg. We're live. We're underway. Kurt currently 3-2 up on aggregate.
And all Zidane fans around the world, I'm sure, will be hoping that this scoreline stays so that Hencu won't have the chance to try and pip Zidane from a top 16 spot. I've got to say, if Kurt wins this one, Zidane's chances of qualifying very high. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one as the tournament goes on, as a lot of the big names have stayed alive, which makes it even more difficult for some of the guys who are lower down on that leaderboard to actually get into that top 16.
Little change of kits here as well, just to point out to you at home. Havertz from distance to Hale with the save. Hencu now playing in the white kit. And it's Kurt who's in that Inter Milan, his beloved Inter Milan home kit, I should say. First shot of the game went to Hencu though. And he's going to have to be the aggressor, looking for the classic front post header there and the front post run from Cristiano Ronaldo.
I like that though from Kurt, heading it backwards. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but heading it down rather than heading it out.
He's completely in. He's in behind. The heavy touch from Ronaldo. Can he finish? Maybe at the second bite of the cherry. He'll take it. And he gives some credit to Hencu for his goalkeeper movement. Unfortunately, the power and the pace of the shot from Ronaldo means it ricochets back to him. And hey, sometimes things, when they just go your way.
I mean, we usually say fortune favors the brave, and I'm going to take it all the way back to that corner. Rather than heading it out and trying to clear it initially, he's actually headed it down back to Cristiano Ronaldo, who was just there right by the byline. And then all of that play is generated from that. Most people would just spam the shoot button, spam the pass button, get rid of that ball, and ultimately give away possession. Kurt didn't do that, and he was rewarded because of it. Yes, okay, fortunate by the end of things, but I actually think we should commend him for that play.
And again, the ease of which he managed to break through Hencu's defense, finding the run of R9, and now, again, moving forward. It's flowing. It's beautiful from Kurt. The only problem was the goalkeeper was in the way.
Yeah, Hencu, he spotted that one, and he just moved the keeper across towards the far post, and Kurt, unfortunately, had already pressed the shoot button and directed it by that point, so couldn't switch it up. But Kurt now has that 2-goal advantage that he's been searching for so desperately throughout this tie, and it's going to be a little bit difficult and different for Hencu to get back into this one, because when you're only a goal down, you approach a game very differently, and also your opponent approaches the game very differently. But 2 goals, it becomes an entirely different matchup.
I'd have to agree with you. I think that Kurt's very much in control. One thing I love about the way that he's playing at the moment is he doesn't seem to be taking his foot off the gas either, to be honest with you. He's looking to exploit any space that's in behind still. He's still looking to add to his tally. And you think about how you want to pressurize your opponent. The best way to do that is quite simply scoring goals. Neymar then. Mbappe with a drag back. It'll fall back to Neymar. Inside the box. Quick passing again. I don't even know where this is going, and it almost ended up in the back of the net. It's mazy from Kurt, this.
I mean, it's so difficult to keep up with those passes when you're defending. It's ping-pong passing at the moment.
Neymar then twisting and turning. And it will be a third corner in a row here for Kurt. Again short, Neymar skips past Mbappe. Oh, look at the space here for Mbappe, and there's a reason there's so much space.
I think if that fell to Neymar, maybe he was still onside. So slightly unfortunate that Mbappe locked onto it and took that ball off him. And only 15 minutes into this second leg, and already it's been explosive from Kurt, who really is looking to try and put this game to bed and secure his spot in the quarterfinals.
Well, here's Mbappe. Oh, that's a great run from CR7 as well, and it has been found here by Hencu. Vieira. R9 now, out to Havertz. Such a dangerous player on either foot. Great tackle from Rafael Varane here, and the pressure again being applied by Kurt. And he's just reading this game so well at the moment. And look at the space here on the counter-attack. R9, Maldini has to step in. Hencu now trying to apply some pressure, but again, Kurt's reading the game so well.
Yeah, and also a wayward pass and almost a through ball there for Kurt. And Kurt's even saying, well, how did that happen? How did Van Dijk manage to stop that one? The through ball just maybe not applied with enough power, but he's won the ball back.
And here's R9 trying to twist away from Maldini. Hullet this time intercepts that pass. Havertz. Got in strong twice there, Kurt. A little smile on his face because it was Cristiano Ronaldo of all players, and I don't think I've ever seen Cristiano Ronaldo perform a slide tackle. Right, either in a Manchester United shirt, a Real Madrid shirt, or a Juventus shirt. Hullet inside the box, Cricketta just to buy space. He's twisting, he's turning, and he has served it up on a plate again. I'm going to say it, this man, when he's inside that 18-yard box, he's special.
I mean, we've christened Tekkz the special one. We've christened Dax the artist. Are we allowed to call Kurt the entertainer? Has that been allocated to anyone yet? Because that's certainly something he does. He entertains. He plays FIFA that you just enjoy watching. It's fluid and it's beautiful. And now he has a 3-goal advantage and is cruising towards the quarterfinals. But good keeper movement from Kurt to counteract.
He had to be switched on there. Hencu taking advantage of the restart situation in order to create that chance. And now you can see, oh, that's going to be potentially given away there, actually. But Varane wins the header. I saw Cristiano Ronaldo lurking under the flight of the ball, and I just fully expected him to win it, as we so often see. But, I mean, sum up this performance so far. We've still got a long way to go down, but just how good, in the context of the tournament and people you've seen so far, has this performance been from Kurt so far?
I mean, he's just been relentless in the final third. He's scary when he gets that ball in those dangerous areas because of how quickly he reads the game and how quickly he passes the ball around. You don't have time as a defender to predict where that ball's going to go. You have to guess early. You almost have to try and think ahead of Kurt. But that's almost impossible to do as the ball goes out of play somehow, and even Kurt looks surprised by that one.
I think a little flick of the stick, unintentional flick of the stick there when you do the ball roll can happen. And you get that heavy touch out of your feet. I usually do it when I'm clean through on goal.
Are we talking about real life or in FIFA?
I'll let you guess. But anyway, Ronaldo inside the box here for Kurt. Oh, it's another great spot.
Oh. I mean, I don't know what that wrist action implies, but
you're right. He's the
way,
entertainer.
he is.
And quite simply, that reaction is, are you not entertained?
Well, I am certainly entertained, and I'm sure many fans at home are as well, but someone who's not entertained is that man on your screen, Hencu, as he is slowly but surely having his season eliminated. When we think back to Bucharest, when he performed so well, getting to the latter stages of that tournament, only to be toppled by some of the giants in the FIFA scene. His season will be over. He won't be able to progress to the E-World Cup if he loses this game. And as I said, the likes of Zidane, the likes of Fabinho, they're going to be watching, biting their nails off, thanking the Lords that Kurt's actually winning this game, because it's a much more difficult task for Kurt to take one of their spots.
4 goals behind now, Hencu. He'll need one of the most special performances we've seen in the Global Series so far to continue his tournament run. But he has been met in this game, in this first half especially, with the irresistible force that is Kurt. Accelerated fake shot from Ronaldo. Dumfries, again, in that right-back position. He is just an absolute unit.
A lot of players came to this tournament knowing they needed to win, or at least needed to get to a final to be able to secure their spot at the E-World Cup. A lot of those players would have been thinking, all right, let's just actually focus on one game at a time, and if I get to those stages, maybe I can qualify. Kurt came to this tournament saying, I can qualify for the E-World Cup. I can win this tournament. And I think that's the difference that we've seen. And that's why we're witnessing a player who really wants this. And unfortunately, Hencu has just fallen in this player's path.
Ronaldo out wide here to Neymar. Ronaldo almost manages to pick the ball back up off of the Brazilian as well. And now for Hencu, we unfortunately couldn't string that pass together. 45 minutes. Stand between Kurt here and another step towards the summit of the mountain. What a story it would be.
I mean, even if Kurt moves on and reaches the quarterfinal here, he still wouldn't have as much Global Series ranking points as his opponent, Hencu. That's how far he has to go if he wants to get to the E-World Cup. And I tell you what, he has definitely answered the critics of, is it possible? Can he get to these latter stages? I mean, the Swiss was hard enough. The grueling Swiss stage that all these players had to go through was so difficult. And you're only rewarded with 75 extra Global Series ranking points. But now, the further you get in the knockouts, the bigger the reward. The more those Global Series ranking points go up. And if you can get to the final, you get to that win. It is that last opportunity to qualify. It was quite simple for every player here. If you win this tournament, you go to the E-World Cup.
It is, of course, as I said, only another step up the ladder towards what Kurt wants to achieve here in Hamburg. It's a difficult road, but it's one that he's carved himself. But I think he's got a lot of fans who are pushing him to go all the way here, to force himself into one of those 16 places to qualify for the E-World Cup final. 45 minutes left. Hencu got it all to do, and Kurt, when he's in this kind of mood, you just can't stop him.
It's almost like a training regime for Kurt with how he is just passing this ball around now and taking one-touch football. He does need to make sure he stays calm and composed, though. He doesn't want to give any sort of chance for Hencu to get back into things. I mean, if we think back to Rafsu in the previous round, he was down, what, 4 goals? And he was able to come back into things, so you do have to be careful. You have seen stranger things happen.
Kurt again, just slicing open the defense here of Hencu. Ronaldo using that cricketer to get away from his man. Turns back now, looks for the drag back. Well defended there by Hencu. Now maybe a chance for the German to come forward. He's going to need to strike now, and he's going to have to strike quickly. But giving the ball away to R9 in those kind of positions, your task is tough enough. Don't make it any harder on yourself. Neymar, space here for Mbappe. Neymar can't quite beat the last man.
And you were speaking about the difficult path that's in front of Kurt. I mean, just the sheer amount of rounds he has to go through, but let's actually consider the players he has to face. If he wins this, he goes on to face, it's just F2 Tekkz. That's the #1 in the world. He'd have to take down Tekkz just to get to to get to the semi-finals. If he gets to the semi-finals, he'd have to play either MS Dasari, Nicholas Raseck, Dolan Mike, or Philip Abdi. I mean, all those players are just going to be phenomenal opponents in the semi-final as well. Such a tough bracket for Kurt.
Pull it on the edge of the box here. Neymar decides not to pull the trigger, just waits again. Baits out those players, putting pressure on the ball. Van Dijk out of position now, but the back heel from Neymar, a little bit disappointing. But just to go back to your point you were making.
I mean, if the stars align...
Of course it was going to be tough.
If the stars align, it would mean he'd have to play Tekkz, and if he beat Tekkz, he might have to play MS Dasari, so we'd have the rematch from the World Cup last year. And that would only get him to the final. He'd then have to win that final to get to the E-World Cup.
Hey, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who still believe that that's very much possible.
I mean, it is, and that's the beauty of it, and that's the beauty of getting a player like this in a tournament like this with this much pressure on their shoulders.
Also in this kind of form, because this has been, with all due respect to Hencu, an incredible player. His second leg's been one-sided so far.
It has, yeah. I mean, Kurt has dominated the game. He's dominated possession. He's had fun just playing the ball around, and he's actually been counteracting the ways that Hencu's tried to score as well. I think that's what's been good. The goalkeeper movement has been on form for Kurt, and it's very important.
Potential chance here for Hencu, though. De Gea, great handling from the Spaniard just to pluck that one out of the sky. Mr. Miyagi in a fly. Here goes Kurt once more. Eusebio doing the defensive work to get back.
20 minutes remaining, well, 17 if we're going to be precise, and you can't see it happening. 4 goals in that time, and I think the look on Hencu's face as well suggests that even he knows maybe this is too much of an uphill battle, as his palm was in his, or his head was in his palms for a very brief period there. And now he just looks on and looks at his tactics screen saying, okay, I have to throw everything out in the kitchen sink forward and hope that maybe I can get a goal at a time and just work on a goal-by-goal basis, and who knows. I think I saw it was Mo Alba who scored 5 goals in like 7 minutes once.
Yeah.
That was quite spectacular.
It can be done. We just don't see it done that often. But winning the ball back like that might well help. Well defended again by Kurt. And Kurt's use of the second man press is something that's so impressive as well defensively. It's almost Tekkz-esque the way that he's chosen to defend in FIFA 19, but he wins the ball back again here, R9. Neymar into Vieira. You can see Kurt just running the clock down now. Not taking any undue risks.
And I mean, let's address it, shall we? Tekkz versus Kurt. How do you think that's going to go down? We literally have the most informed player throughout this season in Tekkz versus one of the most popular players this season in Kurt. How do you see that one playing out?
I'm letting the gameplay speaking for itself at the moment. Because Kurt, well, I'm going to be, I've missed him. I've missed this gameplay. This is what he can bring to the table. This is how entertaining he can be. And this is what a threat he can be. But going back to your question, Dan, I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean, I'm going to be honest.
I just want to watch.
If I'm in Tekkz's shoes, I'm going to be a little bit scared with how Kurt's been playing this tournament. He's looked so good going forward. But in terms of qualification for the E-World Cup and what this does, I mean, before we got into the round of 16, when we were still in the round of 32, we had Levy, we had Fenomeno, we had Hencu, we had Painter, all with the chance of maybe breaking into that top 16. Now it's left down to just Painter, who is the closest competitor. And maybe a consolation goal for Hencu there as well. Just a little bit too late for him, unfortunately, as he will pass on that baton. And Rebel Painter, who goes up against his teammate Rebel Stokes tomorrow. And suddenly the pressure's on his shoulder to try and get into the top 16. Can he run the gauntlet? Can he be the one to make that run and make those upsets? It's such a difficult task for all those now left trying to compete for those spots.
Anything that is earned here at the Xbox playoffs as part of the FIFA Global Series is completely and utterly deserved for all of these players. And Kurt at the moment, he's looking like one of the players that we certainly have to talk about as being one of the most dangerous left in the tournament. Tekkz has been amazing. Dasari, what we would expect.
And actually, I'm very excited to see Dasari and see how Dasari performs, because like Tekkz, he went a little bit under the radar on day one. We didn't see him on the stream. And that's going to be a penalty as well, just to rub salt in the wounds. But we have some giants left in this tournament. Tekkz, Dasari, Kurt. Just to name a few. I mean, I don't think anyone would be smart to try and predict this one.
I knew he was going to do it.
It was so obvious.
We call him the entertainer, and that's why. We knew he was going to do it.
Well, the controllers are down, and there we have it. I mean,
what a shot that is.
Are you not entertained?
What a shot that is. Fantastic stuff. Kurt moves on. The dream is still alive for Kurt and his army of fans. Fantastic stuff. Commiserations, of course, to Hencu. A great performance from him at this tournament, but I mean, he just ran into the man who's on fire at the moment. Kurt just looked, sublime.
And Kurt is going to run into another man who's on fire in the next round. He's going to have to face up against Tekkz. Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights and see exactly how Kurt got that victory, because a lot of those goals were some beauties. And the question is, Mark, can you pick one out to maybe be one of your Adidas plays of the game? Because there were quite a few that were up for consideration, I'd say.
Well, it certainly won't be that one, because there was a little bit of fortune in the rebound, to be honest with you. However, we'll look back through some of the other goals, because there were plenty to pick from here. Mbappe turning back inside. Pull it. I remember this one, just a cricketer. I mean, it's the patience. It's the vision. It's just waiting for Hencu to make that player switch, to make that poor decision. And he just rips you apart.
I tell you what, the vision on that one is absolutely phenomenal as well. You'd think that no one in their right mind would try and attempt that pass because Virgil van Dijk is near it.
Do you remember who that reminded me of? Who? Mesut Ozil once every 35 games. And I say that as an Arsenal fan.
And then Kurt just kept on going, really. He didn't let his foot off the gas. And he pummeled Hencu into the ground. And now he does move on into the quarterfinals. A quarterfinal where he has to face off against F2 Tekkz. And I think it's the matchup that we've all been hoping would happen. And it is going to happen.
And this was the penalty towards the end of the game. And we say that Kurt loves to entertain. You knew the Panenka was coming. You knew it. You knew it was coming. And unfortunately for him, it was missed. Even a smile on the face of Shells there. A little bit disappointed, of course, coming in from Kurt there to miss out. But that's going to do it all from that game. Kurt continues. We're going to go over to Spencer, who yesterday caught up with Resende.
And with none other than Resende, the Brazilian, who's got himself one of these scarves. Enjoy this, put it on, because it means you're going to the FEWC Grand Final. He's done fantastically well to qualify. First question for you, as a Brazilian, how important is it for you to try and win for Brazil?
All Brazilian peoples want this, and I will try and play my better. So it's this.
Is there any particular players, obviously a lot of strong players that have already got qualification, that you'd like to avoid playing if you can?
Yeah, of course.
Who are they?
I don't know.
He's keeping it close. He's not going to give any secrets away, but there's lots of good players there, of course. And where do you feel like you can get to? Like, have you got an aim? Are you trying to win the whole tournament?
Of course. I'm training for this, and this is my best season. I can, yeah.
Resende believes he can go the distance and do it for Brazil. We'll find out what happens at the FEWC final.
Well, we are flying through the round of 16 matches. We only have 2 more left to come. But right now, it's time to hand over to our Telestrator with 2 of our favourite Americans, Mike and Alan.
I like that. 2 of her favorite Americans.
I appreciate it, Rachel. Thank you.
Maybe she only knows 2 or 3 Americans. But yes, we're back at the Telestrator. Of course, I'm joined by Alan, and we're talking about Kurt's gameplay because Kurt has been on fire. Just like Mark said, we've got skill moves with a purpose and his ability to read the game. We're going to showcase that in one clip.
Yeah.
Roll it.
And Kurt really isn't a player who uses that many skill moves. I myself really don't, but this skill move is a skill move that many players that play FIFA have to incorporate into their game. Right here, we're going to see that Eusebio is using that skill move, which is called the step over. It's a very important skill move, in my opinion. Eusebio right here, La Pantera, he's baiting Hencu's Conte.
And the reason that's important is because it allows him to buy a little bit more time and to see how he's going to react. And at the same time, everybody at home, including yours truly, thinks, okay, we got to pass across. He's created this angle. And you can see Conte's already started to slide to cut off that angle on screen. Kurt's using that information as an advantage. And he's going to recycle it around, make a couple extra passes, and he gets a tap in.
And then he passes to Neymar, Neymar to the R9, the Brazilian connection, and he just buries it into the back of the net.
And that's why using skill moves with a purpose is so important. And especially with somebody like Kurt, who doesn't use that many skills, when he does bring them out, it's important. It gives you that entertainment value that we've been talking about. And speaking of entertainment value, I think we have a couple special guests.
We do.
Special guests at the couch.
What about mentioning your favorite American? You punks. I don't know why I wasn't included in that.
Sorry, Jim.
It's fine. It is what it is. But you're right. We are welcoming some special guests, FaZe Task, Vitality Rapsu. And first and foremost, Rachel and I want to do something special for you. It's time to get your scarf. Congratulations, you guys qualified for the FIFA E-World Cup.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, how are you feeling?
Thank you, man. I'm not going to lie, due to, the mathematics and stuff, I was literally 99% in before the tournament due to the point differential. So I can't really get like super excited about it because it was gonna happen. So.
But now you're 100% in. You can definitely get excited. You have the scarf.
Yeah, I mean, I think personally, after everything that's happened this year, personally for me, there was just so much adversity to fight, and to actually be in the grand finals is a bit of a shock. I don't know how I've turned it around, but yeah, it's crazy.
Well, it's a testament to how you're dealing with adversity. Now, Rafsu, same question for you. How are you feeling? Obviously, you want to win this competition to feel maybe good going into the World Cup, but you got in regardless.
Yeah, the same as Taz. Before the tournament, I was like confident and everything, but I knew that there were all like maybe 4 or 5 players behind me who would have just took my place. So right now, I was happy to win versus Ryan because he was like a direct opponent.
Right.
But even if I'm qualified and everything, I'm happy to go to the World Cup and everything. But I lost in the tournament, and it feel like salt with some salty thing, you know.
Yeah, bittersweet. I think
yeah,
they say,
so I'm like, okay, I'm qualified and everything, but I lost. So there is a medium, like mid feeling.
And how is it you guys having to sit next to each other? Because you did play each other.
Well, let's talk about that, Rachel.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Yeah, let's talk about that.
I mean, that meant, Rafsu, you had to go on and play another matchup.
Yeah.
But it's always kind of have to sit next to each other and deal with that.
I mean, from my perspective,
lucky.
That was the first game I put on a damn show. I'll be honest with you.
A damn show. Wow.
A damn show.
Wow.
That was some of the combinations in that game were quite crazy.
Combinations.
Yeah.
Of my Van der Sar.
Guys, you're both through to the World Cup. Okay.
Okay, so now what do you do with the next few weeks leading up to the World Cup? How do you prepare?
Well, this was the first tournament all of the pros were using these new Team of Season cards. So we kind of came to a conclusion on which ones work, which ones maybe don't work. I think what I kind of realized was practice
makes perfect.
No, you can't replicate the in-tournament situation.
Sure.
Right? The practice game is going at a certain tempo, and then the real tournament game goes at a different tempo. So I think for me, I'm just going to try to remember the experiences I've just had at this tournament, and try to remember them in a month's time in London.
So Rafsu, what do you do between now and the World Cup? Is there anything you want to go and change, want to go and work on?
You know, last year, me and Taz went to vacation, and I was in the World Cup, and I didn't done well,
He's blaming me. That's what he's saying.
Don't go on holiday together.
No, this is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I didn't think about the tournament as a professional. I think about it I'm gonna play it, and I'm just going back to win 1 week and play again FIFA and everything. But when you come back from vacation and everything, your head is out, You're out of the tournament, you're out of the World Cup, and when you come back, it's hard to come back and play FIFA 18 for last year. So this year, I'm just gonna continue play, try players and everything, because there is going to be maybe some Furies or good players, good Furies. So I'm just gonna try other players, continue playing, training, and hopefully I'm going to the World Cup and do something good. Okay, well, congratulations again on getting these scarves. Now you have to play analyst. You sit here on the couch. We have a big game coming up, Dubsy versus Felipe. Who do you like in this one?
Come on, I mean, I can't
That's
go
why
against
you're here.
him.
You're on the couch.
I can't go against him, but I don't think, I get a cookie for this, but I have to go with MS Dubsy. Him and Tekkz, it feels like they don't lose unless they play each other this year. Right. And to do that on FIFA 19 is a credit to them too. So unfortunately, I can't go with Felipe.
Okay, so you're going Dubsy.
Dubsy.
All right, how about you?
Yeah, 100% Dubsy is going to win.
100%.
Yeah, 100%.
99 okay, because they're all the time they're just doing 4-0, winning.
That's crazy.
All the time they're losing versus each other. So it's hard to play them. It's hard to beat them. And right now there is someone who's totally really good all year, and Felipe is maybe his 3rd, 4th tournament. So I'm gonna go with Dubsy.
All right, you guys heard it here. The predictions from Dubsy versus Felipe, that's coming up right after this.
Quiero pedir perdón por ver el fútbol de forma distinta, por no creer en las limitaciones, por ser inalcanzable. Su némesis, a todos los jugadores que me he enfrentado. No sos vos, son ellos.
arguably the best player in the world.
And Dasari took him down. Strike from Ronaldo! Might concede another one here because Ronaldo's at the back post. And it's 3 now for Dasari. Or maybe there's one for Maestro here. There is somewhat of a smile underneath that face.
The reigning world champion and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
Quiero pedir perdón. I'm sorry to all the players I faced.
The left backs.
A los laterales derechos. A todas las defensas. Sorry you train so hard.
Mal mesmo para a sua reputação.
A vuestros tobillos.
To the opposition coaches.
Aos goleiros.
Their teams, your fans.
I'm really sorry.
Sorry about your weakness.
Son marcas personales. I'm sorry I like to dance and entertain.
Destroy. Mas acima de tudo,
I'm sorry.
Perdón. I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry.
No sos vos, son ellos.
Hello, welcome back to Hamburg, Germany. I'm here with Mike Lavelle. My name's Spencer Owen, and we have got a massive game coming up for you guys between the Saudi Prince, MS Dasari, and the relatively, not completely, but relatively unknown Brazilian Felipe Abdi. Now, the guys on the couch were talking before the bench. They were saying that it's close to 100% certain that MS Dasari was going to win this, and I completely get where they're coming from, but 100%, Mike?
I don't think you can ever be that certain at a FIFA event about anybody winning. There's always going to be players that shake it up a little bit, but we do have one of the highest ranked players with MS Dasari at number 2, and then Felipe, number 56, coming in as one of the lowest, I think the lowest player actually remaining in the competition.
Yeah, the lowest that made it through to today. 56, obviously he needs to win the tournament if he's going to make it to the FEWC, but it's almost like a mini tournament within a tournament just to beat MS Dasari himself. He's got an absolutely mammoth task ahead of him, but MS Dasari is human. We have seen him beaten a few times this year, not always by F2 Tekkz. Obviously, there's a very good chance that if Dasari wins this game and wins what would be his next game, and Tekkz beats Kurt, we could see a Tekkz Dasari matchup at some point tomorrow. But before we get to that, we've got to respect the Brazilian. Felipe Abdi has got this far. He's done fantastically well to do that, but he's got a really strong opponent in his way. I'm very excited to see how Felipe approaches this game, and we are underway. It's Rogue MS Dasari going left to right in the Rogue FIFA strips. And Felipe is in the Brazilian kit, going right to left. I'm taking it that you're going to predict an MS Dasari victory as well here, Mike.
Are we trying to get the right prediction?
That's the idea of predictions, I believe, yeah.
So it's got to be MS Dasari is the easy favorite here. And just with how this year's gone between MS Dasari and F2 Tekkz, basically winning everything, one of the two for the most part, how do you go against them?
Yeah, I mean, he's nearly scored instantly there, apart from a good save from the keeper that stopped it. So let's have a look at the lineups. Felipe's got Da Costa at right back. We've seen him very consistently used at right back, although Eusebio's got the ball here for MS Dasari. Can he deliver it? He's going to go back instead to his left back, Mendy. Not everyone's first choice at left back. Put it on the ball now. Good pass into Cristiano Ronaldo. Great space. He's on the left, but actually quite wide by Cristiano's standards.
Yeah, you're right. We do see that left back position being very unclear between the pros. Whether they're playing a center back out of position, we've seen Varane, we've seen Ramos, we've seen Militao, we've seen the traditional Alexandro, we've seen Mendy. Still seems to be a bit undecided, maybe some preference there. I've even seen Cancelo used as a left back.
It is Mendy that Dasari's going with. But right now, it's Felipe Abdi on the ball here, the Brazilian, with Vieira. Pass, though, is cut out. It's an eye of the needle attempt pass there. He's trying to get through that heavy midfield of Dasari. Dasari tries to do the same.
And when you're talking about mentality, which is something that we're going to discuss, I'm sure, throughout this matchup, it's important for Felipe not to put Dasari on a pedestal.
Don't show too much respect. Still play his own game. He's got a Brazilian Alexandro at left back himself. Good passing here from Felipe. Can he get an early goal against Dasari? All about the turn here. And you know what? You watch the movement of De Gea there. He went back to the line. He retreated, made himself centred, and it worked very well. I thought there was a first-time shot opportunity on. Maybe he just overthought it there.
Felipe slightly hesitated, and it might have been, I guess, the issue with his finish there. Sometimes it's good to take a quick glance, though, when the goalkeeper starts to scoot left or starts to scoot right.
Dasari now trying to get the first goal, first blood in this game, our penultimate game today of our round of 16 matches. Tomorrow we'll kick off with our quarter-finals. Patrick Vieira into Ruud Gullit. Is he going to shoot from distance? No, it's a low-driven pass into Eusebio. Thought might be offside, but he's not. Gullit now trying to create a goal-scoring opportunity straight at De Gea. We've seen mostly Van der Sar using goal, but Dasari still rocking De Gea, the man that's been so good to him all year.
Reward him with more playing time. And what makes Dasari so difficult to beat is the combination of consistency, but then also having that total package, the mix of understanding the meta, what's been implemented that's exclusive or special to FIFA 19, and then also including his tactical awareness, his build-up plays, his one-on-ones, being clinical, handling big moments, having that composure.
Interesting that he's just moved to a 4-1-2-1-2 there, narrow. Not liking what the 4-2-3-1's doing for him so far, so he's changed it. Got the two up front. Gullit to Mbappe. To Mendy. Gullit now on the ball. Finds Vieira, who finds Neymar. Neymar finds Ronaldo. Can he turn and get a shot off? Alexandro more than equal to it. And then two green shot attempts there, both blocked. Corner here for MS Dasari. Currently ranked number 2 in the world. But let's not forget the reigning world champion. Ball in. Can he get the... Oh, wow! How was that squeezed in? I'm not sure what body part that came off. Mbappe looked to try the header, then he went for a more acrobatic finish. It could have come off somewhere around his chest. I'm not sure. I need to see a replay.
I was going to say a shoulder to thigh combination. Let's see it here on the replay.
It's a good ball in. It's off his shoulder, I think. I think you're right, Mike. A little bit of luck there. Oh, no, it is a foot. I think it is a foot. I don't think he exactly meant what happened, but he tried to get a connection, and he did. And it's first blood to MS Dasari.
And that is bad news for Felipe. This is not somebody you want to be up against chasing a game.
That's exactly what Felipe's got to do now. Chase the Saudi Prince. Rogue MS Dasari. Vieira on the ball here. And I don't think we talk enough about Team Rogue, to be honest, and what a year they're having. It's absolutely unbelievable. 2 of their players still alive in this tournament. We could see, if Dasari goes through here and then Raseck wins his next game, an all-Rogue derby in the quarter-final tomorrow. And to have 3 players... Oh, there's a goal. Straight away, Felipe has scored against MS Dasari with Ruud Gullit, the man getting the goal. So Dasari back to level terms. You said he didn't want to be chasing a game. Well, he's not anymore.
The best time to get a rebuttal is an instant rebuttal. Cancels out the early goal, and now we're back to anybody's ball game.
First time finish there, not wasting any time at all. Felipe getting straight back in it. And as I was saying about Team Rogue, yeah, they've got 3 guys in MS Dasari, in Raseck, and of course Goal Machine, all qualified for the FEWC. And Raseck can still actually gain a few places in the top 10 if he continues to do well in this tournament. He could go as high. I think he could definitely jump up to 6th if he wins his next game, and then maybe even higher.
Yeah, to give you guys a little more perspective in Team Rogue and their success, MS Dasari, number 2 in the world. Goal Machine, even though he's been eliminated, sitting at number 5. In Raseck, currently still in the tournament, sitting at number 8, and that's why Spencer's saying he could move up a couple slots depending on final placement.
Which could affect his seeding for FEWC group stage.
And I'm sure these guys want to avoid each other if possible for that group stage.
Yeah, it'd be a shame for Rogue to have all 3 in the same group, but I think it's possible. Chance! Oh, wow! And I don't think it was even timed, you know. I think he was a bit late on the timing, but he didn't need it to be. That's gone straight in the top corner from MS Dasari. Felipe finds himself 1 down once again. Could that be an Adidas moment to remember there, Mike? Look at this strike. Top corner. Play of the day. What do you think? Look at the curl on that.
I'm a hard sell.
Okay,
I'm
not
a
for
hard
Mike.
sell.
Not for Mike.
I like the skill moves. I want some of that intricate play. We just came off watching Kurt tear apart Hencu with so much very detailed build-up in terms of the quick pass and move, and you kind of got to salute that. At least one play of the day. It's going to be throughout that matchup. This is good build-up here from Felipe. Oh, and he gets another instant equalizer, back to back.
He will not go quietly. Felipe, Ronaldo, the Brazilian, scoring for Felipe, the Brazilian. Perfect symmetry, perfect chemistry, 2-2.
And regardless of rank, if you're at this stage of the tournament, you're in the final 16, fighting to be in the final 8, basically be there for Championship Sunday, you're doing some things right. You're not here by accident. These are the best competitors in the world.
Yeah, the man who's not doing something right is Desari's De Gea. He's let that shot go straight down the middle of him. We'll be disappointed with that one.
It makes you wonder, would Van der Sar have made that save?
Indeed, and is it something we're going to see MS Desari consider going into the FEWC? Some team change because he's kept his team so consistent. Could be a goal! Or, you know what, probably would have been a goal if Eusebio hadn't run across the line of the shot. Will there be one more goal before half-time here in this first leg of our penultimate round of 16 game? Great chance here for Felipe to take the lead. If he can stay ahead with Ronaldo, brilliant tracking back by Mendy. We're seeing exactly why MS Desari likes to use him at left-back, that recovery.
You saw risky defending there from MS Desari, and something also that is common in his gameplay that you're not going to see at the professional level is the usage and the comfortability of the offside trap. That time he got caught a little bit, and Felipe had a big opportunity. He might regret, because there's not usually that much space to work with.
Could have another opportunity here if Neymar can pick out Cristiano Ronaldo in the box, but De Gea's off his line ready, and there's only about a minute and a half left of injury time here before the break. Is there time for one more chance for MS Desari as Felipe dives in? Advantage has been played near. Ronaldo's been given a free line to run straight into the box, pick out the pass! And how's that not hit the target? It's going to be half-time there, I think. And we're all tied up at 2 apiece. And Felipe trying to disrupt the odds a little bit. The predictions were all in the favour of the Saudi Arabian. But the Brazilian's got something to say about that.
I'm going to make a non-bold prediction and say we're going to see more goals in the second half. This is not going to finish 2-2. A bit of some back and forth FIFA there. Good on Felipe to have those rebuttals, to not go down easy. It happens often when people start to have a deficit against the F2 Tekkz, the MS Desari. They start internalizing what's happening, and their energy's not there, the vibe's not right. They don't make the comeback. They already start looking forward to the next game or saying this one's done for me.
Well, the question is, will Felipe take the lead at any point? Will the Brazilian go ahead? 2-2. Remember, that's just the first leg. We've got a second leg still to come. Alexandra on the ball here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying our stream today. You've been watching, maybe even getting some rewards on Twitch, and also something to look forward to between this game, or this leg, and the second leg. We're actually going to hear from Kurt, who's obviously gone through last match, and he's been talking to Kyle Walker. They had a little interview, so it'll be always interesting to see what Kurt's got to say for himself, so stay tuned for that. Can Felipe take the lead here? He does! MS Desari is behind.
MS Desari is not going to like you. You spoke that one into existence, Spence.
Well, I asked if he was going to go up, and he has. That's Felipe that did that, pal, not me. And how well has he done there? All his finishes, not particularly in the corner. I don't think he's been timing them green either. He's just been hitting them hard.
I think he's throwing off MS Desari, too, with some of the goalkeeper movement. And I do beg the question, could we see a goalkeeper swap? Because De Gea has not looked impressive at all.
I don't know if he's got one on the bench. I doubt he's going to do it in this first leg. But Desari wants to get back in this game and back in it quick. He's given the ball away, though. Felipe, can he pounce on this moment of weakness, this rare crack in the armour of the Saudi Prince? Alexandro. He's got options. He finds Neymar. Lots of Brazilians in this Brazilian's team, as you'd expect. Proud footballing nation. Arguably the most successful footballing nation of all time. Ronaldo back to Hullet. Havertz, can he get a shot off on that wonderful left foot? He might, you know. Good tracking back. Hullet with the rebound. Going to be a goal. It's 4-2. Felipe. Oh, it's offside. Is it offside?
I think it's offsides.
It's
It is
offside.
offsides.
We couldn't see that.
That reaction didn't match properly.
It should be 4-2 because Dasari's head, I'm not sure where it is, but it's not in Hamburg. It's gone walkabouts.
Oh, Felipe has to finish that. You've got to be ready for that opportunity. I would compliment MS Dasari for his almost poise in so many different situations and scenarios in FIFA, and to see him throw it away there and just give him the ultimate present. Maybe it's Felipe's birthday.
Look at this strike, though. Big save from De Gea. Both teams using De Gea. In goal, team of the year, De Gea, of course. Corner comes in, punched away by the Spaniard. Dasari wants to bounce back straight away. Ramos finds Eusebio, tries to turn, left-footed shot. Left-footed save by De Gea. Ramos getting involved here. That was a yellow shot, not going to trouble the keeper, but it is a free kick in a dangerous area for the world champ, Rogue MS Dasari. Cristiano Ronaldo stands over the ball with that enigmatic pose, but he's been switched for Neymar. Hullet hits it left-footed, and that's a nice disguise because he's hit it on his weak foot. We know Hullet's got that in the locker, but you don't expect it. On a free kick, you want to maximise your returns. Another corner here for Dasari, who's putting Felipe under the cosh right now. It's going to come in, out swinging on the right foot, headed back in! Oh, and that's lovely. Acrobatic, beating the keeper. We've seen a couple of goals now from Dasari that have defied the laws of physics, Mike.
Second corner kick goal for MS Dasari, and they're identical. Flick it on, hit the near post, try to put together some sort of bicycle, a scissors kick, I guess a shoulder finish.
If you need to, if you've got to use the shoulder, it will do. That's fantastic, though, to find the dexterity and the space. Eusebio, I salute you. But you've got to ask yourself, what's Felipe thinking right now? He had the opportunity to take a 2-goal lead against the world champ after MS Dasari essentially invited him to score, kicking it straight to him from that free kick. He didn't take it. Could that cost him in the big picture?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about pulling my muscles right now. I'm thinking about a pulled muscle after seeing the Eusebio stretch out there with the finish.
There's no way I'm doing that and not putting a hamstring.
Absolutely. It's a done for me. That's the end of my footballing career. Well, I guess technically that career has been done with.
There's still time.
Now.
There's still time. What are you, 38?
Hey, no.
Plenty of time. But right now,
I'm
Felipe,
younger than you, Spence.
It's true. It's true. Eusebio gets that goal. So Dasari back in the game where people expect him to be. But make no bones about it, Felipe has definitely stood his ground in this game.
And you asked about Felipe. I think that he knew deep down that 3 goals wasn't going to be enough. MS Dasari is one of those opponents that it's going to come down to the wire if you're going to get a win or a positive result.
Havertz has come on for Dasari here. De Bruyne is also making an appearance as Felipe looks to pull out a wonderful through ball there, but the defence of Dasari was ready to react. And now Virgil van Dijk can get on the ball. The powerhouse of a centre-back marching forward. Getting over to Mendy on the left here, back to Hullet. Poor pass from Ruud Hullet. De Bruyne now making an appearance. Slightly different sort of team selection we're seeing here from Felipe. De Bruyne is not someone we're seeing a lot of at this tournament. Alexandro picks out a great ball down the line for R9 Ronaldo to run onto, and Sergio Ramos has done well there to earn a goal kick for his team. 20 minutes left of normal time. 3 goals apiece. Obviously only the first leg, don't forget, in between this game and the second leg we have got an interview with Kurt from Malta, the self-professed best player of all time.
And MS Dasari just came out of the 4-1-2-1-2. He's swapped into the 4-2-3-1.
Back to the 4-2-3-1.
Back to the 4-2-3-1.
Interesting.
So you might be looking to have additional possession play to close out this first leg in this affair.
You think he's happy with a 3-all, just taking that through to the second leg? He should be, considering the chances that his opponent Felipe's had.
I don't think I would use the word happy. Maybe content, satisfied, okay with. But he definitely is hungry for more. But at the moment, the current moment, with how he's played, what he's been able to convert, the mistakes that he's made, I think he's all right with 3-all.
I think De Bruyne's just gone back off for Felipe. He's been on the pitch for 5 minutes. Maybe he brought him on by accident, I don't know. But the Belgian's been given only a couple of minutes to impress. Felipe's not been impressed, so he's pulled him back off. That's the sort of thing that would create real unrest in the dressing room. Anyway, Mendy on the ball for Rogue MS Dasari. Felipe gets it with Ronaldo. Passes to the other Ronaldo, the second Ronaldo. Ronaldo the second, maybe that's what we should call him. I don't like when people call the original Ronaldo, Fat Ronaldo. I think that's disrespectful.
I actually think that is also very disrespectful.
Because it's mostly,
I like the
mostly
original.
glandular.
I think the original Ronaldo.
Original Ronaldo's
fair.
good.
The original Ronaldo.
Ronaldo. They've obviously got many names, haven't they? Da Costa. Vieira finds Ronaldo, goes back to Ruud Gullit for Felipe, who's looking good here. Can he get a fourth against Dubsy, which not many people can say they've done? Ronaldo deep here for Dubsy. Finds Mendy. Over to Virgil van Dijk. Potential Ballon d'Or winner, I think, or should we FIFA the Best Award? Maybe both. Havertz to Sergio Ramos. Chance for Gullit. Plays it to Cristiano Ronaldo. Good defending from Eusebio. Chance here for Dubsy with Pele! Stings the gloves of David De Gea. But it doesn't find the back of the net. And Mbappe now can get forward for Felipe. And that Mbappe is super fresh, just coming off the bench. Loads of stamina. Could be deadly on that left side as we go into the last 8 or 7 minutes of this game.
And it does feel as if MS Dubsy is starting to sit into or build a bit of some rhythm on the offensive end with some of the quick passing.
Eusebio also fresh for Felipe here. He's got pace in abundance, ready to punish Dubsy. Vieira finds Cristiano Ronaldo. Vieira in lots of space. Dubsy happy to let the Frenchman have the ball there. Feels like he can't damage him. We've seen Vieira pop up with a few goals in this tournament. A few crucial goals at that. Van Dijk. Look how high the defence of Felipe is right now. That worries me, and Pele could show us why. He's pounced on the back pass. He's going to go back to Gullit. Could Dubsy turn defence into attack here in one fell swift? He goes back. Chance! Oh, straight at the keeper. Gullit. Looking for Felipe's. Ronaldo's unable to hold on to the ball here, giving Dubsy another chance to take the lead going into the second leg. But Vieira gets there with a crucial tackle. Eusebio into Ronaldo, back to Eusebio. Ronaldo getting forward, staying on side, but great closing down from that big man, Van Dijk. Not long left now. Mike, chance for maybe one more opportunity?
Definitely only one more. I think Felipe's got to be careful here, make sure that he doesn't allow Dubsy an early takeaway from this throw-in, which will allow for a counter.
You can see some of the pros here, many of which have been knocked out of the tournament already, watching this game downstairs. I wonder who they're cheering for in this one, Dubsy or Felipe. And everyone's pointing. Who's that? That's Dubsy's pointing at someone. Dubsy obviously still in the tournament. He's up next against Dolan Mike. I think he's pointing at Painter, also still in the tournament. He's going to have a rebel derby against his teammate Stokes. Look at the camaraderie down there. I can see Lev Vinken down there as well. Lev, put your hand up if you can hear us. There it is. He's trying to, but he's being bullied by Dubsy. And he's fallen over. You've been framed. £250 in that.
Yeah, as a man-child, I didn't expect Dubsy to be able to push him around like that.
It just shows you these guys are real characters, Mike. Look at them having a great time. And friends as well, which is important, you know. There's some rivalries out there. There's definitely some rivalries, some heated rivalries at that. But the majority of them get on like a house on fire. And I'm sure some of them will be out tonight, those of which that are out today as a tournament. We're going to get back into this game as soon as we can. Let's talk about some of the people on our screen right now, though, Mike. Who's impressed you the most? Dubsy's having a bit of fun and games down there, but he's done a great tournament so far, isn't he?
He could definitely make an argument for being the most impressive at this point. Nobody really took him to go deep into the tournament, be respectful, get out of Swiss stage, sure. But in order to make a run, not necessarily, not so much. Only person that's been like super team Dubsy, and I think it's partially because he booked the pickup game is Jimmy Conrad. So he went with them, but maybe for some different reasoning.
Well, he's done well to knock out PSG Dax, of course.
And 2 clean sheets against PSG Dax.
It's very hard.
One in the Swiss stage, where he won 5-0 on aggregate, and then also winning 2-0 against Dax to eliminate him, number 3 in the world. And he looked better than him. He looked that he was better with controlling the pitch, which is something that we all talk about, that you're not going to out-control Dax, you're not going to out-possess him. And then keeping him to clean sheets is just unheard of, especially in the pro FIFA world.
Seems like he's got Dax's number. He's going to go up against NSE Vinny tomorrow is Dubsy's. That's going to be a good game to see who makes the semi-final. One of those two will, of course. And we also saw Lev Vinken down there. Obviously, reminder for you guys, a PlayStation player. We will see him in action next week in Berlin as we travel across Germany
and he's one of the favorites. If you're looking at players or competitors that can win events or knocking on the door to win an event, you've got to say Levinkin's been very consistent this year. He doesn't have a title yet, but he's got to be itching for one. It's got to be his time soon enough.
Definitely. It's been fantastic. One of the most
Just got a
consistent
new
players.
tattoo.
Oh, Levinkin has?
Yeah, he did. He
What's
got
he
an
got?
Ajax tattoo. His forearm.
Loyal. Doesn't even play for Ajax anymore. Shows you he's loyal. And obviously the last playoffs was in Amsterdam, within stone's throw of the Ajax Stadium, the Johan Cruyff Arena. Before we jump into the game, guys, we're going to actually go over to the interview we had with Kurt. So this is a great moment. We're going to hear from the self-professed best player of all time in FIFA. I can't wait to see what he had to say to Kyle Walker. Let's check it out.
I am joined by Kurt here at the Cube. Now, Kurt, I've got a few questions for you. People feel that you play the most beautiful style of FIFA. What motivates you to play that way?
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's my style. It's been my style throughout the whole year. I know it's probably not the best style for FIFA 19, but I'm not going to change it. As I've always said, either I'm going to win my way, or I'm going to lose my way. It's one of the two.
That's a good way to put it out there. You're going to take it and you're going to actually just do your thing and put your own stamp on it. Now, in the last game against Hencu, was there a point where you just knew, I have got him right here, I've got him beaten, I know I'm going to do this?
Yeah, in the second game in particular, I probably played my best game throughout this whole tournament. So, you know, when I was clicking, I thought, yeah, I've got it now, I've got it.
Now, in tournament matches, you're 2-1 versus Tekkz. How are you feeling about taking him on in those quarterfinals?
Yeah, obviously, I didn't think it was going to happen this year, me against Tekkz. I know, obviously, there's a lot of fans that want to see it. I wanted to play it, and I'm very glad that it's going to happen. Obviously, he's been probably the best player this year in FIFA 19, so I want to experience that. I'll give it my best, and I'll be confident for sure.
Now, talking about the best players here in FIFA 19, people have been talking about the GOATs. People have been mentioning, obviously, names like Tekkz, people like MS Dasari. Where do you come in that chat around the GOATs? Where are you in that kind of ladder, that table?
If I never got suspended, I'll be first.
Well, there we have it. Quick one before you finish. Scott Pollock, you have him in your team. I spotted that. Does that make you a secret #United fan?
Harry put him in my squad and I forgot to take him out.
There we have it. Amazing stuff. Thank you so much. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. All right. Thank you, Kurt. We'll speak to you soon.
Tell you what, I enjoyed that. From Kurt's previous, I thought he handled that very well. I thought he was quite humble, which is not something I've heard a lot of from Kurt, but I think he's quite realistic about his chances against Tekkz. You know, he will always back himself, Kurt, but he knows obviously Tekkz has been in fine form. It's going to be a great game. Probably the game that everyone at home wants to see the most, along with Tekkz and MS Dasari. Where do you see it going?
I have no idea where to predict that, but I do like that Kurt's excited for the match.
Yeah.
I've always talked about this, whether we're on the couch, we're on a broadcast, we're talking privately. You cannot be scared to play against someone like Tekkz. You cannot be scared to play against someone like MS Dasari. It's not going to work out for you. And a lot of times they get wins when they don't necessarily play their best FIFA because their opposition wasn't ready to take that opportunity, wasn't ready to beat the name, so to speak. And that's when we talk about that championship pedigree sometimes.
Yeah, and as we just see that game come to a close, that's the end of the first leg, of course, between MS Dasari and Felipe Abdi, and it's all tied up at 3 apiece. We're going to see the highlights from that shortly. Just to conclude the chat on Kurt, though, I think if he does well, obviously, tomorrow, we may hear more from him. Those at home that have been waiting to hear from Kurt, I hope you're happy. And I hope Kurt's happy, because he's playing some great FIFA. He's done really well against Hencu. But this is the game we're looking at right now. It is Dasari versus Felipe. If you didn't see it, this is what you missed. Started off with Rogue MS Dasari doing what he does, crossing it in. A very interesting goal now. I'm not surprised the keeper was beaten, because he would have been a bit dumbfounded, because he's still not 100% sure what body part it came off, but it was Mbappe that got it. And Felipe, instant reply, Mike. Best way to score, you said.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you're going up against somebody who, and I guess most players have this, but especially versus some of the top guys. Once they get on a roll, if you don't start your comeback early, it's not happening.
And then Dasari came back with that one, 2-1, meaning he constantly took the lead. But once again, Felipe is ready to counter. Not the best finish, but the keeper was wrong-footed. De Gea, some question marks about his performance for Dasari in that first half. Second half came through.
You got to give credit to Felipe as well. I'm telling you, MS Dasari is moving the goalkeeper regularly, and he just was guessing wrong. And that's a mental kind of rock, paper, scissors matchup with when you're talking about goalkeeper movement. as you see the equalizer there, second corner kick. But that's kind of the game. Do I think he's going to go left? Do I think he's going to go right? Is it possible for me to scoot too far this way or too far that way? Did I overread it?
Yeah.
Am I too far in my head?
A couple of near post finishes from Dubsy. Maybe a weak spot for Felipe there. He did take the lead, obviously, to go 3-2 up for the first time in the game, but Dubsy was ready to reply. So right now it's even Stevens. I think Dubsy still remains the favourite over 2 legs, over what he's done so far in this tournament, and not even just this year. Over the last few years, he definitely outranks Felipe. But it's a game of FIFA. It's 90 minutes. Anything can happen. Do you feel a little bit more than you did at the start of the first leg that Felipe can do this?
I still think it's got to be MS Dubsy.
Okay.
Have your opinion changed, Spence?
I feel more like Felipe's got it in him to beat him, for sure, based on what he did there. But Dubsy starting lively now. Hullet into Neymar. Dubsy clearly still the favourite. And can he remind us why? Good block there from Felipe's defenders.
And I appreciate the usage of the classics, the ball roll, drag back. I feel like that's been around for almost a decade at this point in terms of FIFA installments and that skill combination being effective.
Ruud Hullet on the ball for Felipe. Can he take the lead here in this second leg? Huge game for him. He needs to win this tournament, really, if he's going to qualify for the FEWC. Dubsy, though, gets the ball back. Neymar running through with rogue shirts all around him. Ramos at right back for Dubsy. Lovely ball over the top, though. Da Costa reads it. Neymar to Hullet. Hullet, good strength, but dispossessed by Mbappe. Very deep there for Dubsy. He's going to get it back from Mendy, who's overlapped him from left back. Mbappe with the back heel pass. Lovely to Eusebio. Finds Hullet now. Got right back in lots of space, but he wants to go down the middle. Neymar. Good interception from Virgil van Dijk. Marshalling that defence for both sides. Actually not for Dubsy. Dubsy's opted for Rio Ferdinand at centre-back. But he has obviously got Van Dijk in there as well. I mean, at this point, no one's not using Van Dijk, are they? Is anyone not using Van Dijk? I think I've seen everyone use it this tournament.
Speaking of defenders, I think it's safe to say, because people have been asking, who do I need to pick up from the new Team of the Season foot items? Da Costa is confirmed as a staple.
Big save from De Gea.
Da Costa is confirmed as a staple player, I would say.
Again! And that's what he does. So dangerous. But Dubsy lives from that one. Felipe nearly taking the lead. Yeah, Da Costa the one you say that everyone should pick up?
I think you should definitely experience Da Costa and see how you feel about him.
Felipe's on the attack here. Good tackle from Van Dijk. What's the Da Costa going to set you back in terms of coins these days?
All right, so I don't have any website pulled up to give me the quote. I'm going to go ahead and say 250,000.
Pretty reasonable for a player that's making the teams of almost every pro. Mbappe.
Someone correct me in the chat.
Mbappe here. Dubsy has weathered the storm. Can he go and make a storm of his own here with Ruud Hullet into Neymar? Hits the shot. Keeper was ready. I'm not even 100% sure that was going on target, to be honest with you, but De Gea more than equal to it. So all even here still between the Brazilian and the Saudi Arabian prince. When does he become the king? He's world champ. I feel like he deserves king status.
If he goes back-to-back, king status.
Okay. 22 minutes gone, so we're halfway through the first half here. Felipe has a free kick. Da Costa does well to roll his man and play in Sergio Ramos. Both fullbacks linking up there for Felipe. Ronaldo doing very well to make some space. Oh, and what a touch on the ball to stop the shot, troubling the goalkeeper. Dubsy, though, riding his luck a little bit, would you say?
Felipe deserves to be up a goal in the second leg, and I'm impressed. His build-up, he's looking for the extra pass or the extra skill move, which versus the best players in the world, you have to do that.
Hullet. Neymar. Eusebio back to Hullet. There's a bit of space here for Dubsy. Does he fancy a shot from distance? Gets it into Mbappe. Hits the shot, rebounds to him perfectly, and it nestles in the roof of the net. And you can't play around with the ball when Dubsy's in town.
And Felipe's got to feel a little bit unlucky there. He's had the opportunities. He blocks the first shot attempt, bounces back.
But Mbappe is not going to miss a second opportunity. I should say MS Desari is not going to miss a second opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, and you know what? That could have easily happened the other way around. Felipe, with the chances he's made this half, if one of them had fallen to him, I'm sure he would have buried it as well. So you'll hope that if he keeps playing the way he was, he can get another goal. I'm sure the MS Desari fans will be hoping that doesn't happen.
And we say this on repeat all the time, but you got to be clinical. It's the name of the game.
It's what separates world-class players from the other pros. No doubt that Desari is world-class pedigree. Playing that 4-1-2-1-2 that he moved to in the first leg, likes to keep it narrow.
And finishing when you're at a tournament with all these eyes on you gets a lot more difficult. And then you add in time finishing, where if you're a half second too early, a half second too late, and you mistime that finish and you blow an easy opportunity, then you have to review it, or we're talking about it, or you know that maybe you felt the nerves a little bit, or you felt that pressure can really sit with you. And that's where we give a lot of credit to the guys that are able to have that level of consistency. They get through those nerves.
Yeah, and Felipe was down a couple times in that first leg. He bounced back. Can he do it again here? Mendy with the ball for Desari. Overlapping run, disguised run. Eusebio goes inside, instead finds Ruud Gullit. De Gea watched it all the way. Oh, he's taking risks at the back here, though. He's played it straight to Desari. Gullit, wow. I mean, that actually, I think, might have been a shot that Mbappe could have ended up getting on the end of if he was more ready for it. And that's a real bad sequence of events for Felipe, but he survived it. Good ball for the middle, Van Dijk, so strong. Just can't get past him. Neymar and Gullit. Back and forth between them. De Bruyne on the pitch again for Felipe, the man that was brought on and brought off in the space of a few minutes last leg. Costa can't get past Ruud Gullit here. Needs to play it safe. Vieira finds Neymar. De Bruyne into Neymar, good pass to Ronaldo. Does he shoot? Oh wow, he's made space, and the shot is just not good enough. It was so close though, bouncing off the post. Felipe's unlucky, you've got to say. He's holding his own against the world champ.
Super impressed with how he builds up attacks.
Eusebio. Sorry, not looking to close this one out just yet. I think he wants another goal or two. Neymar, good passing. Oh, read the 1-2 there between him and Eusebio. I mean, I'm not sure what that shot was from you. He's showing some uncharacteristic, I wouldn't say errors, but bad decision-making. Don't you think?
This hasn't been vintage Desari, and that's what we talk about. Is he still going to get a win not playing vintage Desari? And it's possible. He's up a goal now. Maybe he had some good fortune with a couple of the posts that haven't really been in favor with Felipe, but we've still got a second half, and anything can be played with here.
Oh. Felipe can't afford to give Desari the ball like that. Now, can he do something in the last seconds of this first half? No. The block from Desari meant the whistle was blown, and we're going into half-time this second leg. One goal separates world champion MS Desari and underdog Felipe Abdi from Brazil. He's doing himself very proud, doing Brazil very proud. But as it stands, he'll be eliminated not just from this tournament, but from the global series, if you like, because he won't be able to qualify for FEWC, a tournament that Desari qualified for many months ago.
It would be a season ending, a conclusion to his season. And he'd have a good experience to take from this matchup with MS Desari. But we talked about it. 1 goal is nothing. However, if MS Desari can extend his lead, he's just a difficult guy to recover from a deficit.
Yeah, and as it stands, you know, if Felipe does exit the competition here, it will be a very, very proud exit. He can leave with his head held high due to this performance currently. But it's not over. Desari trying to make it so! Deflection on that. Took it wide, gets the corner. That could have gone in if it hadn't been for the deflection. Goes short. Eusebio's pass is cut out by De Bruyne, but Desari still got it here. Somehow gets across to Gullit. Neymar. Passes just finding rogue shirts. Player's gone down. No penalty. Now Felipe, what can he do going forward? Can he get a goal that will make this game really interesting? De Bruyne very deep for the Brazilian. Da Costa. He's going to cost you about 200K, according to Mike.
Maybe 300, 250, 300 is the range.
Maybe more after this tournament. Oh, great play from Ronaldo, but he snatches at the shot. And that's a shame, because he'd done the hard bit.
I don't think he expected to be as open as he was after hitting that La Croqueta.
He could have had a couple of touches, got it on his right foot there. Oh, his goal kicks have got to be looked at. I'm very interested to see how goal kicks might change on FIFA 20 with the new rule coming in, meaning that players can receive the goal kick in the box, unopposed. Might see more use of the short goal kick next year. Neymar gets the ball in tight space, finds Ronaldo though, tries to return it, Vieira cuts it out. Felipe still got plenty of time here, only one goal. He trails. Ronaldo. Well, it's going to be a free kick there. And it's going to be a pause. Sarri's looking to change something, maybe get some fresh legs on. He's going to go back to the 4-2-3-1. Why is he doing that?
He's up a goal. It's an easier formation to use for counterattacks. You have a better spacing, especially with the width. And it's a more defensive formation. It's a controlling formation. If you're trying to see a game out, the 4-2-3-1 has always been my bread and butter to go with many other players, especially in FIFA 19.
Now, Sarri just having a little think here. Got obviously some options on the bench. R9 Ronaldo, Pele, Team of the Year Modric, Team of the Year Varane. Right now he's just making some little changes. Mbappe maybe going to come off for him. Pele entering the fray, going up top. Eusebio going to also make way. And it's Mike's favourite, Havertz, who's coming on.
And that shows you the value that someone like Havertz has. He was debating, should I bring on R9? Nope, not R9. We're going to bring on Team of the Season, Havertz. So that tells you that he prefers him, or potentially prefers him, or trusts him.
And you can see why. Some of the goals he's scored over the last few days have been simply sensational now. Just over half an hour of FIFA time left for Felipe to make a real splash on the FIFA scene here. Ronaldo looking for space. Could it be now? Oh, it arguably should be. De Gea, though, making a crucial save. Corner comes in. Van Dijk beaten to it. Sergio Ramos finds Ronaldo. De Bruyne on the ball. A little heel to heel. Gets him only a throw-in. Belgium's throw-in is intercepted, but it falls very gratuitously to Vieira, who finds Hullet. Vieira looks to pick out a man. Once again, gets a little bit of a lucky bounce. Neymar hits it first time. De Gea ready and waiting. Oh, not a great header there at all from Mr. Sarri. He's played in Neymar inadvertently, but the strength of Ramos' defending just knocks him off balance. And Sarri now can just get a hold of this game. Try and wind that clock down a little bit, maybe get the crucial goal that will seal the deal and make it a 2-goal margin. Definitely not vintage Sarri, as you say, Mike. But he could go and get a vintage Sarri goal right now. Havertz on the ball. Vieira. They come over to Ramos, the right back. Back into the substitute, Kai Havertz. Vieira. Hullet, does he wind up a shot? No. He's waiting for the perfect opportunity. That could be it! Keeper had gone the wrong way. If that was on target, it was a goal. This game is ready for a late goal, Mike. I'm telling you, if Felipe can just find it from somewhere within, it could be magic.
And Felipe's had the chances, so he's starting to have to sit with that knowledge, knowing that he missed a couple opportunities, knowing that he was a bit unlucky to hit the post.
De Bruyne is playing in a very interesting position for Felipe. He's literally covering the whole pitch. Now, Sarri could punish, could finish this game, our penultimate game here today, on your playoffs stream, which we hope you're enjoying from home. Vieira finds Ronaldo, looking for the original Ronaldo. Sarri in control here. Havertz on the ball. Can he find space? Get it on that wand of a left foot. No rush, though, for rogue MS Sarri. Hullet. Opened up for him there.
Yeah, you talked about Kevin De Bruyne, a foot item we don't normally see. He's not naturally used by professional players, at least not at this stage of the game. And that makes you wonder, maybe Felipe uses them a lot at home. Somebody that has a lot of comfort with. He is a combo center mid, center attacking mid. He could play in either position. He's big enough in terms of his size. And statistically, he's good enough to break up some plays in the midfield as well.
Every time Felipe loses the ball now, you feel like it could be the final blow, the final nail in his playoff coffin. Dasari's so good at keeping the ball here, trying to create a scoring chance with Ronaldo. Takes it out wide instead.
And this is an MS Dasari trait as well. He's able to time play or to hold possession in your final third almost.
Felipe trying to find that all-important through ball.
Most players, when you're looking at the time play, you're going to see a lot of side-to-side swinging on the defensive half. And that's where Dasari's been able to kind of master finding the midfield spacing. It's a little safer as well, because if he makes a mistake, he's not instantly going to get countered.
De Bruyne looking to find Neymar. Defender's gone to ground. What a block tackle from Rio. Takes his man as well as the ball. Corner for Felipe. This is potentially one of the last chances he's going to get. And Dasari wants to change his formation again. Is that a 4-5-1? He's switching to there. Getting that defensive line up across the midfield. He's got to change his tactics in-game to activate it, so to speak. Felipe's got a corner here, though, Mike.
Anything to make the mission a little more difficult for your opponent. And MS Dasari is one of those players that does have a plan A, B, C, D, and so forth and so on. Always had that since FIFA 17, where he was introduced really to the scene. He's been successful from the very beginning, and he's always had the ability to judge his gameplay, to be very honest with his gameplay, and to have multiple different game plans for different style of play. So
and you don't often see that many pros use that many formations in one game.
And MS Dasari, I'm thinking back now, has done a really good job registering the type of opponent he's going up against. Sometimes we see him change formations within 10 minutes or even 15 minutes of game time.
The corner was unsuccessful there. Couldn't find the head of, I imagine, Van Dijk was the target. Vieira. Felipe showing that desperation to get the ball back there, going to ground with Hullet. But it is Dasari's Hullet who holds on to the ball. And now it's Vieira. What a shift he's been putting in for teams all over the tournament today. Run in the midfield. World Cup winner, of course, for France. Pele. Hullet. Over to Vieira, who finds Havertz. Oh, is Pele onside? He was onside. I think the offside trap might have been activated by Felipe, and you can understand why as we go into injury time. He has just a minute and a half left to score a goal against the world champ, and he can't afford to give the ball away like that. It could be all she wrote for the Brazilian. You have to say it's been a very brave, resilient performance, but he is going to fall here at the MS Dasari-shaped hurdle. Dasari now, as soon as he loses the ball or does something with it, the whistle will go. Vieira in the box. Is there time for one more? It's cleared. And the whistle has gone, and Felipe Abdi is eliminated after a very impressive fight against the world champ MS Dasari. But MS Dasari, as expected, does squeeze through. He's going to play the winner of the next game in our final game today, which will be Dolan Mike versus N Raseck. So we could see that rogue derby. But before we talk more about MS Dasari, let's talk about Felipe. Impressed?
Absolutely impressed. I didn't know a lot about him coming into this event, but he definitely proved that he deserves to be here. And you could argue he deserved to get a better result there. I don't necessarily think that he deserved to lose. Remember, it came off a rebound, and we're going to see the highlights now. But Felipe made chances to go ahead or to draw even.
Okay, let's take a look at the best moments from that second leg. Remember, it was 3-3 after the first game. This is where we join the action here. Ruud Hullet on the ball. Gets the shot off, it falls straight back to him. Yeah, definitely some fortune there for Dasari, considering before that, Felipe had some really good chances.
But that's FIFA. In order to win an event, you always have to have a couple bounces that go your way.
See Felipe here trying to get back in it with Ronaldo in the box, squeezes through, and how important is that? You know, not just that, remember in the first leg there was that chance where the keeper kicked it straight to him and he didn't take that. Easily could have won the game on the balance of the chances, I'd say. Another one here for Felipe. Needs to challenge De Gea more than that.
And the post could be your best friend or your worst enemy. That's part of the game. And something that makes our esport a little different than some of the others is that you do have to add in, you could do everything right, and sometimes maybe it comes off somebody, get a last-ditch block, comes off a post, hits the crossbar, keeper manually moves left or manually moves right and gets the save.
Yeah, there's no doubt there's a lot of variables when it comes to football. However, you've just got to look at the stats to see there is some consistencies as well. One of them is called MS Dasari, consistently reaching the latter ends of tournaments, along with the likes of F2 Tekkz. We could still see these guys match up against each other. We can't see it in the final. We could see it in the semi-final. Obviously, both of them are going to be playing tomorrow. in the next round, which will be the quarterfinals. But we have one more round of 16 game to come. That is going to be Dolan Mike, the youngster. Some people have called him the new Tekkz, going up against Raseck. It's an all-German battle. No German has ever won the FEWC. Could one of these boys be doing it? They're both qualified for FEWC. Right now, though, that's me and Mike out of this casting segment. We're going to go over to the couch.
Thank you, Spencer and Mike. Great call of the game. Great players watching a great game. Emma Sassari does just enough, but I think his experience really, I don't know, got him across the finish line, as it were. He's been in those situations before. I'm here with Alan and Brandon and Rachel, of course. What'd you guys think of that one?
So honestly, after watching the game, I think Felipe did get pretty unlucky. He did have some chances. He played well. All respects to him. But, you know, the Prince, MS Dasari, he overcame him and won.
Yeah, it was going to be a dream story, wasn't it? Felipe was going to go further in this competition. Coming in today was the lowest ranked seed in the competition. 56th he was. And the only way he was going to do it
He needed to win the whole tournament.
Yeah, has to win the whole tournament. And when you come up against the world champion like MS Dasari, it's always going to be tough.
Do you think he'd have been thinking about that too much, maybe?
Well, at one point, he was in front by 2 goals, wasn't he? And I was thinking, OK, Felipe, I don't know if it was his dad behind him or not that was supporting him. He was really getting into the action. But it's MS Dasari. It's a bit like Tekkz. You don't write these people off.
Yeah, I feel like I'd be pretty worried if I got a big lead on one of those guys early on. Like, okay, what do I do now? You know, how am I going to hold this guy off for another, 150 minutes? Now let's take a look, guys, at the leaderboard to see who's still involved in this tournament. We crossed off all the names. So it makes it a lot easier for our eyeballs. F2 Tekkz and Dasari, we've talked about. In Raseck, Dolan Mike, that's coming up, 8 versus 9. Rebel Stokes, he's still involved, taking on his teammate tomorrow as well. Everybody else, pretty much out. You see Painter, you see Dubsy, you see Vinny there at the bottom of it at 29, 30, and 32nd respectively. Still a lot to play for those guys in particular, but Zidane and Nabinho at 15 and 16, because Rafsu and Tass just got their scarves as well. I mean, those guys are clinging on for dear life.
Yeah, they're going to have to come out big tomorrow. They have to get to the final at least to probably secure a spot in the E-World Cup. Let's see if we can do it,
Definitely, indeed. I just saw there on the point tally, as we know, 2 more spots have been given away, so there's 2 spots up for grabs. We're looking at now for the tally, it's about 1,900 global series ranking points. So I spoke to Dubsy, he's in the quarterfinals tomorrow. He went, do I have to win the tournament? Do I have to get to the final? As we know, the final is 1,080 points. That might even be enough.
But then we've obviously got Kurt. He's the lowest ranked person left, 35th in the competition. What does he have to do? I guess he has to go and win it, doesn't he?
Has to win it. 1,800 global series points for winning it. He has to.
Okay, but he's knocked out top players, isn't he? So he could do it.
That's true.
Megabit.
Yeah, you can't count him out ever. Any time in a tournament. All right, let's take a look now at the bracket and do a little tour of the games that we're going to see tomorrow. Some very big matchups. And I think we're all pretty excited for all of them, all things considered. We got a Rebel Stokes, Rebel Painter. It's a Rebel Derby. Now, Stokes has already got his scarf. Does he concede anything to Painter there? I don't know. I mean, there's still money and points on the line.
Another high-scoring game.
Yes, and then we see F2 Tekkz taking on Kurt. That is a tasty one. And Dasari is going to take on the winner of Raseck versus Dolan Mike. A lot of big games.
I was worried about the Rebel Stokes one, or the Rebel one, I should say, is because they're both using the same coach. So they tweeted out, what are they going to do if they come up against each other? What will they do? Will the coach be just lingering back and giving an input into both of the games?
The coach is going to be switching sides, one half with one player, another half with another player.
Are they allowed to do that? Is that something that they're allowed?
I don't know.
To coach 2 players?
That's a great question.
Get Cal Freeze on a plane tonight. He's going to have to come over.
He should. He really should.
Him.
Yeah, he's got the cash, I think, Mr. Cal Freezy. All right, before we get into anything else, our Spencer caught up with Dolan Mike yesterday and handed him his scarf. Check it out.
Okay, I'm joined by Dolan Mike, who's got himself a scarf. In fact, he's the youngest player to get himself one of these scarves, which means he's got entry to the FEWC final. How does that feel, obviously, your first FEWC final?
Yeah, obviously, it's not something I've never expected going into the season, but now I'm just very happy that I got the scarf and the qualification to the FEWC.
Let's talk about this breakout year you've had. You've just recently turned 17 years old, played at 4 tournaments this year. Every single time you've made it out of the group stage. Obviously, you won the first one in Romania as well. How's that feeling for you, going into an FEWC? I'm expecting that you want to at least get out the groups again.
Yeah, I'm looking pretty confident at the moment. I think if it goes, it depends on the form of the day, I think, and if it goes well, I think I can even win the whole tournament.
And if you did that, you'd be the first German to ever win an FEWC. Is that added pressure or another opportunity for you?
I think it's another opportunity because it's not even pressure because we have, if it's dependent on Germany, we have like already 3 secured at the FAWC, and I think it's just another opportunity to be like the first one out of your country to win one.
Definitely right, and it's amazing what Dolan Mike's been doing at such a young age. His season's not finished yet though, he could go even further. We're very much interested to see how you get on at the FEWC, so good luck.
Yeah, thank you to Spencer for that, and to Dolan Mike, congratulations to him. Now, there's a quote from Megabit who said this about Dolan Mike: "I have huge respect for him. He's the first German to win a FUT Champions Cup, and he's only 17. His potential is huge, and he knows the meta of FIFA 19 really well, so if you're facing him, you have to be at your best." What's interesting, though, is that he'd be taking on Raseck. Now, these two faced each other in the FUT Champions Cup in January. And do you remember what happened, Alan? Why don't you fill us in?
Yes, he won. He won over there in the FUT Champions Cup. So he definitely has a taste of silverware, and I'm excited to see if he can prove himself. You know, he's a very young character in the FIFA scene, and I want to see if, if he can prove to all the fans out there, the German people, that he has what it takes.
Now, Brandon, not only did he win, he beat Raseck in the final of that, so this is a bit of a revenge match, even though Raseck is higher than him on the point table.
You never forget about those games, do you? Whether it's in Swiss or whether it's in the knockouts, you always remember back to those games, especially in a console final. I think what's so impressive about Dolan is he's been involved in, I think, 2 tournaments this year. He's been involved in the FUT Champions Cup and an LQE. Other than that, we have not seen this man. So to come back from 5 months on from winning that FUT Champions Cup and then to be this good still now, it shows what he's been doing away from tournaments and how consistent he's been.
But we haven't been chatting about him too much, but I just want to go back a little bit negative to one of his games in the Swiss round. He was beaten 13-1, though, by F2 Tekkz. So, he does come a little bit unstuck, maybe against those top players. And he could, I think, match up against him in the semi-finals if he does get through this next matchup.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit about Raseck, who's quietly very good, I feel like, in most tournaments. And Gorilla had this to say about him. Let's check out this quote. Very interesting. Always get the player's perspective. He said, Raseck reminds me a bit like myself. He's very quick in attacking, very good on the counter, but he has better defending. I appreciate the honesty there from Gorilla. And he says he's probably one of the best defenders I've ever come up against, which could be a problem for Dolan Mike, who likes to score goals. And as we saw, if he's not scoring, he seems to give up a lot. So
Yes.
this is a coin flip for me.
It's going to be a very interesting matchup. They're both in the top 10, and, Dolan Mike has a lot to prove here. And Raseck, he's a very consistent player in the FIFA 19 Global Series. It's going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, it is indeed. I think the great thing about Raseck is he's so consistent. He was one of the best Xbox players last year, and for him to still be in the conversation this year, he's already at the E-World Cup final. And more importantly, all the Rogue players, Team Rogue, 3 Xbox players, all in the top 10, all in the grand final.
I'm excited, like Alan just said, see someone like Dolan Mike, who is 9th, going up Raseck, who is 8th, the closest matchup in terms of ranking that we've probably seen.
And also, if Dolan Mike wins, it could be a Rogue Derby.
That's true.
Raseck, the other way. It'll be a Rogue Derby.
Which would be, and we've already got one Derby with Painter and Stokes, so it'll be interesting to see. All right, Dolan Mike versus Raseck. The last round of 16 matchup is about to begin. Who is going to take this one down? Come back and join us. Find out.
Quiero pedir perdón.
I'm sorry to all the players I faced.
The left backs.
A los laterales derechos.
A todas las defensas.
Sorry you trained so hard.
Mal mesmo para a sua reputação.
A vuestros tobillos.
The opposition coaches.
Aos goleiros.
Their teams, your fans.
I'm really sorry.
Sorry about your weakness. Eso marca personales.
I'm sorry I like to dance and entertain.
Destroy. Mas acima de tudo,
I'm sorry. Perdón.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry.
No sos vos. Son ellos.
welcome back once again to Hamburg. For the Xbox One playoffs, we are into our final matchup of the day, our final round of 16 game. It's an all-German affair. We are in Germany as well. Two players that have already got themselves a FIFA E World Cup grand final spot. Raseck up against Dolan Mike, the youngest ever FUT Champions Cup winner, up against probably one of the most dominant Xbox German players we've ever seen in this competitive scene.
Yeah, it's going to be a great game. It's got all the sort of fundamentals to the finale that you want here on Saturday. It's the final game before we get into Championship Sunday tomorrow, before we get the final 8 quarter-finalists all confirmed, all finalised, until we head into action for tomorrow, where that final 16 spots for the FEWC Grand Finals will be completed. We've got 2 spots remaining. Who is going to take them?
Yeah, who's going to take them indeed? As you said, and as was mentioned on the couch by Jimmy, these two did actually match up in Bucharest, in which obviously you know the story there. Dolan Mike picked up his first ever FUT Champions Cup, the first ever German player to win a FUT Champions Cup as well. There's not many names on that trophy, and he got his name on it. The youngest ever FUT Champions Cup winner today. And it's great to see as well, Richard. He played in the Atlanta LQE. Other than that, we've not seen much of him. Virtual Bundesliga, we saw him have a little run there. Nothing too much to talk about. Obviously got picked up by SK Gaming. And still to be this good, 4 or 5 months on, the only real defeat he's had is Tekkz.
Well, it just shows once again how hard it is actually to make events in the region that he's playing in.
And here he is early on. And Raseck to get us underway, just 4 minutes in. And I think the interesting thing about this game is they all played their round of 32 games, but these guys have had to wait all the way to the end of play today. They've seen all the matches, all the drama.
And the thing is as well, they've been here since the start of the day because they had to play the round of 32 match this morning. First things first, and then you've had to wait, what, 8 hours, 7 hours until you're facing off in this round of 16 game right now. If you look across the board at the other quarterfinalists who have already made it, you got a fellow German in Dubsy, 3 English players, Painter, Stokes, and Tekkz. MS Dasari, Vinny, and Kurt also in the quarterfinals.
Cross into the box for Raseck. Goes all the way over. No connection on it in the end, but what a game that was earlier. Speaking of Painter, he put it on Twitter, $10,000 penalty save.
Crazy.
That's how much you do earn for getting into the quarterfinal stages. Into day number 3 of the tournament, only 8 spots are there. 540 Global Series ranking points for getting there as well. These two, they don't really need the points unless they're looking to go up on the seeding.
Which could be very important for him. Yeah, we know how stacked the grand finals will be. We saw it last year with the group stages. Unbelievable, the amount of quality available for the 16 best Xbox and 16 best PlayStation 4 players. So if you can get a higher ranked seed and you can avoid maybe Tekkz's group or Dasari in your group, you'll be taking that all day long. They're the two that everyone wants to avoid, in all honesty, and they're going to split up in the groups. Tekkz is going to be in Group 1 and Dasari will be in Group 2, given how the rankings are going.
And also, talk about the bracket, Richard. Kurt, he's in the quarterfinals. And also, Kurt's going to be playing against Tekkz tomorrow. If that's not a starter, then you got a main, potentially, of Dasari against Tekkz in a semi-final, if.
Not only that, but Kurt could beat Tekkz if he does in the quarterfinals.
Then he'll have to play maybe Mr. Dasari or one of these two.
Potentially. We've got a rogue derby in the quarterfinals as well, with Nicholas Raseck and Dasari both making up that potential quarterfinal, but we can't forget about Dolan Mike. People are saying, yeah, Dolan Mike, he might have been a one-hit wonder. He might have done this, he might have done that. He's backed it up. Every single tournament that he's played in, he's made latter stages of the event, and is this going to be yet another Championship Sunday for young Dolan Mike?
And he was thriving off that last time back in January, all the way in Bucharest for him as well. He brought his mum out with him. She was supporting him all along the way. She's here as well in Hamburg. And what a year it's been for this young man. There's 1,500 Global Series ranking points he did pick up in Bucharest, have really speared him on to get in a grand final spot. It's already confirmed, both of these two will be playing at the grand final. Something to talk about, Marcus Alonso in at left back for Dolan Mike.
Yeah, he's very tall. He's now, as soon as though Chelsea made such a good run in the Europa League, he did upgrade his road to the final foot item along with Chelsea's progression in that tournament. As you see, Dolan Mike here just creating on the edge of the box.
Ronaldo again, back to Hazard. This time at green, we'll go out for a corner in the end. And he comes straight away. Vieira's up, and Vieira will score. Beat Hullet to the air, in fact. And Patrick Vieira proved he's not just a defensive midfielder. He can get forward in the box, leap up above the rest, and bring Dolan Mike straight back into this game.
Yeah, great header there from Patrick Vieira. An early cross, yet again. Early corner, whipped into the box. Vieira, the attacking player, just getting in front of Ruud Hullet and then parrying that header past the goalkeeper. Yet again, he timed it green. A lot of people say he's one of the best players for timing shots green. He was greening everything in Bucharest, and here in Hamburg, he's greening again.
Well, it's certainly worth talking about how good he was at timing his shots, timing his finishes. Speaking of Raseck now, doesn't even need to time it. Just schooled the keeper, if anything. You can just see there, he's just got a little kind of hand warmer. Clearly something that he needs. You can just see that goal again on the replay. He waited for the goalkeeper to move, pretty much.
Waited for the goalkeeper to make the first move and then just slotted it past him, capitalised on the early, premature movement from Dolan Mike.
That's unbelievable for now. He just let the ball roll across his body, roll past Marcus Alonso as well. By that time, the goalkeeper was already shifting to one side, expecting the shot to go over.
We're talking about Nicolas Raseck. In my opinion, probably one of the most consistent players over the last 18 months. If you look at the finishes that he's had, Barcelona, console final. Manchester, console final. Amsterdam, did what he needed to do, got a grand final spot. In the grand finals itself, got out of the groups.
And of course, this year,
another console final, yeah.
That dominance. I think last year we saw it more. Wow. Kind of tricked the keeper there, and still, lucky enough for Van der Sar in net. Could get away with that one. Here comes Dolan Mike there, not too sure what was happening with the dribbling there of Cristiano Ronaldo. This is our last game of the day, last round of 16 matchup. Just waiting to find out that one more name to go into the quarterfinals. All kicking off tomorrow. They look very aggressive there. Still somehow just connected with that. Neymar. Back into Vieira, the goal scorer of Dolan Mike. A ball roll away. Cristiano Ronaldo now. He's happy to keep onto it. Turn. Eusebio play the one more into Neymar. Timed it red. On the rebound, Van Dijk was there. And it's just scooped and cleared away in the end. Dolan Mike!
This is what we're expecting from this game. Two Germans who know how each other play. They know that they're in for a game. It's not an unexpected when Nicolas Raseck scoring against you and Dolan Mike scoring against you, because you know what to expect.
Yeah, you really do indeed. Ronaldo back to Vieira. Turns back inside. One of the games that really caught my eye last year was actually at the playoffs again. Remember when he played against Gorilla? And it was a screaming battle between the two. And it was also such a huge game. That was at the playoffs last time. Gorilla, I think, clutched up right in the last minute. You saw the kind words he had to say about this player. How good defensively he believes Raseck is.
Not only defensively as well, but with his goalkeeper, he's one of the best players, one of the best pros at moving the goalkeeper, anticipating the movement from the attacking player and reading the shots, where they're going to go.
Last chance of the game. It will fall to Raseck. Hullet. Back to Mbappe. Fake shot. Ball roll. Down the byline if he can. Get round his man. Maldini was keen there. Slightly aggressive. Did win the ball, though. And it's the half-time.
Yeah.
Only 3 goals scored. And it's a 2-1 lead for Raseck. I think the great thing is you've got two players. You've got Dolan who would have watched a lot of these competitions. Go back to Berlin 2017. He wasn't old enough to compete at the time.
Even like it's 2018, he's still watching from home a lot of these tournaments because he's not of the age to compete yet.
And he's looking up to the players like Raseck, those Germans, the Benedikt Salzors, the Megabits, the Mal Albers. And I think naturally, you know, especially this year, you can go under the radar as a top flight player that's been in that top 10. Like, for example, where we haven't seen Dolan at a lot of tournaments, we haven't really spoke about him because he's not been at many tournaments, but he's a FUT Champions Cup winner. There's only 6 of them this year.
Well, you look at the top 10 and the top 15 on the Xbox, and players flying under the radar but still picking up results. Nicholas Raseck, perfect example of that. People forgot that Nicholas Raseck was already qualified for the grand finals before a ball had even been kicked at the playoffs. He'd already secured that. Goal machine, already secured that. Because they're not in every single event, people often just, they pass the mind. Very similar to on the PlayStation 4. Stefano Pina, perfect example of it. Because he's not in every event, people just think, oh, Pina, where's he in the rankings? Oh, he's second. He's third. Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot about that.
I think that's been the same case as well for Raseck this year. We spoke about him so much last year. Obviously, there's been so many more events this year to try and keep up with all the players on the rankings. That was a mistake there. And luckily for Raseck, he will just about lock back onto that. And they're so happy to pick it up and clear it away. But Raseck, for me, last year, there wasn't as many tournaments for sure, but every single tournament that was a major, he was in the console final. And he was in the conversation as one of the most dominant players. He's in the top 10. He's at the grand finals again. Back-to-back grand finalists. And Raseck, all of the Team Rogue players on Xbox are in the grand final. Goal Machine, Dasari, and Raseck. They need a PlayStation player.
You've got to say the most dominant team in FIFA esports right now, Team Rogue.
To have come in the last year.
3 players, all made it to the grand final, all top 10 before a ball even being kicked here at the playoffs.
It's not bad at all. To have your ticket booked to the grand final before you even get there. It showed how good these guys have been this season. Only 1 goal separating them as we approach the last third of it. The last game of the day. What's been such an exciting day of FIFA. Look to chip it up there to Havertz, but wasn't really an option around him.
I think he's looking to set something up on the edge of the box here. He's looking to look for that dink, look for that little pass into feet. Now he's playing for the back post.
He's going into Danny Da Costa as far as Hullet. Mendy happy just to clear up the danger in the end. I don't know if he's just swapped over to right back for now. It looks like Dumfries will be a left back.
Actually playing with a back 4 as well, Nicholas Raseck. Dumfries, Phil and Mendy, Varane, and I think it's Sergio Ramos back there.
Appleton will go for a full-back then. A centre-back out of position. Which a number of pros seem to back. It does work.
Eusebio as well. No R9 in that squad.
Jens Lehmann in there for Dolan. He's had a few interesting picks in his team. And a Japanese winger. The name doesn't come to the top of my head right now. Who scored a winner for him in qualification for Bucharest. He was on the bench for him. I thought that was a nice token. I'm sure he'll be on the bench still now. Havertz as well. He's a starter in this team. In at right cam. Going to fall kindly back to Eusebio. Does take it on the volley. Hits it against the ground though, which did take a lot of the power out of the shot.
You just see how quickly he's wanting to play out from the back as well there. Not even throwing the ball out, not even kicking the ball out. Dropping it at his feet with his goalkeeper and playing the little pass into Rafael Varane.
Tall's cued by Raseck. Time for a substitute for him. First time we've seen these two on stream. And Mbappe out this left-hand side. Approaching the closing stages of this first leg. Well, it can finish it from distance, so can Eusebio. And he played the one more pass and then just tucked it in past the goalkeeper, Jens Lehmann, to his right-hand side, but went into the left bottom corner. And into the pause now, and Raseck can be smiling. He's just scored a goal.
Happy right now. Nicholas Raseck, what, 15 minutes left in this first leg. If you can start to cement some sort of distance between you and your opponent right now, that's the perfect situation for you. Getting the hand warmer fully used right there. You can see that Turtle Beach headset on for both of these two players.
I think what's impressive sometimes, they wear the headphones in with the music and then the Turtle Beach on top. You've got what your music and then game sound on top. I don't know how that sounds for the pros at all, but sometimes it's just the noise cancelling as well.
Even us speaking right now, people don't like hearing that. I know Nightwatch, whenever the commentators are speaking, whenever he hears his name said, for like a split second he gets distracted, as you would. When someone says your name, you instinctively look up.
Speaking of substitutes, Richard, Johan Cruyff is on the field. An attacking change for Dolan Mike, and Raseck with another pause now.
And Modric also brought on as well. You see him tracking down there for Dolan Mike.
And it looks as if Cruyff will be in that cam role, centre cam. Havertz still at right cam on the left-hand side. It will be Mbappe. Maldini's pulled out of position. Lucky enough, Hullet's happy enough just to get back and deal with the pressure there. Needs something. Cannot afford to concede another one going into the second leg. Not too sure what Raseck isn't happy with, unless he wants to kind of take a break. Split the games up a little bit. Just under 10 minutes left.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a few times, actually. Some players queuing pauses with not long to go left at all in the game.
If he can go into another pause with a goal, he'll be over the moon. Neymar dispossessed there by Virgil van Dijk. Dolan Mike to come forward now. And Mbappe just doesn't want to pull out and pull away. Needed that movement. You can see how many players that Raseck has got back. Doesn't seem to be able to find a gap past anyone in this back line. Hullet, where can he go? Only as far as Ronaldo. Still needs another option behind him. Had to force that pass. Got very fortunate bounce back off Varane. Lovely little flick on that from Johan Cruyff. Again, too slow on it. We'll win a free kick, though.
Looked like a good tackle to me. Looked like he took the ball with him. As you can see on your screen, this is Dolan Mike's point of view. It is Nicholas Raseck who is making the changes right now.
Able to see that substitution. So little left as well. He still believes in making the change. Marcus Alonso over it. Hullet's going to just dumb it Ronaldo to take it straight away. No, of course not. Alonso will play short to Luka Modric and straight into the top-hand corner. He backed him.
Little short free kick. Just passed off to one side for Luka Modric, who hits straight through the ball into the top bins. You can see there, just the coach, little nod to Nicholas Raseck, just saying, come on, see this game out, clutch this game up, and let's get into the second leg with some sort of advantage.
It's funny that he's backed Modric from the edge of the box. He can finish that Team of the Year variant.
Fantastic. Probably stats-wise, just straight on stats, the best player in the game. It's just his physical build.
Can't change
He's
that.
not desirable.
That's why half the time you do see him as an impact sub, if that. Added time of 2 minutes. Raseck, 3 goals to 2 up still. He'll have 1 goal lead going into the second leg. Dolan Mike needed that goal. Doesn't need to concede again, though. Havertz, could he be the man to cause a problem? Was that inside the box or outside? It looked tight.
I think it's just on the outside. Just.
Maldini.
But it looks like a red card.
Commit the tackle, and yep, it definitely looks like a straight red from here. It will be a straight red. Right, the last man. I think it was literally on the line, on the edge of the box. Yeah, well, just outside.
Ronaldo over it, and it's going to be Mendy over it now.
What can Raseck do for 18 yards? Played short. Ronaldo's going to step over it. Huge block on the rebound. Is Mbappe there for shot? Just wide.
It's full time. That's it.
That will be full time in the first leg. A free kick down the other end. I'm sure he would have wanted to recreate exactly what Dolan Mike did to get himself a goal back, but at the end of the day, he's still come out of that game with a goal up. He's still a goal up, 3-2 at this moment in time, and Dolan just making the most of what he had. Second half didn't really create much, came down to a set piece, had to make the most of it. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he did. Let's have a look at the highlights from that game. See how Nicholas Raseck has taken a slight advantage going into the second leg. He opened the score in just under 5 minutes. Eusebio starting, Eusebio making his mark on the game early doors.
And this was the cross that came in. It actually was the equaliser as well. Patrick Vieira happy enough to out-jump Ruud Huller, and I think he had Neymar around him as well, just trying to intercept him. Then Raseck will go back in front, just let the ball roll across his body, which I thought was so nice, past Marco Alonso. The goalkeeper was already moving away, and that put him 2-1 up going into the second half.
And you can see he adds to his lead right there. Eusebio again slotting past the goalkeeper.
And this was an unbelievable finish. Free kick played short. Ronaldo ran away. You're thinking, where's the ball going to end up to? Just got past to Luka Modric, 2 or 3 yards away, and he smashed it into the top-hand corner. And Raseck did get a free kick later on, but unfortunately, he could not make the most of it. Richard, this is the world's first, this is. You're going to be doing a Twitch drop to everybody at home. I know you're a fan of the pack.
I do like a pack, and you like packs as well, and that's what you're able to win right now. If you link your Twitch and your EA accounts, you can win a Prime Rare Gold Players Pack right now. Get involved.
Best of the pack pool this year?
I've recently just packed Van der Sar.
Is he playing for you?
No, he got sold straight away, but I was doing the Vieira SBC.
Oh, okay.
And
so you use Vieira then?
Yeah, Vieira. Prime Vieira plays for me.
How was he for you?
Van der Sar got sold.
Van der Sar got sold?
He does a job. He's in there next to...
Because obviously you get a taste of what pros can use. Obviously not the full team, but you get one of their players.
Yeah.
Is he that good?
Vieira's a bit of a unit, to be honest, in midfield. Playing next to Team of the Season, Thiago Mendes, if you're interested. Good player. Fit in your team, actually.
I'm not sure Andy Carroll would get on with him, but that's another conversation for another day. Into this second leg now. As you said, make sure you link your Twitch account with your EA account and you can get some of those rewards. Flicked into the box, flicked into the back post, and even before I can blink, there is a goal in this game. Raseck again, starting well, just minutes in.
Perfect start. That's 2 games in a row where he's made the instant impact in this game. Back post cross. Ronaldo over him like Peter Crouch in his prime. Lovely header over the goalkeeper. That's what Ronaldo's all about.
No chance at all there for Maldini. That's why Ronaldo can be pushed out slightly wider. He's rocking a 4-2-3-1. A red reward as well.
I mean, at least some of us get the feeling of using a red Ronaldo.
Goal 2 players clutch up some of these rewards. The very rare.
Yeah.
1 in a million.
It's not from me.
Pull it now. Pause cued early on by Raseck. He's a fan of breaking up the play, even in a winning position. Loves to adapt, loves to constantly change. Maybe it's just those small breaks that really help him out. Cross came into the box there. Van der Sar was needed to just punch that one away.
And I'm intrigued by these pause early doors. If we can get the POV of Nicholas Raseck, let's jump over to that to see what change he's making, because he had 3 different pauses. 2 in the end of the first leg, 1 early doors in this second leg. I'm intrigued to see what he's changing with that, if it's a formation, if it's an already set up custom tactic, whether it's defensive, ultra defensive. What's the changes being made?
And this early on as well.
Yeah.
You know, you're 11 minutes in. Yes, you've scored after 4 minutes. You've got a 2-goal advantage. Is there a plan when you go 2 goals up on aggregate that he changes to frustrate his opponent? We're not too sure. Tried to chip that up on the volley. Actually go to the opposite corner as well, but the shot was not even timed by Dolan Mike.
This is Dolan Mike's point of view. Right now, Raseck is making changes. 2 goals down is Dolan Mike. He clearly feels he's got the game to be able to play. And it's just I think a fullback change. I think Danny Da Costa being brought on right there. It is Ferland Mendy off, the more attacking of the fullbacks, and Danny Da Costa on. I like that. Clearly sees he's susceptible to a back post cross. Now he's 2 goals up as well. Maybe Dolan Mike's going to be more sort of falling back on his laurels a little bit and going to that El Tornado back post cross, going to the meta.
Yeah,
I like that change.
It's a really interesting change. Danny DaCosta on after 15 minutes. Mendy, he gets subbed off. That's one pause wasted, though. Clearly, there's a reason behind it. Extra height in at left back. Dumfries in at right back. What's on the other side? The only player I've actually seen use Marcos Alonso in this tournament that's been on stream. Indula Mike. Lovely turn by Neymar.
Yeah, lovely spin.
Can he find an option? Ronaldo will hit it. And that's what Cristiano Ronaldo can do in any game.
Cannot give him the room on the edge of the box. The spin. Give him a little bit of space, and then that drive.
You need those to go in. When you're not creating many chances and you're going to take a risk from outside of the box. Yes, these players can finish from that far out, but you're also up against some unbelievable goalkeepers as well. If you're going to take that risk, it has to go in. And lucky enough for Dylan Mike, he just flew into the back of the net, though. And the time green finish, that's what helps it.
Time green.
Fly straight into the back of the net.
Get yourself over the ball. Put your laces through it. Smashed into the bottom left corner.
Goal for the visitors.
And just like that, this game tightens up once more. A chance to play against MS Dasari in the quarter-finals. At the moment, it will be Raseck joining his teammate.
Imagine that, 2 teammate clashes in the quarter-finals. Team Rogue and Team Rebel. Who would have called that?
Eusebio into Hullet now. Can he find the overlapping runner? Mbappe was off. He did commit with Danny DaCosta in at right back. Committed to move out of position against Lehmann. His goalkeeper choice.
Very similar to what I saw Nightwatch doing there at the ECL.
Lovely turn back inside. Eusebio's in there, and Eusebio will meet the header once again. I've not seen a shot that hasn't been time green from Dolomite. They just seem to fly in the back of the net.
So he played it short from the goalkeeper, and then as soon as he got it short, it was a long punt. Over the top through ball, all the way down the line, full power. It enabled his right cam and his left cam to really push on and squeeze up the pitch. And that's where Eusebio's come from there. He's coming off the back post as that ball's being pumped 75 yards, 80 yards up the field. If people are watching right there and you're on weekend league right now, get that tried. Play short with your defender, with your goalkeeper to your right back, to your left back. LBY, L1 triangle, all the way down the line. See if you can have some success.
Just make sure you're playing the right formation, ensuring you're going to get a player on down the wing as well that has got the attributes. You might not be lucky enough to use some of these players.
Tweet me when you do it, so I know if it works.
Could be the start of a tutorial scheme with you. Marcos Alonso now. Down to Eusebio. He was the goal scorer of the equaliser. Thinking to himself now, did I need to make that change? Because, to be honest, the crosses that's come in.
Threat in Mendy.
It hasn't been out to me. I know they're coming from the left-hand side where DaCosta is in use.
Do you know what it is as well? There's so much pressure on the back post cross, but sometimes when Ronaldo's at that back post, you can have anybody there and they're simply not going to win the header. The reason you put in a Danny DaCosta at right back and a Dumfries at left back, or whoever it might be, the tall defender of your choice, is to stop Mbappe winning a header, to stop Messi winning a header. The players who, yes, are good in the air, but should be beaten by a good, solid defender. Ronaldo and probably Eusebio to a degree, they're not. They're still going to beat tall defenders in the box. That's just the simple facts.
It's just the moral of the story. 8 goals between these two. German powerhouse is over from the Xbox. Both are already in the E-World Cup final. Positioned actually next door to each other in the rankings. Position 8 and position 9. Dolomite looking for another one now. That's twice now. I did say he timed everything green. The last 2 shots, all headers, have been timed yellow. Maybe he's just getting a little bit too excited and rushing them.
That's a tough one to green, though, that as well. The distance that he's passed it into him. It's audacious to even try and time that, to be honest. I'm wondering if Raseck were going to do the same there and play short and play long, but he's decided just to keep hold of the ball. Rafael Varane. No, Van Dijk. in Raseck's team. Quite interesting. One of the only players not to use Big Verge.
Once again, whipped into the box. Ronaldo is there off the post. So close for Raseck. That's what he was looking for. He was in acres of space. Cristiano Ronaldo. 9 times out of 10, you're going to back him.
Could he brought that down? He had that much time. He had that
one of
much
them,
time.
it's muscle memory, isn't it? He's
just pressing B as soon as it's coming in, yep.
That was... Well, that was in the attacking sense there. Thought it could have been some sort of penalty. I was daydreaming.
This is a chance, though. Last kick of the game, really, in this first half.
Could be a chance to get a goal as well. It's going to fall to Ronaldo. Bit of goalkeeper movement just a little bit to the right. And a huge tackle in there in the end for Saber. That will take us into half-time. 4-4 the score. Raseck's pinched himself right now. How have I not scored that chance with Cristiano Ronaldo? Didn't time it. That's one thing. And also, as you said, could he have just had a little touch, got it down and just finessed it into the right-hand corner?
I think everyone shoots there, but obviously hindsight's a wonderful thing. And I'm not sure if it had been clattered by the goalkeeper, if it had taken a touch there and the goalkeeper had walked away with the ball. But you see right here, 45 minutes left in this second leg. 4 apiece. It's been end-to-end FIFA right now. Raseck making changes again in his team.
So both players don't show us too much of their emotions until they get to the latter stage. We saw in certain games, I think it was Raseck against Sami Lumi from France in Manchester last year, which was
one of the craziest games I've ever seen.
Battle. I'm sure if Sammy's listening, French professional FIFA player, it was an end-to-end game. He's playing for Millennium at the time. Obviously, Raseck might have been at Bochum or a free agent. It was I score, you score, and it just turned into a shouting match.
I think you were a free agent at the time. No longer the case, though.
Did get to a stage, though, he's going around clubs. You know, he went to Bochum for a bit, free agent for a very long time. Then Team Road came, and it was the perfect move. They didn't just make one big move. They picked up the Sari just before the playoffs last year and added to their roster in goal machine, too. As we said, all 3 of them are in the World Cup final. It's not been a bad season for that organisation. Dolomite now. Can he lead for the first time in this matchup? Ronaldo to do so.
Tell you what, that goalkeeper movement there, again, not too over-aggressive.
Straight into the box. Seen them time green. There's anything to go by, but I've been so impressed with Eusebio in the air.
Yep.
He's winning everything.
He's unbelievable, Eusebio. With the jumping, with the heading accuracy. There's a reason that I big him up so much.
Mbappe. Is he looking for that finesse? Oh, went low driven near the front post.
Yeah, went near post, didn't he?
Played short, expect that. Simple cross, flick up into the box. Well, it was there. Da Costa was able to do something. He's been a starter for Dolomite, wasn't subbed on like the case for Raseck. Vieira, that's going to fall kindly back to him. Are you going to take that chance with Vieira? The just touch was off slightly.
Yeah, if that's any other player right there, that's a reason for Luka Modric right there. Because if you got Modric on the edge of the box, just seeing the name at the bottom of the screen and knowing the stats that he possesses, you probably hit that with instead. But because you've got Patrick Vieira,
just like get rid of it.
You're reluctant. You're reluctant. You're wanting to pass it to a better attacking player.
Once again, Dolan looking for that cross. He's done it a few times now. He has had success of it. That's a perfect example. Once again, everything just seems to be flicked up in the air. He's looking for those volleys. As we like to call them, the Ajax Danny volley. In from the left or in from the right. Timing it green.
He was the one that sort of made it famous, but it's very much known globally now that the volleys, whether they're dinked up or scooped up yourself, are strong. They will fly past the goalkeeper if on target and the goalkeeper not moved correctly.
That's the first pause we've really seen from Dolan across these 2 legs. Let's see if the Japanese winger is on that bench still. He was on the bench in Bucharest, so it'd be incredible to see if he's kept loyal to him or there's a bronze benching superstition going on from Dolan on the changes that he will make. It's quick changes for him. Modric on. And will it be the same change he made last time? Johan Cruyff, is he backing him still? Yes, he is. The Dutch icon. quite interesting. Saw Cruyff at the beginning of the year for Champions Cup #1.
He's one of the players that pre-team of the season, in the team. Post-team of the season,
Raseck.
out.
Oh, Raseck. So good. You can make all the changes you want, Dolan, he's saying. But it just takes a few seconds for him to go down the other end. There's nothing fancy about that at all. Just slowed it down completely. Close control dribbling. Just to move around, just to pivot around Hullet, and then straight into the right-hand corner.
It's not even that. There's one word to describe that goal. Composure. Just keeping your head inside the box, not rushing your chances. You saw the manual tackling. Dolan Mike is there, he's lunging about.
For Raseck, all he had to do was just slow it down and dribble all around his defender, which at the time was Hullet. Let's not forget, he scored from one of these.
Same again.
Dolan Mike. Will it be the exact same free kick? Played short. Ronaldo this time. He's so good from a set piece. So unpredictable. And once again, yes, it's timed perfectly.
You can see a little bit of frustration there from Nicholas Raseck because he's getting back in the game and he's conceding from set pieces. He's conceding goals that it feels like he's getting hard done by. I didn't actually know what the foul was for on the edge of the box.
I didn't even see that run as well from Cristiano Ronaldo. I thought he was going to play to the man next to him, which
that
I think was Luka Modric.
A retro free kick, that one. You let your man run over the ball and then you play it to him.
Just like that, we're back at 5-5. And we're edging our way to extra time again. Raseck! He can shake his head all he wants. He is back in front, but can he hold on to this now?
End-to-end FIFA right there. Nicholas Raseck straight from kickoff, coming at him, hitting him hard. Jens Lehmann, nothing he can do about it.
Danny da Costa even tried to stretch out a leg and it wasn't enough.
And now the pressure put back on Dolan Mike.
Can Dolan Mike reply one more time? If you're wondering what they're all playing for as well, 2 spots were up for grabs for the final. The FIFA World Cup final. As we know, Zidane was praying and hoping that he was going to do enough. He's still got to wait and see if he is able to make those FIFA World Cup finals. Alongside one more spot. As we know, Tass and Rafsu are in the mix now. They're in the conversation. Dolan Mike! Over the keeper. Keeper pretty much fell to the ground, left one hand waving in the air. The ball just flew straight past it. And Raseck must be scratching his head right now. What can I do just to stay in front of this game?
The frustration building and building. I didn't know if we were going to pass it. Because he had that man that he could have squared it, he could have sweaty goaled it. But instead, back to Ronaldo and
he
just
backed himself.
Hit high over the goalkeeper. Nothing Van der Sar can do about that one. And we're back to square one.
Dolan has not led in the game, though. That's important to know. Dolan has not led once this game. He's always been chasing this matchup. It's been Raseck kind of dictating the way that he's been playing. He's been going in front. The run of play has been all about him. He's always been leading by a goal or two. Just can't seem to hold on to it. If he can score now, 9 minutes to hold on to it.
Oh, yeah.
What a block that was, Maldini.
He shot with Mbappe. It wasn't timed, but he also could have played it one more. A little back heel right there. Could have been very, very effective for him.
Just 7 minutes left. A potential winner for one of these 2 grand finalists. They're already in the grand final. Retrospectively, 8th and 9th. On the Xbox rankings, playing to face against MS Dasari tomorrow in day 3 of the competition here in Hamburg. Will it be his teammate, Raseck? Will it be Dolan Mike having another last laugh over the fellow German?
Will it be extra time needed to get to that stage? As it stands, 6-6, Nicholas Raseck looking to create the last chance of this game.
We've seen players in this position, though, Richard, that will happily just go to extra time. They keep the ball now. Alternatively, smash and grab, go out for it. You're going to get the last chance of the game. It will be Raseck with the last chance of the game. He's clutched up in moments like this before. We need everything to be perfect. Well, this is it. Can he show us here in Germany? His own home country. One final chance to face up against MS Dasari tomorrow in the quarterfinals. Neymar, in it goes, in the air. Oh, the power was taken out of it.
That's going to be extra time needed.
And we are going to be going to extra time, just like that. 30 more minutes will be needed to try and separate these two. We have no idea where this game is going to go. 6-6 the score. Still level.
Honestly,
12 goals.
Nothing to separate these two whatsoever. It's been nip and tuck all the way through, and it's going to require an additional 30 minutes of FIFA to try and find a winner to take that final spot in the last 8 in the quarterfinals going into Championship Sunday. We've got 7 players already there tomorrow, a few of which hoping to clutch up and secure the pivotal last couple of spots available for the FEWC Grand Finals.
Yeah, most definitely. And as you said, some of those matchups. NSC Vinny against Dubsy. Painter against Stokes. The All Rebel FC quarterfinal. Kurt against F2 Tekkz. What a game that's been. We've been waiting for that all season. A huge Xbox matchup like that. As we know, MS Dasari is in the quarterfinals. They'll be waiting for one of these two. Some are in the studio. The question is, will he just be facing up against his teammate?
Well, with Dolan Mike.
Could he be leading for the first time in this matchup? You saw the idea, we saw it too. It's going to fall kindly back to Mbappe. Get rid of that. So composed.
His roadies look there a little bit as well. Trying to play out from the back. So that rebound, we've seen him before go absolutely anywhere.
Neymar, little scoop up to Ronaldo, the man you'd want in the box. Unfortunately, no, on that occasion, trying to be the supplier. Johan Cruyff, obviously a favoured sub for Dolan, was introduced in, what about the 60th minute?
Not really sure if Raseck's got a few changes left to make on his bench. It was a Danny Da Costa change early doors.
So you do have Havertz at right cam for Raseck, who's making that run just at the bottom of your screen now. A chance to be in the quarterfinals of the competition. Neymar back to goal, into Mbappe on the half turn. Can he finesse it? Tried to. Marcus Alonso said no thank you, just stuck out a knee.
I think it's getting saved anyway. The goalkeeper movement read the finesse shot to that side of the goal.
Neymar to Mbappe. Havertz, lovely turn. Trying to turn away from danger. Lovely opportunity, surely. He's going to put it away, and that's exactly what he does. But can he hold on to it now, Richard? For a 7th time of asking.
I think that shake of the head right there, he knows that his goalkeeper movement wasn't great there. Because I'm just not really sure where he's going with it right there.
He worked it so well in the space. But it's one of them goalkeeper movement. You've got to commit one way. You've got to time it well, and you've got to commit to one way you're going to go.
I just feel like sometimes, if you don't move the goalkeeper, it can work for you. It can be beneficial for you.
In certain situations, definitely. You are just affecting, as I always say, the natural position of the goalkeeper. If it's a basic shot. Mbappe, little scoop. This is the chance to go 2 ahead. Jens Lehmann was the saviour there. Took it out the air with both hands. See the amount of shots and chances registered between the two. 15 shots for Dolan Mike.
And again, Raseck leading in this game. Will Dolan Mike do as he has done several times already? Answer back to the call. He's got 15 minutes left to play.
He's got 15 minutes to hold out this result, but I'm sure if we look at all the goal times, Richard, of these two games, there's probably not been more than 15 minutes when a goal hasn't gone back in from Dolan Mike. He's been so quick to reply, and it was something you touched upon earlier. If you're in a game when your opponent's just going to keep on scoring, you have to keep up. You have to keep up. You have to be replying goal after goal. If it starts getting to a 2-goal advantage, 3-goal advantage, that's when you start
so it
losing.
slips away from you.
Players like Tekkz, they take advantage of that.
Yep.
And they won't stop scoring. For example, against Dolan Mike, 12-1 in Swiss. Early cross into the box, Ronaldo was there. Varane went to the ground, but still managed to get something on that. Our last 15 minutes of gameplay from today. And we've seen all of the round 32 matches and all of the round of 16 games, each match individually. The final 16 players, some of them, their season came to an end. For others, they already were in the World Cup, but went out in Swiss. There has been a number of shocks here in Hamburg, and I'm sure the stories will just continue to develop tomorrow with some of the names still in the competition.
And realistically, this is only half of the playoffs going to be completed in Hamburg. We've got another 3 frantic days in Berlin, in which we're going to crown 16 PlayStation 4 finalists.
Here's Neymar. This is the chance for Raseck to extend his lead now. You can see the gaps appearing at the back. Oh, he tried to finesse him. Jens Lehmann just did enough again. That was the chance. There was gaps there. There was holes to exploit. And Dolan's Mike's defence. Just under 5 minutes now. Has he got that mature side to his game? To recycle possession, to be smart.
You don't really have much on right there. Modric, really good running though.
$10,000 game this is. You win this, you guaranteed $10,000 all the way across, and that should be game, set, and match. And Raseck knows it as well. Been waiting for this breathing space across the 2 legs. In extra time, he's had to wait for it. And I think that one could be the nail in the coffin for Dolan Mike. 8-6 overall. Keeper came out, the keeper committed. And I think it was Maldini in there and just kept him onside.
And they've been
finished anyway.
And they've been trading shots all game long. Have Dolan Mike and Nicholas Raseck, and it's that killer blow. The final haymaker that Nicholas Raseck has delivered, 118th minute, to set up that all-rogue matchup in the quarterfinals.
Didn't want to make it a little bit difficult for himself there, didn't they? Just smashed it against Ronaldo. Added time of 2 minutes. Dolan will not stop. He'll still look for another goal here. Never say never attitude from him. Modric into Ronaldo, just snapped at the shot. There's a block anyway coming in from Varane. He's 10 seconds away, just over, from ensuring he will be up against his teammate tomorrow, of all people, in the quarterfinals. Our last quarterfinal confirmed, our last 8 in the competition. It's all set for a fantastic championship Sunday tomorrow. And congratulations, Raseck.
And this is one you do not want to miss. You do not want to miss this championship Sunday. If you look at the bracket as it stands on that quarter-final, all Rogue derby, all Rebel derby, and Tekkz versus Kurt. This is huge.
Some massive names, and also some players outside of the top 16 that they still fancy their chances.
Still got a chance, yeah.
Kurt knows he has to win the whole competition to get in the top 16. You got Vinny in there as well, Rebel Painter. Is he going to give us some more interesting games tomorrow? Because he's left it to extra time, penalties. He's done it all today.
Yeah, and realistically, we could have another semi-final between Tekkz and Desari. Let's have a look how Nicholas Raseck set up that quarter-final with his teammate MS Desari. Here's the highlights from the second half of that second leg matchup.
Yeah, as you said, it was an early goal. They originally got Raseck going. He conceded 2, and then this was the goal with all the composure. Just a lovely, slow dribble, close control. This free kick, how many set pieces did Dolan Mike up his sleeve? Honestly, he could have played it short. I didn't even see that one from Ronaldo.
Just down the right-hand side of the wall, simple slotting at the near post. Raseck answered straight back with that drive into the left corner, but surprise, surprise, Dolan Mike.
He backed himself on that. He really did back himself.
Answered the door.
Answered the door with an equaliser there from Cristiano Ronaldo. 180 minutes of FIFA time wasn't enough. Extra time was needed. And when Ronaldo's in that position, you're always going to be scared. Goalkeeper moved just slightly to the left for Jens Lehmann.
And this was the goal to seal the deal. Whipped into the back post. Goalkeeper out. Ronaldo heads home. Pad gets thrown to the desk. It's game over.
Yeah, you can tell after that reaction. from Dolan. That was game over. Dolan, though, he's still in the grand final. A Bucharest for the Champions Cup win was enough for him. But that is all for myself and Richard Buckley. All of the round of 16 games are done. We know our final eight. And without further ado, let's throw it back over to the counts with Jimmy and the guys.
Thank you, Brandon and Richard. Also, A+ shirt, Richard. You're absolutely killing it with that thing. I think you're going to go to Ibiza afterwards with that thing going on. I'm here with Spencer, Mike, and Rachel. So, Raseck gets his revenge.
He does.
Lost the FUT Champions Cup final in January in Bucharest to Dolan, Mike. Here, redemption is served. Pretty good performance.
Very solid. Shout out to Dolan Mike, who's made it out of the group stage. Every single tournament he's played at this year. Very, very quality player and one to watch for the future. But it does tee up the Rogue Derby,
which we're excited about.
We've got a lot of good storylines into tomorrow. I'm very excited for the different matches. Every single one of them's got something on it, of course, as we go later into the competition. But yeah, Raseck, probably not someone we've talked about enough this year. I think with that result, he's jumped from 8th to 6th on the overall leaderboard, and he's just outside that upper echelon group of players.
And I do think it's safe to say that Dolan Mike is not a tournament wonder, which has been the argument that people have said, or at least the skeptics. But he's looked good every time we've seen him play. He hasn't won another tournament yet, and I do want to say yet. And at the same time within Raseck, you're right. And I feel like even in previous years, he doesn't get the credit that he deserves. I don't know why. All he does is compete well and perform, and maybe because he's not creating a bunch of content, we don't feel like we know him quite as much. I do like the handshake situation he had going.
Yeah, that was good.
Every time he scored a goal, it was...
No, it wasn't that. You're not cut out for coaching.
All right.
Yeah,
it was like a little sorry.
We gotta clean that up.
I didn't do that.
No, that was stiff over here.
You had your chance, Rachel.
That was a very robotic. She hesitated on me. We said playing FIFA's decisive handshake.
I could have had
Mike's in the market for a coach as well.
Okay.
That could have been a good setup.
Sorry.
Yeah. So what I find interesting is if Dolan Mike, who was in 9th, had won, he would have gone to 8th, maybe even higher, but it could have been 8-9 in the E-World Cup. They could have played against each other in the first round of that competition, which would have been interesting to face each other again. Yeah,
I'm sure we'll see that battle many times again in the future. Obviously, both Germans. Germany's through to the next round, and we've talked a few times about the fact that no Germans won the FEWC. Dolan Mike was the first German, as Megabit pointed out, to win a FUT Champions Cup as well. So one of the reasons I think, going back to your point, Mike, is that we're not talking about Raseck a lot, is he hasn't won too much. He's got very, very far consistently into tournaments. So definitely one of the world's best, but not a champion, really.
If you want to bet on a top 10, like a player to finish in the top 10 consistently, and Raseck seems like a very safe choice.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling that he's a good dancer, just on a completely different subject.
Wow.
Because let me tell you why.
Where? That came from where? Did it come out of nowhere?
It makes sense to me. He was hot stepping in the box. You saw all the quick touches in FIFA. So I feel like he has
Little
rhythm
Dance
as well.
Dance
FIFA's a
Revolution,
rhythmic game. I'm just giving
Back
you
onto
my
FIFA, though.
We've been here for 10 hours, okay?
But back onto it, he's got a more difficult route to maybe get to the final and maybe still won't make it. Again, you said he's a nearly man. And he's got the harder
Wow. Nearly man. Where is this going?
That is not the quote
We're
at
losing
all.
control. Okay, everybody, we're going to get back to a little bit of control. I know, based on the chatter that I saw online, this is your favorite part of the show. It's the Adidas Plays of the Day. Let's get to them. We're going to start with number 5.
Please be good.
Oh, they're going to be excellent. They're our Plays of the Day. It's Phenomena with Cristiano Ronaldo, round of 16 against Rebel Stokes. Take a look at this, everybody.
Phenomenal.
Cheeky El Tornado.
You like it?
I like it.
Decent.
Okay, good. Set him up nicely there. I like the first roll of it before he actually pops it up. It's nice.
Took a risk.
Tasty.
Was rewarded.
Yeah, so Phenomeno didn't end up getting the win. That goes to Rebel Stokes, but he did have a goal in the Plays of the Day. Now we got Kurt. This is Kurt, Cristiano Ronaldo against Hencu. It's a nice. It's like the setup. There's a lot of juice there.
Thing is, look, if you just don't know FIFA, you watch that goal, you might think he doesn't look that impressive. That it was easy. What he did was easy there, but it wasn't. He actually had amazing composure in the box.
Well, guess what? It's Kurt against Hencu again. Mbappe is the recipient of this.
What a ball!
Great ball, great finish.
Question marks on the keeper. Obviously being made to go post to post, but the through ball is exceptional.
All right, now number 2, Felipe against Emma Sassari with Ruud Gullit. Always a fan of anything Ruud Gullit does. Good entry pass. This is hard to defend, especially first time finish.
Very fast. You know, his decision making was very quick.
And the number 1 play of the day, presented by Adidas. Dubsy with Cristiano Ronaldo when he was taking on Dax.
I'm wondering where this is going right now.
No, it's going to happen. It's going to unfold. Don't you worry.
Okay, so he's come out of a different position at the back.
Great defending to start the whole sequence. And this is the one that sealed the deal. That ended up getting him to close off the game. Still impressed that
There's a load of space, though.
You know, we're letting this roll out. I mean, this is how special this play is. The possession,
And in my opinion, Dubsy's been the best defensive player thus far in the tournament.
Fair play, very patient, good build-up. That's a goal. We've seen similar goals like that from Tekkz this year. Now it's Dubsy's turn. And look at the celebrations. He knows that he was going to get the Adidas Player of the Day. He nailed it.
He did. We should give him a little trophy for that, like an Adidas Player of the Day trophy. We'll work on that for day 3.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look now at the leaderboard and see what's what. This is the full. This is where everybody started. Everybody was nice and clean. And now you're going to see it's going to evolve with some graphics magic. The people that are out and the people that are still in. And the ones we got to keep an eye on are Rebel Painter, Dubsy, and Vinny, because they have a chance to get that 15th and 16th spot. Those are still up for grabs.
Yeah, Zidane and Albinio not safe. There's others as well, of course. Don't forget Kurt. You know, you're not seeing him on there because he's ranked quite low down, but he could still make a very late charge.
He's got to win it.
Yeah, he's got to win it, and he's capable of it, but he's got to play Tekkz tomorrow, and that's going to be pretty much the hardest opponent you can get.
But if Painter beats Stokes, I think he opens up the field a little bit more and allows the lesser ranked players to maybe take those 2 remaining spots there. So that will be kind of the one to watch. The other derby, of course, the Rebel derby, which is going to go first. And they've got maybe the easier side of the draw.
Easier side of the draw.
I keep saying this.
I know.
You keep
I don't know if there's an
me.
easier side of the draw.
But they haven't got a Tekkz or a Dubsy.
I understand what you're saying.
1 or 2. So
To be fair to Rachel, if you're on the other end, like look at Kurt's path, okay? Kurt went through Megabit. He's got to go through Tekkz, and depending what happens, he'd have to also go through MS Dasari in order to get to the finals.
No, I think it's even just on rankings alone, it is the hardest side.
I'm going to say on rankings, obviously, yeah.
I got you.
Thanks,
I'm supporting you.
Why don't you do a little handshake?
Okay,
let's do it clean this time. Oh, they did it. They did it. All right, let's take a look at the matchups for tomorrow, so you guys have a good idea of what we're looking at. This is a nice little preview here. Rebel Stokes versus Rebel Painter. Rebel Derby.
It's a Derby sandwich. You know, the bread is all Derby. The top layer is Rebel Derby. The bottom layer is Rogue Derby. The filling, a little bit of Brazilian, bit of German, bit of Malta, and a bit of England.
You got Vinny, Dubsy. I like that one a lot. Both have their backs against the wall. They have to have a good performance to get in. And then
Giant killers, I'm going to call them.
Yeah, and then Tekkz, Kurt, Emma and Raseck. I mean, it's going to be a special day tomorrow for day 3.
Great games. Can't wait.
I can't wait either. And I also can't wait to hear from Kyle Walker. Kyle, take it away.
Thank you, Jimmy. Yes, this is the final bit from the Cube for today. What a day it has been, and the socials have been absolutely popping off. Tomorrow, we are back, and you can use the hashtag, which you can see right there, FIFA E World Cup. As well as that, you can get in touch with us on the Instagram at EA Sports FIFA, on the Twitter, EA FIFA Esports, and on YouTube, EA FIFA Esports as well. Now, let's have a quick look at the Twitch chat. Yes, it has been going off with all of our matchups for tomorrow. However, it's not all FIFA talk. Oh, no. We've got some people in there who are very, very helpful. We had one, it said, you've been live for just over 8 hours. By this point in your broadcast, you should have consumed at least 960 milliliters or 32 ounces of water to maintain optimum hydration. So for everyone listening right here, make sure you stay hydrated. Another bit which was in the Twitch chat, it said, love the tournament. Shame it's July, almost over. ISARM24698, it is nearly over. However, next week we are back with more playoff action. And finally, Tatey8 said, Hullet is a beast. You may have seen at the E-Champions League that we had Ruud Hullet there, and I can confirm that Ruud Hullet is definitely a beast, not just in the game, but in real life as well. Now, we've had lots of action on the Twitter as well, and people have been using that hashtag, as I said. So let's have a look at some of your tweets right here. We had Oayers10, and he said, FIFA E World Cup has been top quality so far. Keep it up and good luck to everyone competing. I'm loving the positivity. Thank you. Next up, we had another tweet from our very own Dan Gaskin. He says, me and R Buckley 98 were discussing the maths. If Painter wins Stokes tomorrow, then that opens up everything and guarantees one of the non-top 16 players left in a final. This would knock Albinio out. Some great maths right there from Dan. I don't think Richard had much to do with it, but you know what, Dan? Thank you for including him. Final tweet right here. We all saw what happened and we were there to capture it. Aliri, who you will know if you're in the FIFA scene, well, she's caught this picture, which we can see right here, is of Levinkin falling over. We went to all of the pros in their little area, we're going to call it, and it was commotion. People were loving it, but it's nice nice to see all of the positivity that they have going on. Now, as well as all of this, we have our YouTube video on demand. Yes, we do. We have matches where you can watch videos from previous ones today, all right? Now, these are all the matches from today that are already on there. We have F2 Tekkz versus Bundled Levy. Yes, we do. We also have Kurt versus Hencu, plus MS Dasari versus Felipe Abdi. What a day it has been. If you missed any of those, make sure you go to YouTube video on demand. You can see it below me right here, youtube.com/EA FIFA esports. Go and catch up on the amazing FIFA action that we've had throughout the day. But for now, it's time for me to sign out of the socials and throw it back to you guys on the couch.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you very much. Hello, camera. How are you doing? Very sensual walk-up. Yes, Mike?
There's two things I've learned there.
Okay.
Number one, I can confirm, I'm sure of it, that Kyle talks to himself a lot. Okay? I'm positive.
You got to practice in the mirror, you know what I mean?
And number two, if Levinkin had a FIFA card, he had low balance.
Yeah, low
right
agility,
over.
yeah. Well, some taller guys, higher center of gravity.
That's true.
Yeah, to be fair,
Kyle should know that quite well, too. Yeah. All right, so let's talk about the matchups for tomorrow. I just want to know, as an early preview for what we're going to do on day 3, who's the tastiest matchup, you think?
Gotta be Tekkz Kurt, isn't it? That's the headline grabber. You know, and it almost also potentially setting up the Dasari match with the winner of Tekkz or Kurt. Obviously, Raseck's got something to say about that as well. But that side of the draw is very, very interesting. But the other side is interesting for different reasons. It's got I would say underdogs. I'd say with the exception of Stokes, who you could have imagined might have got this far. The other three slightly surprising. So credit to them. And, you know, at least Vinny or Dubsy is going to go one step further.
And no disrespect to any of the other matchups, but F2 Tekkz versus Kurt is must-watch FIFA.
Yeah,
you better stop everything you're doing. You need to see that live.
Well, of all the players you've seen, Rachel, which one's been the most surprising to you in the final 8?
I think Vinny. I think my player to watch earlier today was Sakul. He knocked him out, he knocked Rafsu out, and he's sitting here. And obviously those two there are both the lowest ranked remaining competitors. Probably didn't even expect to get this far. Maybe didn't expect to get to the World Cup, but now outside chance.
That's
And
all you can
could
ask for.
potentially go all the way, yeah.
And on the other side of the bracket, and Jimmy's going to love this, I'm now on the Dubsy train.
Oh, yeah?
Thank you.
I'm on the
I
Dubsy
know,
train.
thank you. I appreciate that.
I respect the defense.
It wasn't
Man's
just
out
about
here
him
getting
setting up my
clean
pickup game, by the way.
Yeah,
It's just
I
his
know.
gameplay on both sides of the ball have been
He's
excellent.
also a very good real-life player. We got to give him
is.
some credit. He's one
He
of the
is.
better FIFA pros in terms of what they can do on the actual pitch.
All right, and then
Okay.
Spencer, any player that you just, frankly, pretty surprised to see him get this far?
I'd say Painter, to be fair. I think Painter's done really well. Obviously, set up a game against Stokes, and it's one of those ones where, from a Rebel perspective, you're going to be both happy and sad, because either one of them go through. You could argue it's better for Painter to go through to hope that he can get enough points to qualify still for the FEWC. Obviously, there's a lot of money up for grabs. That game's worth 10,000 extra dollars, sorry.
Right.
So Stokes is obviously going to want to win it. There's no doubt about that. But if Stokes wins it, again, he further cements his place as probably the second best British player this year. So it's a great position to be in from a team perspective. Fair play to them. And, yeah, I think Painter will be the underdog, but he's playing great FIFA.
All right, everyone, we're going to call it a day on this incredible day 2 of FIFA action. But day 3 should be epic because we have 8 players left, 2 E-World Cup spots up for grabs, and 1 trophy, and yes, $75,000 to the winners too. And the coverage begins at 12:30 p.m. Central European time, so circle your calendars, set your alarms, and we'll see you tomorrow.